The apocalypse has descended, and zombies roam freely. In a previous life, Tang Ling met a tragic end at the hands of his White Lotus girlfriend, watching helplessly as the crowd devoured him. Upon reopening his eyes, he found himself reborn a month before the advent of the apocalypse, awakening to the hundredfold rebate system. In this life, Tang Ling resolved to live for himself, constructing a secure shelter where, while others battled zombies and fought over scraps with vicious dogs, he luxuriated with beautiful women, swimming, sipping wine, and enjoying hotpot in his safe haven. Chapter 001. Rebirth? System? A piercing scream jolted Tang Ling from his slumber, panting heavily, his body drenched in sweat. Didn't I die? With a resounding slap, Tang Ling struck his own face, the fiery sting compelling him to accept the reality before him. I've been reborn? I'm actually reborn. Grasping his phone at the bedside, he glanced at the time. May 6th, 2135. There is still an entire month until the apocalypse descends. I truly have returned to a month before it all began. It turns out that on June 6th, 2135, a devastating acid rain fell globally. Anyone whose skin came into contact with it would undergo severe mutations, transforming into bloodthirsty zombies. Over 80% of humanity was infected, leaving less than 20% to survive in a desperate struggle. Tang Ling was among them. He existed in this apocalyptic world alongside his school beauty girlfriend, Tian Yujiao, only to discover that a year into the apocalypse, she had taken another man as her lover. They even murdered Tang Ling, devouring his remains. As they dismembered him, he retained consciousness, and even a second chance at life could not erase the chilling pain he had endured. I thank the heavens for my rebirth. In this life, I must live splendidly and ensure that those who harmed me in my past life pay a price. After briefly organizing his thoughts, Tang Ling began to plan the tasks he needed to accomplish in the month leading up to the apocalypse. First, he must construct an impregnable shelter, one that could withstand not just the mindless undead. In the apocalypse, humans can often be more terrifying than zombies. Second, he needed to stockpile resources, amassing enough supplies to live comfortably during the end times. Third, he required self-defense weapons. As time passed, zombies mutated, becoming impervious to blades and bullets, and moving with incredible speed. Without formidable weapons for self-defense, survival in the apocalypse would be fleeting. Resolute, Tang Ling rose, contemplating how to quickly acquire funds to build his shelter and stockpile resources. Ding! A sudden sound echoed in his mind, startling Tang Ling. Congratulations, host, on your rebirth. The rebate system is being activated. Rebate system? As Tang Ling pondered, the voice resonated once more. As long as the host consumes resources or money for beautiful women, the system will provide a hundredfold rebate. Additionally, the system has granted the host access to a storage space for resource accumulation. Upon hearing this, Tang Ling felt a surge of joy. Such fortune had unexpectedly fallen upon him. With this system, what could the apocalypse possibly hold? Now, he needed to find a test subject to ascertain the efficacy of this hundredfold rebate. The ideal candidate was undoubtedly Tian Yujiao. Tang Ling mused that having been betrayed and killed by this scheming vixen in his past life, he was compelled to exact revenge. By initially providing her with a taste of sweetness before ushering in despair, wouldn't that be all the more satisfying? With that thought, Tang Ling retrieved his phone and dialed Tian Yujiao. Darling, I have some free time today. May I treat you to a lavish meal? Tian Yujiao replied, You promised a grand feast. If it's under 1,000, I won't go. Although Tang Ling harbored nothing but disdain and resentment for her, he feigned affection, playing the role of a devoted admirer for the sake of his grand ambitions. Rest assured, darling, I will not disappoint you. Tian Yujiao seemed intrigued. All right, I'll be bringing my best friend along. With his sole focus on spending for beautiful women, Tang Ling readily agreed. Chapter 002. The existence of a hundredfold rebate. Before an upscale Chinese restaurant, two fashionably dressed women approached leisurely. One of them appeared somewhat hesitant, clinging to the arm of the woman in front. Yujiao, this restaurant clearly demands a hefty expenditure. What if that despicable Tang Ling cannot afford the bill after our meal? A proud expression surfaced on Tian Yujiao's delicate features. Su Qian, what are you worried about? If he cannot pay, that is his concern, not ours. Is that pathetic sycophant really going to ask me for money? Rest assured, indulge yourself. Since he has offered to treat us, he must have received his salary. Do not fear. Upon hearing this, Su Qian felt a flicker of confidence. Tian Yujiao continued, Not only do I want him to treat us, but after the meal, I shall also have him buy me cosmetics. I'll make sure he gets your set as well. Su Qian's face brightened instantly. Really? Yujiao, I thank you in advance. It was only a beauty like you that could attract a devoted follower like Tang Ling, and I envy you greatly. Tian Yujiao's self-esteem was greatly bolstered, and once seated, they began ordering without even considering whether Tang Ling had arrived. They predominantly selected the most expensive items on the menu, indifferent to their palatability. It was not until the dishes were served that Tang Ling arrived fashionably late. Upon seeing the lavish spread before them, he said nothing and merely gestured for the two women to begin eating. In Tian Yujiao's eyes, Tang Ling was merely a cash dispenser. She chatted with Su Qian while eating, scarcely acknowledging Tang Ling's presence. Having been reborn, Tang Ling held no interest in this scheming woman. After taking just a few bites, he pulled out his phone to search for methods of creating a safe house. An hour passed, and the two women displayed astonishing eating prowess, leaving scarcely a morsel untouched on the table. Only then did Tian Yujiao glance up at Tang Ling. Hey, Tang Ling, we've finished eating. Hurry and pay the bill. Without uttering a word, Tang Ling rose and walked to the front desk, his heart racing. The efficacy of the system would be revealed in this moment. Hello, sir. Your total expenditure is 2,510 yuan. To make it easier, you may pay 2,500 yuan. Tang Ling pulled out his phone and completed the payment of 2,500 yuan. Just as the transaction was successful, the system's voice echoed in his mind once more. Detected that the host has treated beautiful women to a table of exquisite food. Rebate of 100 tables awarded. Detected that the host has spent 2,500 yuan for beautiful women. Rebate of 250,000 yuan awarded. Rewards have been issued. Please check host. Before Tang Ling could recover from his astonishment, a notification chimed on his phone. He picked it up and, to his amazement, saw that a substantial sum of 250,000 yuan had been deposited into his bank account. Tang Ling's heart surged with excitement. The system had indeed fulfilled its promise, granting him a 100-fold return. With this, he could construct a safe haven, stockpile resources, and afford heavy weaponry. Wait a moment. Coming back to his senses, he recalled there was also a reward of 100 tables of exquisite cuisine. Where were they? The system immediately responded. As long as the host closed his eyes, his consciousness would enter the system's space, revealing the bounty. Tang Ling complied at once, and his consciousness swiftly transported him to an immense realm, resembling a colossal warehouse capable of housing all things. Before him lay 100 tables, identical to the sumptuous feast they had just consumed. Chapter 003, You Spend, I Earn. Tang Ling's heart soared once again with this system in space. What was there to fear about the apocalypse? In his previous life, he had lived in a state of desperate survival, ultimately meeting a gruesome fate. In this life, he vowed to live richly and become a formidable ruler. Seeing Tang Ling lost in thought, Tian Yujiao wore a condescending expression and remarked, Tang Ling, what's wrong? Are you regretting treating us to this meal? Tang Ling opened his eyes. Regret? What a joke. How could he? It was merely a meal. She was his goddess and his girlfriend, after all. Despite being his girlfriend, Tian Yujiao felt a twinge of nausea, but knowing she had to milk this man for money, she forced a smile. That's more like it. By the way, now that we've eaten, I've recently set my sights on a set of cosmetics, which is rather pricey. What do you think? Before she could finish, Tang Ling interjected eagerly by it. Let us go get it now. Tian Yujiao felt a surge of joy mixed with astonishment. This loser, who usually spent money on her begrudgingly, was suddenly so generous. Had he struck it rich? No. She resolved to take full advantage of this opportunity. Upon arriving at the cosmetic store, Tang Ling spent 5,000 to buy a set for the two women. The system notification chimed in tandem with his phone, signaling a deposit of 500,000. Seeing Tang Ling's lavishness, Tian Yujiao was ecstatic. Having just purchased cosmetics, she immediately ventured into the luxury section, acquiring expensive bags and jewelry. Back and forth, they spent tens of thousands, while the system rewarded Tang Ling with millions in return. However, he soon realized an issue. These luxury items did not qualify for the system's rebate. It turned out that the system only provided returns on essential living supplies, such as food and basic necessities, excluding luxury goods. By the end of the day, Tang Ling had lavishly spent over 100,000 on Tian Yujiao and Su Qian, earning himself over 10 million in returns, enough to construct an impregnable sanctuary in the apocalypse. Tian Yujiao and Su Qian, burdened with their spoils, wore smiles that stretched from ear to ear. Once he finally bid them farewell, the smile on Tang Ling's face vanished in an instant. Savor the moment, for in a month's time, I shall witness your struggle to survive in this apocalyptic world without me. With that thought, He promptly retrieved his phone and dialed a number he had recently come across online. This was a globally renowned team specializing in the construction of safe houses. It was said that many secret bases around the world had been crafted by their hands, each regarded as the epitome of safety. Once the call connected, Tang Ling wasted no time. "Hello, I wish to commission the construction of a safe house suitable for the end of days. Is that feasible?" The voice on the other end belonged to a straightforward young woman, much like him. "Sir, our services are quite expensive," she replied without inquiring about his motives. For their team frequently undertook numerous private tasks, often catering to the whims of the wealthy. Tang Ling chuckled. "Money is not an issue. Provide your services, and the cost is of no concern." "Very well, sir. I will arrange for someone to visit promptly for a quotation. Please keep your phone available." As the call ended, Tang Ling returned to his home, a modest 140 square meter dwelling, the sole inheritance from his parents. To thrive comfortably in this desolate world, such space would hardly suffice. After all, with zombies roaming outside, venturing out should be avoided whenever possible. Thus, the safe house must serve not only as a refuge for rest and nourishment, but also as a source of entertainment. With this in mind, Tang Ling contemplated the adjacent rooms. Chapter 004: Acquiring Property for the Lotus. Their residence was on the 10th floor, room 1003. While the landlord of room 1004 had long been absent, advertising the property for sale. Securing this unit would be a simple task. Conversely, room 1002 was occupied by a couple with child, should he manage to acquire that unit as well. Merging the three rooms would yield over 400 square meters, ample space to construct not just a recreational area, but even a swimming pool. Thus, the following day, Tang Ling approached the couple to discuss the purchase. They had no initial intent to sell, yet Tang Ling offered a price they could not decline, leading them to acquiesce. After a brief discussion, they agreed to sign the contract that very afternoon. Tang Ling immediately reached out to the landlord of room 1004. Upon learning of the potential sale, the landlord joyfully returned from abroad. The combined price of the two properties would exceed 20 million, while Tang Ling had only received a rebate of around 10 million the previous day. Undeterred, he swiftly called Tian Yujiao, who was eagerly awaiting his call to indulge in spending. When the call connected, Tian Yujiao greeted him with unexpected warmth. "Hello, darling. What is on your mind? Are you planning to treat me to something delicious again today?" "Tang Ling smiled serenely. My dear, we have been together for quite some time, and I have yet to present you with a valuable gift. Why don't you come to the 10th floor? I have something special for you." Tian Yujiao resides in the same community as Tang Ling, albeit in a rented apartment on the 5th floor. She could never fathom the idea of living with Tang Ling, for the notion of being taken advantage of was one thing, but facing the insufferable presence of someone she deemed a mere loser daily was quite another. Upon hearing this, a spark of joy illuminated Tian Yujiao's face. "All right, I will be up shortly." In less than 5 minutes, she knocked on Tang Ling's door. The moment he opened it, she hardly glanced at him, instead surveying the interior of his apartment. "Darling, what gift do you have for me? Where is it?" Tang Ling closed the door behind him and walked over to apartment 1004 next door. "Come, let us sign the contract." Tian Yujiao looked bewildered. "Sign a contract? What contract?" "A property purchase contract." Her eyes widened in shock. "A property purchase contract? What do you mean?" Tang Ling feigned affection as he took her hand, smiling. "My dear, have you not long desired that I transfer this apartment into your name before agreeing to marry me? However, this is the only inheritance from my parents, and I cannot part with it. Therefore, I shall acquire the neighboring unit as a gift for you, a token of my proposal." Tian Yujiao was astounded, her heart racing with excitement. "Tang Ling, are you truly speaking the truth?" Yet, amid her exhilaration, she regained her composure. Considering that Tang Ling was merely an ordinary manager at a company, earning only 20,000 a month, how could he possibly afford such a luxurious property? In this prime location, a single apartment would cost at least several million. "Tang Ling, where did you acquire the funds? You're not suggesting I could pay the monthly installments, are you?" Tang Ling chuckled. "How could that be? This is a gift for your proposal, of course. It is a full payment. There's no logic in installments." Upon hearing this, Tian Yujiao dismissed any concerns about the source of Tang Ling's money and eagerly linked her arm with his. "Darling, you are simply wonderful. As long as the property is in my name, we shall marry immediately." A wicked smile crept across Tang Ling's lips as he followed Tian Yujiao towards their neighbor's home. Chapter 005: Successfully Acquired. Upon arriving at the neighbor's residence, the arrangements had already been made. All that was required was for both parties to sign the contract and exchange payment, followed by the notarization. In this community, nearly everyone was aware of Tang Ling's devotion to Tian Yujiao. When the neighbors learned of Tang Ling's intention to transfer the property into her name, they were astonished, words caught in their throats, seemingly wishing to dissuade him from this reckless decision. However, since it was Tang Ling's affair, they refrained from speaking too freely in Tian Yujiao's presence. Tang Ling noted their reactions. The neighbor, a man named Song Yao, had a decent rapport with Tang Ling. As Tian Yujiao assumed the role of the lady of the house, directing with authority, Song Yao could not help but pull Tang Ling aside. "Little Tang, I must say, what you're doing is not worth it. What if one day?" Tang Ling understood Song Yao's words all too well, yet he felt no cause for concern. He smiled and reassured, "Brother Song, rest assured, everything will be fine." As he spoke, he took out his phone and transferred 12 million to Song Yao's account. The instant the transaction was successful, the notifications sound from the system, and his phone chimed once more. Trembling, Tang Ling glanced at his phone, only to find that the balance had soared to over 1 billion, a staggering figure for him. Nevertheless, this considerable sum would suffice for her to achieve her forthcoming objectives. As Song Yao and his wife prepared to leave with lingering reluctance, Tang Ling couldn't help but reiterate his earlier caution. "Brother Song," he called out, prompting Song Yao to halt. Lowering his voice, Tang Ling advised, "With this money, do not buy any properties. Seek a secure location and stockpile some supplies. On the 6th of next month, refrain from venturing outside." The couple looked at him in shock, clearly perplexed by Tang Ling's words. However, out of politeness, Song Yao nodded in agreement. Tang Ling chose not to press further. After all, it is often futile to advise the obstinate. He had delivered his warning, and whether they heeded, it was ultimately up to them. Upon returning to his room, Tian Yujiao excitedly leaped into Tang Ling's embrace, wrapping her arms around his neck and planting a kiss on his lips. After 3 years of yearning for her, during which Tang Ling hadn't even touched her hand, he had finally exchanged a lavish sum for such an intimate gesture. Reflecting on this, he felt a pang of regret. How foolish he had been to sacrifice his life for a woman like her in his past life. "My dear, I'll move in tonight. How wonderful it will be to live next to you and see you anytime," she exclaimed. Tang Ling scoffed inwardly. If Tian Yujiao truly wished to be near him, she would have moved in long ago instead of needing to purchase a house. Nonetheless, this was not the moment for a confrontation. He replied with a smile, "Darling, there is no need to rush. The house is already in your name, so you can move in whenever you wish. Just look at how long they've lived there. The decor is outdated. Give me a month, and I will renovate it for you. It would be much more comfortable for you to move in then, wouldn't it?" Upon hearing this, Tian Yujiao immediately agreed. "All right, my dear, you're wonderful." She then grabbed her phone to take various selfies in the room, eager to post them on social media. After years of hard work, she had finally settled in this city, along with a few photographs of the room. Tang Ling glanced at them, smiling silently. Chapter 006, The Beautiful Manager. Shortly thereafter, the neighbor from room 1004 returned and promptly completed his transaction as well. Tang Ling had intended to employ the same strategy to garner another billion, but to avoid raising Tian Yujiao's suspicions, he decided against it. Ultimately, he settled for a sale price of 8 million. After bidding farewell to the cheerful neighbor, Tang Ling's phone rang. It was the team responsible for constructing the safe house arriving. A woman's voice resonated. "Mr. Tang, hello. We have arrived at the community you mentioned. We're coming up now." Upon hanging up, Tang Ling barely waited 5 minutes before a knock echoed through the air. He opened the door, and, at that moment, a strikingly beautiful face greeted him. A tall woman with a radiant smile, a delicate nose, large expressive eyes, and long straight hair. Dressed in a fitted professional skirt paired with a blazer, complemented by her long legs clad in sheer black stockings, was nothing short of an embodiment of uniform allure. "Hello, Mr. Tang. I am Gao Liping, the lead responsible for the construction of your doomsday safe house." She extended her hand, and Tang Ling, regaining his composure, hastily shook it, noting its softness and pleasant texture. "Mr. Tang, is this the safe house you wish to create?" Gao Liping inquired as she surveyed the room. "Not just this one. There are 2 more adjacent to it. I require you to transform all 3 into a fortress for the end of days," Tang Ling specified. Gao Liping appeared somewhat astonished. The man before her, seemingly unremarkable, possessed such substantial resources. After a brief assessment of the rooms and inquiring about Tang Ling's requirements, she confidently assured him, "Rest assured, Mr. Tang, we can fulfill all your needs, guaranteeing the creation of a safe house capable of withstanding a nuclear blast." However, regarding the pricing, Tang Ling interjected with a smile. "Price is not an issue. Just state your figure. Gao Liping was momentarily taken aback. Affluent individuals were rarely as generous as he seemed. She crouched down and began calculating on a coffee table, the mysterious figures dancing tantalizingly before Tang Ling's eyes. After a significant pause, she rose and addressed him. Mr. Tang, I have estimated that to fulfill all your requirements, it may cost. She held up 5 fingers. 500 million? Tang Ling queried. Gao Liping quickly waved her hands. No, not that much. Just 50 million will suffice. Of course, if you find this price unsuitable, we can negotiate and eliminate some unnecessary features. Tang Ling raised his hand to interrupt her. No need, 50 million it is. I do have one stipulation. The safe house must be completed within a month. If you can achieve that, I will grant you an additional 5 million as a bonus. Gao Liping was momentarily thrown into a state of excitement. Completing this project would yield her a commission of only 1 or 2 million. And here was a tip of 5 million. Noticing her silence, Tang Ling pressed, Can you accomplish it? If not, I will consult other teams. Yes, of course, Mr. Tang. You can rest assured. Within a month, I guarantee your satisfaction. If you have no further additions, we can sign the contract now, and work can commence tomorrow. Tang Ling, note that. Agreed. Tang Ling was not particularly concerned about money. After all, in a month's time, these figures would merely become meaningless digits. Therefore, as long as the other party could complete the work within that time frame, he would not hesitate to offer 5 million or even 50 million. Chapter 007. The Illusions of the White Lotus. The following morning, Gao Liping promptly arrived with her team to commence work. The imposing procession inevitably attracted the attention of other residents in the community. What has gotten into Tang Ling? Why the sudden desire to renovate his house? Have you not heard? I heard he purchased the house next door as well. Is that true? Where did this lad acquire such fortune? Tian Yujiao and Su Qian witnessed the scene as well. Su Qian, with a face full of envy, turned to Tian Yujiao and remarked, Yujiao, did Tang Ling truly gift you a house? Tian Yujiao beamed with pride. Of course, it's in black and white. The property is officially under my name now. He said it's a proposal gift. Su Qian felt a surge of jealousy. How fortunate Tian Yujiao was to encounter such a diamond bachelor. So, does that mean you are really going to marry him? Marry? Tian Yujiao immediately displayed a look of disdain. Sister, don't be ridiculous. How could he possibly be worthy of me? Even if we were married, I could easily concoct an excuse to divorce him later. The house is mine, and he cannot take it away. As soon as the renovations are complete, I will move in without hesitation. Not even the King of Heaven could claim it from me. Though Su Qian was envious, even resentful, she felt compelled to maintain her association with Tian Yujiao in hopes of gaining some favor from Tang Ling Yujiao. That house is a generous 140 square meters. If you move in, I'll be able to afford the rent on my own. Could you perhaps spare me a room? Tian Yujiao laughed. Of course, we are sisters after all. You can move in with me. Su Qian's face lit up with joy. Thank you, Yujiao, you're truly kind. As the two women daydreamed about their bright future, they glanced up and spotted Tang Ling exiting the community. They immediately rushed towards him. Darling, where are you off to? Su Qian and I haven't eaten yet. Shall we go out for a meal? Tian Yujiao suggested, reaching out to link her arm with Tang Ling's. However, at that moment, she had become utterly inconsequential to him. Tang Ling harbored only resentment towards her and swiftly evaded her affectionate gesture, leaving Tian Yujiao bewildered. I have matters to attend to, he murmured before bypassing the two women and heading towards the gate. Tian Yujiao was left in confusion. What had changed in Tang Ling from yesterday to today? Hey, Tang Ling, she called out sharply. I said I'm hungry. In a previous life, her anger would have compelled him to acquiesce immediately. He would have gone to great lengths, even to the stars, just to appease her. Yet this time, Tang Ling paid her no heed and simply walked away, disappearing through the entrance. Tian Yujiao stomped her feet in frustration. Well, Tang Ling, how dare you treat me this way? I see you've grown quite bold. Su Qian immediately stepped forward and inquired, Yujiao, what has happened with Tang Ling? Could it be he overheard our earlier conversation? Tian Yujiao shook her head. Impossible. She just left the community. How could she have heard us? Su Qian pondered for a moment, then clapped her hands and exclaimed, Oh, I understand. Tang Ling must be preparing a surprise for you. Tian Yujiao looked puzzled. A surprise? What sort of surprise? Su Qian continued. Did he not buy a house as a proposal gift for you? This means he must be planning to propose. I read online that many men deliberately ignore their partners for a while before proposing, so that on the day of the proposal, the woman is utterly moved. I believe that's what Tang Ling intends to do. Upon hearing this, The joy on Tian Yujiao's face was unmistakable. Really? Is that true? It must be. Yujiao, when the time comes, you must act convincingly. At least shed a few tears. Chapter 008. What is wrong with receiving a box of imported steak from a neighbor? After exiting the community, Tang Ling, during this renovation period, focused solely on purchasing essential supplies with the money he had. Although the system promised a hundredfold return, one must first invest their own resources to receive the benefits. Thus, he procured every conceivable necessity, and anything lacking was ordered online. A few days later, trucks laden with supplies arrived at the community. Numerous neighbors gathered to observe, marveling at the abundance of food and essentials. An elderly woman's eyes sparkled with curiosity. "Oh, young Tang, are you planning to open a store with all these goods?" Tang Ling ignored her, busily coordinating the movers. The elderly woman persisted. "If you're not using all this for a store, can you spare a box for me? My grandson has never tasted imported steak." As she reached for a box of imported steak, Tang Ling's voice cut sharply through the air. "Put that down." The woman's hand froze midair. Tang Ling was all too familiar with her. She was Mrs. Mao, living with her grandson in the community while her son and daughter-in-law resided elsewhere. In his previous life, after the apocalypse began, Mrs. Mao and her grandson had miraculously survived. Tang Ling had a habit of stockpiling supplies, and out of pity, he often shared food with them. Little did he know that on the day he was killed, they had conspired with Tian Yujiao to exploit his compassion to gain entry into his home. Now reborn, Tang Ling would not part with even a bucket of instant noodles for her. Mrs. Mao, taking someone else's belongings without their consent is theft. Mrs. Mao's face twisted in displeasure at his words. "Tang Ling, what are you talking about? Theft? I am perplexed by your excessive purchases. A single person cannot possibly consume all of this. Why not share a box with our neighbor next door?" Tang Ling, with a determined stride, approached her and snatched the box from the hands of the elderly Mrs. Mao. "Forgive me, but even if I cannot finish it, it may as well spoil. If you wish to partake, procure your own." Mrs. Mao, taken aback, resorted to moral coercion against Tang Ling. "You ungrateful wretch. How could you lack respect for your elders and kindness towards the young? You have bought in abundance. What harm is there in sharing a little with our neighbor?" The onlookers, naturally eager for Tang Ling to distribute the goods, rallied around Mrs. Mao's side. "Indeed, Tang Ling, this is the third load you've brought today. Can you truly consume it all? Why not sell us a bit at a reasonable price?" "Tang Ling, how can you speak so harshly to an elderly person? Must we make relations so tense with our neighbor?" Amid the cacophony of voices, Tang Ling chose to remain impervious to their criticisms. At that moment, most of the supplies had already been moved into the corridor of the community. Gazing at the towering pile before him, Tang Ling extended his hand, and with a flicker of blue light, the materials vanished entirely. Just then, two workers carrying a box approached, their eyes widening in disbelief at the sudden disappearance. "Where have those supplies gone?" Tang Ling's indifference emboldened the neighbors further, with many muttering curses under their breath. "This little brat thinks he is so wealthy that he can disregard us, his neighbors. Indeed, what harm would it do for him to share a morsel? If he insists on being this way, then we have a right to block his access to the corridor." With one person leading the charge, the others quickly followed suit, obstructing the passage. Chapter 009. The Power of Currency. Upon witnessing the blockade, Tang Ling was tempted to gather the remaining supplies into his space and depart. However, now was not the opportune moment. He could not risk revealing his extraordinary abilities. If word spread, it was conceivable that, before the apocalypse arrived, he might find himself captured for research by the authorities. At that moment, Gao Liping's renovation team found themselves similarly hindered by the crowd. Tang Ling's frustration grew, for the delay in his construction project was a delay in his very existence. Gao Liping approached Tang Ling, her voice low yet audible to all. "Mr. Tang, this is not the time to confront the neighbors. Renovations disrupt the peace and can clutter the corridors. We must seek a compromise with them." Though she attempted to lower her voice, it was sufficient for the gathered crowd to hear. The obstructing neighbors regarded Tang Ling with an air of defiance. "This lady speaks truth. Your incessant renovations have deprived my child of restful sleep. You dare not offer an olive branch, yet still expect us to endure your wrath? Indeed, unless you provide us with a satisfactory resolution today, you shall not proceed any further." Gao Liping was evidently accustomed to such scenes. She was just about to step forward to speak a few kind words on behalf of Tang Ling. After all, the sooner the work was completed, the sooner she could receive her commission. However, just as she took a step forward, she was intercepted by Tang Ling from behind. Tang Ling coldly surveyed the crowd before suddenly breaking into a smile. Apologies, everyone. I am in a rush to renovate my house for my wedding, and I realize I've caused quite a disturbance. I sincerely apologize. But the food here is ordered by a client of mine, and I truly cannot share it with everyone. How about this? I will transfer 1,000 yuan to each household as a gesture of goodwill, and I hope you can accommodate me in return. Would that be acceptable? Everyone stood there, dumbfounded, including Gao Liping, who was watching from behind. Was this really how Tang Ling had accumulated his wealth? 1,000 yuan for each household. There were at least 20 families here, not counting those who would come later asking for some. Just for these 20 households. That would amount to 20,000 yuan. One man cautiously inquired, "Are you serious?" Tang Ling replied with a smile, "Of course. You can take out your phones now, and I will transfer the money immediately. However, I do hope you can assist me afterward." Upon hearing this, everyone burst into smiles. Oh, if only it had been this way from the start. It's not about the money. We just wanted to see your attitude. Exactly. I'm not in it for the money, Tang Ling. Just focus on your renovations. Here's my payment code. Please transfer to me first. Now, that's the spirit. We'll continue to be good neighbors, they said. Tang Ling merely chuckled coldly, pulling out his phone to transfer money to everyone without a hint of regret. No matter how much he gave, he would not feel a twinge of remorse. In the face of the impending apocalypse, these were merely cold numbers devoid of value. However, once the neighbors received the transfers, they all beamed with joy and quickly made way for him. Tang Ling was quite pleased with their response and then turned to Gao Liping, saying, "Manager Gao, you may continue." Gao Liping finally closed her gaping mouth and hurriedly called for the renovation team to carry the materials upstairs. "Tang Ling, you are indeed generous. If you ever need anything, just let me know. I enjoy dealing with generous people. Do you need any help with your renovations? You can use this passage however you wish." Tang Ling ignored their chatter, focusing on organizing the transportation of materials. Chapter 010. Completion of the safe house as the days passed. It must be said that money can indeed move mountains. In just over 20 days, Gao Liping and her team completed the construction of Tang Ling's safe house, and it was time for inspection. "Hello, Mr. Tang. We have fulfilled all your requirements for the safe house. Please proceed with the inspection." As Tang Ling followed Gao Liping into the room, he was instantly dazzled. The interior decoration was nothing short of luxurious, with vast floor-to-ceiling windows offering a breathtaking view of the surroundings. The house was equipped with all the necessary appliances, all from renowned international brands. Adjacent to the living room was an expansive swimming pool. This was truly the epitome of a world-class mansion. Gao Liping continued her introduction. "The walls of this safe house are constructed with extraordinarily robust materials. Even a nuclear explosion would inflict no harm. The glass is made from our nation's finest tempered glass, impervious to cuts or flames, leaving no trace behind." Tang Ling followed closely behind Gao Liping, nodding in satisfaction as he listened to her presentation. "Additionally, we have equipped this space with an oxygen supply and a power system, ensuring that even after years of occupancy, there will be no shortage of air or electricity. Furthermore, we have tailored a perfect surveillance system to meet your needs." As they spoke, the two entered a room filled with screens. This is the most advanced monitoring system available, capable of accessing all public surveillance within a 100-mile radius, facilitating Mr. Tang's observation of the outside world. After exiting the monitoring room, Gao Liping led Tang Ling to the door. This door is a top-tier security door. It can be said that as long as Mr. Tang does not wish to open it, no one could breach it, even with a nuclear bomb. We have also installed a shooting hole for Mr. Tang's convenience. As she spoke, she casually opened a small aperture in the door, revealing a clear view outside. Then, she approached a red button at the side of the door and said to Tang Ling, "Mr. Tang, this is the safety button. Please press it." Upon pressing it, the system automatically announced, "Fingerprint matched, security system activated." Shortly thereafter, the wall began to slowly open, revealing a small screen. Gao Liping continued her explanation. "This is the defense system of the safe house. If anyone attempts to breach the door, Mr. Tang need only activate the defense system, which will immediately unleash flames at thousands of degrees, dispatching the intruder." After this introduction, she proceeded to outline the layout of the entire safe house. "Well, Mr. Tang, this safe house comprises 10 bedrooms, a swimming pool, a karaoke room, a gym, everything one could desire. Please take a look and let us know if there is anything unsatisfactory. We can make further improvements." After surveying the premises, Tang Ling found that it far exceeded his expectations, leaving no room for dissatisfaction. He looked at Gao Liping with a smile and said, "You have done an excellent job. I am very pleased. Rest assured, I will promptly transfer the agreed-upon remuneration to you." Gao Liping felt a surge of excitement within her. Thank you, Mr. Tang. After a nod from Tang Ling, he promptly took out his phone and transferred 5 million to Gao Liping. Naturally, the system would instantly provide him with a 100-fold return. But such numbers held little significance for Tang Ling. Upon receiving the transfer, Gao Liping was overwhelmed with joy. Thank you once again, Mr. Tang. May our collaboration be fruitful. As Tang Ling grasped Gao Liping's delicate hand, he suddenly recalled another matter. By the way, Manager Gao, do you have any channels for acquiring heavy weaponry? Chapter 011. The Eve of the Apocalypse. Hearing this, Gao Liping was taken aback, hastily waving her hands and responding, Mr. Tang, what are you saying? The private sale of arms is illegal. How could I possibly have such channels? Tang Ling chuckled softly. We are both sensible individuals, so there's no need for you to be evasive. How about you facilitate a connection, and I shall reward you with 2 million. He was acutely aware that teams like Gao Liping's primarily served affluent clientele. Among these wealthy individuals, there were often arms dealers, as many sought to construct secure fortresses for their protection, given the numerous enemies and rivals who wished them harm. Tang Ling continued, Rest assured, I am no fool. I will not divulge a single detail. Otherwise, I would surely implicate myself. Gao Liping cast a glance at him, her heart racing with uncertainty. Ultimately, she steeled herself and responded, Very well, Mr. Tang. I cannot promise you anything immediately. I truly lack channels for illicit arms deals. I must inquire further before giving your response. Tang Ling recognized this as mere politeness and nodded in agreement. Gao Liping rose to leave, but as she reached the door, Tang Ling called out to her. Manager Gao. She turned to face him. After a moment's contemplation, he expressed his gratitude. Manager Gao. Upon receiving the funds, please find a secure place to hide and stockpile supplies. Do not venture out on the 6th of next month. This was akin to the warning he had once given to Song Yao and her family. Gao Liping stared at him in astonishment, thinking he might be unhinged. Mr. Tang, what do you mean by that? He replied in a hushed tone. On the 6th of next month, the world will undergo tumultuous changes. If you wish to survive, it would be wise to heed my advice. Gao Liping concluded that Tang Ling was merely an extreme doomsday enthusiast. However, he was undeniably wealthy. Thank you for your warning, Mr. Tang. I will take care, she said as she swayed her hips and departed. Of course, the adage holds true. Good advice is often wasted on the unwilling. Tang Ling had made his warning sufficiently clear. If she chose not to listen, it would be her fate. The following day, Gao Liping discreetly sent Tang Ling a phone number, devoid of any superfluous words. Understanding the implication, Tang Ling promptly dialed the number, which Gao Liping had already retracted. Upon connection, he was direct. Hello, I was referred by Manager Gao. I require some weapons for self-defense. After a prolonged silence, a male voice inquired softly, which Manager Gao. Gao Liping. Laughter echoed on the other end. Mr. Tang. I believe it would be best for us to discuss this in person. After hanging up, the individual swiftly sent him an address. Without delay, Tang Ling made his way to the location. After an initial exchange of pleasantries, they quickly delved into the main topic. To Tang Ling's surprise, the other party possessed significant resources, even able to procure heavy weaponry, such as Barrett rifles. Tang Ling promptly withdrew money and procured an extensive arsenal, securing it within his spatial domain. Now, he had gathered all the necessary preparations, merely awaiting the arrival of the apocalypse in silence. Time passed swiftly, and before long, it was already June 6th, 2135. Chapter 012. The Advent of Doom. On that fateful morning, Tang Ling awoke from his slumber and glanced at the clock. It was already 9 o'clock, leaving merely an hour until the cataclysmic event. Despite having experienced the end of the world once before, he could not suppress his tremors. Yet, upon surveying his safe haven, a semblance of calm washed over him. He lifted a glass of red wine, approached the edge of his bed, and murmured, Let the apocalypse come. No sooner had he spoken than his phone rang. He picked it up to find a video call from Tian Yujiao, the White Lotus Flower. A faint smile graced his lips as he answered. Hello. Tian Yujiao, visibly displeased, shouted at him. Tang Ling, what do you mean by this? You haven't answer my calls in days. Is the house renovated? Tang Ling replied with a nonchalant smile. It's been ready for quite some time now. I wanted to surprise you. When do you plan to move in? Tian Yujiao's face lit up with joy. Really? Let me see. With pleasure. Tang Ling turned his phone camera towards the opulent interior of the house. Behold, this is the living room, furnished with the finest sofas and appliances in the country. Oh, and I've even added a swimming pool. Take a look. Do you like it? In addition to these, There was an entertainment room where one could indulge in any pastime of choice. As she beheld the lavish decor, akin to a palace, Tian Yujiao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Wow, my dear Tang, you are simply wonderful. I adore this renovation. I must move in immediately. You aren't allowed to swim until I get there. I won't be the first. And let me see my room. Tang Ling, amused by Tian Yujiao's enthusiasm, showcased the exquisitely beautiful bedroom to her. Once again, she was overwhelmed with excitement, wishing to move into this grand residence at once, to embrace the life of a pampered mistress. My dear, wait for me. I'm coming upstairs right now. Which swimsuit should I wear? However, at that moment, the sky, previously clear and bright, began to darken, transforming into a sinister shade of crimson, as if blood had enveloped the heavens. Tian Yujiao seemed to sense something amiss. Darling, have you seen outside? What's happening to the sky? I'm a bit frightened. Tang Ling's lips curled into a slight smile as he reassured her, My dear, welcome to the apocalypse. You must strive to survive. With that, he abruptly ended the call. Outside, a light drizzle commenced, and this rain was the harbinger of the world's descent into chaos. Anyone touched by the acidic rain, even by a single drop, would instantly metamorphose into a bloodthirsty zombie. Tang Ling gazed down from the balcony, and indeed, many who had not sought refuge from the rain were enveloped in plumes of white vapor. What was destined to occur had come to pass. On my eyes are in agony. My face feels as if it is ablaze. Quickly, take me to the hospital. Help! Someone, please save me. I feel I am perishing. Numerous individuals had already collapsed, writhing in pain and lamentation, while the acid rain intensified. Tang Ling's heart raced uncontrollably, paying no heed to the incessant ringing of her phone. The apocalypse had ultimately arrived. On the streets, in the neighborhoods, in every corner of the city, there were throngs of people sprawled on the ground, crying out in torment. A scene that seemed to belong only to the realm of film had materialized in reality. Yet, only Tang Ling understood that an even graver horror loomed ahead. Chapter 013, The Zombie Crisis. The acid rain persisted for merely half an hour. Once it ceased, the blood-red sky gradually cleared, and a rainbow even arched across the horizon. It was as if the recent events had been but a figment of imagination, presenting a scene of flourishing vitality. At this moment, many individuals ventured out of their rooms, emerged from the stores where they had sought shelter, and exited the buildings to behold the sprawled masses on the ground. A sense of trepidation compelled many to approach the fallen figures. Hey friend, are you all right? Wake up. Erju, what has happened to you? Quickly call for help. What is wrong with these people? The atmosphere was chaotic, and suddenly, a scream erupted from the crowd. Everyone turned to see a man rising slowly in a grotesquely contorted manner, the cracking of his bones resonating like a death knell, striking fear into the hearts of all present. Captivated, they watched as he stood, his head bowed, obscuring his expression. One braver man stepped forward. Brother, are you okay? Do you need to go to the hospital? However, as soon as the words escaped his lips, the man suddenly turned to face him, revealing the most horrifying sight he would ever behold. One half of the man's face had vanished, leaving only a hollow skull, with his eyeballs rolling within the cavity, green fluid dribbling from his lips. The man stood frozen in terror, mouth agape, and before he could utter a sound, the figure lunged at him, pinning him to the ground, its sharp teeth sinking mercilessly into his neck, blood gushing forth. The man had no opportunity to scream before his breath ceased. Many others realized the gravity of the situation, turning to flee, but those who had previously been incapacitated were now rising from every corner, lunging at individuals and biting into flesh. Run! These are zombies! Let me go, you fiend! How dare you bite me? Help! I do not wish to die. Please. Someone save me. It was a hell on earth, teeming with the undead and frenzied crowds desperately seeking escape. Tang Ling gazed down at the tumult unfolding below, his heart a tumultuous blend of excitement and trepidation. He retreated to the sofa, quenching his thirst with several glasses of cool water before calming his thoughts. Upon glancing at his phone, he discovered an overwhelming number of missed calls, over 100, most from Tian Yujiao. Indifferent to her attempts, he opened the community group chat, where residents fervently discussed the apocalyptic events outside. Lu Yong from Unit 902 exclaimed, "What on earth is happening outside? There are monstrous creatures everywhere. It's terrifying." Zhong Jiawei from Unit 1806 added, "Can't you see? It's the end of the world. If you don't want to die, stay indoors." Soon after, Song Jia from Unit 1603 shared a video depicting those who had been bitten, rising again as zombies. Those bitten become monsters. This is a zombie apocalypse, she declared. Meanwhile, the television broadcasted a panicked news report. Dear viewers, a global outbreak of acid rain has just occurred. Those who come into contact with it may transform into zombie-like creatures. Please remain indoors, secure your doors and windows, and avoid drinking tap water. Rest assured, we will overcome this global crisis. Our experts are developing a remedy against the acid rain virus. Chapter 014. My dear, hurry and come help me upstairs. Tang Ling promptly turned off the television. In his previous life, the news had incessantly reported on experts working on a serum. Yet after a year, the number of infected had only surged while the living dwindled. The remnants of humanity were forced to dwell in shadows, many succumbing to the pressures of the apocalypse and choosing to end their own lives. Ultimately, as food supplies dwindled, some desperate individuals began targeting the living, and Tang Ling became one of those consumed, observing the chaos around him, with cries of despair echoing everywhere. Tang Ling drew the curtains and made his way to the expansive swimming pool. Stripping off his shirt, he leaped into the water, which felt like a sanctuary amidst the apocalypse. After surfacing, he reclined on a chair, basking in the sunlight that followed the rain. Checking his phone again, he noted the numerous missed calls, many from Tian Yujiao, but a few were from Gao Liping. Though he harbored no interest in Tian Yujiao, he was intrigued by Gao Liping. After all, before the apocalypse, he had advised her to prepare. He wondered how she was faring now. Thus, he dialed her number. Once connected, he lazily greeted her. Gao Liping's voice was a mix of excitement and fear. Mr. Tang, is that you? Tang Ling replied softly. What's the matter? Manager Gao? Mr. Tang, thank you. If you hadn't warned me that day, I wouldn't have stocked up on supplies at home. I was supposed to go to work today, but recalling your words, I decided to take a leave instead. Otherwise, I might have become zombie fodder by now. How did you know something like this would happen? Tang Ling, weary of engaging in trivial conversation, murmured, as long as you are unharmed. Focus on living well from now on. Gao Liping refrained from further comments. After ending the call, Tang Ling once again opened the residential community group chat, only to discover that the current topic of discussion revolved entirely around him. 408 Dongyu. Damn it, that brat Tang Ling must have foreseen the apocalypse. Otherwise, why would he stockpile so many supplies? 513 Jiang Jiguai. Exactly, this kid is utterly inconsiderate. Knowing the end of the world is upon us, he fails to warn us, allowing us to prepare as well. Now, the streets are teeming with monstrous creatures, and my pantry is nearly empty. 103 Granny Mao sent a voice message lasting 60 seconds. Tang Ling, you scoundrel. May your entire family. Tang Ling naturally chose to ignore it, picking up his phone to snap a selfie by the expansive swimming pool, which he then shared in the group, accompanied by a caption, "Apologies, everyone. I was swimming earlier and missed your messages. Of course, now that I see them, I shall pretend I have not." The group fell silent for a time before erupting into fervent discussion. 408 Dongyu. All right, you little brat, sharing your grandmother's selfies. I won't be envious. 906 by Hua Hua. I can't believe it. Even in the apocalypse, Tang Ling lives so carefree. I envy him. When did they even acquire a swimming pool? I wish to try it out. 1603 Song Jia. Tang Ling, I have secretly harbored feelings for you. Will you be my boyfriend? At this moment, Tian Yujiao suddenly spoke up. 504 Tian Yujiao. 1003 Tang Ling. Darling, what is the matter? Why did you not answer my call? The streets are filled with flesh-eating monsters. I am terrified. Come and rescue me, please. 504 Su Qian. 1003 Tang Ling. Yes. Tang Ling, Yujiao has already cried numerous times. Do you not care for her feelings? Hurry and take us upstairs. Chapter 15. Unpretentious breakfast take you upstairs? What a jest. One is the culprit responsible for his past demise, and the other a materialistic woman who only seeks to profit. Tang Ling considered it sufficiently generous not to immediately dismiss them. However, he had no intention of disappointing the White Lotus just yet. After all, the greater the expectation, the deeper the disappointment. Thus, Tang Ling typed a message. 1003 Tang Ling. 504 Tian Yujiao. My dear, I apologize, but there are zombies in the hallway, and I truly cannot venture out. Perhaps I shall come to your aid when the opportunity arises. Before Tian Yujiao could respond, Tang Ling had already shared a picture of himself cooking steak in a group. 1003 Tang Ling. I must go for now, otherwise my steak will burn. I prefer it medium rare. This was utterly heart-wrenching. The group fell silent for a few seconds before once again erupting in condemnation towards Tang Ling. 303 Ding Jiaoyang. 1003 Tang Ling. Do you truly know that the apocalypse is upon us? Why did you not give us a warning? We ought to prepare some supplies. At this point, my household has not only run out of food, but even the water is nearly depleted. 408 Dongyu. Indeed, Tang Ling. You must emerge and provide an explanation to everyone. 902 Lu Yong. Tang Ling, my wife went out early this morning to buy groceries, and I have not been able to reach her since. If you had given a word of caution, I would not have allowed her to leave. I tell you, if anything were to happen to her, I would not let you off easily. 103 Old Lady Mao continues to send a voice message lasting 60 seconds. Tang Ling, you scoundrel, I curse you. Tian Yu Jiao, witnessing this, seemingly in an attempt to appease Tang Ling, defends him. 504 Tian Yu Jiao, what is wrong with all of you? What has my boyfriend done to you? The supplies he has hoarded are all things I enjoy. They are for me. How could he possibly know about the impending apocalypse? Even if he did, would you believe him? Tang Ling read this message and nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, the latter part of her statement hit the mark. Ignoring the onslaught of accusations, Tang Ling sent another photo of himself enjoying a steak. 1003 Tang Ling. Apologies everyone, but I must indulge. This breakfast is simply unadorned. The group erupted once more with a barrage of high-caliber insults. Unperturbed, Tang Ling tossed his phone onto the sofa and approached the floor-to-ceiling window, savoring the hellish scene outside. Just then, a loud banging echoed from outside the door. Though it was not directed at their residence, Tang Ling hurried to the door and peered through the peephole. Finding nothing amiss, he rushed to the monitoring room and activated the corridor surveillance. The sight before him sent a chill down his spine. At the doorway of Unit 1010, a blood-soaked zombie pounced upon the homeowner, gnawing at their neck. The homeowner attempted to speak, opening their mouth repeatedly, but producing no sound, only flailing limbs. Clearly, the zombie had already punctured their throat. In his previous life, Tang Ling had never witnessed such a horrific scene of a zombie devouring a human so closely. Yet, it also implied that zombies had infiltrated the building, and their numbers might continue to swell, as those bitten would immediately transform into zombies. Chapter 016, Scenes of the Apocalypse. It seemed that similar events were unfolding on other floors, and the group erupted once more. 1603 Songjia. Did you hear that? There are screams in our building. Could there be zombies? 912 Kong Xian. There is no need for doubt. Zombies have indeed entered our building. I witnessed my neighbor, Old Wang, being torn apart by zombie. Property management. Please remain calm. Do not drink the tap water, and do not open your doors. Rest assured, help will arrive shortly. 103 Old Lady Mao continued to send a series of 60-second voice messages. Just then, a loud bang resounded. A resounding explosion echoed through the air, causing the windows to tremble in response, prompting everyone to rush to the windows for a glimpse of the unfolding chaos. From the heart of the city, a colossal plume of black smoke billowed upwards, while helicopters hovered above, machine guns unleashing a barrage of bullets like fiery tongues, targeting the throngs of zombies below. Witnessing this, many individuals flung open their windows, shouting in excitement. Wow, I knew they wouldn't abandon us. Quick, eliminate these zombies. Strike fiercely. It is everyone's responsibility to eradicate the undead. Suddenly, from an unknown location on the ground, streetlight poles, manhole covers, and even car doors were hurled towards the helicopters above. With a thunderous crash, one helicopter was struck by a manhole cover, losing its trajectory and colliding with a nearby building. This was swiftly followed by another deafening explosion as the helicopter erupted in flames, thick smoke billowing into the sky. In an instant, the surrounding buildings fell eerily silent, save for the remaining helicopters circling overhead and the blaring alarms from the cars below. All were compelled to close their windows and doors, too frightened to peer outside again. Only Tang Ling understood the true horror of this apocalyptic scenario. In the early stages of the outbreak, the military had indeed deployed considerable forces to suppress the chaos. Yet within the zombie horde, many had evolved, exhibiting immense strength and remarkable speed. Eradicating them was akin to scaling the heavens. The city gradually succumbed to paralysis, filled with the cacophony of explosions, anguished cries, and the low growls of the undead. This tumult persisted even as night fell. In apartment 105 on the first floor, a young man in his 20s awaited news of his parents, who had ventured out that morning and had not returned. All day long, he was besieged by the oppressive growls of zombies outside, and, unable to bear it any longer, he succumbed to a fit of nausea, his heart failing him, leading to his untimely demise. As dawn broke on the second day, the scene outside mirrored that of the previous day. Many households had depleted their supplies of food and clean drinking water, forcing them to risk venturing outside in search of sustenance. Unfortunately, encounters with zombies awaited them on streets. Those fortunate enough narrowly escaped, while the unfortunate became prey, ultimately joining the ranks of the undead. The residents of Tang Ling's building were no exception. In apartment 303, Ding Jiaoyang exclaimed, "Damn, that scared the life out of me. If I hadn't run so fast, I would have been bitten by a zombie." To which Zhong Jiawei from apartment 1806 retorted, "Serves you right for going out during such a time. Are you looking for death? I'd rather starve at home than face those man-eating monsters." Ding Jiaoyang replied, "What choice do I have? There's nothing to eat or drink at home. Am I supposed to just die of hunger?" Suddenly, Bai Huahua from apartment 906 tagged Tang Ling in a message. 1003 Tang Ling, Big Brother Tang Ling, didn't you stockpile a lot of supplies? I have nothing to eat at home. Please, could you spare me some food? I'll do anything for you if you help me. Her mention of him instantaneously cast the spotlight of attention onto Tang Ling, Chapter 017. Live streaming a hot pot feast. 303 Ding Jiaoyang. Indeed. That fellow surnamed Tang has procured an abundance of supplies. His failure to alert us to the impending apocalypse is his fault, and he must distribute the provisions. 1806 Zhong Jiawei. 1003 Tang Ling. You, surnamed Tang, hasten to share what you've acquired with everyone, or we shall be compelled to invade your home. Do not say we were not courteous then. 504 Su Qian. Hey. Are you all contemplating robbing Tang Ling's house? This is criminal behavior. 303 Ding Jiaoyang. Criminal? The world is ending. And you speak of crime? Surnamed Tang. Step forward and say something. Tang Ling, enjoying a hot pot, observed the barrage of criticism directed at him in the homeowner group. A slight smile gracing his lips as he responded nonchalantly. 1003 Tang Ling. Everyone, please remain calm. Do you not seek supplies? I have plenty here. If you dare, come and take them yourselves, but be sure to safeguard your lives on your way to my home. Do not fall prey to the zombies lurking in the corridor. After all, in this apocalyptic world, angering others bears no consequence. Upon reading Tang Ling's words, the others in the group were incensed, leading to yet another wave of outrage. Tang Ling, unfazed, instead pondered on his phone. Would it be effective to commence a live stream of myself enjoying this hot pot during the apocalypse? Without hesitation, he initiated the broadcast. Dear family, today marks my first live stream. There is little to share, so let us indulge in an eating show in less than 3 minutes. Tens of thousands flooded into Tang Ling's live stream. Heaven rewards diligence. Goodness, do not be a fool. Even in the apocalypse. This lad is live streaming his hot pot. No cilantro for me. Brother, we seem to be quite close. I wish to join you for hot pot. The geoduck in your pot must be delightful. I long to taste it. Zhong Ai Song Ling Yi Sheng. Big brother, there is nothing left to eat in my home. I implore you to spare a morsel. Upon discovering Tang Ling was live streaming his hot pot, others in the homeowner group immediately informed everyone, causing a rush into Tang Ling's stream. At that moment, he picked up a chopstick laden with tender slices of beef and dipped it in sesame sauce. Dear family, I shall now demonstrate my ability to consume 20 slices of beef in one mouthful. Those with means, please support me financially. Those without, lend me your presence. With that, Tang Ling inserted all 20 slices into his mouth, relishing each bite with an expression of sheer delight, prompting everyone to swallow in envy. Ding Jiaoyang and the others were utterly infuriated. Tang Ling, your entire family. Tang Ling, I beg you, spare me a morsel. I would gladly serve you. Tang Ling paid no mind to the flurry of comments, and once satiated, he addressed the camera. Thank you all for your support. This concludes today's live stream. Tomorrow, at the same time, we shall meet again. He did not immediately end the stream. Instead, before thousands of viewers, he poured the remaining hot pot directly into the trash bin. Mysterious sister. Oh my goodness, it has simply been discarded. What a waste. If you're not going to eat it, why not share it with me? Unhappy one. Brother, you cannot waste food like this. The outside world is overrun with zombies, and my home has long been devoid of provisions. If you truly cannot manage, allow me to serve as your refuse bin. Beautiful Jiao dear, when will you come to escort me upstairs? I too wish to indulge in hot pot. As Tang Ling executed this series of actions, he simultaneously amassed a considerable amount of enmity, drawing the attention of many. Chapter 018. The Call from the Beautiful Doctor. Tang Ling ended his live stream and was immediately inundated with private messages, both from men and women. The men were predominantly beseeching him for a morsel of food, while the women were far more explicit in their propositions. They offered to surrender everything, including their bodies, in exchange for a mere scrap of sustenance. It is noteworthy that this was merely the second day since the apocalypse had commenced. Naturally, Tang Ling chose to disregard them. However, his phone soon rang. Upon checking, he noticed it was an unfamiliar number. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to answer. A woman's voice emerged. "Hello? May I speak with Mr. Tang?" "Tang Ling ziplit non tialen." "This is he. Who is calling?" The caller immediately expressed excitement. "Hello, Mr. Tang. I am Dr. Yu from the clinic downstairs. I would like to have a word with you." "The doctor from the clinic downstairs?" Tang Ling took a moment to recall. And an image of a stunning woman with flowing hair, exquisite features, and a remarkable figure instantly materialized in his mind. Dr. Yu operated a bustling clinic beneath his residence, not only due to her beauty, but also because of her gentle and considerate demeanor towards every patient. Tang Ling had visited her clinic a few times when he was unwell, and his impression of her was quite favorable. In his previous life, after the onset of the apocalypse, Yu had taken in a handful of individuals at her clinic, only to unwittingly invite disaster. As provisions dwindled, the men, lured by her beauty, succumbed to their basest instincts before meeting their demise. Ultimately, unable to endure the humiliation, Yu opened her door, leading to her and those beast's tragic end at the hands of the zombies. Tang Ling was curious about how she had acquired his number. It seemed as though Yu could read his thoughts. As she explained, "The last time you visited my clinic for medication, I did not have what you needed, so I took the liberty of asking for your number to contact you once the supplies arrived. That is how I obtained your contact information." This incident had transpired long before the apocalypse in his previous life, and Tang Ling had naturally forgotten it. He did not dwell on it and quietly inquired, "What is it? Do you need something from me?" Yu hesitated, struggling to find her words. Just when Tang Ling began to grow impatient and contemplated ending the call, she finally spoke. "Mr. Tang, I find myself trapped in the clinic, and I am running extremely low on food. Would it be possible for you to share some with me? I can pay you for it. Any amount will do." Tang Ling couldn't help but chuckle at Yu's naivete. "Dr. Yu, do you truly believe that in these dire times, money holds any value?" After a prolonged silence, Yu conceded that indeed, in this apocalyptic world, currency had become nothing more than worthless paper and meaningless numbers. Yet, she remained resolute. "I believe that the situation will soon be under control. Once it is, perhaps money will regain its worth," she asserted. With a sly smile, Tang Ling replied, "Dr. Yu, do you genuinely believe what you're saying?" The number of zombies outside continues to rise, showing no signs of diminishing. Yu felt as though her illusions had been shattered by Tang Ling's words, and he could hear her faint sobs over the phone. After some time, she finally spoke again. "Mr. Tang, tell me, what must I do for you to provide me with some supplies?" A wicked grin spread across Tang Ling's face. "Dr. Yu, you are an astute individual. You know precisely what can entice me in these times. You nicht frustration serit. Mr. Tang, you are taking advantage of this misfortune. I never expected you to be this kind of person." With that, she abruptly ended the call, leaving Tang Ling momentarily speechless. "Is it so bewildering that I am interested in your medical expertise? Even in the apocalypse, people will fall ill." He mused, bemused by her reaction. Women's hearts are as inscrutable as the depths of the ocean. Just as he was about to set his phone down, it rang again. It was Tian Yujiao. Tang Ling smirked. It seems the White Lotus cannot remain still. He answered the call. Tian Yujiao's voice came through, tinged with distress. "Darling, when will you come to fetch me?" Chun Jie from room 503 somehow entered our home. He keeps looking at me in a way that frightens me. I fear he may have ulterior motives. Upon hearing Chun Jie's name, a surge of rage coursed through Tang Ling. In his previous life, Tian Yujiao had been spending his money while secretly consorting with Chun Jie. She had refused to cohabitate with Tang Ling, not only because she viewed him merely as a source of funds, but primarily so she could revel in nightly escapades with Chun Jie. In a past encounter, after Tang Ling had been lured into a hotel room by Tian Yujiao and the elderly Mao, he had met a gruesome end at the hands of Chun Jie, who had brutally dismembered him. Now, Tian Yujiao remained blissfully unaware that Tang Ling was fully cognizant of her indiscretions with Chun Jie. It was likely that this was a ploy on her part, a ruse to conspire with him in order to extract resources from Tang Ling. With a calculated tone, Tang Ling reassured Tian Yujiao, "Darling, do not panic. Just keep him occupied. I will quietly come down to get you tonight. Please ensure you stay safe. I'm quite worried about you." Overwhelmed with excitement, Tian Yu Jiao nearly cried out. Really? Darling, I will wait for you. By the way, how much food do you have? Will it be enough for both of us? Tang Ling chuckled. Rest assured, my supplies of food and clean drinking water are sufficient for us to survive for a decade or more. Wonderful, wonderful, Tian Yu Jiao exclaimed excitedly. You truly possess foresight. I shall await your return tonight. After the two ended their call, Tang Ling gazed at the phone, a cold smile playing on his lips. You wretch. Just wait and see. On the other end, after hanging up, Tian Yu Jiao felt the weight of two heads that had been hovering beside her finally depart. A stylishly dressed, handsome man, brimming with muscle, grinned insidiously. He was Chun Jie. This bastard. I knew he must have a wealth of supplies. With zombies lurking outside, our only chance of survival lies in taking from Tang Ling Su Qian. Her face pale from hunger finally showed a flicker of color. Brother Chun, our survival hinges entirely on you. If you deal with Tang Ling and acquire her resources, I am willing to serve you alongside you, Jiao. Chun Jie licked his lips. Fear not. Once he descends, I will handle him effortlessly. Tian Yu Jiao quickly nestled into Chun Jie's embrace. Darling, in this apocalypse, only by aligning with a strong man like you can we hope to survive. Chun Jie seized her backside firmly. Wretch, once I defeat that infatuated fool, I will make him witness how I ravage the woman he loves within his own home. Chapter 020. The White Lotus is anxious. As night fell, the outside world was still filled with the growls of zombies and the screams of humanity. A small fraction of people had grown numb, accepting the end of days with resignation. However, the vast majority remained unable to reconcile with their new reality, trembling at the sound of the undead and curling up in corners, weeping silently. Inside the room, Tian Yu Jiao and her companions waited anxiously, but Tang Ling did not arrive, and not even a single notification chimed from their phones. Chun Jie simmered with rage. Where is that bastard Tang Ling? Throughout the day, the three of them had consumed only a single compressed biscuit, leaving Tian Yu Jiao dizzy with hunger as she struggled to rise from the sofa. Do not worry. Tang Ling has been submissive to me for years. When I say east, he dares not go west. If he promised to come down for me, he will surely do so. Su Qian weakly chimed in. I believe he will come too. After all, he spent millions to buy a house for Yu Jiao. His love for her is genuine. He wouldn't let her suffer. Perhaps he is delayed by zombies in the hallway. Chun Jie snapped, fine when that brat arrives. We will take action. Just then, Su Qian's phone suddenly chimed. Ding. The streamer you follow has begun a live broadcast. Please check it out. Su Qian, her hands trembling with fatigue, managed to open the notification, her eyes widening in shock at the sight before her. Look, that scoundrel Tang Ling is live streaming again. Tian Yu Jiao and Chun Jie immediately leaned in to watch. Greetings, friends of the apocalypse. I am your good friend Tang Ling, back again to share another culinary broadcast in this world's end. Today, I shall showcase an impressive feat, devouring a whole roasted pig in 3 bites. Remember to show your support. With that, Tang Ling seized a roasted suckling pig and, with a wide-open mouth, took a hearty bite, tearing off a piece of the crispy meat and savoring it with delight as the juices trickled down the corners of his mouth. A truly delectable sight. After swallowing with great effort, he continued to tear off another piece, and in rapid succession, devoured 3 bites, his mouth glistening with grease. Once finished, he wiped his lips and smiled at the screen, saying apologies, challenge failed. Instantly, the number of viewers in the live stream surged to over 1 million, and the comments flooded in. Wow, how can this guy still be eating roasted pig? Is this for real? Great deity, share a bone with me. This can't be a recording, can it? How does he have roasted pig to eat in this apocalypse? What recording? The host was live yesterday, eating hotpot. Oh, great deity, take me along. I am willing to serve you. Watching this scene, Tian Yu Jiao and her companions couldn't help but swallow hard. They remained entranced until Tang Ling concluded his stream. After a long while, Chun Jie finally stomped his foot in frustration. Damn it, this guy has really forgotten. Quick, call him. We must trick him down here today. Tian Yu Jiao had no choice but to pick up her phone and dial Tang Ling's number. Tang Ling had anticipated her call and answered without hesitation. Hello, Tang Ling. Have you forgotten what you promised me? Let me make it clear. If you don't come down to get me today, I shall never forgive you in this lifetime. Also, the house next door is under my name, so hurry up and give me the keys. I want to move in. Paniking, Tang Ling ziplit, oh hot do, darling. Please don't be upset. With zombies lurking outside, I am quite powerless to come down and fetch you. How about this? You come up instead. I've checked the 10th floor corridor, and there are no zombies. You can take the stairs. I assure you the stairwell is clear. I'll be waiting by the door for you. What do you say? Tian Yujiao, upon hearing this, felt her fury rise to the heavens, coupled with hunger, nearly fainting from the frustration. Tang Ling, am I giving you face? How can you expect me to go up under such dangerous circumstances? Are you sending me to my demise? Feigning helplessness, Tang Ling replied, I truly have no other choice. The sight of those zombies has left me paralyzed with fear. I genuinely cannot venture outside. You can either come up yourselves or wait for the zombies to leave the corridor, and I will come down to get you. Tian Yujiao, once again flustered, opened her mouth to scold him, but was swiftly silenced by Chen Jie, who whispered in her ear, just agree to him. Go up and find him. Tian Yujiao widened her eyes as she looked at Chen Jie. After he nodded at her, she spoke into the phone to Tang Ling, saying, all right, I'll come find you tonight. Hurry and prepare some delicious food. I'm nearly starving. Tang Ling replied with a smile. Okay, I'll be waiting for you. Once the call ended, Tang Ling headed directly to the monitoring room. Meanwhile, Tian Yujiao, having hung up, turned to Chen Jie with a worried expression. Are you out of your mind? Going to find him? The hallway is filled with zombies. If we go out, it's practically a death sentence. Ten, yeah, repeated softly. It's fine. Tang Ling is right. The stairwell should be safe. Our room is conveniently located next to the stairwell. As long as we can avoid the zombies on our floor, we'll be fine once we reach the stairs. Even if we do encounter a stray zombie, surely the three of us can handle it. We must take the risk, otherwise we'll starve to death here. Tian Yujiao and Su Qian found Chen Jie's reasoning sound. After a moment of steeling themselves, they resolved to proceed. The three of them searched their room, arming themselves with kitchen knives and wooden sticks before stepping outside. Every move they made was captured within Tang Ling's surveillance. Watching the trio on the monitor, Tang Ling smiled faintly. Come on, I have a surprise prepared for you. Once Chen Jie and the others opened the door, they cautiously peered out. Fortune smiled upon them. There were 5 zombies, but they were at the ends of the hallway. The trio opened the door and hurried toward the stairwell. Their commotion, however, inevitably attracted the zombies. The 5 zombies turned in unison, growling as they pursued them. Tian Yujiao and Su Qian screamed in terror, inadvertently revealing their position and hastening the zombies' advance. Su Qian even stumbled, nearly collapsing to the ground. After a harrowing dash, they finally reached the stairwell and slammed the door shut, just as a pursuing zombie lunged, nearly crashing through. Chen Jie braced against the door, locking it securely before leading Tian Yujiao and Su Qian in a desperate escape. They ascended 3 flights of stairs and reached the 8th floor, where they found no zombies in pursuit. They collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath. That frantic run had drained the last remnants of their energy. While Chen Jie managed to recover somewhat, Tian Yujiao and Su Qian felt dizzy, on the verge of fainting. Overwhelmed by the stress and the looming specter of death, Su Qian disregarded her safety and began to cry out loudly, covering her face. Chapter 022. Please, open the door. Chen Jie, worried about attracting zombies, urged Su Qian, stop crying. You'll attract the zombies. However, Su Qian was unresponsive, her sobs growing louder, ignoring everything Chen Jie and Tian Yujiao said. In a moment of frustration, Chen Jie slapped her face sharply. What the hell are you crying for? Do you want to get us killed? If the zombies come, I'll just throw you to them. Do you believe it? The stinging pain finally jolted Su Qian back to reality, and she gradually quieted her cries. Chen Jie cast a glance at Tian Yujiao. Hurry. Call that bastard and tell him we're on the 8th floor. Have him open the door. Trembling, Tian Yujiao dialed Tang Ling's number. Once connected, she spoke to him in a robotic tone. Hello, we've arrived at the 8th floor. Please open the door. The recent perilous scene had not escaped Tang Ling's notice, and he replied with a smirk, all right, come up quickly. Darling, I can hardly wait. With a sinister glare, Chen Jie snatched the phone away and hung up. Let us go. I intend to make that brat pay double. You two, a blissful life awaits. Rise and let us deal with that scoundrel. After much effort, the trio reached the 10th floor and peered down the hall, finding it devoid of zombies. Yet numerous doors stood ajar, hinting at the possibility of a sudden encounter with a lurking creature. Chen Jie's gaze fell upon room 1003 at the end of the corridor, and he swallowed hard. If they moved forward and were ambushed by a zombie, with Tang Ling unable to open the door in time, they would find themselves with no escape. However, compelled by the prospect of supplies, he resolved to take the risk. Listen, I'll lead, you two stay alert behind us, and keep the noise to a minimum. The 2 women nodded numbly, and the trio cautiously advanced toward the corridor's end. Watching the 3 on the monitor, Tang Ling's smile faded, replaced by a menacing expression. "Welcome to this apocalyptic world," he murmured as they reached the center of the hallway. He pressed a button on the table, unleashing a wailing alarm that startled Chinjie and his companions. The sound attracted the zombies lurking within the rooms, who surged forth with a cacophony of roars upon spotting the stunned trio. Chinjie, a fitness trainer who had once served as a part-time auxiliary police officer, quickly regained his composure. He yanked the two women along and dashed toward Tang Ling's residence. Upon reaching room 1003, they discovered the layout had drastically changed. Rooms 1102 and 1004 were no longer there. Panic-stricken, Tian Yujiao pounded on the door. "Tang Ling, open the door. It's me. I'm here. Please open up." Yet the iron door remained obstinately shut. Meanwhile, the foremost zombie lunged at Chinjie. Displaying his combat skills, he expertly swung his knife, cleaving the creature's skull and sending it crashing to the ground. "Hurry! What the hell is he doing? Why isn't he opening the door?" Tian Yujiao, on the brink of hysteria, continued to pound on the door, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Tang Ling, open the door. It's me. Please save me. I don't want to die." With time running out and more zombies converging upon them, Chinjie had no choice but to pivot, grabbing Tian Yujiao and Su Qian once more, and sprinting toward an empty room across from 1003. Just as the zombies descended upon them, he slammed the door shut, narrowly escaping with his life. Chapter 023, Manipulation. Tang Ling observed the three individuals entering the house through surveillance, a wicked smile gracing his lips. He had not anticipated their resilience. However, their demise would be a regrettable outcome. He was curious to see how long they could endure. Meanwhile, the trio inside the house did not dare to be complacent, as the ominous thuds of zombies banging against the door echoed from outside. Who could say whether the interior harbored any undead? Chinjie wielded a blood-dripping kitchen knife, meticulously searching the premises, and only upon confirming the absence of zombies did he exhale in relief, feeling as deflated as a punctured balloon. "Damn it. We've been played by that bastard Tang Ling." Tian Yujiao and Su Qian sat slumped on the floor. Su Qian numbly turned to Tian Yujiao. "Yujiao, I didn't TC room 1004, nor room 1002, and even Tang Ling's room 1003 is missing. That door isn't even from this community. It's been newly fitted. During the renovations, Tang Ling had instructed Gao Liping to seal off the doors to rooms 1004 and 1002. Tian Yujiao had noticed this too. Could it be that Tang Ling truly foresaw the apocalypse? Hence, he stockpiled so many supplies and constructed such an incredibly secure dwelling. It was implausible. He adored her so much. If he were aware of the impending doom, he would have surely warned her. It must be mere coincidence. Zhenya, frustrated et limit. To hell with coincidence. Regardless, we must trick him into opening the door. Since his home is so well equipped and secure, we must find a way to seize it. Hurry. Call him. Tian Yujiao grasped her phone once more. She had come to realize the harsh truth. What constituted a strong individual in this apocalypse was the possession of resources. At all costs, she needed to find a way to reside in Tang Ling's home. As the call connected, her voice trembled, tears streaming down her cheeks, not an act, but a genuine expression of fear. "Tang Ling, we've reached the 10th floor. We're in the room across from yours. Please open the door." Tang Ling replied with calm humor. "So is he making all that noise outside? I thought it was zombies frolicking about," which made me reluctant to open the door. Tian Yujiao was rendered speechless by his absurdity. Zombies frolicking? How could he say such a thing? After a moment of composure, she steadied her emotions. "All right, I'm here now. Just open the door. I'm truly starving. Do you not have a shred of pity for me?" Tang Ling continued. "It's not that I refuse to open the door. Just look, the hallway is teeming with zombies. If I open it, we'll all be done for." Tian Yujiao could no longer contain her frustration and shouted into the phone. "Then what do you expect me to do? You're the one who told me to come up, and now you refuse to open the door. Are you messing with me? Fine, if you want tea open. You must at least give me the key to my room. That's my property in my name." A smirk crept across Tang Ling's face. He had anticipated that one day Tian Yujiao would request the room from him under such pretenses. To speak candidly, he now harbored a desire for the demise of the three individuals in the room across from him, a task as effortless as crushing an ant. Yet, he hesitated. To allow them to perish so cheaply would be a disservice to the agonizing memories of his past life. "Tang Lang Feigen Su Bi Si No." "All right, my dear, do not be angry. Here's the plan. You and Su Qian will remain in the room across the way. Once the zombies disperse, I shall open the door and let you in. In Chapter 024, the leader, Tian Yujiao, felt a surge of excitement within, though her demeanor remained proud. This is acceptable. However, if you dare to bring me in tomorrow, I swear I shall never acknowledge your existence again. Tang Ling readily agreed. After hanging up, Chun Jie swiftly approached. Having awaited him for an entire night, he cursed. Damn it, I will make that scoundrel pay double for the torment I endured today. Simultaneously, the stomachs of the three rumbled in unison. Chun Jie rose and scoured the room, discovering some jelly, open chips, and even a bit of dog food. In this apocalyptic era, even dog food had to suffice. He stuffed most of the provisions into his pockets, leaving a small portion for Tian Yujiao and Su Qian. His efforts to rescue these two women must not end in their demise. After all, once he claimed Tang Ling's abode, he would require a couple of outlets for his primal urges. Tian Yujiao and Su Qian, having suffered from hunger for far too long, seized the food without a thought to its origin, cramming it into their mouths despite its unpalatable nature. In the room, there remained half a barrel of mineral water, which they consumed in turn, draining it significantly. At this moment, discussions erupted within the owneress group. 1010 Songming. Did you all hear that? It sounded like someone was battling with the zombies. 701 Zhu Fenghua. Indeed, it seems someone ran upstairs. Who has such audacity to venture out? 1103 Yongbin. Damn it. What should we do? Stay home and await death. My pantry is bare. Tomorrow, I too shall venture out to scavenge for food. 610 Zinki. 1103 Yongbin. Brother. You're bold. I concur with your reasoning. 609 Lu Hao. 610 Guanjingqi. Dear brother, do you have any food at home? I've gone an entire day without sustenance. Even a sip of water would suffice. 610 Guanjingqi. I can barely ensure my own survival. 804 Mengjue. Everyone, since there are brave souls willing to confront the zombies, why not unite our strengths? I refuse to believe that we cannot overcome a handful of the undead together. Once we clear the zombies from the hallway, I am confident that we can find supplies in many of the rooms. We can then consolidate and distribute them evenly, thus ensuring our survival in this apocalypse. Meng Jue, the vice president of a company, was striking in appearance, an archetype of a sophisticated woman, her figure alluring and voluptuous, the kind that could ignite desire with a mere glance. As the vice president, her eloquence was undoubtedly remarkable. She fully understood that in this apocalyptic world, relying solely on her own strength was evidently insufficient for survival. Only by harnessing the power of those around her could she hope to seize any opportunities. Following Meng Jiue's address, a profound silence enveloped the group, as if they awaited a leader to break the stillness. Ultimately, Lu Yong from 902 was the first to speak. Miss Meng is right. Damn it, it's just zombies. I refuse to believe their heads are made of steel. Tomorrow, I intend to venture out in search of supplies. Who among you is willing to join me? Once he spoke, those who had long since exhausted their resources could no longer remain idle. Brother, I wish to accompany you. But we're not on the same floor, said Lu Hao from 609. Exactly, we're all on different floors. It's simply impossible for us to search for supplies together, added Song Ming from 1010. Meng Jue interjected once more. Everyone, listen to me. I have a plan, if you're willing to hear it. Chapter 025. Banding together? Impossible. It was absurd. If someone truly possessed a solution, they would be akin to a savior, and others would be compelled to listen. Miss Ming, please tell us what your plan is, urged Lu Yong. We are all in the same boat, and only by pooling our resources can we stand against the zombies. I propose that we gather together. Haven't we seen this in films? When a zombie outbreak occurs, the strong and brave venture out to scavenge for supplies. Of course, those who brave the dangers will receive a larger share, while the elderly, children, and women remain home to prepare meals. If we attempt to face this alone, it will lead only to our demise. Her suggestion immediately garnered widespread approval. I believe Sister Meng is correct, but I'm on the 16th floor. How can I join everyone? Questioned Songjia. Exactly. Why don't we all gather on the 5th floor? Count me in for the supply search. It's just zombies, after all. They were once human. I refuse to believe they are truly invulnerable, proposed Jiang Jigua. I can participate as well. Others, stop lurking and share your thoughts. Everyone, speak up, urged Dongyu. One by one, others began to voice their opinions, with very few dissenting voices. Tang Ling observed the discussions in the chat group, took a sip of his coffee, and smiled. How naive. They were merely in the early stages of the apocalypse. Humanity's true, ugly nature had yet to reveal itself. Once resources became scarce, the vulnerable would swiftly become prey. Tang Ling knew this all too well. It had been the same in his previous life. He had hoarded supplies out of habit, choosing not to band together, only to see those who had formed alliances consume the weaker members when scarcity struck. Just then his phone rang. To his surprise, it was UNI. Tang Ling answered. Dr. Yu, what can I do for you? In a hushed tone, UNI asked, what are your thoughts on the idea of banding together in the group? Tang Ling chuckled. Well, I'm just here looking at my phone. How else would I see it? UNI was momentarily at a loss for words before finally speaking. Don't you wish to band together with them? I know you have supplies, but there will come a day when they run out. What will you do then, alone? Tang Ling replied with a calm demeanor. Dr. Yu, you are being overly cautious. I'm not worried about my supplies depleting. If I were to band together with them, I would likely find my meager resources stripped away until I was left with nothing. He continued, moreover, have you considered what might happen if one day supplies become utterly scarce? Would it not lead to a brutal struggle for survival, potentially resulting in cannibalism? Tang Ling's words sent a shiver down Yunyi's spine on the other end of the line. Surely it couldn't come to that, she thought. Dan Lan Juke Sop the. Dr. Yu, you underestimate human nature. People will do anything to survive, especially in a lawless apocalypse. UNI fell silent, deeply affected by his statement. She had initially planned to leverage her status as a doctor and her medical supplies to form alliances, hoping to secure a greater share of resources. But now, Tang Ling's insights resonated with her. She could not gamble on when this apocalypse might end. After a lengthy pause, UNI steeled herself and asked Tang Ling, just tell me, how much supplies do you really have? Though Tang Ling's stockpile was modest, he possessed a system that offered a 100-fold return on resources. Thus, he had never intended to remain alone in the safe house. The system mandated that he expend supplies on beautiful women to gain returns. As long as there were women, his resources would flow abundantly. This had been his sole motivation for live streaming in recent days. Chapter 26. The beautiful star Tang Ling chuckled. If we're speaking of supplies, I could probably run a supermarket. UNI was momentarily stunned. A supermarket? That would mean having enough to last at least 3 years. After pondering, it seemed she had made a significant decision. Mr. Tang, I will agree to your request, but I hope we can cultivate some feelings first before we consummate our relationship. Otherwise, I would prefer to perish at the hands of the zombies. Cultivate feelings? What did that mean? Tang Ling was utterly perplexed. He could understand Dr. Yu's words separately, but together they made no sense. Dr. Yu, what do you mean by that? At this moment, Yunyi's heart raced and her cheeks flushed. As a doctor, she had seen much, yet it was her first time expressing such blatant sentiments to a man. Stop playing coy. When are you coming to fetch me? Fetch you? Tang Ling snapped back to reality. He needed her as his personal physician, which naturally meant they should live together to maximize the benefits of the system's returns. However, the thought of risking himself to go out and retrieve her was out of the question. Dr. Yu, you've misunderstood. I have supplies, but if you wish to survive, you must come to me. You and I was instantly exasperated. This man was truly insufferable. Tang Ling continued, all right, Dr. Yu, consider it carefully. If you decide to come up, just give me a call, and I assure you, you will be safe. After uttering these words, he abruptly hung up, disregarding any further discussion, and stepped into the shower, indulging in a refreshing wash. The water in his room had been purified through countless processes, alleviating any concerns of contamination from acid rain. Moreover, the apocalyptic acid rain had subsided 2 days prior, its remnants now diluted, though humanity remained hesitant to venture forth. After enjoying a warm bath, Tang Ling reclined on a spacious bed, sinking into a peaceful slumber, marking yet another unremarkable day. The Guanshan Villa District was the most luxurious community in the entirety of Zhejiang City, inhabited by the affluent and elite. Within one of the villas stood a tall figure before the floor-to-ceiling windows. Her striking eyes seemed almost animated, particularly accentuated by a beauty mark beneath her right eye, which added a touch of allure to her already captivating visage. She exuded an air of nobility and elegance, reminiscent of a lustrous gem from the West. Gazing at the scattered zombies within the villa area, a flicker of sorrow crossed her gaze. She was none other than the celebrated star of the great Xia Kingdom, currently enjoying a flourishing career with a multitude of film offers and even having founded her own media company. Just as her career was at its zenith, the apocalypse struck. In the darkness, a figure emerged, slowly approaching her. As the figure stepped out of the shadows, it revealed an equally exquisite face, rivaling the tall woman's beauty. Sister Mu Di, I have found the information on the streamer you wanted me to investigate. Mu Di was her stage name, a shortened version of her lengthy real name from the West. Upon hearing her assistant's words, she turned around and accepted the information being offered, perusing it intently. The assistant continued, "This individual began streaming on our platform only after the apocalypse. Besides his real name, Tang Ling, I discovered he is also from our city, Zhejiang." Upon hearing this, excitement flickered in Mu Di's beautiful eyes. "Tang Ling, can we get in touch with him?" Chapter 027. "You're Reba? I'm still Yin Zhu." The assistant replied, "Yes, he needed to provide a number when registering on our platform, and I have printed in the documents." As Mu Di flipped through Tang Ling's information, the assistant curiously inquired, "Sister Mu Di, what exactly do you want with Tang Ling? Is it because of his popularity? Are you planning to sign him after this apocalypse?" Mu Di cast a glance at her assistant and softly replied, "What popularity? In this apocalypse? What use is such fleeting fame? Moreover, when will this apocalypse end? No one can say for certain. We may have to live in fear for the rest of our lives." The assistant, upon hearing this, wore a face of concern. Just days prior, she had accompanied Mu Di to parties and variety shows, and now, everywhere was overrun with zombies and chaos. "Then, Sister Mu Di, what do you intend to do with him?" A faint smile finally graced Mu Di's lips. "Tang Ling must have hoarded a considerable amount of supplies. Let us reach out to him and ascertain whether we might procure some resources from him." The assistant appeared, slightly taken aback. "Mu Di, are you perhaps overreacting? With your popularity, a single post would attract thousands of fans eager to provide you with supplies. Why should we seek far when we can obtain what is nearby?" Mu Di chuckled wryly. Wei, you are thinking too simplistically. Setting aside the fact that zombies roam freely outside, we are currently in an apocalyptic world. How could anyone, already struggling with scarcity, possibly deliver supplies to me? Even if they did, how can you guarantee their intentions are genuine? What if? The assistant pondered for a moment and found merit in Mu Di's reasoning. Then why specifically approach Tang Ling? Mu Di retrieved her phone and located a woman in her contacts. Hilly Ping, the one who had renovated Tang Ling's residence. It was unexpected that they had maintained contact. She opened Hilly Ping's social media, showing it to the assistant, who began to peruse it, furrowing her brow. It appeared that Tang Ling had commenced preparations for a safe house a month prior to the apocalypse, amassing a significant stockpile of supplies. As if foreseeing the impending end of the world, Mu Di whispered, "It is not merely that. Take a look at this." The assistant followed Mu Di's finger to a recent post by Hilly Ping, a photograph of instant noodles accompanied by the caption, "If it weren't for Mr. Tang's reminder, I might not even afford instant noodles. When will this damned apocalypse ever end?" Upon seeing this, the assistant suddenly perceived that Tang Ling was indeed extraordinary. In other words, if Tang Ling had truly foreseen the apocalypse, he must have stockpiled enough supplies to sustain himself throughout this dire period. Mu Di took the phone back, found Tang Ling's number, and decisively dialed. At that moment, Tang Ling was fast asleep. When his phone rang, he groggily glanced at the screen and saw an unfamiliar number. Instantly filled with irritation. "Who is this, disturbing my sleep at such an hour?" He hung up decisively, unwilling to let anything interrupt his rendezvous with Morpheus. Sleep seemed far more fitting than confronting the apocalypse. However, the caller was undeterred and dialed again. Tang Ling was thoroughly awakened, fueled by anger, and swiftly sat up. Grabbing the phone, "Hello, who is this? Do you realize how shameful it is to disturb someone's slumber? Beware of dire consequences." The voice on the other end fell silent for a moment, and after what felt like an eternity, the caller responded, "Hello, Mr. Tang, this is Mu Di. Are you familiar with me?" Tang Ling's anger flared further. "Mu Di? Damn you, Mu Di. I'm still Yin Zhu." After venting his frustration, he hung up without a trace of sympathy. Chapter 028. Stirring up trouble in the Beauty's nest. On the other end, Mu Di felt utterly stunned. The man exhibited no sense of decorum. After a moment of contemplation, she resolved to contact Tang Ling once more, picking up her phone and dialing again. Tang Ling, in a fit of rage, leaped from his bed. "Hello, dear sister. In this apocalyptic world, are we still engaging in scams? How much do you seek?" Mu Di found herself at a loss for words, as the other party continued to regard her as a fraud. "Well then, Mr. Tang, please allow me to finish my explanation. If you would be so kind, please believe me, I am indeed Mu Di." Upon hearing this, Tang Ling sensed that the speaker was not jesting, and he was taken aback by the fact that a renowned celebrity had sought him out. "What is it that you require from me?" Mu Di, relieved that Tang Ling believed her, exhaled deeply. "In the past couple of days, I noticed you began streaming on our platform. I was astonished to discover that even in these dire times, there exists a concept of eating broadcasts." Tang Ling was disinclined to engage in circumlocution. "Speak plainly. What do you want from me? Moody responded candidly. Mr. Tang, I have watched your streams. Might I inquire if you possess any surplus supplies? To be frank, this apocalypse has taken us by surprise, and we currently find ourselves without food. If you happen to have excess provisions, I sincerely hope you might share some to help us through this crisis. Of course, the price is entirely negotiable. I assure you, I will not hesitate to pay if it is within my means. Another individual seeking a trade. Tang Ling was unimpressed by her celebrity status. In this world, those who possessed resources were the true stars. Nonetheless, the thought of having a beautiful celebrity perform a dance for him each day in the safe house did seem appealing. Still, Tang Ling remained resolute. He would not jeopardize his safety for anyone. Miss Moody, I do have supplies, and I would be willing to spare some for you. However, the distance between us is considerable, and even if I were to provide them, you would not be able to retrieve them. Moody felt a surge of excitement at Tang Ling's agreeable response, though she maintained an even tone. You need not worry about that, Mr. Tang. Let us first discuss the terms. What are your conditions? Tang Ling, skeptical of Moody's ability to traverse through hordes of corpses to reach him, casually replied, I have no particular conditions. As long as you can make it here, I will have no issue sharing some supplies with you. Very well, Mr. Tang. Please provide me with a specific location. Without hesitation, Tang Ling divulged his position. After ending the call, he scoffed. Is it truly the case that celebrities are this naive? Or are they utterly oblivious to the dangers posed by the undead? Yet, within mere minutes, his phone rang once more, this time revealing that it was Gao Liping. In the dead of night, one beautiful woman after another seemed to seek him out. Had he inadvertently stumbled into a den of beauties? Hello, Miss Gao. How may I assist you? Gao Liping's voice carried a hint of surprise. Mr. Tang, did Moody contact you just now? This time, Tang Ling was the one taken aback. How did you know? Gao Liping remarked, she and I have had a business transaction. Her vehicle was modified by our team, boasting exceptional safety features. She recently reached out to me, inquiring about my car, and I surmise she intends to seek your assistance. Tang Ling found himself perplexed by the female thought process. How did you deduce that? A sixth sense? Gao Liping replied softly. I am aware that you are live streaming on their platform. She must be keeping an eye on you. Her inquiries about the vehicle are merely a means to procure supplies. Currently, all supermarkets and convenience stores in the city have been stripped bare. She has no choice but to turn to you. Chapter 029. Open the door. I shall provide you tonight. Upon hearing this, Tang Ling could not help but admire Gao Liping's intelligence. She continued, Mr. Tang, what conditions did she agree to for you to provide her with supplies? Tang Ling replied nonchalantly, there are no conditions. As long as she can safely arrive here, I have no qualms about offering her some supplies. After all, with 100-fold return, I stand to lose nothing. If Moody truly comes, it would be no trouble to assist her. Gao Liping fell silent. Tang Ling perceived her underlying intentions. Her call was not solely about Moody. Miss Gao, do you have other matters to discuss? After a prolonged pause, Gao Liping hesitantly confessed. I do have something to discuss with you, Mr. Tang. To be frank, I followed your advice and stockpiled some supplies. However, I do not have much. At most, it will last me another week. Mr. Tang, I would like to borrow a bit more. Concerned that Tang Ling might refuse, Gao Liping hastily added, of course, in return. I can offer you a vehicle that our company once modified. Tang Ling was somewhat speechless. Miss Gao, are you jesting? What use is a vehicle to me now? Even if you offer me a grand vehicle, I would still need the courage to venture out. Gao Liping quickly clarified, no. This vehicle was crafted at the behest of an apocalypse enthusiast who subsequently went bankrupt, leaving it in used parked downstairs at my residence. After saying this, she promptly sent Tang Ling images of the vehicle. I have sent you the pictures. I believe you will find them appealing. Tang Ling opened the images and was taken aback. Indeed, it resembled an apocalyptic war machine, a massive RV fortified with protective mesh and adorned with sharp blades. He mused that if he possessed such a vehicle, he could indeed roam freely before the zombies evolved into formidable beings. However, Tang Ling remained puzzled. Miss Gao, since you possess such a formidable asset, you could easily search for supplies yourself. Gao Liping's voice turned somber. As a woman venturing out alone to scavenge for supplies, should I encounter zombies, it would lead only to my demise. I'm not inclined to trust others to join me. Tang Ling considered her perspective and found it reasonable. Very well, if that is the case, do come by to collect it. Gao Liping was overjoyed and expressed her gratitude profusely. Tang Ling's agreement to provide them with supplies was primarily driven by his desire for the system's 100-fold return. he was not altruistic enough to wish to save humanity. The following morning, Tang Ling was once again roused from his slumber by a phone call, this time from Tian Yujiao. He was more than willing to answer a call. "Hello," he replied lazily, stretching his limbs. Tian Yujiao's voice came through. "Tang Ling, there are no zombies outside. Quickly open the door and let us in." "Dan Lan Juke." "All right, my dear, I shall open the door for you right away." Tian Yujiao exclaimed with delight. "Hurry, hurry. You have no idea how terrified I was last night. If you let me in now, I promise to repay you tonight." Tang Ling nearly retched at the thought of what he had eaten the previous night. Dismissing her suggestion as fanciful, suppressing his nausea, he said, "Hurry up, I'm going to open the door for you now. If you want to come in, make it quick." After hanging up, Tang Ling swiftly connected to the surveillance at the entrance, noticing a few scattered zombies lingering at the end of the corridor. Far from their location, the remaining zombies had likely wandered back into the rooms. At this moment, the door of the room opposite him slowly creaked open, and 3 heads peeked out. In Chapter 030, Strike Hard, Chun Jie cautiously emerged to survey the corridor for any zombies. Once assured there was no danger, he gestured for the 2 women to exit the room quietly. After stepping outside, he quickly concealed himself by the door, signaling Tian Yujiao to hasten in tricking Tang Ling into opening his door. Following his lead, Tian Yujiao approached and lightly knocked on the door. However, unbeknownst to them, every move they made was captured by the pinhole camera Tang Ling had installed. Chun Jie, hidden by the entrance, brandished a gleaming kitchen knife, waiting for Tang Ling to open the door so he could rush in and eliminate him. A smile curled on Tang Ling's lips as, in a swift motion, he produced a shining long knife. He first opened the shooting hole on the door, and as Tian Yujiao's anxious and haggard face appeared, she became immensely excited upon seeing him. Wanting to speak loudly, but fearing the attention of zombies, she forced herself to lower her voice. "Tang Ling, open the door quickly. I'm so scared. The zombies are right over there." Tang Ling's smile widened. "All right, just wait. I will open the door for you now." After speaking, he closed the shooting hole and slowly pressed the button to activate the door. However, his door was highly intelligent. It would cease to open at his command, impervious to even 10 strong men. As a gap in the door appeared, Tang Ling immediately halted its opening. Outside, Chun Jie and Tian Yujiao were brimming with excitement. Seeing the door ajar, Chun Jie signaled for Tian Yujiao and the others to pull it open, while he, unable to contain his eagerness, thrust his half-body into the safe room, swinging his knife at Tang Ling. The day had begun with frustration. However, before he could finish his tirade, he sensed something amiss. Not only did his strike cleave through empty air, but his body became ensnared in the doorframe, rendering him unable to enter or exit. Chun Jie, in a state of desperation, exerted all his strength in an attempt to push open the heavy door. Yet no matter how hard he tried, it remained obstinately immovable. Outside, Tian Yujiao and Su Qian were also pulling at the door, striving to wrench it open. After a futile struggle, Chun Jie, realizing the hopelessness of his efforts, lifted his gaze in terror towards Tang Ling. He discovered Tang Ling watching him with an unsettling smile, one that could hardly be described as benign, as he brandished a gleaming long knife in his grasp. After a prolonged stare, the smile on Tang Ling's face gradually faded, replaced by a sinister expression. "Now it is my turn," Tang Ling declared, charging forward without hesitation and delivering a swift blow to Chun Jie's arm, where he clutched the knife. A pained scream escaped Chun Jie's lips as the blade fell from his grasp. He had not anticipated such a dire outcome and struggled even more vigorously. As he fought to free himself from the doorframe, Tang Ling's second strike followed swiftly, sinking deeply into Chun Jie's thigh before he could retract it. Another agonizing scream erupted, drawing the attention of the nearby zombies, who began to approach with low growls. Tian Yujiao and Su Qian, witnessing the unfolding chaos, were rendered speechless with fear. Chun Jie collapsed to the ground, clutching his bleeding arm and thigh. "For heaven's sake, why are you dawdling? Help me inside. Are you trying to get us killed?" Tian Yujiao and Su Qian snapped back to reality, hurriedly lifting Chun Jie and retreating into the room opposite Tang Ling. Meanwhile, Tang Ling gradually closed the door behind them. In Chapter 31, A Life in Peril, the situation escalated as Chun Jie bled profusely outside, the scent of blood inciting the surrounding horde of zombies into a frenzy. The sound of relentless pounding echoed ominously, causing even the security door to tremble precariously. Su Qian, overwhelmed by the cacophony, crouched on the floor, burying her head between her knees as she wept. Tian Yujiao's expression was one of utter despair, more grotesque than any horror. She glanced at Su Qian, then at Chun Jie, whose face was ashen and could no longer contain her frustration. She lunged at Chun Jie, seizing him by the collar. "What the hell, Chun Jie? You said that once he opened the door, you'd deal with him. What good are you now?" Chun Jie, gritting his teeth against the pain, shouted back. "How was I to know that scoundrel was prepared? His door wouldn't budge, and before I could even enter, he struck me twice." Tian Yujiao collapsed onto the floor in despair. "It's over, it's all over. Tang Ling 1T opened the door for me again." With a resounding crash, Su Qian screamed in terror as they all turned their eyes towards the door. The security door was beginning to buckle, and cracks were appearing in the wall. Chun Jie endured the excruciating pain and whispered fiercely, "Hurry, this door won't hold much longer. Quickly assist me to the bedroom to hide. Otherwise, we shall perish here." Tian Yujiao understood that they were now bound together in this desperate situation. She needed Chun Jie to safeguard her, so she complied. She helped him up and turned to Su Qian, urging Su Qian, "Get up and move." However, Su Qian was frozen in fear, seated on the ground, her eyes wide with terror as they fixated on the door, which was on the verge of being breached. Tian Yujiao had no choice but to support Chun Jie to the bed in the bedroom. Returning, she grasped Su Qian's arm. "Su Qian, do you wish to die? Get up now." Su Qian remained unmoved, and despite Tian Yujiao's efforts to pull her, she couldn't budge her, igniting a wave of frustration within. With a sharp slap, Tian Yujiao struck Su Qian's face and shouted angrily, "Damn it, you foolish girl. If you want to live, stand up now." Finally, Su Qian snapped back to reality, hastily scrambling to follow Tian Yujiao into the bedroom. Tian Yujiao shut the bedroom door and swiftly barricaded it with furniture. Just then, a resounding crash echoed from outside as the security door slammed down, and a horde of zombies surged into the room, frantically searching for the scent of the living. However, these were merely ordinary zombies. Chun Jie had left a pool of blood in the hall, and seeing no signs of life, they circled the blood instead. Once the banging ceased, Tian Yujiao let out a long breath, turning to observe Chun Jie on the bed, his blood soaking the sheets, and Su Qian, whose face was a mask of sheer terror, sitting on the floor. Overwhelmed, she collapsed, her thoughts a tumultuous whirl, tears streaming down her cheeks. She dared not cry aloud, biting her hand to stifle her sobs. Chun Jie called out to her repeatedly, but she remained oblivious. In despair, he shifted his body, attempting to tear the bedsheet with his mouth to bandage his wound. Otherwise, if the bleeding continued, he would surely succumb. Yet, after numerous attempts, with only one arm functioning, he found it impossible to accomplish. His face had turned ashen. Unwilling to meet his end, he raised his voice slightly. Only then did Tian Yujiao lift her head to look at him. "Could you please tend to my wound first? Once I regain some strength, we can devise a plan." Chapter 032. The Flawless Performance of the White Lotus. Tian Yujiao was filled with regret, her heart heavy with remorse. Had she not conspired with Chun Jie against Tang Ling, she would likely be enjoying a stake in Tang Ling's safe house by now. Yet, if she disregarded Chun Jie now, his demise would mean that the two of them, defenseless women, would not survive long either. Ultimately, she wiped her tears and tended to Chun Jie's wound with a makeshift bandage. Afterward, she sank back to the floor, her mind swirling chaotically. Chun Jie, pale-faced, murmured softly, "Tang Ling, that scoundrel, surely knows that the apocalypse is upon us. The door to his room is so secure that not even a horde of zombies could breach it. Even explosives might not suffice." Tian Yujiao has also noticed this and is contemplating how to regain Tang Ling's trust to gain entry. By nightfall, Chun Jie's bleeding had finally ceased. Yet the wound on his leg was deep, likely rendering him immobile for at least 10 days or even longer. Tang Ling had indeed struck with lethal intent. Had Chun Jie not withdrawn swiftly, the blade would have pierced directly into his kidney. At this moment, he had already succumbed to the pain, losing consciousness. Su Qian remained seated on the ground, her gaze vacant, having been thoroughly terrified by the harrowing events of the past 2 days. It was then that Tian Yujiao discreetly retrieved her phone, retreating to a corner to dial Tang Ling's number. At that moment, Tang Ling was swimming in the pool. Hearing his phone ring, he emerged from the water and, upon seeing it was Tian Yujiao, a knowing smile graced his lips. "Darling, what is the matter?" Tian Yujiao felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, yet she was also quite vexed. Tang Ling's incessant endearments were grating. "Darling, have you been hurt? Are you all right?" Tang Ling, aware of the underlying motives behind her sudden concern, felt a wave of revulsion wash over him. However, He had no intention of allowing her to despair just yet. Fine. I opened the door for you this morning, but Chun Jie suddenly barged in, seeking to take my life. Luckily, I emerged unscathed. Tian Yu Jiao's heart raced with excitement as she hastily concocted a fabricated tale. Yes, when you opened the door for us, I had no idea he would suddenly appear with a kitchen knife. I wanted to warn you, but he held the knife to my throat, silencing me. I'm so sorry, my dear. Tang Ling couldn't help but admire her performance. She would surely excel as an actress. He feigned concern, saying, "Were you injured? I'm quite worried about you." "I'm fine," she replied hastily. "He was the one injured by you, and now he's vanished. Darling, there's zombies everywhere, and I'm terrified. Can you come to rescue me?" Tian Yu Jiao wept, genuinely frightened. Tang Ling had become her sole lifeline. If she failed to ensnare him, her fate would be sealed. Tang Ling quickly pretended to comfort her. "Do not fear, my dear. We are merely separated by a door. Once the zombies leave, I will let you in." Tian Yu Jiao leaped to her feet in excitement. "All right, my darling, I'll wait for you. Rest assured, once I'm inside, I'll give you my first time." Tang Ling nearly retched at her words. How could she utter such things so shamelessly? How had he ever been infatuated with such a woman, kneeling before her without hesitation? It felt like a profound waste of life itself. Chapter 033. Is threat effective? In the ensuing days, Tang Ling continued to broadcast live streams on the platform, witnessing his follower count leap from a mere 16 to an astonishing several million. Each session generated tens of thousands of private messages, which Tang Ling scarcely glanced at. A notable shift during this period was the dwindling supplies for many individuals. In the owner's group, Meng Jiue initiated a gathering, recognizing that numerous residents had been without food for several days. If they did not venture out to fight for resources, they would be left to starve in their homes. It must be said that this woman possessed remarkable cunning. She managed to persuade a majority to risk their lives by ascending to the 8th floor. Tang Ling observed through surveillance as they cleared the zombies from that level, though tragically, 3 residents met their demise at the hands of the undead. Currently, the 8th floor harbored over 30 men and women, who had even moved furniture to barricade the stairwell, leaving only a narrow passage for a single person to pass through, with guards stationed day and night. Daily, several men were dispatched with weapons to search the corridors for supplies. Upon reaching the 10th floor, after painstakingly eliminating the zombies in the hallway, they arrived at Tang Ling's front door, led by Lu Yong from room 902. They were all taken aback by the sight before them. A massive steel door that appeared impregnable, resembling a fortress of the apocalypse. Lu Yong immediately snapped a photo and sent it to the owner's group. "Lu Yong, 902 damn, is this Tang Ling's place? That door is solid as a rock." Instantly, the group erupted with messages, even those who had been silent before chiming in. "Hu Yao, 1812, this is nothing short of a doomsday stronghold. How safe must it be inside? Rin Comping, 1605, I'm so envious. On our floor, zombies batter the door daily. Mine has been hit several times, and at this rate, it won't hold much longer. Hong Xian, 912, brother Tang Ling. How did you manage this? Bai Huahua, 906, I absolutely adore this. Dan Lang, could you let me in for a visit?" Old Lady Mao from room 103 sent a voice message lasting 60 seconds, followed by another. "Everyone, please have mercy. My grandson and I have not eaten for days. I beg you for some food. My little grandson has already fainted from hunger." At that moment, Yang Bin, who had been confined in the system space for causing trouble, spoke up. "Yang Bin, 1103, everyone, can't you see? This kid Tang Ling must have known the apocalypse was coming, yet he did not inform any of us. Instead, he secretly fortified his home and stockpiled copious amounts of supplies. As you all witnessed, now he's the only one with resources. If we wish to survive, we must compel Tang Ling to surrender his supplies. Otherwise, even if we turn the entire building upside down, it wouldn't suffice to feed all of us for long." Upon hearing Yang Bin's words, many immediately voiced their agreement. Ding Jiaoyang, 303 exactly. Tang Ling, we are neighbors. In such dire times, shouldn't you lend a hand? Hurry and hand over the supplies. In 1806, Zhong Jiawei expressed, "We do not require everything. Just a portion will suffice to help us through this difficult time." Dong Yu added, "Tang Ling, I hope you'll be reasonable and surrender some supplies. Otherwise, do not blame us for being unkind. If we enter your home, do not expect us to show leniency." In chapter 034, Subduing Him, Tang Ling noticed the messages in the group chat and replied nonchalantly with a few words, "What does it have to do with me?" These 5 succinct words ignited a flurry of reactions in the chat. While a handful pleaded for Tang Ling's generosity, the majority resorted to threats and insults, which Tang Ling chose to ignore. On the 8th floor, a group gathered, and a woman in her 50s approached Meng Jiue. Say, Miss Meng, my son and his companions have returned with supplies that are utterly insufficient for our large group. Currently, only Tang Ling possesses the necessary resources. It will be prudent for you to negotiate with him to secure some supplies to alleviate our immediate plight. You were the one who gathered us. You must take the lead. After some contemplation, Meng Jiue nodded in agreement. In truth, she had long intended to converse with Tang Ling, but awaited the others to initiate. She was confident in her ability to persuade him. After all, her eloquence was well known, and should Tang Ling refuse, she could always resort to her charms. Securing supplies from Tang Ling would elevate her status among the group and ensure a greater share of resources in the future. Thus, she retrieved her phone and sent a friend request to Tang Ling, which he promptly accepted. Without hesitation, she initiated a video call. When Tang Ling answered, Meng Jiue was immediately captivated by the opulent decor visible in the background, and the table was adorned with an array of unfinished delicacies, steak cake, and an assortment of exotic fruits. Only after Tang Ling called her name several times did she regain her composure. Tang Ling lazily inquired, Miss Meng, is there something you need? Eagerly, she responded, Mr. Tang, I have heard from everyone that you possess a considerable amount of supplies, correct? Without any pretense, Tang Ling directed the camera towards the sumptuous spread before him. Indeed, what of it? Meng Jiue swallowed hard and continued, Mr. Tang, given the current turmoil in the world, everyone is facing tremendous challenges and has been caught off guard. Supplies at home have long been depleted. As the saying goes, distant relatives are not as reliable as close neighbors. I believe you are not heartless and would not stand idly by in the face of suffering. Her flattery was palpable. As the vice president of the company, she was skilled at weaving praise. Such words implied that if Tang Ling failed to provide assistance, he would be seen as a villain for the ages. However, unbeknownst to her, Tang Ling was a soul reborn after experiencing a cataclysmic event in a previous life. It was precisely because he was not heartless that he had once been deceived by Tian Yuyao and Old Lady Mao into opening his door. When discussing the indifference towards the suffering of others, one recalls the moment when Tang Ling was brutally dismembered by intruders in his own home, while numerous neighbors stood silently at the door, choosing to be mere spectators. They awaited the opportunity to seize what little supplies remained, even coveting a limb or two from Tang Ling's body. Meng Jiue then directed the camera towards a group of haggard women and children, their faces gaunt with hunger. Mr. Tang, she implored, look at these once friendly neighbors of ours. They are in dire need of sustenance. Surely, you would not wish to witness their demise from starvation, would you? In other words, if everyone perishes from hunger, it serves no benefit to you either. Therefore, if we unite, we can weather this crisis together. Since you possess supplies, I kindly ask that you share some to assist our neighbors. We would be immensely grateful. Once this apocalypse concludes, we will surely repay your kindness. Chapter 035, Collapse. Once this apocalypse concludes, Tang Ling mused inwardly, bemused by the naivety of these people. Presently, 70% of humanity worldwide had succumbed to the infection from acid rain and transformed into zombies. Each day, millions more fell victim to this plague. Ultimately, it had devolved into a world where humans preyed upon one another, with no clear end in sight to this apocalypse. Tang Ling ziplit non len. Their starvation brings me no advantage. Meng Jiue, hearing this, felt a surge of hope, believing Tang Ling might relent. However, he continued, but if I provide them with supplies, what do I gain in return? A mere expression of gratitude? Spare me the talk of repayment after the apocalypse. We all know the truth of whether it will conclude. Stunned into silence, Meng Jiue found herself at a loss for words. After a prolonged pause, she finally managed, Mr. Tang, will you truly stand idly by as our former neighbors perish from hunger? Do you not possess even a shred of compassion? Tang Ling smiled. Miss Meng, you need not resort to moral coercion. I am no savior, nor do I bear the burden of rescuing humanity. In this dystopian era, I am barely able to look after myself, let alone concern myself with the fates of others. If the roles were reversed, I highly doubt you would be so magnanimous as to share your resources with the masses. Once again rendered speechless, Meng Jiue realized Tang Ling was not inclined to engage further. Miss Meng, unless there is anything else, I shall end this conversation. Before she could respond, he promptly terminated the call. Meanwhile, on the opposing side, Tian Yujiao and her companions, including the now partially conscious Su Qian, faced dire circumstances, particularly for Chun Jie. It was the height of summer, and the sun blazed fiercely. His untreated wounds had begun to fester, filling the room with a putrid stench. Confined to the bed without the ability to move, their scavenged supplies had long been depleted. When Liu Yong and his group had ventured upstairs in search of resources, they had mistakenly believed that zombies had invaded, thereby missing the chance to reunite with Liu Yong. Su Qian took out her phone and glanced at the chat records in the homeowners group, only to discover that the zombies in the corridor had been cleared away. She then informed the other two. Upon learning this, Tian Yujiao was overjoyed and hurriedly attempted to contact Tang Ling, recognizing her caller ID. Tang Ling understood her intent and chose not to answer. Infuriated, Tian Yujiao burst out of her room and, upon seeing that there were indeed no zombies, began to pound on Tang Ling's door. "Tang Ling, open the door. It's me." However, Tang Ling paid her no mind, reclining on the sofa, leisurely sipping red wine while listening to music. It was not until Su Qian emerged that Tian Yujiao, overwhelmed, slumped to the floor, tears streaming down her face. Su Qian said to her, "Stop crying. Tang Ling probably never intended to open the door for you from the very beginning. Perhaps he has known about your liaison with Chun Jie all along. Otherwise, why would he have brandished a knife that day?" Tian Yujiao completely broke down. No, he wouldn't. He loves me so much. How could he bear to see me like this? He must not have heard me." After saying this, she stood up again and resumed pounding on Tang Ling's door. Su Qian muttered, "I can't concern myself with you. The 8th floor has many people gathering to search for supplies. I must go find them. You can wait here to sort things out with your 2 men." With that, Su Qian departed. Unbeknownst to Su Qian, the 8th floor had been cleared by Liu Yong and his team, as had the 10th floor. However, the 9th floor had been deemed too perilous due to the overwhelming number of zombies, and Liu Yong's group had not dared to venture there. Chapter 036, Plastic Friendship Turns to Zombies. Su Qian arrived on the 9th floor, only to be confronted by 2 wandering zombies at the stairway. She immediately covered her mouth, stifling any sound. After a prolonged moment of shock, she slowly turned to retreat to the 10th floor. However, in her anxiety, her foot slipped and she fell, striking her front teeth hard against the stairs, blood gushing forth. The pain elicited a cry from her, and in an instant, the 2 zombies, alerted by the noise, lunged toward her with guttural growls. Before Su Qian could react, one zombie had already pounced on her, sinking its teeth into her thigh. In agony, Su Qian shrieked and summoned all her strength to kick the zombie away. Ignoring the pain, she crawled and ran towards the 10th floor, with the 2 zombies hot on her heels. Meanwhile, Tian Yujiao was still pleading with Tang Ling to open the door in the corridor. When she saw Su Qian sprinting back, she initially did not pay her any mind. However, in the fleeting moment, she turned her head. She caught sight of the 2 zombies trailing Su Qian. Tian Yujiao was momentarily paralyzed with fear, but as Su Qian drew nearer, she snapped back to reality and quickly stood up. The 2 of them squeezed into the room, retreating once more into the nauseating confines of that dreadful space. Just as they closed the door, a tremendous banging erupted, startling Chun Jie, who had been dozing on the bed. The 2 women hurriedly moved furniture to barricade the door. Once the banging ceased, Tian Yujiao turned to Su Qian with terror in her eyes. "What happened? Didn't they say the zombies have been cleared out?" Su Qian trembled uncontrollably, her eyes wide with terror as she gazed at Tian Yujiao. "Your mouth is bleeding. You haven't been bitten, have you?" No, I wasn't bitten. I just fell and scraped myself," Su Qian replied, shaking her head frantically. Tian Yujiao, in silence, slumped down against the wall, attempting once more to contact Tang Ling, but his phone either went unanswered or was engaged. 5 minutes passed, and Tian Yujiao noticed Su Qian curled up in the corner, still trembling. She felt exasperated. Surely being chased by zombies wouldn't leave one in such a state. "Hey, Su Qian, what's wrong? It's fine now. Isn't it?" Su Qian ignored her, continuing to tremble and occasionally let out muffled groans. Sensing something was amiss, Tian Yujiao approached, extending her hand to offer comfort. "Hey, Su Qian, But the moment she touched Su Qian, a wave of icy dread coursed through her body, causing her to retract her hand as if she had touched a block of ice. As she prepared to speak, her peripheral vision caught sight of a pool of blood seeping from beneath Su Qian, staining the ground crimson. Terrified, she stumbled back a few steps, retreating to the corner, pointing at Su Qian. "Su Qian, you. At that moment, Su Qian slowly lifted her head to meet Tian Yujiao's gaze. "Yujiao, I don't want to die. Please, save me." Just as she finished her plea, pus mixed with blood erupted from her mouth. her eyes nearly overtaken by the whites of her sclera. The veins in her face stood out starkly, almost as if something were writhing beneath the surface. She rose unsteadily, staggering towards Tian Yujiao. Yujiao, I don't want to die. Please, please save me. It dawned on Tian Yujiao that Su Qian had been infected, and panic seized her. Get away from me. Stay back. Su Qian teetered on the brink of transformation, her surroundings blurring into obscurity. Upon seeing Tian Yujiao, a primal urge to attack surged within her. Chapter 37. The Arrival of the First Beauty. I refuse to accept this. Why should I die before you? I want to accept it, Su Qian exclaimed, then coughed up another mouthful of blood. Her consciousness began to fade, and she could no longer restrain herself as she lunged towards Tian Yujiao. With a dull thud, Su Qian collapsed at Tian Yujiao's feet. Breathless and shaken, Tian Yujiao slowly lifted her head, only to find Chen Jie standing nearby, clutching a broken wooden stick. Overwhelmed, Tian Yujiao sank to the ground, staring at Su Qian. Her former confidant, now a grotesque figure oozing pus and blood. Her psychological defenses shattered once more. How could this happen? Are we destined to end up like Su Qian, turning into zombies? Even if we don't become zombies, we'll starve to death here. Tang Ling, what are you doing? Please, just open the door. I'll give you anything you want. Chen Jie's face turned pale as he softly said, Stop crying. After that night, Tang Ling will not open the door for you. We cannot remain here indefinitely. If you wish to survive, you must help me escape. I will devise a way for us to live. The most pressing matter is to contact the doctor downstairs so she can tend to my wounds. Otherwise, I will surely perish. If I die, you shall not survive either. Without the support of Tang Ling, Tian Yujiao found herself relying solely on Chen Jie. After some contemplation, she surmised that Tang Ling must have fallen asleep and did not hear her knocking, or perhaps he was preoccupied with other matters. They could only wait for Tang Ling's response and find a way to persuade him to open the door. After taking a moment to gather herself in the room and confirming that no sounds of zombies could be heard outside, she cautiously moved the furniture blocking the door. The zombies drawn by Su Qian had seemingly vanished, and she bravely assisted Chen Jie as they made their way to the 8th floor, where the survivors had congregated. Their fortune was considerably better than Su Qian's. Upon passing the 9th floor, they encountered no zombies at the stairwell and safely arrived on the 8th floor. All their movements were closely monitored by Tang Ling. 3 had ascended, but now only 1.5 were descending. A smile crept onto Tang Ling's face as he understood precisely what Tian Yujiao and Chen Jie intended to do. He then retrieved his phone and dialed a number. Once the call connected, Tang Ling spoke in a calm tone. Dr. Yu, you may come upstairs now. Upon hearing this, Yu and I felt a surge of excitement, though the presence of zombies outside still weighed on her. Before she could finish her thought, Tang Ling interjected, Do not worry. Follow my instructions, and I assure you will be safe. After a moment of contemplation, Yu and I agreed. She opened her door, and Tang Ling immediately directed her on where to ascend and where to hide, as he was aware of the zombies' locations through surveillance. Once the zombies departed, he guided her to move forward. They narrowly avoided numerous encounters with the undead, and after 2 arduous hours, Yu and I finally reached the 10th floor unscathed. Tang Ling was well aware of the 2 zombies that Su Qian had led upstairs. They were now in other rooms. Yu and I approached Tang Ling's door almost silently. As Tang Ling opened the iron window, he saw her face flushed from exhaustion. The moment Yu and I laid eyes on Tang Ling, her excitement surged. Tang Ling, I'm here. Without hesitation, he opened the door. As the massive iron door slowly swung open, her heart raced with a mixture of anticipation and fear, realizing that she would truly have to rely on this man before her. Chapter 038. Escape? As she stepped into Tang Ling's stronghold amidst the apocalypse, she was utterly astounded, gazing in awe at the palace-like decor, completely oblivious to the threat of zombies lurking behind her. Tang Ling. This, as Yu and I was about to express her admiration for everything around her, she suddenly realized that Tang Ling was holding a gleaming object directed at her. It was a gun. Yu and I was so startled that she stumbled back several steps. Tang Ling, what are you planning to do? Tang Ling smiled at her and replied, Dr. Yu, I apologize, but in this apocalyptic world, I cannot trust anyone, not even a seemingly fragile woman like you. Yuni's expression turned somewhat grim. What must I do for you to believe me? Undress. Undress? The single word from Tang Ling left Yu and I astounded. This man was far too eager. Undress what? Tang Ling chuckled, Of course your clothes. What's what I mean? In an instant, Yuni's already flushed face deepened in color, leaving her standing there at a loss. Observing her reaction, Tang Ling continued, I cannot overlook any potential threat to my safety. If you are concealing a weapon, I certainly do not wish to perish without understanding why. Of course, you may choose not to undress. The door is still open, and you can leave at any moment. You and I glanced at Tang Ling and then at his opulent stronghold amidst the apocalypse. Ultimately, she steeled herself and began to comply. Compared to the lurking dangers outside, this slight humiliation seemed trivial. Once you and I had removed her top, Tang Ling recognized her determination and slowly pressed the door closing button. Before long, she was left in nothing but her undergarments, her hands crossed over her modesty, appearing rather pitiful. Is it acceptable now? Tang Ling silently acknowledged that beneath her white coat, he had never perceived her to possess such a remarkable physique. He did not respond, but casually retrieved a white dress from his space and tossed it to her. Change into this. By the way, there is hot water in the restroom and a swimming pool. I wouldn't mind if you wish to take a wash. You and I was momentarily speechless, not because of the presence of hot water and a pool in Tang Ling's residence, but because he had seemingly transformed from holding a gun to producing a dress out of thin air. After receiving the dress, she naturally opted to go to the restroom for a hot shower. However, as soon as she entered, she quickly yanked the door open, peeking her head out. Tang Ling. About that, after sipping his red wine, Tang Ling inquired, what is the matter? Do you need me to scrub your back? You and I couldn't help but glare at him. No, I was just wondering about the water. Tang Ling reassured her, no worries, the water here is perfectly fine. And even the water in your clinic downstairs is safe. It's just that you've been too afraid to use it. After contemplating for a moment, you and I ultimately chose to trust Tang Ling and turned back to the restroom. Soon, the sound of running water echoed from within. Tang Ling pondered for a moment. If he were to remain the sole occupant of the safe house indefinitely, the resources within would inevitably deplete. However, the situation had changed. With the presence of a beautiful woman now residing there, he would receive a 100-fold return from the system, ensuring that resources would be inexhaustible. A new plan quietly formed in his mind. In this apocalyptic world, was it too much to stockpile a few more beautiful women? Chapter 39. The Moment of Bloodshed. You and I had evidently not enjoyed a warm bath in quite some time, spending a luxurious 40 minutes in the shower. The sound of flowing water finally ceased. Shortly thereafter, the bathroom door swung open, and Tang Ling turned his head. What? Before he could finish his thought, he was once again captivated by Yuni's exquisite beauty and figure. Emerging from the bathroom, her hair was still damp, and glistening droplets adorned her porcelain skin, rendering her a vision of ethereal grace. Her long, fair legs, revealed beneath her dress, were the stuff of dreams for every man, as if she had stepped out from the pages of a comic book. Noticing Tang Ling's unblinking gaze, you and I felt a wave of shyness wash over her. What is wrong? Is something amiss? Tang Ling, roused from his reverie by her voice, hastily replied, nothing is wrong at all. You should dress like this from now on. It's simply delightful. Ignoring his remarks, you and I hesitated before speaking again. Can you create something for me? My underwear is washed. Could you conjure up a new set for me? Her voice trailed off to almost a whisper. Her request ignited an intense fire within Tang Ling's abdomen, overwhelming his entire being. It felt as if something were about to spill forth from his nostrils. Good heavens! This girl is in a state of complete undress. Struggling to suppress his desires, Tang Ling casually produced a set of lingerie and tossed it to her. Here, see if it fits. During his stockpiling of supplies, he had thought to acquire various articles of clothing and footwear for both men and women. However, as you and I examined the divine garments she had just received, her expression soured. Fit your grandmother's legs. I'm a G-cup. This looks at least a size too small, and the panties are thong style with lace edges, while the bra is also lacy and semi-transparent. My goodness, wearing this feels like being clothed yet unclothed at the same time. Even in the apocalypse, how could one play like this? Left with no choice, she grasped the divine garments and retreated back in the bathroom. As she closed the door, Tang Ling quickly turned away, touching his nose. Thankfully, nothing had escaped. If it had, he would have been utterly humiliated. After a while, you and I emerged once more, and Tang Ling gestured for her to sit down. You and I obediently settled onto the sofa opposite him, but his earlier adjustments proved to be of little consequence. Tang Ling's gaze would occasionally dart towards Yuni's enigmatic thighs. Dr. Yu, since you have taken residence here, we must first establish my rules, he stated. Yuni nodded in acknowledgement. Tang Ling continued, first within these confines, in this apocalyptic world, We are both here to survive. I possess the means for your survival, but I require something in return, and that which you can offer me." Before he could finish, Yuni's face flushed once more, and she interjected, "Tang Ling, I understand, but I believe we ought to cultivate our relationship for a while first. After all, I'm already here, and sooner or later. ISNT at your medical skills that drew me to you? Must we really develop feelings? Do you always build rapport with your patients before treating them?" Tang Ling's words left Yuni momentarily speechless. Was it all just her unreciprocated affection for his medical prowess? Chapter 040. For now on, this is how you should dress. Visually appealing. Yuni hastily shifted the topic. And what is the second point? Tang Ling Zosum Sekondi. You will be responsible for all household chores. This was also a minor reason for Tang Ling's agreement to Yuni's residency. During his first live stream, he had prepared a hotpot and ended up discarding a significant portion, not due to wastefulness, but because it was simply inedible. Yuni nodded. That is only natural. Is there anything else? Thirdly, Tang Ling said, extending his hand, and in an instant he conjured a loaf of bread from thin air, tossing it into Yuni's hands. As you can see, I possess abilities. I assure you, my resources are sufficient for you to eat for a lifetime, so do not even think about betraying me. Otherwise, you will have to scavenge for food among the zombies. Yuni had already regarded him as the ally she intended to rely on until the apocalypse's end, and betrayal was far from her mind. Rest assured, I know what I must do, she replied confidently. Tang Ling nodded in satisfaction. The fourth point, which I have just added, he continued. What is it? I already mentioned it once. From now on, dress like this at home, visually appealing. Yuni remained silent. Seeing her lack of objections, Tang Ling concluded. All right, I have said my piece. Let's have some bread to fill our stomachs before preparing a meal. Yuni was already famished. The moment Tang Ling tossed her the bread, she had longed to tear it open and devour it. Upon hearing his words, she merely nodded slightly, then hastily ripped open the packaging and began to eat heartily. After she swallowed a whole loaf, the system chimed in with an alert. Detected consumption of 1 loaf of bread by a beautiful woman. Reward, 100 loaves of bread. What a long-awaited sound. Suddenly, he retrieved some fresh pork and a variety of vegetables from space. Gazing at these remarkably fresh ingredients laid before her, Yuni, despite having witnessed Tang Ling's extraordinary abilities several times before, found it hard to believe her own eyes. After stretching languidly, Tang Ling remarked, All right, let's get cooking. Only then did Yuni nod in agreement, gathering the ingredients and heading to the kitchen. Before long, a delightful aroma wafted from the kitchen, indicating that this beautiful doctor not only possessed medical skills, but also excelled in culinary arts. Finally, Tang Ling would not have to endure the monotony of frying steak every day. Meanwhile, the system continued to notify Tang Ling of his rewards. When the dishes were served, Tang Ling sat down and inhaled deeply, savoring the enticing scent. Quite nice, he mused, just as he was about to pick up his chopsticks. He noticed Yuni standing aside, her gaze fixed on the dishes, seemingly reluctant to sit down. Confused, Tang Ling inquired, What's wrong? Are you joining me? Yuni appeared astonished. Shouldn't you eat first before I can? Tang Ling chuckled. Not at all. There is no such rule. Let's sit down together. Unless you spike my food. Eagerly, Yuni complied and sat down. At Tang Ling's prompt, she began to devour the food, abandoning her image as a graceful beauty. As they were halfway through their meal, a phone rang. Yuni's. She took a moment to grab her phone, glancing at it before a hint of shock crossed her face. She then looked up at Tang Ling, who quietly asked, What is the matter? Without a word, Yuni displayed her phone screen to him. Tang Ling saw that it was a video call from Tian Yujiao. He merely smiled faintly, revealing no surprise. After Yuni finally swallowed her food, she asked, Why would your girlfriend call me? Tang Ling felt somewhat speechless. His past image as a devoted admirer was evidently well known, even to this doctor who hadn't paid much attention to him. I don't know, just answer it. Yuni then took the phone and pressed the answer button. Hello, Dr. Yu. Our neighbor Chun Jia has been injured by a knife, and the wound has become infected. Can you? However, before Tian Yujiao could finish her sentence, she noticed something peculiar in the video. The background where Yuni stood seemed oddly familiar. Dr. Yu, where are you? Tian Yujiao abruptly inquired. Yuni stole a glance at Tang Ling, who smiled and gestured for her to hand him the phone. Obediently, she passed it to him. And the moment Tang Ling's face appeared on the screen, Tian Yujiao was rendered speechless. Tang Ling, how could it be you? No, how are you with Dr. You, what the hell, Tang Ling? You let Dr. Yu into your home? At this moment, Tian Yujiao finally came to her senses. Tang Ling knew it was time to let this white lotus, who had caused his demise in a past life, languish in despair as she awaited her inevitable end. He immediately chuckled. What is wrong? Is it not possible? Tian Yujiao was instantly enraged. Of course it's not possible. I've been knocking at your door for ages. Where have you been? Why didn't you open the door for me? Tell me, are you with that wretched you and I? Tang Ling feigned a troubled expression and replied, Darling, since you've discovered the truth, I won't hide it any longer. Last night, I suddenly felt unwell, and Dr. Yu took care of me all night. I think she is quite wonderful, so we decided to be together. Let us break up. Each word from Tang Ling was like a steel blade piercing through Tian Yujiao's heart. In this apocalyptic world, Tang Ling had become a diamond bachelor. Only by aligning with him could one secure a life free from want and live steadily in these dire times. Yet, everything that once belonged to her had been claimed by another woman, and she was understandably unwilling to accept it. Tang Ling, how dare you? You truly dare to break up with me? I swear I will never look at you again. Can we not break up? I know you're just saying this in anger. Tang Ling embodied the essence of scoundrel. Ah, darling, matters of the heart cannot be forced. If love has faded, let us part amicably. It dawned on Tian Yujiao that Tang Ling was resolute in his decision to end their relationship, and the opportunity for survival slipped through her fingers. No. Tang Ling, you cannot abandon me. I promise, if you don't break up with me, I will come up to accompany you tonight. Make that wretched you and I leave. If you love me so much, how could you bear to break up? Didn't you say you would only love me in this lifetime? Upon hearing Tian Yujiao's words, Yu and I felt a sense of threat. Their encounters with Tang Ling, including this one, had not exceeded 5. How could she compete with his white moonlight, who could cry and create chaos? Yu and I refused to concede. Having painstakingly acquired her fortune, she would fight for it. Thus, she approached Tang Ling from behind, her fingers grazing his shoulders as she gently began to massage him. Chapter 042. How dare you seduce my man? Feeling Yu Ni's massage, Tang Ling immediately wore an expression of enjoyment. Ah, splendid. Truly, the hands of a doctor are remarkable. A little higher, yes, just there. However, on the other end of the line, Tian Yujiao was in utter despair. Get away, you wretched woman. How dare you seduce my boyfriend? I will kill you. Tang Ling, observing Tian Yujiao, who was weeping in hopelessness, added fuel to the fire. All right, Yujiao, let us wrap this up for now. We're still having dinner. Look, the food my new girlfriend made is quite delightful. With that, he promptly directed the camera towards the dishes on the table. Upon seeing this, Tian Yujiao was utterly devastated. Everything on that table had once belonged to her, and she could not bear the thought of losing it. Tang Ling, you are not human. You are a fickle scoundrel, falling for every woman you encounter. May you meet a terrible fate. Tang Ling scoffed. Tian Yujiao, am I really so capricious? Do you take me for a fool? Do you truly believe I am unaware of your entanglements with Chunjia? Tian Yujiao was taken aback as Tang Ling continued. Had it not been for my cleverness a few days ago, you would have likely seen me utterly dismantled by you. Tian Yujiao hastily retorted, No, that is not true. How could I possibly treat you that way? Chunjia threatened me. Threatened? Tang Ling sno. If he indeed threatened you, then were you called to doctor you today? Were you not concerned that your man might succumb to infection and sought his assistance? Tang Ling had anticipated that Tian Yujiao would turn to Dr. Yu for help after she assisted Chunjia, intending to sever all her escape routes. Tang Ling, it's not as you think. Chunjia and I truly share nothing. Has that wretched Yu and I said something to you? She is sowing discord between us. Tang Ling was disinclined to entertain her nonsensical chatter. Enough. You know well whether there is anything between you. If not, I shall end this conversation. Tang Ling. Tian Yujiao seethed with fury. Let me remind you, that house is under my name. It is my property. Should you dare to usurp it, I shall sue you when the world ends. Tang Ling nearly burst into laughter. Very well then, do bring your lawsuit when the world concludes. Though whether it truly ends is another matter entirely, and you must ensure you live long enough to see that day. Having said this, Tang Ling disregarded the furious Tian Yujiao, ending the call. Behind him, Yu and I finally exhaled in relief, grateful she would not be forced to vacate her new residence. As night fell, after finishing dinner, Yu and I meticulously tidied the house, occasionally revealing glimpses of her skirt's hem, while Tang Ling sat nearby, admiring the view. After dinner, Yu and I retrieved her phone and said to Tang Ling, I think you should take a look at this. Turning his head, Tang Ling beheld the screen of Yu and I's phone, displaying a series of messages from their neighbors. They were all urging you and I to unlock Tang Ling's door, inviting them in, and suggesting she secretly drug him, as they merely sought supplies to survive. You and I remained silent. Seeing this, Tang Ling chuckled. Is this your way of pledging loyalty to me? You and I replied nonchalantly, it's not quite a pledge of loyalty. I merely wish to convey that I harbor no intentions of betrayal. I would not want any misunderstandings in the future. Chapter 43. The virtuous man faces hardships. Tang Ling nodded in satisfaction and replied, all right, I understand. It's getting late. You should retire for the night. You and I appeared momentarily dazed, her face betraying a sense of uncertainty. Tang Ling smiled and asked, what's the matter? You and I glanced around. Where should I sleep? Tang Ling casually pointed, saying, this house has about 10 bedrooms. Choose whichever one you like. Yu's eyes widened. We don't need to. Tang Ling understood her implication. Of course we don't need to. I'm not a mere beast driven by primal urges, nor am I interested in such emotionless encounters. His words instantly transformed her perception of him. You and I had initially thought that on her very first day at Tang Ling's home, she would surrender herself to this man. Despite her insistence on nurturing feelings, she had prepared herself for the possibility of losing her innocence if he desired it. However, it now seemed that she had completely misunderstood him. What he was drawn to was merely her medical expertise. Strangely, while you and I felt a flicker of happiness, a tinge of disappointment lingered within her, akin to being ready to accept a man's declaration of affection only to find him retreating. She subsequently chose a cozy room for herself and was just about to enter when she turned back to Tang Ling and said, Tang Ling, doesn't it worry you that all the neighbors know your place is a stronghold in this apocalyptic world, a treasure trove of supplies? Tang Ling chuckled. If they wish to pose a threat, they must first find a way to enter. Rest assured, as long as you are here, there will be no danger. I want to allow anyone in, no matter the circumstances. You and I chose not to respond further and headed to her bedroom. The moment she closed the door, Tang Ling hurriedly removed his shirt and dashed toward the swimming pool, plunging into the icy water, which enveloped him entirely and helped to quell his rampant desires. This woman was simply too alluring. It was indeed difficult to maintain the facade of a gentleman. The next day, a knock on the door jolted Tang Ling awake from his slumber. The scenes from his previous life had become a psychological shadow. Unless he dealt with those who had harmed him before, he would likely continue to suffer nightmares. Tang Ling, are you awake? Come, have breakfast. It was you and I. After a brief response, Tang Ling groggily got out of bed and made his way to the living room, where a sumptuous breakfast awaited him. As they enjoyed their meal, Tang Ling glanced at his phone and discovered over 100 missed calls, most from Tianyu Jiao. It appeared that this white lotus was still persistent. He tossed the phone aside, choosing to ignore it. Just as they finished breakfast and the dishes had yet to be cleared, the sudden sound of screeching brakes outside caught their attention. Tang Ling and you and I quickly rushed to the window to look outside. They saw a black car speeding down the road, pursued by a horde of zombies, some of whom were even clinging to the vehicle. Ultimately, the vehicle was intercepted by a horde of zombies, followed by piercing screams as the car windows shattered under the assault. The occupants inside were evidently insufficient to satiate the ravenous undead. Perhaps it was yet another famished soul seeking sustenance, or perhaps they had resigned themselves to their fate, wishing to take a throng of zombies down with them in their final moments. Alas, such is the nature of the apocalypse. Chapter 44. Old Lady Mao starts boiling water. The recent calamity reignited conversations within the homeowner group. 906 by Hua Lass. A life has been extinguished just like that. Even if we hide within our homes, avoiding the bite of zombies, we might still succumb to starvation. 1603 Songjia. I couldn't care less. Starving to death is far preferable to being bitten by those revolting creatures. 513 Jiangjiguai. Damn it. We ventured out today in search of supplies. We barely found anything, and I nearly met my end at the jaws of a zombie. It terrified me. 906 by Hua. Are we gonna die? I am so frightened. 804 Meng Jiue. Everyone, please remain calm. Only by uniting can we navigate through these trials. Those who have not gathered on the 8th floor, hurry there. Let us devise a plan together. 103 Old Lady Mao. Tang Ling, I beg you, my grandson is still young and has fainted from hunger. Please, could you spare him a morsel? Upon seeing Old Lady Mao's plea, you and I contemplated for a moment before passing her phone to Tang Ling. Tang Ling merely glanced at it briefly before turning his gaze back to the window. You and I furrowed her brow. Tang Ling, are you truly indifferent? Tang Ling replied coldly. Why should I care? You and I was taken aback. The frigid tone of his voice sent a shiver down her spine. Tang Ling continued, in this apocalypse, we must prioritize our own survival. You may feel sympathy for others, but tomorrow you could very well meet your demise at their hands. Just like Tang Ling intended to draw a parallel with his past experiences in Yuni's own, but ultimately decided against it. He retrieved his phone and played a more compelling piece of evidence. When Yuni saw the video, her jaw dropped in disbelief. It was surveillance footage focused on the kitchen of Old Lady Mao's home. Though blurry, the content was discernible. Old Lady Mao was seen placing an object resembling a human arm onto the cutting board, picking up a knife to slice it, and then boiling water. Yuni gasped, covering her mouth in shock, retreating until her phone clattered to the ground. Tang Ling nonchalantly picked it up. This apocalypse had caught everyone off guard. The provisions in each household could barely sustain them for 3 to 5 days. Just a week prior, she had mentioned in the group that her grandson was on the brink of starvation. She had not berated me in days. How had she endured during this time? Now, she claimed her grandson had fainted from hunger and sought supplies from me. Is she not exploiting my compassion, using her grandson as a means to deceive? In Yuni's mind, a chaotic whirlwind of thoughts swirled, vividly recalling the image of Old Lady Mao boiling water, which led her to contemplate the events that were to follow. Unable to bear it any longer, she expelled the breakfast she had consumed that morning in its entirety. Tang Ling remained silent, amused. What was this compared to her previous life? A month after the apocalypse, humanity had entirely devolved into a source of sustenance for one another. The phenomenon of cannibalism was rampant, and the true law of the jungle had yet to commence. Tang Ling, is there any hope for this world? After finally regaining her composure, Yuni inquired. Tang Ling shook her head. I do not know. The only thing I can do is survive in this apocalypse, at least for a little while longer. Just then, a voice erupted from the opposite building. I'm so hungry. I can't take it anymore. Subsequently, a figure leapt from the building. The sound resonated with such intensity that even Tang Ling and the others could hear it clearly. Chapter 045. Bear it to release pressure. Yuni, startled, quickly covered her eyes and buried her head into Tang Ling's shoulder, her body trembling incessantly. People were beginning to succumb to the pressure, lacking sustenance, and were choosing to end their lives. As Tang Ling watched a horde of zombies converge on the already mangled body, devouring it until nothing remained, a chill ran down her spine. Suddenly, she retrieved a barrel from her space, opened the window, and aimed at the throng of zombies outside. With a deafening bang, the head of a zombie exploded into fragments. Bang, bang, bang. Tang Ling fired off several more shots, reducing a multitude of zombies to mere remnants. It was only when the immense recoil of the barrel caused her shoulder to ache that she ceased fire, gasping for breath. This was the first time Tang Ling had fired a gun, and she released all the pent-up pressure, feeling remarkably lighter. When she turned around after stowing the weapon, she found Yuni cowering in the corner of the sofa, covering her ears and curled up tightly. In that fleeting moment, she had genuinely feared that Tang Ling might suddenly go mad and eliminate her as well. Tang Ling approached and gently tapped her shoulder. Yuni shrieked, tumbling to the ground, her skirt inadvertently revealing more than intended. Tang Ling softly apologized. I'm sorry for startling you. Yuni dazedly shook her head, remaining silent. The chat erupted once more. 610 Guanjingshi. What was that sound just now? Was it gunfire? You scare me to death. 902 Lu Yong. It was definitely gunfire, and it sounded like a sniper rifle. Who on earth possesses such a weapon? 912 Kong Xian. It seems to be coming from above us. Could it be Tang Ling? Where did she acquire a sniper rifle? 1010 Song Ming. Oh, if we have a gun, we need not fear zombies while scavenging for supplies. Hurry out and let us observe. 1103 Yong Bin. It must be Tang Ling. She actually has a gun. Is no one going to intervene? In this present age, it has become evident that in these apocalyptic times, the only path to survival lies in following Tang Ling. Lu Hao from Group 609 and Guan Zhengqi from Group 610 sat together, engaged in hushed deliberations. Indeed, Tang Ling is not to be underestimated. It appears that our only hope for a prosperous future lies in aligning ourselves with him. For following that woman Ming, Jiwa, bears no fruit. Yes, Tang Ling even possesses a firearm. However, we remain uncertain whether he would acknowledge us should we seek him out. Regardless, I am determined to make the attempt. I shall reach out to him privately. Upon expressing this, Lu Hao promptly retrieved his phone and sent Tang Ling a direct message. Brother Tang Ling, I implore you to respond. I have matters to discuss with you. Tang Ling glanced at the message Lu Hao had sent and replied succinctly with 2 words. What matter? Upon seeing Tang Ling's response, Lu Hao was nearly overwhelmed with excitement, almost leaping to his feet. He hastily replied, "Brother Tang Ling, the situation is dire. We truly lack sustenance, and the supplies we scavenge daily are insufficient to satisfy our hunger. I do not seek to burden you with requests for provisions. I am willing to follow you for all my days, to do whatever you ask of me. If you require assistance, I am resolutely committed to serving you. If not, I shall not intrude upon your affairs." Just as Tang Ling was about to send his reply stating he had no need, a bold thought suddenly crossed his mind. The apocalypse may have descended upon us, yet establishing an underground kingdom amidst this chaos could indeed prove to be a splendid endeavor. Chapter 046, Subjugation. Tang Ling had some recollection of Lu Hao. In a previous life, this individual did not survive for long. Within half a month of the outbreak, the grim phenomenon of cannibalism began to manifest. Lu Hao was unwilling to become complicit in such savagery, ultimately becoming prey himself. His heart, however, seemed to possess a glimmer of integrity. Thus, Tang Ling replied simply, "Do not express it so formally. I know you are desperately hungry. Do you wish for food?" Lu Hao, upon seeing this, could hardly believe his eyes, suspecting he might be delirious from hunger. After rubbing his eyes several times to confirm reality, he eagerly responded, "Brother, no, adoptive father, grandfather, if you could truly spare me some food, I would be willing to toil for you, to brave any peril." Tang Ling deeply, come and collect it. Lu Hao could no longer contain his exhilaration, suddenly leaping into the air. Wow, this is fantastic. His exuberance immediately attracted the attention of those around him, who inquired about the cause of his excitement. He, however, understood the necessity of keeping his secret. "I apologize. I just had a dream in which I received an abundance of delicious food." The others dismissed him, and he then rose to join Guan Zhengqi as they ventured out, armed and ready, making their way to the corridor. Guan Zhengqi spoke softly, "Lu Hao, do you think Tang Ling is deceiving us into going up there? Is he truly kind enough to provide us with food?" Lu Hao replied, "It matters not. Even if he is misleading me, I must take the chance. If it turns out to be true, I shall dedicate my life to his service." Guan Zhengqi offered no further words, and the two ascended the stairs one after the other. Upon reaching the 9th floor, they discovered a zombie wandering near the staircase, forcing them to conceal themselves in the shadows until it departed. Only then did they proceed to the 10th floor. The corridor on the 10th floor was devoid of any zombies, and they cautiously made their way toward Tang Ling's residence. Upon arriving before the imposing iron door, they were struck with awe, despite having seen it in photographs before. Lu Hao, filled with excitement, raised his hand and knocked on the door. It wasn't long before a small peephole opened, revealing the charming face of Yuan. The two were momentarily taken aback. "Dr. Yu, what brings you here?" Lu Hao recovered swiftly. No, I should address you as sister-in-law." "Sister-in-law, I am here to find Brother Tang Ling." Upon hearing this, Yunyi's face flushed slightly. "Please wait a moment." After a brief interval, Tang Ling finally appeared, eliciting tremendous excitement from the two. "Brother Tang Ling, we have arrived. Please grant us some food," they implored. "As long as you are willing, we will heed your commands, and we shall move to the opposite side immediately. Whatever you ask of us, we shall do." Tang Ling sumai gan li. "Is that so? You truly mean it?" "Absolutely. Should we go back on our word or betray you, let us be devoured by zombies. Besides, with Brother Tang's capabilities, we would be fortunate to follow you. Why would we ever do something to disappoint you? If we did, it would be effortless for you to crush us." Tang Ling nodded in satisfaction. "I can provide you with food, but I have no expectations of you at the moment." The two rejoiced, preparing to further pledge their loyalty when suddenly, 4 loaves of bread and 2 packets of instant noodles were tossed out through the shooting hole. "Eat these for now, and do not come seeking food again. I will provide when the time is right. Now hurry and head downstairs." "Understood. Thank you, brother," they exclaimed gratefully, eager to express more, yet the peephole was already shut. They promptly gathered the bread and instant noodles from the ground, tearing open the packaging and devouring their meal ravenously. It was the most satisfying feast they had enjoyed since the onset of the apocalypse. Chapter 047. Accompanying you once, no? Many times, you and I observed Tang Ling's actions with some confusion, yet she refrained from inquiring further. Tang Ling, discerning her thoughts, chuckled. Sometimes, offering someone a small favor can yield unexpectedly favorable results. Just as he finished speaking, a WeChat notification chimed. He picked up his phone to find a message from Gao Liping. "Mr. Tang, may we come and find you tonight? We, Danline Ponda, Perpa." wondering if she was accompanied by someone else. Nevertheless, he replied with a simple affirmation. Gao Liping responded with a brief thank you. As time passed, the group that had ventured out from the 8th floor to scavenge for supplies had nearly combed through the previously cleared levels once more, paying the price of 2 lives, yet returning with only a few snacks. Once again, the group launched an assault against Tang Ling. Yet his 4 loaves of bread and 2 packets of instant noodles bore immediate fruit. Lu Hao remarked, "Why do you all relentlessly target Tang Ling every single day? He has no obligation to provide you with supplies. Besides, do you truly believe he would warn you about the apocalypse? Even if he did, would you heed his words?" Guan Zhengqi added, "Exactly. Instead of finding supplies, you incessantly chatter in the group. And you, old lady Mao, I have tolerated you for far too long. Just because you attempted to seize a box of steaks from Tang Ling and he refused, you resort to insults in the group daily. Can't you show some decency for your grandson?" Such was the fervor of their quarrel that it swiftly escalated into a verbal battle among the group members. Yang Bin interjected, "Are you two receiving some sort of benefit from Tang Ling? Have you become his lapdogs?" Lu Hao retorted, "Lapdogs? I speak the truth. Tell me, is Tang Ling your father or mother? Why should he share his food with you? If it were your possessions, would you be willing to part with them?" Their assertions left the others speechless. Tang Ling, observing the messages in the group, nearly burst into laughter. He had no desire to engage with such trivialities, yet he found solace in the fact that someone was defending him. However, Meng Jiyue was not inclined to let him rest. Amid the bickering, she initiated a video call to Tang Ling. Upon connecting, Tang Ling noted that Meng Jiyue, due to hunger, appeared significantly more haggard than before the apocalypse. "Tang Ling, I apologize for disturbing you once more, but I must implore you, if you have any surplus food, please share it with us. We can no longer endure this plight," she beseeched, tears streaming down her cheeks. Tang Ling discerned that her distress was genuine. Although she was ruthless in business, she possessed a compassionate heart in her personal life. Before he could respond, Meng Jiyue continued, her voice trembling, "If you could provide us with just a little food, I would be willing to accompany you once, or however many times you desire." Taken aback, Tang Ling pondered the implications. Had the female form become a mere bargaining chip for supplies in this dire world? Nevertheless, he remained composed. "Miss Ming, let us not discuss how many times you would accompany me. Even if I were to offer you supplies now, do you believe you could distribute them?" Meng Jiyue wiped her tears, gazing at Tang Ling with confusion. He pressed on, "It's quite simple. If I were to provide you with food, do you think Lu Yong and his band of men would allow you to keep it?" Meng Jiyue fell silent. In the past, she had united everyone, and upon returning from supply runs, they would often share with her. However, as resources dwindled, those who ventured out for supplies returned with little to offer, neglecting the needs of women and children. If Tang Ling were to give her food now, it would surely be seized by the men before she could even distribute it. Chapter 048, Conspiracy. After all, Meng Jiyue had been navigating the marketplace for quite some time. She understood that Tang Ling undoubtedly had ulterior motives. "Speak, what would you have me do?" Tang Ling relished conversing with astute individuals. "I can provide you with supplies, but residing on the 8th floor is not a sustainable solution. If that group of men ventures out and finds themselves unable to procure resources, you are well aware of the consequences." Meng Jiyue, oblivious to the treachery of human nature, could not fathom that one day humanity might become prey to its own kind. She discerned Tang Ling's intentions. "Are you suggesting we distance ourselves from those men and come to the 10th floor to seek you?" Tang Ling replied with a smile. "Indeed, I have considered this, but not at present. After all, the zombies on the 9th floor have yet to be cleared, and with so many of you, it would only lead to demise. Furthermore, I will determine who may ascend and who may not." Once again, Meng Jiyue saw through Tang Ling's motives. "Tang Ling, do you aspire to establish your own power in this apocalyptic world?" Tang Ling chuckled. "Not power per se. Humans are inherently social creatures. If one day I were the last person left in this world, I would indeed feel profoundly lonely." Meng Jiyue fell silent, and Tang Ling continued, "Now, please compile a list of everyone on the 8th floor and send it to me. As for the supplies, meet me by the window of 803, and I shall provide them." Overjoyed, Meng Jiyue promptly agreed. Tang Ling's intentions were straightforward: to create an underground kingdom, and individuals like Meng Jiyue were perfect management talents. Moreover, by providing her with supplies, the potential for a 100-fold return was enticing. Tang Ling retrieved some supplies from her space, approximately enough for 10 people, and handed them to Yu and I. Yu and I approached the window, and below, On the balcony of 803, Meng Jiue had already been anxiously awaiting. Upon seeing Yuan, she was momentarily taken aback, not expecting her to be at Tang Ling's residence, and a wave of disappointment washed over her. Had she set aside her pride and acted first, perhaps she would have been the one residing in Tang Ling's home now. Yuan lowered the supplies with a rope, and once Meng Jiue received them, she was elated, only to be immediately surrounded by a throng of women, children, and the elderly, all eager to seize the provisions. Meng Jiue hurriedly attempted to maintain order, but everyone had been starving for so long that before she could react, the supplies were snatched away, with a significant portion already consumed. Ultimately, Meng Jiue managed to secure only half a loaf of bread. After eating, she sent a message of gratitude to Tang Ling. The system prompt for Tang Ling continually chimed, indicating that the hundredfold return had been credited. Half an hour later, Meng Jiue finally sent the list of all individuals on the 8th floor. Tang Ling meticulously examined the list, her thoughts drifting back to her previous life. After a considerable time, she put away the list and gazed out the window. Yuan, unaware of her contemplation, stood silently beside her, refraining from interruption. As night fell, in room 805 below, a group of around 10 men, led by Lu Yong and Yang Bin, gathered together. Lu Yong lowered his voice and said, "Damn it. Resources are dwindling. Today, we lost another 2 brothers. If this continues, we will be left with no choice but to wait for death." Lu Yong, a brawny man who previously worked at a construction site, always led the charge during scavenging missions and zombie clearances, earning the respect of his companions who regarded him as their leader. A diminutive man named Jiang Hua hurriedly replied, "Yes, Brother Lu is right. I truly do not wish to die like this. Brother Lu, do you have a plan?" After exchanging a glance with Yang Bin, Lu Yong responded, "The only way for us to survive now is to deal with that scoundrel." Tang Ling Chapter 049, The Path of Life or Death. Upon hearing this, Zhong Jiue remarked, "Brother Yong, are you planning to take action against Tang Ling?" Lu Yong nodded. "You all saw how, before the apocalypse, that brat was hauling resources to his home in droves. When others sought to negotiate for some, he refused to share. Now, as we starve, he remains as tight-fisted as ever, unwilling to part with even a little. Thus, we have no choice but to seize what we need." Jiang Jigui interjected, "But Brother Yong, Tang Ling's house has been remodeled, and that door looks nearly impossible to breach. Besides, didn't you hear this morning? He might be armed, possibly with a sniper rifle." Yang Bin kicked Jiang Jigui in the rear and retorted, "What are you afraid of? If we can't break down the door, we can always go through the windows. And as for that sniper rifle, I doubt it even belongs to Tang Ling. It could very well belong to some big shot living above us. Even if he does have a gun, ammunition is limited, and with so many of us, what is there to fear?" Yang Bin's words quickly garnered unanimous agreement among the group, and under such dire circumstances, they decided to take the plunge. "All right, if that's the case, we shall act tonight." "Understood, Brother Yong." Meanwhile, Gao Liping drove her makeshift apocalypse vehicle, originally intended for selling scrap metal, towards Tang Ling's residence. However, 2 additional passengers accompanied her, the famous star Moody and her assistant Wei Wei. How did the 3 come together? After Gao Liping's conversation with Tang Ling, she immediately contacted Moody, recognizing their shared objective and the need for mutual support. Moreover, if Moody and her companions aimed to find Tang Ling, they would inevitably pass by Gao Liping's building. The 3 quickly agreed to join forces. They chose to set off at night to avoid encountering too many zombies. As their vehicle emerged from the underground garage and hit the road, they were met with the expected sight of a few zombies wandering aimlessly. The vehicle, having undergone modifications, emitted a minimal engine noise, allowing them to travel quietly. However, it was impossible for such a massive machine to remain unnoticed by the zombies. Ahead, the zombies, upon spotting a moving object, surged forth with an alarming fervor, emitting guttural roars as they charged towards their vehicle. Gao Liping whispered, "Hold on tight." Without hesitation, she slammed her foot down on the accelerator, as if wishing to plunge it deep into the fuel tank. The front line of zombies was either sent sprawling by the impact or ground into a gruesome pulp by the sharp edges of the vehicle. Initially anxious, Mu Di and Wei Wei soon found themselves laughing in exhilaration. There was hope. Perhaps they could survive this ordeal. However, the very zombies that had been flung away collided with a parked car by the roadside, triggering an ear-piercing alarm that shattered the stillness of the night. As expected, the wandering zombies lurking in the shadows were drawn to the sound, rushing out from buildings and alleys in overwhelming numbers. The 3 were left in stunned silence at the sight. Fortunately, Gao Liping quickly regained her composure, flooring the accelerator once more. and they carved a bloody path before the horde could encircle them. The sickening crunch of bones beneath the tires sent chills down their spines. Wei Wei nestled against Mudi's shoulder, her voice trembling. "Sister Mudi, I'm scared." Mudi, her face pale with fear, reassured her, "Don't be afraid. As long as we find Tang Ling, we will be all right." Yet, despite her words, uncertainty gnawed at her. Would they truly survive to meet Tang Ling? With no option for passivity, they had to take their chances. Perhaps this gamble would lead them to safety. Chapter 050, The Zombie Crisis. Bang, bang, bang. The cacophony of zombies colliding with the vehicle reverberated through their hearts. Mudi sensed the car slowing. "Liping, what is happening?" As she turned her head, the sight that met her eyes left her in shock. Several zombies clung desperately to the rear of the car, while many more were leaping onto their backs, creating a chaotic mass. Dozens of zombies were now securing the vehicle in place. If this continued, the car would inevitably be immobilized, sealing their doom. After much deliberation, Mudi resolved to take a risk. "Liping, open the trunk." Gao Liping's face was etched with terror. "What are you planning? If we don't deal with those zombies at the rear, we're all finished." Yet, Gao Liping countered, "But if they get inside the car, we'll be doomed as well." Mudi whispered, "No choice now. We must take the plunge." With that, she turned and squeezed into the back seat. Reluctantly, Gao Liping pressed the button to open the trunk, which creaked open slowly. Before them lay a terrifying sight. Over 100 zombies were being dragged along by the vehicle. And Mudi, upon seeing this, was momentarily frozen in fear. However, she swiftly grasped a nearby iron rod and struck fiercely at the claws of the zombies that clung tenaciously to the rear of the vehicle. To her dismay, the zombies remained unfazed, occasionally emitting low growls and baring their teeth at Woody. As Woody observed the vehicle's speed diminishing considerably, she made several attempts to dislodge the relentless creatures, yet all proved futile. Suddenly, her gaze fell upon a plastic barrel beside her. Upon inspection, it contained gasoline. Without a moment's hesitation, Woody unscrewed the lid and doused the zombies with the flammable liquid. Gao Liping, sensing the pungent odor of gasoline, was taken aback. "Woody, what are you doing?" "That gasoline is the spare fuel for the vehicle. If we run out of gas, we are doomed." "Never mind. We must first tackle the immediate threat," Woody retorted, already gripping a lighter. After igniting it, she hurled the flame toward the horde of zombies. In an instant, a towering inferno erupted, scorching the zombies that had clutched the vehicle's rear, compelling them to finally release their grip. However, with the loss of drag, the vehicle surged forward uncontrollably, and Woody was taken by surprise, tumbling backward onto the rear seat, her body teetering perilously toward the outside. In that fleeting moment, her assistant extended a hand and grasped her arm firmly. One of Woody's feet dangled outside the vehicle. "Woody, hold on tight." Liping slowed down. "Woody is about to fall out." Upon hearing this, Gao Liping hastily eased off the accelerator, allowing Woody to return safely to her seat, albeit shaken. Once settled, the three women sat in silence, their faces pale, shivering as they recalled the harrowing ordeal. Ahead lay a recently developed area, sparsely populated, and, consequently, the number of zombies was limited. Occasionally, a dozen or so would attempt to halt their vehicle, but they were easily reduced to mere flesh. The three women felt a wave of relief wash over them. In total, they had traversed less than 30 kilometers. Gao Liping found an exceedingly open space where the wind rustled the grass and brought the vehicle to a halt. "Why have you stopped here, Liping?" Woody inquired. "We cannot proceed any further. The commercial district ahead is teeming with zombies. We must cross through the district and drive an additional 10 kilometers to reach Tang Ling's home. This vehicle consumes fuel excessively, and the tank is nearly empty. If we attempt to navigate through the commercial area now, we will meet a dead end. We must pause to recalibrate." Chapter 051. Picking up a little girl along the way. Fortunately, this was an industrial zone, recently developed, and thus not overly populated, resulting in a minimal zombie presence. Under the cover of night, the three women cautiously exited the vehicle. Having just escaped a zombie ambush, their bodies trembled uncontrollably as they clutched an assortment of weapons and tools and cautiously made their way to the roadside. Numerous vehicles lined the street, and Gao Liping methodically opened the fuel tanks, siphoning gasoline from the cars. In their current state, they are far from the glamorous figures they once were before the apocalypse. Now, each of them has become a woman gripped by fear in this desolate world, desperately seeking a glimmer of hope. After finally filling an entire box with fuel and pouring it into the vehicle, they prepare to set off once more. However, just as Gao Liping started the engine, a faint sound emerged from the nearby bushes, causing the three to react like startled mice, swiftly grabbing their weapons and casting wary glances at the foliage. After a moment of tension, Gao Liping quietly urged, "Quick, get in the car." Just as they hurriedly entered the vehicle, a figure suddenly burst forth from the underbrush. "Oh my!" Wei Wei gasped in startled fright. Gao Liping was about to rev the engine when the shadow spoke. "Sisters, please take me with you. I can provide you with food." Gradually, a frail figure stepped into the light, revealing a small girl of about 4 or 5 years, her body dirty and disheveled. She clutched a few jelly cups, gazing at them with a pitiful expression. Upon seeing this, Gao Liping finally opened the car door and approached the little girl. "Sweetheart, how did you end up here alone? Where are your parents?" The girl's large eyes brimmed with tears instantly. "My mommy and daddy went out to find food for me, but they haven't returned in days." The three women were touched by her plight. Realizing that the girl's parents might be in dire circumstances, Gao Liping turned to Moody and Wei Wei, her heart softening at the sight of the vulnerable child. "This little girl is so unfortunate. Li Jing, Moody, should we take her with us?" Moody replied, "It is not out of the question to bring her along. But what if her parents return looking for her?" Gao Liping responded, "If we abandon this child here, she won't survive for long. I believe we should take her with us. If her parents are indeed safe, perhaps they will reunite one day." Ultimately, the three decided to take the little girl along. Inside the car, the girl nestled against Wei Wei, her sudden relaxation leading her to fall asleep swiftly. She held tightly onto the jelly cups and a family photo. Wei Wei attempted to glimpse the girl's parents, but found it impossible to pry the photo from her grasp. As they arrived in the commercial district, they noticed an alarming increase in the number of zombies. Numerous vehicles lay abandoned along the road, making passage through this area exceedingly difficult. Moody felt a surge of anxiety. "Liping, what should we do?" Gao Liping pondered for a moment before making a sharp turn, guiding the vehicle onto another road. "I know a path that is usually devoid of people and vehicles, but to reach it, we must traverse a residential area where the zombie presence will undoubtedly be greater. Regardless, we must take the risk." Moody and Wei Wei exchanged determined glances, steeling themselves for the challenges that lay ahead. What awaited them next? Chapter 52. Navigating through the zombie horde. Upon arriving at the residential area, it was evident that the roads were devoid of obstructing vehicles. Occasionally, a solitary car could be seen parked by the roadside. However, the number of zombies here had significantly increased. After taking a deep breath, Gao Liping addressed her companions. "Hold on tight." The two hastily searched for something to grasp. Even the little girl in Wei Wei's arms stirred awake. The car roared to life, surging towards the horde of zombies, leaving a lengthy trail of crimson in its wake. Thousands of zombies, roused by the noise, converged upon their vehicle. Fortunately, the roads were wide, allowing Gao Liping to navigate through the throng of undead with deft maneuvers. The sound of tires grinding against the pavement was incessant, and the trio was on high alert, unable to afford a moment's distraction. Thankfully, the modified vehicle was exceptionally sturdy, even when zombies lunged at the windows. Their efforts were futile. Had they been a standard car, their fate would have been sealed. The little girl buried her head in Wei Wei's embrace, unable to bear the gruesome scene before her. Those zombies, unable to keep pace with the vehicle, aimlessly wandered, having lost their target. Meanwhile, many survivors within the buildings gazed in awe at the speeding modified car. What a miraculous vehicle! Which genius modified this? It's practically a treasure for scavenging supplies. "Hey, whether brother or sister, please wait for me. Take me along." Yet, even with such a divine vehicle, if surrounded by a horde of zombies, there would be no escape. Even at the risk of starvation, one would be wise to avoid such peril. Some individuals even whistled, a reckless act that inadvertently attracted the attention of the disoriented zombies. "Are you insane? If you wish to die, I'll 1T stop you, but don't provoke this horde. You up there whistling. Do you believe I 1T come up there to deal with you?" Unbeknownst to them, Gao Liping skillfully maneuvered the vehicle through the residential area. Yet there remained about 10 kilometers to Tang Ling's home. Although a portion of the area was still under development and sparsely populated, Tang Ling's community was relatively crowded. Even if they managed to reach the foot of Tang Ling's building alive, ascending would pose a significant challenge. Moody took out her phone and dialed Tang Ling. At that moment, Tang Ling had already fallen asleep, but upon seeing Moody's call, he answered. "Mr. Tang, I'm just about 10 kilometers away from your home." Tang Ling sat up straight, astonished that Moody and her companions had truly made it, clearly indicating that she was with Gao Liping. "Mr. Tang, we risked our lives to find you, and we hope you will keep your word and provide us with some supplies. Of course, feel free to make any requests. I will do my utmost to accommodate them." Tang Ling chuckled. "If you manage to reach my home alive, we could discuss it then." Moody ended the call, and Gao Liping looked on, a hint of curiosity in her eyes. Moody, what are your plans once you acquire the supplies? Moody pondered for a moment and remarked, I truly do not know. In this apocalyptic world, where can we possibly go? Immediately, she turned to Gao Liping and inquired, what about you? What are your plans? Gao Liping candidly replied, of course, I intend to request that Tang Ling allow me to stay with him. His apocalyptic fortress, which I helped him construct, is so robust that even a nuclear explosion would not compromise its integrity, let alone these mindless zombies. Moody, I advise you not to leave. That fortress contains a dozen rooms, and with your beauty and stardom, I am certain Tang Ling would consent to your staying. Chapter 053, The Benefactor's Daughter. Moody contemplated for a moment and voiced her greatest concern. Liping, just how much supplies does Mr. Tang possess? Gao Liping hastily replied, I assure you, I'm not deceiving you. Just from what I have seen, there are 3 full trucks, not to mention what I have not seen. It is as if he anticipated the apocalypse, constructing the fortress within a month and stockpiling a vast amount of resources. He even warned me to stay indoors on June 6th and stock up on supplies, as that day marks the arrival of the apocalypse. Had he not alerted me, I would likely have perished long ago without adequate provisions. Moody's expression was one of disbelief. Could it be that Mr. Tang truly possessed the ability to foresee the future? As their conversation continued, Gao Liping's hands ceased to tremble, and she restarted the car, steering towards Tang Ling's residence. Inside the vehicle, Wei Wei was overflowing with maternal affection, cradling the little girl. What is your name, dear? She asked. Sister, my name is Li Yi, the little girl replied. Yi, may I see the photographs of you with your parents? Wei Wei inquired. The little girl handed over a photo, which Wei Wei took and examined. Suddenly, she felt that the parents in the photograph looked remarkably familiar. After much contemplation, she wiped the dirt from the picture and, in an instant, gasped, startling both Moody and Gao Liping. Uncle Quan and Aunt Chin? Upon hearing this, Moody glanced at the photograph with urgency. Indeed, the man and woman depicted were recognizable, Li Quan and Song Chin. Li Quan was a wealthy businessman with diverse interests, and the couple were renowned philanthropists, having supported countless individuals. Wei Wei was among those they had aided. She had been abducted and taken to a remote mountain, from which she eventually escaped, only to be recaptured by another group of traffickers who forced her to beg on the streets. It was Li Quan and his wife who encountered her and rescued her from the clutches of the traffickers. Thereafter, Li Quan had consistently funded her education, supporting her all the way to university graduation. Following her graduation, Wei Wei joined Moody's company as an intern and was eventually promoted to a personal assistant due to her intelligence and diligence. For many years, Wei Wei had accompanied Moody through countless endeavors, whether filming or handling company affairs, and it had been years since she last saw her benefactors, Li Quan and his wife. She was astonished to realize that their child had grown so much. In a state of urgency, Wei Wei hastily retrieved her mobile phone and attempted to call the Li Quan couple, but the device perpetually indicated that it was turned off. The words of Yi echoed in her mind, causing her heart to sink. Could it be that her saviors had met with misfortune? Tears streamed down her cheeks as she embraced Li Yi, weeping silently. The atmosphere within the vehicle grew heavy, with no one daring to break the silence. While Moody busied herself with some task nearby, at that moment, they were not far from Tang Ling's residence. Traversing the upcoming residential area would lead them to the entrance of his community. After taking a deep breath, Gao Liping pressed down on the accelerator, and the vehicle surged forward on the road. The sound attracted the attention of the zombies, who quickly converged upon them. During their drive, the earlier scene unfolded once more, as several zombies clung desperately to the rear of the car, causing their speed to diminish. Moody sprang into action, opening the door. With the success from the previous encounter still fresh in her mind, Gao Liping did not hesitate but pressed the button to open the trunk. As the trunk door swung open, Moody seized a bottle, igniting the cloth wick with a lighter. This makeshift Molotov cocktail was crafted from the remaining gasoline. She hurled the bottle into the mass of zombies, and upon striking one of their heads, it shattered, igniting a burst of flames. Many of the zombies shrieked in agony, releasing their grip, allowing the group a temporary reprieve. Chapter 054, A Tragedy Unfolds. Thus, Gao Liping drove while Moody provided cover. Whenever a zombie latched onto the rear of the vehicle, she would neutralize it with a Molotov cocktail. How much farther could they possibly go? Only 2 bottles remained. Gao Liping felt a sense of urgency. They were close, just 5 more minutes of travel. They had to hold on. The vehicle swerved unsteadily down the road, besieged by countless zombies. Li Yi, frightened, screamed repeatedly, glancing up at the window from time to time. They were almost there. Ahead lay Tang Ling's community. Li Yi pressed against the car window. As Gao Liping needed to slow down to navigate the turn into the community, the vehicle's speed diminished. Suddenly, without warning, Li Yi flung open the car door. Before Wei Wei could react, she had already jumped out, sprinting towards a black sedan. The three were taken aback. "E, what are you doing? Come back. E, where are you going? It's dangerous. Come back." Ignoring her own safety, Wei Wei leaped from the car, quickly catching up to Li Yi and enveloping her in a tight embrace. Li Yi struggled fiercely to break free. "Let me go. That's my mom and dad's car. I need to find them." Wei Wei's heart twisted in pain as she glanced at the nearby vehicle, now overturned with shattered windows. She recognized the license plate. It was indeed Li Quan's car. Tears streamed down her face as Wei Wei turned to Li Yi and said, "E, dear, mommy and daddy aren't in the car. We must go back. It's dangerous here." However, Li Yi, merely a 4-year-old child, though aware of the peril, yearned desperately to reunite with her parents and insisted on searching for them. Behind them, Gao Liping shouted urgently, "Hurry! The zombies are closing in." Moody exclaimed, "Wei Wei, what is happening? Come back quickly." Only then did Wei Wei forcibly lift Li Yi into her arms and sprint towards the vehicle. Yet, the zombies had already encircled them. With all her strength, she evaded one zombie's lunge and ran with renewed vigor, while Li Yi continued to wail for her parents in her embrace. Upon reaching the car, she placed Li Yi inside, but a horde of zombies had pursued her, and one had even seized her ankle. Wei Wei glanced at Mudi and, with a faint smile, said, "Sister Mudi, please take good care of Yi. I will repay you in the next life." Before she could utter another word, she closed the car door. Mudi gasped, her heart breaking. "Wei Wei, what are you doing? Get in the car." But before Wei Wei could respond, Mudi watched helplessly as this girl, whom she had come to regard as a sister, was gradually consumed by the zombies, dying without a single scream. Tears streamed down Mudi's face as she yearned to fling open the door and rescue Wei Wei, only to be blocked by Gao Liping. "It's too late, Mudi. If you go out now, you can't save her. You will only meet the same fate." Collapsing in her seat, Mudi watched the zombies tear at Wei Wei, her fury igniting as she ignited the last 2 Molotov cocktails and hurled them into the horde. A brilliant blaze erupted once more as Gao Liping revved the engine and sped towards Tang Ling's neighborhood. Yet, the zombies closed in again. Several clung tightly to the rear of the car, while others attempted to climb atop their brethren to reach the roof. With no more Molotov cocktails and the incline ahead, the vehicle came to a halt. Even with Gao Liping pressing the accelerator to the floor, all that could be heard was the tires screeching against the pavement. "It's over. We can't move any further," Gao Liping lamented, while Wei Wei continued to pound on the car door. And Mudi remained lost in the sorrow of Wei Wei's tragic fate, oblivious to her surroundings. The only hope left was to flee on foot, praying that Tang Ling's neighborhood was not overrun with zombies. Just as Gao Liping prepared to wrench open the car door, a sudden thunderous boom shattered the night sky. Chapter 055. The arrival of the second and third beauties. Both women jumped in surprise, and Gao Liping quickly turned to see that many of the zombies grasping the car had diminished. She swiftly pressed the accelerator. She understood that Tang Ling was covering for them, as he was the one with the Barrett rifle. Sure enough, the car was able to move again, albeit at a sluggish pace. In an instant, another shot rang out, and their vehicle surged forward like an arrow released from its bow, hurtling directly into Tang Ling's neighborhood. Upon arriving at the entrance, Gao Liping leapt from the car, wrenched open the door, and cradled Li Yi in her arms. "Run quickly. Tang Ling will cover us." Mudi, not daring to hesitate for even a moment, jumped out and followed Gao Liping into the stairwell. Meanwhile, the pursuing zombies met their demise as Tang Ling dispatched them with precision from the upper floors. However, the sounds of gunfire attracted other zombies in the corridor, and they swiftly descended, encircling Gao Liping and her companions. In a flurry, Gao Liping seized Mudi and they took refuge beneath the stairs. As the gunfire drew all the zombies downwards, they charged outside, oblivious to the presence of the 2 women. Observing that the majority of the zombies had been lured away, Tang Ling stowed her sniper rifle and entered the monitoring room, activating all the surveillance cameras in the stairwell before calling Gao Liping. "Listen to me. Follow my instructions precisely." Trusting Tang Ling utterly, Gao Liping complied and ascended the stairs under her guidance. Following the earlier gunfire, the corridor was now largely devoid of zombies. Only a few stragglers remained, injured but alive, crawling on the floor. Soon, Gao Liping and Mu Di brought Li Yi to the 10th floor. It is worth noting that women like them, accustomed to a life of luxury before the apocalypse, would find it exhausting even to ascend 10 flights empty-handed, let alone while carrying a 4-year-old child. Yet, their instinct for survival propelled them to reach Tang Ling's door, and when it creaked open, they glimpsed the glimmer of hope. Without a moment's pause, Gao Liping squeezed through the narrow opening, pulling Li Yi in after her, followed closely by Mu Di. Li Yi was utterly reluctant to enter, desperately wishing to leave and search for her parents. Only when the door closed behind them did Gao Liping release her, collapsing beside Mu Di as they gasped for breath. They were so preoccupied that they failed to notice Tang Ling standing before them, a handgun in hand, aimed directly at them. After managing to catch their breath, Gao Liping finally lifted her head, only to recoil in alarm, pressing her back against the door. "Tang Ling, what are you doing?" Mu Di, startled, turned to Tang Ling, instinctively wrapping her arms around Li Yi protectively. Tang Ling, smiling, reassured them, "There's no need to be anxious. It's merely a routine check." When Dr. Yu came up, she received the same treatment. Gao Liping and Mu Di turned in unison, finally noticing the stunning beauty residing within Tang Ling's post-apocalyptic sanctuary. Gao Liping whispered, "What do you intend to do?" Tang Ling replied with a smile, "I simply need to ensure that you pose no threat to me before I can feel at ease." "What must we do?" Mu Di inquired. Tang Ling maintained her playful demeanor. "Undress." "Undress? What for?" The expressions of the two beautiful women were strikingly similar to that of Yunyi's from that day. Tang Ling remarked, "Of course, it's about undressing. What else could it possibly be?" Yuan stood by, speechless, finding the remark all too familiar. Suddenly, Mu Di sprang to her feet, exclaiming, "Mr. Tang, you mustn't go too far. What threat could we, as women, possibly pose to you? Is it really necessary to demand that we undress the moment we step into your abode?" Chapter 056. What of the superstar? She must undress too. Tang Ling prodded his own head with the gun, stating, "At times, women can be far more perilous. If I cannot ascertain that you do not pose a threat to me, I cannot allow any potential danger to remain here. Furthermore, you have just traversed a horde of zombies. I must ensure you have not been infected. If you refuse, I kindly ask you to leave at once." Mu Di's anger surged, having anticipated that Tang Ling, upon recognizing her as a well-known superstar, would extend a warm welcome. Instead, he presented such an outrageous demand. Gao Liping contemplated the situation and found no fault in Tang Ling's caution. After all, in this apocalyptic world, human intentions are difficult to gauge. It was only natural for him to exercise caution. Thus, she stood by the door, silently beginning to unfasten her garments. Upon witnessing Gao Liping's actions, Mu Di immediately intervened. "Liping, are you truly going to grant this scoundrel an advantage? He clearly aims to take advantage of us." Gao Liping offered a faint smile. "Mu Di, if the roles were reversed, you would likely do the same. You wouldn't permit such a significant threat to linger in your home, would you?" Hearing this, Mu Di's hands gradually lowered. Indeed, from a different perspective, anyone would act similarly. "Mu Di, you are the renowned Mu Di." Yuan, standing nearby, was taken aback. Upon closer inspection, despite Mu Di's disheveled appearance, there was no mistaking her identity as the superstar Mu Di. How had Tang Ling managed to attract someone of her stature? Having come to a realization, Mu Di felt no lingering psychological burden and swiftly shed her garments. In an instant, two exquisite figures stood unveiled before Tang Ling, igniting an undeniable stir within him. However, there were matters at hand to attend to. Tang Ling meticulously examined them, confirming the absence of bite marks and weapons. Noticing Tang Ling's lingering gaze upon her form, Mu Di grew irate. "Hey, have you finished looking?" Only then did Tang Ling avert his eyes, retrieving two sets of clothing identical to those worn by Yuan from his space and tossing them to the two women. "Your clothes must be discarded. I fear they may carry the zombie virus." The two women were astounded by Tang Ling's seemingly magical prowess, but upon glancing down, they found themselves confronted with lace lingerie, thongs, and even garter stockings. "What is this?" "It's clothing. If you choose not to wear it, that's your prerogative. I won't stop you from remaining unclothed." Mu Di was infuriated, yet she recognized that her own garments were stained with zombie blood and reeked of gasoline, rendering them unwearable. In the end, she gritted her teeth and chose silence. Tang Ling called out to Yuan, "Take them to bathe." Yuan nodded and beckoned the two to follow her, while Li Yi remained rooted in place, utterly startled by Tang Ling's earlier demeanor. "Whose child is this?" Gao Liping finally snapped back to reality, hurriedly approaching to take Li Yi's hand. Tang Ling, this is a child we picked up along the way. I found her pitiable and decided to bring her along. You don't mind, do you? Tang Ling shook her head. It's all right. I'm not heartless. Moreover, I could never abandon such a big child to the zombies. Gao li pink similet kunojin. Silently pressing her gratitude before addressing Li. Come, let's go take a bath, shall we? Li Yi's lips curled into a smile, but tears streamed down her face again. I want to find my mommy and daddy. Their car is right there. I need to find them. Gao Li Ping felt a pang of sympathy as she enveloped Li Yi in her embrace. Dee, your parents do not like children who cry. Just be good, and once those monsters outside are gone, I'll take you to find them. Li, being an understanding child, nodded in agreement upon hearing Gao Li Ping's words. Chapter 057, The Star Wept. Once the group finished their baths and stepped out, Tang Ling was momentarily taken aback, nearly drooling. Mu Di truly lived up to her status as a star. Her figure and beauty were nothing short of spectacular, resembling a celestial being descended to Earth, particularly with those long legs clad in black stockings, which could captivate Tang Ling's attention for years. Standing beside her, Gao Li Ping was equally stunning in both figure and appearance, not yielding at all to Mu Di. Together, these three women formed a captivating ensemble. UNI embodied the beauty of approachability. Gao Li Ping exuded a commanding allure, while Mu Di possessed an ethereal beauty that was best admired from afar. It was a dazzling display of femininity. In a previous life, Tang Ling would never have dared to dream of living under the same roof as such glamorous stars. It was a privilege that even many affluent individuals could only fantasize about. At that moment, UNI transformed into a starry-eyed admirer. Sister Mu Di, you are truly beautiful, just as expected of a big star. Mu Di merely offered a slight smile before turning to Tang Ling, only to find him greedily scanning them from head to toe. With a hint of irritation, Mu Di remarked, Tang Ling, what about the supplies you promised us? Tang Ling hastily swallowed and replied, what's the rush? It's quite late now. If you want supplies, you'll have to wait until tomorrow. Mu Di, feeling exasperated, recalled the harrowing night they had endured. Their stomachs empty, and even her assistant had paid the ultimate price. Now, Tang Ling's dismissive response left her questioning whether seeking him out had been a wise decision. Overwhelmed by these thoughts, tears welled in her eyes. You all continue your conversation. I'm going to sleep. With that, she dashed toward one of the bedrooms. Tang Ling was not entirely unwilling to provide them with supplies. However, Mu Di was currently exhibiting the airs of a celebrity. If she did not endure some hardship, there was no telling whether she might aspire to become the mistress of this place in the future. Gao Liping, understanding the situation, refrained from asking Tang Ling for supplies and obediently led Li Yi to the bedroom. Lying in bed, Mu Di was haunted by the image of being momentarily engulfed by zombies. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she thought of her parents. Far away in the vast and sparsely populated western regions, where zombies would likely be few. Yet, her parents, who had always lived as nomads, would choose a pastoral life over any comfort she could provide. They resided in makeshift herding shelters. Since the apocalypse began, she had attempted to reach them, but her calls had gone unanswered and eventually her phone had been turned off. She knew all too well that her parents had likely succumbed to the corrosive rain, becoming part of the first wave of the undead. Mu Di had long regarded Wei Wei as her only family, but now, even Wei Wei was gone. A profound sense of loneliness enveloped her, leaving her uncertain of her future. The night passed in silence. The following day, Mu Di awoke with swollen eyes, and as she opened the door, the aroma of food wafted through the air. This long-missed scent seemed to dissipate some of her inner sorrow. Upon seeing UNI and Gao Liping bustling about in the kitchen, she approached, her gaze fixed on the fresh vegetables, utterly astonished. Were these all hoarded by Tang Ling? It seemed impossible. How could these vegetables and meats still be so fresh after so many days? UNI chimed in, Sister Mu Di, you have no idea. These things were conjured by Tang Ling, conjured? Mu Di's expression reflected disbelief. It was already the 22nd century. How could anyone still speak of such things? Yet even Gao Liping confirmed, Mu Di, you must believe me. I witnessed him make a person disappear for several minutes, only to reappear, just like what he provided me with clothing yesterday. Mu Di recalled that indeed, Tang Ling had conjured 2 outfits out of thin air last night. Could it be that this man truly possessed some sort of magic? Or was it merely an illusion? Unable to fathom it, she decided to set the thought aside. What about Yi? She inquired. Gao Liping, while chopping vegetables, replied, Perhaps she hasn't rested well lately. That girl fell asleep as soon as her head hit the pillow last night and hasn't woken up yet. We can call her once the meal is prepared. Chapter 058. Finally, the time has come for me to take action. As the meal was served, Li Yi finally awoke while Tang Ling remained in the gym, spending the entire morning there. He understood the necessity of not remaining cooped up within this fortress during the apocalypse. Occasionally, he needed to step outside and breathe fresh air. It would be prudent to be prepared for any encounters with zombies or adversaries. With Tang Ling absent, the three women sat together in silence, not touching their food. Only the little divine beast was eagerly awaiting. Upon Tang Ling's emergence, she had already devoured a substantial portion, and he turned to the other three women. "Why are you looking at me? Aren't you hungry? Hurry and eat." "I'm not hungry. I will take a shower first." This momentarily surprised Moody, for based on Tang Ling's demeanor from yesterday, she assumed she would soon be living under someone else's roof, with Tang Ling ruling over them like tyrant. Only when Tang Ling entered the bathroom did Gao Liping and Moody begin to devour their meals heartily. While eating, Moody mumbled indistinctly to you and I, "Sister, has Tang Ling mistreated you in any way?" You and I nearly choked on her food, hastily shaking her head and saying, "Sister Moody, what are you thinking? Tang Ling is not at all as you perceive her. Initially, when she allowed me to stay here, I thought she had ulterior motives, but I later realized she values my medical skills, anticipating that in this apocalyptic world, it would be beneficial to have a doctor nearby in case of illness." When I entered the room, like you, I also undressed, and I genuinely thought she would make advances, but she merely checked to ensure I was not armed. Upon hearing this, Moody felt slightly reassured but quietly mused. Could it be that Tang Ling is lacking in some capacity? A beauty like you, spending so much time together and dressing so alluringly every day, yet she can resist. You and I was once again caught off guard and said nothing. After finishing their meal, you and I relayed the rules set by Tang Ling to the two women, who had no objections to the earlier points. However, the last rule raised some concerns. After Tang Ling finished her shower, she sat alone on the sofa, occasionally lifting her gaze to admire her long, slender legs while briefly checking the surveillance. She first reviewed the commotion from the previous night to see if it had caused any disturbances downstairs. To her surprise, she discovered a significant issue. While Gao Liping and the others were on their way, a group of over a dozen men, led by Lu Yong and Yang Bin, had stealthily crept upstairs in the middle of the night. They entered the adjacent room 1001, and just as they did, gunfire erupted outside, causing them to flee in terror back downstairs. Seeing this unfold brought a smirk to Tang Ling's lips. It seemed this group intended to make a move against her. Well then, she thought, tonight would be quite entertaining. With this in mind, Tang Ling promptly contacted Lu Hao and Guan Zhengqi, instructing them to come upstairs to retrieve supplies. The two men were ecstatic and hurried upstairs. Tang Ling, still using the shooting hole, provided them with some food, which sent them into a frenzy of gratitude and loyalty. She instructed them to return and keep a close watch on Lu Yong and his group, alerting her immediately if anything unusual occurred. They eagerly nodded in agreement. Soon after, Meng Jue sent a message, once again pleading with Tang Ling for some supplies. Tang Ling sent down the same quantity as the day before. This time, Meng Jue took charge of the supplies, distributing them judiciously. Simultaneously, she messaged Tang Ling, "I have sent you the list. When can we come upstairs to meet you?" Lu Yong and his group have gone mad. Yesterday, they snatched a piece of bread from a child who was holding the one you gave. I fear that if this continues, it will lead to disaster. Chapter 059. Wonder? Isn't a beautiful star tempting enough? For now, it is merely a matter of seizing some food, but within a month at most, it will escalate to cannibalism. Tang Ling spoke softly. Now is not the time. Wait for my signal. Before Meng Jue could respond, Tang Ling abruptly ended the call. For quite some time, Mu Di remained by the window, gazing out at the fading world, while Li Yi incessantly pounded on the glass, yearning to find her parents. It was only when Tang Ling's phone rang that Mu Di snapped out of her sorrow and turned to face him. Upon answering, Tang Ling was astonished to see it was Tian Yu Jiao calling. However, when he connected, it was Chun Jie's gaunt, pale visage that greeted him. "Tang Ling, I beg you, let Dr. Yu examine my wounds. I realize my mistakes. I should not have treated you that way. If you allow Dr. Yu to heal me, I will be your loyal dog, obeying your every command." Clearly, Chun Jie was at his wit's end. If things continued this way, he would not perish by a zombie's bite, but rather succumb to infection from his wounds. Tang Ling chuckled. "Oh, Chun Jie, what happened to you? A flicker of ferocity passed through Chun Jie's eyes, but he quickly reverted to pleading, I accidentally scratched myself. Big brother Tang Ling, no, Grandpa Tang Ling. I implore you, have mercy. I should not have stolen your girlfriend. I am less than human. If you let Dr. Yu heal me, I will do anything you ask. Even return Tian Yu Jiao to you. Tang Ling displayed a nonchalant demeanor. Return her to me? Jin Ye, do you truly believe I would want a woman who only knows how to spend money and steal others' partners? Besides, I already have 3 stunning beauties in my abode, one of whom is a major star. Feel free to take a look. Tang Ling immediately directed the camera towards Mu Di, who sat in silence, lost in thought. Chun Jie's expression morphed into disbelief. Indeed, it was the renowned star Mu Di. Tang Ling continued, see, I have a celebrity here. What more do I need her for? Chun Jie, in utter despair and on the verge of speaking, was suddenly interrupted as Tian Yu Jiao snatched the phone from his grasp. Tang Ling, you are truly inhumane for treating me this way. Get those wretched women out of my house. Tang Ling laughed. Oh, Tian Yu Jiao, do you genuinely consider yourself the mistress of this residence? Let me be frank. I never intended to give you the house. I anticipated the apocalypse, which is why I purchased it in your name. Did you really think I would be so benevolent? Tian Yu Jiao's expression mirrored desperation as she ultimately resorted to pleading with Tang Ling. Tang Ling, it is all my fault. I should not have betrayed you. Your house has many rooms. My presence will not be a burden. For the sake of our years of friendship, please grant me a place to stay. If you wish, I will serve you daily, and if you are unhappy, feel free to hit or scold me. You cannot so heartlessly abandon me. How could you, who professes to love me so deeply, bear to witness my suffering? Upon hearing these words, Tang Ling's expression grew cold. Tian Yu Jiao, it is far too late for regret now. You have served me daily, yet you are unworthy. Tian Yu Jiao wept inconsolably. This cannot be, Tang Ling. You would not allow me to perish so easily. Even if you disregard our affection, could you not treat me as an ordinary person? I implore you, grant me but a morsel of food. Rest assured, I shall no longer trouble you henceforth. Chapter 060, To Slay One's Own Husband. Food, Tang Ling chuckled, turning the camera to reveal the fruit and bread on the coffee table. I have food, yet if I were to give it to you, it would be akin to feeding a dog. Tian Yu Jiao's face turned ashen. Tang Ling, what must I do for you to forgive me? Some actions, once committed, are beyond absolution. Tian Yu Jiao, you must live well. Should you perish, how dreary that would be. Very well, if there is nothing further, I shall disconnect. As he spoke, Tang Ling prepared to end the call. Tian Yu Jiao, in a fit of anguish, cried out, Tang Ling, may you suffer a wretched fate. I shall haunt you as a ghost. Before she could finish her curse, the line went dead with a busy signal. Tian Yu Jiao crumpled to the ground, crying to the point of fainting. She could not comprehend it. Just days before, Tang Ling had vowed to take her upstairs. He loved her, despite her mistakes. He would unconditionally choose to forgive her. The true instigator of this turmoil was Chun Jie. With this thought, she suddenly turned her gaze, glaring fiercely at Chun Jie. Sensing her murderous intent, Chun Jie looked back at her. Tian Yu Jiao, what are you planning? She stood, clutching a stick tightly in her hand. It is all your fault. Had you not seduced me, Tang Ling would not ignore me. Had you not wished him harm, I would have long since moved into his home, enjoying a life of luxury. You owe me everything. As Tian Yu Jiao advanced, Chun Jie struggled to prop himself against the bed. Yu Jiao, my dear, you must listen to me. This is not my fault. Tang Ling never intended to let you in. Can you not see that? Tian Yu Jiao had succumbed to madness. No, it cannot be. He loves me so. How could he bear to see me suffer? You have stolen everything from me, and for that, I wish your death. With that, she swung the stick violently toward Chun Jie. Wounded and weakened by infection, Chun Jie lacked the strength to resist, raising only his uninjured arm in defense. Damn it! You wretched woman, cease your attacks. You claim I seduced you. It was you who pursued me, declaring your admiration for my physique. You vile creature, oh, stop hitting me. Believe me, once I recover, I will end you. Tian Yu Jiao's mind was a blank canvas, impervious to Chun Jie's frantic cries as she swung the stick with ferocity. Initially, Chun Jie managed to fend her off, but it wasn't long before he bore fresh wounds atop old ones, the pain nearly rendering him unconscious. His threats morphed into pleas for mercy. Yu Jiao, spare my life. Please stop hitting me. I swear, I can give you what Tang Ling can. But Tian Yu Jiao, consumed by rage, relentlessly struck Chun Jie, her weapon splattered with his blood. Give me what? What do you have to offer? This is all your fault. I will kill you. With a sickening thud, the stick landed heavily against Chun Jie's head, blood gushing forth. His eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Tian Yujiao, blood trickling down his forehead. You wretched woman, he spat before slowly collapsing, his eyes still fixed on her. As Tian Yujiao came to her senses, she surveyed her handiwork, and in that instant, the stick clattered to the ground. Yet, she did not panic. Her gaze vacant, she sank to the floor, burying her head between her knees, and wept. Chapter 061, Breaking In. Though Tian Yujiao and the others resided on the 8th floor, they were not in the company of anyone else. Even now, she remained prideful, believing that one day Tang Ling would come to fetch her. Thus, the events transpiring in their room remained unknown to the outside world. The supplies she scavenged with Chun Jie had been completely consumed, and if this continued, starvation was inevitable. Suddenly, she lifted her head, her bloodshot eyes glinting like a beastess. No, I cannot perish like this. I refuse to accept it. Tang Ling, I will not give up. With that declaration, she slowly rose and approached the bedside, her thoughts shrouded in mystery. Meanwhile, owing to Tang Ling's diversion of most of the zombies upstairs the previous night, Lu Yong and the others managed to clear the unprocessed floors. Fortune smiled upon them as they discovered a cache of supplies. Jiang Jigui, examining the provisions sufficient for their group for 3 days, turned to Lu Yong and asked, Brother Yong, should we share some of this with the women? Lu Yong smacked him on the back of the head. What the hell, are you an idiot? Why would we share the supplies we risked our lives for? Their survival is not our concern. Yangbin chimed in, exactly. That wretched Meng Jiwe truly thinks we are at her service, barking orders at us. I've been fed up with her for ages. If I weren't so starved, I would have dealt with her already. Zhong Jiawei added, this is splendid. With these supplies, we won't even need to confront Tang Ling, Lu Yong shot back. Why should we confront him? These supplies will barely last us 3 days. If we don't take action against that bastard, we're still doomed. Zhong Jiawei was already shaken by the gunfire from the previous night. But Tang Ling has a gun. What is there to fear from a gun? Let us storm into his abode without granting him an opportunity to draw his weapon. Shall we? Let none of us falter. After a hearty meal tonight, we shall force open his grand entrance. If we cannot breach the front door, we shall resort to the windows. Silence enveloped the group, for this was indeed their sole path to survival. Even if Tang Ling possessed a firearm, they could only hurl themselves towards its muzzle. Otherwise, there would be no escape. At that moment, Ding Jiaoyang took a deep sniff. What is that savory aroma? How delightful! The others caught the scent as well. Surely, that rascal Tang Ling is indulging in meat again. Could the scent waft so far? It seems improbable. As night descended, Moody and the others had succumbed to slumber, with only Tang Ling remaining seated upon the couch. The phone rang, and upon answering, he discovered it was Lu Hao. Brother Tang Ling, Lu Yong and the others have taken axes and hammers and are headed out, though their destination remains unknown. A faint smile graced Tang Ling's lips as he advised Lu how to return to his rest. He then activated the surveillance, and indeed, Lu Yong and a dozen others were making their way upstairs, armed and ready. Upon reaching the 10th floor, Lu Yong left 2 individuals at the stairwell to stand guard, evidently wary that the noise of their intrusion might attract the undead. Subsequently, Lu Yong, Yang Bin, and several others approached the entrance to Tang Ling's residence. After exchanging glances, Lu Yong swung his hammer with great force against the door. A resounding crash echoed through the hallway. The sound reverberated within Tang Ling's abode, causing him a momentary headache. Even the beautiful women, roused from their dreams, hastily emerged from their chambers, disheveled. You and I, panic-stricken, inquire, what was that noise? Almost immediately, another thunderous impact followed, making the trio recoil several steps. Tang Ling turned to face them. Fear not. It is merely someone attempting to break in for supplies. Upon hearing this, Gao Liping's expression softened considerably. Very well, let us return to our slumber. Even if they hammer through until dawn, this door shall bear no marks. With that, she turned and led Li Yi back to the bedroom. She was acutely aware of the fortifications she had meticulously orchestrated. Chapter 062, Utterly Useless. As anticipated, Lu Yong wielded a hammer meant for breaking stones, delivering blows with immense force. After several swings, he found himself exhausted. Damn it, let someone else take over. I'm utterly spent. Yang Bin spat into his palm, took the heavy hammer, and began to swing it fervently. Yet, he possessed barely half of Lu Yong's strength. And after 3 strikes, he too had to yield. The group took turns, hammering away for an extended period, yet the door showed no signs of yielding. Brother Yong, This is impossible. What material is this door made of? It's so sturdy. Look, not even a scratch. Lu Yong, incredulous, leaned closer to inspect the door, peering intently for a long while, even daring to touch it, only to find his suspicions confirmed. After so many strikes, not a single mark was left behind. This was unexpected. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly noticed the small iron window on the door slowly opening, followed by the emergence of a dark, menacing muzzle. Lu Yong was taken aback, his pupils dilating in shock. However, he reacted swiftly, leaping aside in an instant. Bang! With the sound of a gunshot. Lu Yong remained unharmed, but the man behind him was not as fortunate. He felt a sharp pain in his chest, and, upon looking down, saw a gaping black hole in his abdomen, blood gushing forth. "Brother Yong, save me," he cried, coughing up blood as he pleaded for help. Lu Yong reached out, intending to pull him to safety, but then bang. Another shot rang out. This time the bullet pierced through his skull, and he fell to the ground, eyes wide open, lifeless. Lu Yong and the others were paralyzed with fear, utterly astonished that Tang Ling had dared to pull the trigger. Despite the apocalypse, there was no trace of mercy. Lu Yong could only roar, "Let's go," and everyone scattered in a frenzy towards the 8th floor. In the room, Tang Ling wore a slight smile. If he truly desired the lives of these individuals, he could easily set fire to them, ensuring none would escape. His choice to use a firearm stemmed from two reasons. First, the majority of this group had been misled by Lu Yong and Yang Bin, and some among them were not inherently malevolent. Second, to establish an underground kingdom, he would need a cadre of men willing to fight for him. Returning to the 8th floor, Lu Yong and the others, still shaken, collapsed onto the floor, gasping for breath. A man named Yang Long muttered to himself, "It's terrifying." Tang Ling kills without a second thought. Opposing him is akin to courting death. Song Ming added, "Exactly, next time it could be me. I'm done. If he discovers my defiance, he surely won't spare me." Lu Yong glanced at these feeble men and coldly remarked, "If you lack the courage, just wait to starve. I'm not afraid of him. I'll confront them again tomorrow. I refuse to believe their glass is as unyielding as a door. Those of you who wish to withdraw may do so now, but don't come begging me later." Yang Bin was undeterred. After all, Tang Ling had publicly humiliated him, and he longed for his downfall. Ultimately, for men, terrified by Tang Ling, chose to withdraw. Lu Yong immediately instructed everyone to gather iron pieces to construct a bulletproof shield. With it, they would no longer fear Tang Ling's gun. The group worked tirelessly throughout the night, successfully crafting a rudimentary shield. The following morning, armed with the shield, they ascended once more. Chapter 063, Courting Death. Upon witnessing this, Lu Hao promptly reported to Tang Ling. As expected, sounds of rustling came from next door. At this moment, Lu Yong and his companions had constructed a rudimentary platform from wooden boards, allowing them to effortlessly reach the windowsill of Tang Ling's home. Inside, Tang Ling was enjoying a sumptuous breakfast with 3 stunning beauties and a small divine beast. The feast was particularly lavish for such an early hour. Yu and I was the first to notice the group standing on the windowsill, and she gasped, quickly rising to her feet. "There are people." The others turned to look, and Mu Di let out a series of startled exclamations. Only Gao Liping and Tang Ling remained remarkably composed. Gao Liping reassured them, "Don't worry, the glass is incredibly sturdy. A genuine product of the great Xian nation. They cannot enter." Meanwhile, Lu Yong and Yang Bin were captivated by the exquisite decor of Tang Ling's room and the delectable spread before them, particularly with 3 beautiful women accompanying her, one of whom resembled a major celebrity. Their mouths nearly watered in anticipation. "Lu Zong sao tet a Tang Ling, Tang Ling. I advise you to be sensible and open the door quickly, or I shall smash your window, and you shall have no one to blame but yourself." Tang Ling, un peu de, continued to savor her meal, her mouth full of food as she replied, "If you wish to smash it, then go ahead. If you can act, don't merely bluster." Infuriated, Lu Yong swung a large hammer. "You wait." With a resounding crash, his hand went numb from the impact, yet the glass showed no signs of even trembling. "Damn it, I refuse to believe this glass is not made of iron." He swung the hammer repeatedly, yet the results were no different from before. Tang Ling, carrying a bowl of food, approached the window, leaving everyone speechless as they unconsciously swallowed. "Tired, are you? Would you like to come in for a bite?" Lu Yong, exasperated, resumed his hammering until he was panting, still with no indication that the glass would shatter. "Damn it, kid, you're tough. I truly don't believe you can't break this shell. Let us go. In this world, nothing is insurmountable if one is willing to give up." Lu Yong waved his hand, signaling his companions to prepare to leave. Wait, Tang Ling called out to them. You come here to disturb my breakfast and just leave? That's unreasonable. Lu Yong turned back, ready to hurl insults, but suddenly noticed that Tang Ling was holding a gleaming object in her hand, a white handgun. Startled, he quickly grabbed a shield. Tang Ling, you didn't see this coming. If you dare shoot. Tang Ling chuckled. Do you think this handgun can't penetrate your shield? Want to try another? She then retrieved a barret from her space. Lu Yong was taken aback. His shield was already struggling against the handgun, and he shuddered to think what would happen if she used the barret. Damn it, retreat. Retreat. The sound of Tang Ling chambering around echoed like a death knell in the ears of everyone present. Lu Yong had long been terrified, trembling in fear. At that moment, Tang Ling had already opened the window and perched on the ledge, a massive gun barrel aimed directly at them. Lu Yong shouted, "Run! That bastard has come out." A deafening sound erupted as the barret bullet pierced through Lu Yong's shield, creating a gaping hole. Lu Yong was momentarily stunned, his luck astonishingly intact as the bullet grazed his scalp without inflicting harm. However, a man behind him was not so fortunate. He was struck in the chest by the barret bullet, which exploded upon impact, leaving a gruesome wound. He did not even have time to scream before his breath ceased. The sound of a bullet being chambered echoed once more. Chapter 064, Collapse. Lu Yong snapped back to reality, hurriedly discarding the heavy shield and scrambling into the building in a panic. The gunfire ceased, and the group poured into the room, collapsing onto the floor, gasping for breath. They had never been this disheveled, even when facing zombies. Fearing that Tang Ling might pursue them, Lu Yong urgently called out to the others. We must hurry. If that bastard comes after us, none of us will survive. All rushed toward the 8th floor. Brother Yong, that kid Tang Ling is more terrifying than the zombies. He genuinely possesses a sniper rifle. We should avoid antagonizing him. One said, I'm afraid I might be the next to die. Indeed, Brother Yong. If we don't confront him, we might barely survive. If we do, we won't even know how we perished. This time, neither Lu Yong nor Yongbin spoke, clearly having grasped Tang Ling's fearsome nature. Suddenly, a message from Tang Ling appeared in their group chat. 1003 Tang Ling. Whoever brings Lu Yong and Yongbin to me will receive a day's worth of supplies, regardless of the outcome. Instantly, the group chat erupted. 1603 Songjia. Tang Ling, are you about to make your move? 912 Kong Xian. Could the sound from last night and just now be Lu Yong and the others attempting to raid Tang Ling's home? 906 by Hua Hua. If Tang Ling is angry, the consequences are unpredictable. Lu Yong, take care. 504 Tian Yujiao. Tang Ling, may you meet a tragic end. Your son will be born without a posterior. Zhong Jiawei, who was beside Lu Yong, immediately noticed the message in the group chat. His hands trembled as he glanced at Lu Yong, a glint of malice in his eyes. He held his phone up to Dong Yu and Jiang Jigui, signaling them. Upon reading Tang Ling's message, the initial shock in their expressions gradually morphed into something more sinister. Yang Bin, noticing the unsettling change in their demeanor, snatched the phone from Zhong Jiawei's grasp. Upon seeing Tang Ling's message, terror washed over his face, and he instinctively recoiled. However, Zhong Jiawei and the others had already risen, armed with iron rods and axes, glaring at him menacingly. It was then that Lu Yong finally reacted, standing up and demanding, What are you doing? Yongbin hastily exclaimed, Yonggu, that scoundrel Tang Ling has proclaimed in the group that whoever captures us and brings us to him will receive a day's worth of supplies. Lu Yong reacted swiftly, seizing his weapon and standing alongside Yongbin. Brothers, do not heed that scoundrel's words. He is attempting to sow discord among us. Even if he were to capture us and present us to him, he would not grant you any supplies. Before Zhong Jiawei and the others could respond, a group of armed men surged into the room, led by Lu Hao and Guan Jingqi. Damn it! Seize those two and take them to Brother Tang Ling to claim your reward. Do not let anyone interfere. I've been starving for days, waiting for Brother Tang Ling's supplies to save my life. Seeing the menacing crowd, Yongbin urgently remarked, Brothers, consider this. If Tang Ling truly intended to provide you with supplies, he would have done so long ago. How could he possibly delay until now? He wishes to see us turn against each other while he reaps the benefits. Lu Yong quickly added, Exactly. Are you all foolish? Before the apocalypse, this fellow was notoriously stingy, hoarding supplies without ever sharing. How could he possibly offer you anything now? However, Lu Hao's voice rang out. Listen to me, everyone. In recent days, everything Guan Zhengqi and I have consumed has been provided by Brother Tang Ling. Since he has promised us supplies, he will not go back on his word. Aligning ourselves with Brother Tang Ling is undoubtedly the right choice. Jiang Jiguai immediately raised a concern. But how can we be certain he will forgive us after how we treated him before, and after our recent attempts to harm him? Lu Yong and Yang Bin were poised to use this moment to incite the crowd, but Lu Hao continued, "Rest assured, Brother Tang Ling has stated that if you capture Lu Yong and Yang Bin, he will overlook past grievances." Guan Zhengqi corroborated, "I can attest to this. Brother Tang Ling just called us." With no further concerns, Jiang Jiguai turned to Lu Yong and Yang Bin. "Yonggu, we only seek to survive. Do not hold it against us." Upon hearing this, Lu Yong led the charge, and everyone lunged at the two men, filling the room with screams, drawing the attention of many women and children who gathered to witness the spectacle. Initially, the two managed to fend off their attackers, but soon they were overwhelmed, beaten until bloodied and unable to resist. Then Lu Hao took the lead. "Let us go. Take the two to meet Brother Tang Ling." The crowd hoisted the barely conscious Lu Yong and Yang Bin and began ascending the stairs. Everyone on the 8th floor followed, hoping to glean a portion of the supplies, including Meng Jiyue and Tian Yujiao. Upon reaching the 10th floor, Lu Hao immediately dialed Tang Ling's number. Tang Ling instructed him to bring everyone to room 1020, a spacious room that had not yet been sold. Lu Hao then led the group to room 1020. The crowd had been waiting for an extended period. Both Tian Yujiao and Meng Jiyue's hearts quivered with anticipation. Within her mind, Tian Yujiao contemplated that upon meeting Tang Ling, she would beseech him to allow her to reside in his home, even if it meant kneeling and portraying herself as a pitiful figure. Meng Jiyue harbored the same notion, willing to employ her beauty as a means to achieve her aim. After a considerable wait, a voice suddenly echoed through the corridor. It was Tang Ling. He had arrived. The crowd surged towards the hallway, and indeed, they beheld a man accompanied by two women slowly approaching. Tang Ling himself, flanked by Gao, Liping, and Mu Di. Someone quickly recognized Mu Di's identity. "Heavens, is that not Mu Di? My idol. How could she be living with Tang Ling?" exclaimed one. "Oh no, has my goddess fallen so low? Tang Ling, the Great One, has even claimed Mu Di. I have resolved to follow you for life." This marked Tang Ling's first departure from his apocalyptic fortress since the end of the world, and to be frank, he felt a twinge of apprehension. Yet, he was also confident that he could command respect, ensuring that no one dared to harbor any ill intentions towards him. Upon reaching the doorway, Lu Hao and Guan Jingqi hurriedly approached. "Brother Tang Ling, you've come. How have we performed?" Tang Ling nodded with a smile, replying, "Very well." Just as he was about to step into the room, a figure darted out, Tian Yujiao, who clutched his arm tightly. "Tang Ling, it's me, Yujiao, your precious one. At last, I have found you. It's wonderful. Have you not always desired my body? I'll offer it to you tonight." Tang Ling cast her a disdainful glance before turning his attention to Lu Hao and Guan Jingqi. They exchanged knowing looks, each taking hold of Tian Yujiao. "Get away. Do not disturb my brother Tang Ling as he judges the wrongdoers." With their combined efforts, Tian Yujiao was naturally pulled aside. She attempted to advance once more, only to be threatened by Lu Hao, who brandished a long blade. "Come closer, and I shall make sure to chop you down. Do you not see the throng of beauties surrounding my brother Tang Ling? Even the biggest stars are with him. How could he possibly be interested in you?" Under Lu Hao's intimidation, Tian Yujiao dared not step forward again, yet she had no intention of conceding so easily. Chapter 066, Distribution of Supplies. As Tang Ling entered the room, all eyes were upon him, filled with varying emotions: admiration, envy, and of course, resentment. He strode into the grand hall, casting his gaze upon Lu Yong and Yang Bin, who lay on the ground. "Gentlemen, were you not intent on capturing me? Here I stand before you. Why do you not act?" Their initial bravado had evaporated. Yang Bin, in a weakened tone, pleaded, "Tang Ling, I realize my errors. I should not have opposed you. I implore you, spare me." Lu Yong echoed similar sentiments. "Tang Ling, we were driven by hunger to commit wrongs against you, for the sake of our long-standing neighborly ties. Please forgive us." Tang Ling chuckled, "Forgive you? In this apocalypse, do you truly believe I would allow such threats to persist in my vicinity?" Lu Yong had more to say. Suddenly, the sound of a gunshot echoed, and a gaping wound appeared on his head. He stared wide-eyed, and his life was extinguished. Yang Bin, witnessing this horrifying scene, was engulfed by sheer terror and scrambled to kneel before Tang Ling. "Tang Ling. No, grandfather, I was wrong. Please don't kill me. I truly understand my mistake. I shouldn't have targeted you like this. Spare me." Tang Ling simply smiled and replied, "You have committed an unforgivable offense. Another gunshot rang out, and Yangbin met the same fate. The room fell into an eerie silence, with no one daring to utter a word, all eyes fixated on Tang Ling. He put away the gun and sat on a chair brought by Lu Hao, casually playing with a grenade in his hand. This sight caused everyone to instinctively recoil several steps in fright. Tang Ling chuckled, "Do not be alarmed. I, Tang Ling, am not one to kill innocents indiscriminately. If you pose no threat to me, I shall not harm you." He then suddenly turned serious, his voice icy. "However, if anyone intends to bring harm to me, their fate will be far worse than those two." A shiver ran down everyone's spine at his words. Tang Ling's smile returned. "Now, it is time for rewards." Upon hearing this, everyone eagerly anticipated their turn. Hoping to receive some provisions from Tang Ling, Lu Hao, and Guan Zhengqi hurried forward. "Brother Tang Ling." Immediately, Tang Ling retrieved 2 days' worth of food for them from space, astonishing everyone, even Mu Di and Gao Liping, who had witnessed such feats numerous times before. "You two chose to follow me from the beginning and were instrumental in capturing Lu Yong and Yang Bin. Thus you deserve more than the others." Lu Hao and Guan Zhengqi were overwhelmingly excited, nearly kneeling to express their gratitude to Tang Ling. "Thank you, Brother Tang Ling. Following you means enjoying bountiful rewards every day." Tang Ling continued to call out names. "Jiang Jiguai." Trembling, Jiang Jiguai stepped forward. Tang Ling smiled. "Although you were misled by them and acted against me at first, you regained your senses at a critical moment. Here, this is half a day's worth of food." Though Jiang Jiguai received only half a day's provisions, he was nonetheless immensely grateful. "Thank you, Brother Tang Ling. I will surely follow your lead from now on." Next, Zhong Jiawei, Dongyu, and Ding Jiaoyang received half a day's worth of food, expressing their heartfelt gratitude to Tang Ling. Those who followed Lu Hao and did not act as accomplices to Lu Yong were rewarded with a full day's provisions. After the distribution, many remained empty-handed, including Meng Jiyue, Old Lady Mao, Tian Yujiao, and several men. As Tang Ling prepared to leave, Song Ming hurriedly interjected, "Brother Tang Ling, we have yet to receive any provisions." Tang Ling turned his gaze cold. "What have you done? Why should I provide you with any provisions?" Chapter 067, The Silent Tongue. Why remain mute just now? Song Ming stammered, "I just kicked those two scoundrels as well. Brother Tang Ling, please spare me some supplies." Others who had not received any provisions hastily joined in. "Indeed, I was the one who helped lift them up," another chimed in. "I also struck with all my might just now." Tang Ling wore a mischievous grin. "I know full well who acted and who did not. My supplies are not bestowed by the winds. I will distribute them as I see fit." Hearing this, the crowd felt a wave of regret wash over them. Had they known, they would have rushed to beat those two scoundrels. At this moment, Tian Yujiao crawled her way to Tang Ling, pleading, "Tang Ling, please take me away. I will serve you like a dog. Do as you wish. If you still feel unsatisfied, tie me up and whip me. I will not complain. I beg you for a chance. I truly realize my mistakes." Before Tang Ling could respond, Bai Huahua could no longer contain herself. "What a shameless person you are. Everyone witnessed how Tang Ling treated you. Yet you secretly consorted with Chun Jia. You were only drawn to him because he is a fitness instructor who can satisfy you multiple times in a night. I truly wonder how you have managed to survive this long, given your character." Song Jia stepped forward, angrily rebuking, "Indeed, it is a sorrowful state for a woman like you, lacking even a shred of self-respect. Tang Ling has been exceedingly merciful. If it were me, on the day the apocalypse arrives, even if I were to be bitten by a zombie, I would ensure your demise first." Others began to voice their disdain for the woman on the ground. They were not merely seeking to curry favor with Tang Ling, but were genuinely displeased with Tian Yujiao's actions. Tang Ling observed the crowd as they vented their fury at Bai Lianhua, a smile playing on his lips. "Well said. Those who just spoke shall receive half a day's worth of supplies." "Wow, the Great One truly is generous. Brother Tang Ling, I've decided to serve you wholeheartedly, should you wish. By the way, Great Tang, do you need someone to massage your legs? I am at your service." Song Ming interjected, "Look at your foolish tongue. Why did you not speak up earlier?" Yet he was quick to act, rushing forward and delivering a sharp slap to Tian Yujiao's face, causing her to see stars and blood to trickle from her mouth. "Damn it, you shameless wretch. You do not deserve my brother Tang Ling. Release him at once. Do not tarnish his garments." Tang Ling regarded him, suppressing a laugh. Such individuals were akin to reeds swaying in the wind. One could never predict when they might turn traitor. Supplies would never be granted to him. "Brother, you should have acted sooner. Now it is too late." Song Ming stood frozen, but soon regained his composure, kneeling before Tang Ling, "Grandfather Tang Ling, I implore you for some supplies. I do not wish to perish. I will take care of this wretch for you, avenging your grievances. Lu Hao evidently discerned Tang Ling's profound disdain. He immediately rushed forward and delivered a fierce kick to Song Ming's chest. With a pained cry, Song Ming curled up on the ground, moaning in agony. Get lost. I've encountered many like you, a typical backseat driver. If you continue to harass my brother, I will ensure your downfall today. Tang Ling paid no heed to the two on the ground and lifted his gaze toward the crowd, continuing to distribute supplies. However, at that moment, Tian Yujiao surged forward, attempting to seize the provisions from others. Hand it over. These belong to my boyfriend and me. You have no right to take them. Her audacious move left everyone stunned. And after enduring a few kicks and slaps, she finally quieted down. She looked at Tang Ling, pleading, Tang Ling, can you truly bear to watch them humiliate your woman like this? Tang Ling remained speechless, and soon, a new wave of insults erupted. Ignoring her, he continued with the distribution. Except for a select few, even the women and elderly who had teamed up with Meng Jiue received their share of supplies. All right, the distribution ends here for today. Everyone hurry back. The crowd understood the principle of knowing when to retreat and left promptly after obtaining the supplies. In the room, apart from the unconscious Song Ming, only Meng Jiue and Tian Yujiao remained. At this moment, Tian Yujiao was muttering to herself, it can't be true, Tang Ling. You wouldn't treat me this way. You love me. Tang Ling had no desire to engage with her, turning to Meng Jiue instead. Miss Meng, do you have any further inquiries? Meng Jiue spoke softly. Tang Ling, what exactly is your plan? Do you truly intend to turn this building into a kingdom of the apocalypse? Tang Ling Juke. Miss Meng, to be candid, this is merely an immature notion of mine. Given the rampant zombies outside, all I can do is strive to survive. Meng Jiue continued in a low voice. Since you are reluctant to share, I will not press you. What I wish to convey is that those women and children are quite pitiable. I hope you will take care of them. I understand that in this apocalypse, resources are scarce, even if you hoard several trucks of supplies. It won't sustain many for more than 10 days or half a month. But if you were truly the last person left in this world, would you feel lonely? Little did Meng Jiue know, Tang Ling's resources, as long as there were beautiful women, were inexhaustible and only seemed to multiply. Tang Ling smiled. Rest assured, Miss Meng, I will continue to provide you with supplies. As for when you all will move up, I will give you an answer. Hearing this, Meng Jiue fell silent and departed on her own. Just as she stepped out, Tang Ling, accompanied by Mu Di and Gao Liping, was about to return when suddenly, a person stumbled into the room. What the hell? Tang Ling was startled and immediately raised his handgun, fearing that a zombie had barged in. However, upon closer inspection of the newcomer, it became apparent that it was none other than the elderly Madame Mao from the first floor. Tang Ling mused silently that this old woman possessed an extraordinary tenacity, having lived for so long. As soon as Madame Mao entered the room and laid eyes on Tang Ling, she rushed forward and grasped his clothing tightly, growling, Tang Ling, you are responsible for my grandson's death. I demand that you accompany him to the grave. You wretched child, why did you not provide me with food? If it weren't for you, my grandson would not have starved to death. Hand over the food at once, or I shall demand your life in return. Tang Ling regarded the frenzied Madame Mao and, with a swift motion, shook her off. She had gone for days without sustenance, and, with just a gentle push, she fell to the ground. Yet, she clung to Tang Ling's leg, wailing help. A murder has occurred. Is there no one to care for this poor old woman? My grandson was killed by this wretched child Tang Ling. The sight of her shamelessly playing the victim was too much for the bystander, Gao Liping, to bear. Madam, cease your shamelessness. Why should Tang Ling provide you with food? Do you truly believe that your age grants you the right to act with impunity? When Tang Ling was purchasing supplies, you attempted to seize them by force. Do you really think that in this apocalyptic world, no one can hold you accountable? Madame Mao retorted defiantly, what are you? I could be your mother. How dare you lecture me? I do not care. If Tang Ling does not hand over the food today, no one shall leave. Gao Liping was exasperated. You. Tang Ling raised a hand to silence her and then bent down to address Madame Mao. Madame Mao, you claim that I am responsible for your grandson's demise? I would like to inquire how exactly I caused his death. Madame Mao replied vehemently, it is obvious. If you had shared some of the abundant supplies you purchased, my grandson would not have perished. Is it not you who is to blame? She continued, you little wretch. Did your parents not teach you to respect your elders and care for the young? You hoarded so much. What harm would it be to share a little with me? Tang Ling's lips curled into a smile. Ah, Madame Mao, therein lies your error. Your grandson was evidently consumed by you. How then can you hold me accountable for his death? At this pronouncement, not only was Madame Mao stunned, but even Mu Di and Gao Liping were taken aback. Mu Di whispered, Tang Ling, what are you saying? Who would ever eat their own grandson? Madame Mao, filled with rage, retorted, You vile wretch. How dare you slander me? I would never consume my own grandson. He perished from starvation, and you are the one responsible. Witnessing her desperate denial, Mu Di could only shudder, realizing the grim reality of their world. Had it truly come to this? A grandmother devouring her own grandson? Tang Ling chuckled. Am I speaking nonsense? Then tell me, if your grandson starved to death, where's his body? Madame Mao fell silent, momentarily at a loss for words. Tang Ling continued, Do not tell me you disposed of the corpse to feed the zombies. If I am not mistaken, there are still the remnants of your grandson on your cutting board, are there not? Was he still alive when you took action? Are you truly unafraid that he might one day come seeking you? At these words, old lady Mao was instantly engulfed in terror. You vile wretch. It was you who caused my grandson's death. Retribution will surely befall you. Tang Ling merely smiled and replied, We both know who is destined for retribution. What if one day your son and daughter-in-law suddenly return and inquire about their son's demise? How will you respond? Old lady Mao's spirit shattered completely as she screamed and leaped to her feet in a frenzy. Where's my grandson? I must find my grandson. She then dashed out of the house, her voice echoing in the corridor. Modifid somevat inconfortable. Tang Ling, do you not think this is a bit too cruel? Tang Ling cast a glance at her, a glimmer of coldness flashing in his eyes, causing Mu Di to feel as though she had been struck by lightning. Cruel? My dear star, do you believe that standing here chatting with me means life has become easier for you? But one day, you might be unexpectedly harmed by someone you pity, and you may not even realize how you met your end. With that, Tang Ling turned and departed. Gao Liping and Mu Di could only follow, while Tian Yujiao on the floor had no intention of conceding. Seeing the three leave, she immediately rose and pursued them. Just as Tang Ling was about to open the door, she positioned herself in front of Gao Liping and Mu Di. Get away from me. This house is mine. It bears my name. By what right do you reside within, while I must remain outside? Gao Liping and Mu Di exchanged bewildered glances. Tian Yujiao turned to Tang Ling. Darling, you are testing my resolve, are you not? Rest assured, after all these days, have you not perceived my determination? If you grant me a chance, I will serve you diligently. Have you forgotten? Back in college, I agreed to be with you, and you promised to love me for eternity. Indeed, Tang Ling had fulfilled that promise. In a previous life, he had even broken his ribs to prepare soup for this beloved woman. Yet this was a different chapter of his existence. Tang Ling remained silent and slowly opened the door. Tian Yujiao was overjoyed, believing Tang Ling had finally accepted her. Darling, I knew you could not bear to see your beloved suffer outside. I know you still love me. Tonight, I shall give you everything you desire, as many times as you wish. With that, she prepared to step into the house. Chapter 070, The Plan Commences. Tang Ling showed no courtesy, abruptly seizing her arm and, with a forceful pull, sent Tian Yujiao crashing 2 meters away. With a cry of anguish, she stared blankly at Tang Ling. Tang Ling softly addressed Gao Liping and her companion. You two may enter first. I have matters to discuss with this woman. Without further words, they proceeded into the house. Tang Ling slowly approached Tian Yujiao, crouching before her. My dear, he began with a cold smirk. Do you comprehend why you are still alive today? Tian Yujiao hastily responded. I understand. You are testing me, making me endure hardship. Rest assured, my dear, I have come to realize my mistakes. I shall never betray you again. I will love you as you love me. Initially, I was blinded by foolishness and fell into an affair with Chun Jie. I truly regret my actions. Tang Ling shook his head with a smile. You are exceedingly naive. Let me enlighten you. The only reason you have survived this far is that I wish to observe your struggle for survival in this apocalyptic world. I long to witness your desperate state, caught between the agony of living and the desire for death. Did you truly believe I loved you? That I purchased you a home? That was merely a means to instill hope before plunging you into despair. Leaning closer to Tian Yujiao's ear, he added, in truth, even if I were to tear you apart, it would not quench my hatred. Tian Yujiao was taken aback. She could not fathom how the man who once adored her had transformed into this. As Tang Ling turned to leave, she could not restrain herself and shouted, Tang Ling, even in death, allow me to understand. Was it merely infidelity that incited such hatred? Everyone makes mistakes. Even death row inmates are granted a chance for redemption. I have apologized. What more do you wish from me? Tang Ling pivoted, his gaze brimming with murderous intent. Your transgressions are unforgivable. Even 100 deaths would not suffice. He then entered the house, but before the door fully closed, he whispered to the stunned Tan Yujiao, "Live well. I do not wish to see you perish so easily. I want to witness your struggle for survival in this desolate world, your torment." Despair enveloped Tian Yujiao as she watched the door close, realizing it signified the closure of her hopes for life. Yet, she refused to submit to fate. The man was hers. The house was hers. Why should she meet her end in such a manner? Tang Ling, wait for me. I shall see who meets their demise first. Upon returning to the house, Tang Ling began to collect his thoughts, sitting alone on the sofa in contemplation, undisturbed by Gao Liping and the others. After a considerable interval, he took out his phone and sent a message to the group. 1003 Tang Ling. Everyone, have you all had your fill? From today onwards, we shall cleanse the entire building of zombies. I have weapons and shield available. Come and take them. Those unwilling to join are not compelled. Lu Hao was the first to respond. 609 Lu Hao. Understood, brother. I will immediately gather the team. We shall follow your instructions. 610 Guan Jingqi added. I'm in. With shields, I fear no zombies. However, some women raise their concerns. 906 White Blossom. Master Tang Ling, must we women participate as well? If so, we are more than willing. 912 Kong Xian. Indeed, if we do not partake, shall we not receive any supplies? Tang Ling continued to send messages. 1003 Tang Ling. The women shall clean the rooms, at the very least to make them habitable and gather resources. Naturally, the collected supplies will be handed over to Meng Jiyue for unified management. Anyone who dares to hoard will face the consequences. Tang Ling's plan was poised to commence. Chapter 071, Enemies from a Past Life. At this moment, the group downstairs had already accepted Lu Hao as their new leader. With a decisive command, Lu Hao proclaimed, "Brothers, ascend to the upper floors and retrieve shields from Brother Tang Ling. We shall clear the levels and ensure the entire building is secure." Following Tang Ling's earlier actions, no one dared to hesitate, fearing they would be left behind and miss out on even the slightest share of supplies. Upon reaching the upper floor, Tang Ling awaited them at the doorway. Beside him lay 2 military-grade riot shields, sturdy and reliable. "Brother Tang Ling, we have arrived. What is our course of action?" Tang Ling swiftly outlined the plan. 2 of you, robust enough to wield shields, stepped forward. Jiang Jigua and Guan Zhengqi, having partaken of the provisions Tang Ling had offered, were indeed strong. They stepped forth. "Brother Tang Ling, let us proceed. After eating, it is time for some exertion." After nodding at the two, Tang Ling instructed everyone else. When encountering zombies, remain calm. Strike at their heads. As long as you incapacitate them, they pose little threat. As for the women, ensure every room is thoroughly cleared. Dispose of any corpses. With confidence, he added, "Rest assured, I shall provide cover from behind. There is no cause for concern." With a resounding shout, the group seized their makeshift weapons and ascended, initiating the sweep of the building. This structure, towering 22 stories high, boasted an occupancy rate of 80%. However, with the onset of acid rain occurring at 10 in the morning, the majority of inhabitants were away at work. Consequently, aside from the deceased, merely around 100 souls remained alive in the building. Tang Ling led the charge from the 22nd floor, instilling courage within the group. Upon encountering zombies, many feared that Tang Ling might overlook their efforts, brandishing their iron rods and charging forth to strike at the undead. Their commotion attracted more zombies, several of which rushed toward them. Noticing this, Jiang Jigua raised a shield and charged at the approaching zombies with reckless abandon. Remarkably, he sent a few of them flying. The others did not linger, hastily moving to assist. Thus, through their coordinated efforts, no one was injured, achieving remarkable efficiency. The women, upon witnessing the gruesome, bloodied remains of the zombies, felt nauseated to the point of retching, but, in a struggle for survival, stifled their revulsion long enough to dispose of the foul, oozing corpses down the stairs. Indeed, both men and women are adept at navigating murky waters for their own gain. Some men brandish their weapons, shouting threats, yet remain rooted in place, while certain women merely engage in a superficial display, following along without actively participating. These individuals merely seek to scavenge a modicum of resources. Tang Ling observes all this keenly, meticulously noting it down in his mental ledger. Once the corridors have been cleared, the focus shifts to the individual rooms. Lu Hao bellows instructions, commanding a thorough search of every chamber. For those doors that resist opening, he orders them to be forcibly pried open. Within some rooms, the unfortunate souls who have succumbed to infection and transformed into zombies remain trapped, weakened by starvation, their fighting spirit long extinguished. In contrast, other rooms reveal those who face death with a calm resignation, some having perished from hunger. The harsh realities of the apocalypse are vividly illustrated within this building. Yet, fortune favors a few who, accustomed to stockpiling provisions at home, manage to survive. Tang Ling refrains from seizing their supplies or coercing them into joining his group. Instead, he inquires about their willingness to cooperate. Those who agree are assured that their resources will not be confiscated, while those who decline may remain in their rooms. Upon hearing that their supplies would remain intact, combined with the meager provisions they possess, most choose to join. When Tang Ling and his companions, without a single skirmish, reach the 13th floor, room 1307 is occupied, yet its occupant adamantly refuses to open the door. Tang Ling queries who resides in that room, but receives no response. To ensure that the building poses no threat, he instructs his team to break down the door. Just as they prepare to act, the door unexpectedly swings open, revealing a neatly dressed, albeit gaunt man. Upon seeing his face, Tang Ling is momentarily stunned, as if struck by an electric shock. It is Qin Chuan. Renowned in Zhejiang as a wealthy heir, his father is a prominent real estate developer, the very same who constructed Tang Ling's residential complex. Their paths should not have crossed. Yet in a previous life, Qin Chuan had left an apartment in this complex for clandestine meetings with his paramours. When the apocalypse struck, he was fortuitously residing in the complex with two women linked to him romantically, thus becoming trapped alongside the others. In a prior existence, a month after the onset of the apocalypse, Qin Chuan, leveraging his affluent background, swiftly consolidated a group around Liu Yong. Chen Jie became his chief henchman, and it was Qin Chuan who orchestrated Tang Ling's demise from behind the scenes. In this new reality, following the onset of the apocalypse, Tang Ling has not seen Qin Chuan and has not noticed any messages from him in the homeowners group. He had presumed that Qin Chuan was absent from the complex, only to discover that his greatest adversary from a past life resides just above him. Upon witnessing the imposing demeanor of the group, a flicker of trepidation crossed Qin Chuan's eyes as he quietly inquired, "What are you doing?" Lu Hao stepped forward, assuring him, "Brother, do not be afraid. We are residents of this building, currently engaged in purging the threats within to ensure future safety. Would you care to join us? Rest assured, my elder brother has stated that any supplies you possess will remain yours. We seek nothing from you." As soon as Lu Hao finished his statement, Qin Chuan retorted, "I'm not interested," and prepared to close the door. Lu Hao, quick on his feet, swiftly obstructed the door, saying, "Hey, brother, while you need not join us, we must ensure that your room is secure. Should there be a zombie lurking within, it could suddenly emerge, leading to our collective demise." The order was given by Tang Ling. It was not Lu Hao's intention to intrude without cause. In a previous life, many have been unwilling to accept the transformation of their closest kin into zombies, choosing instead to harbor them at home, or even resorting to the heinous act of secretly slaughtering neighbors to feed their loved ones turned undead. Qin Chuan, incensed by the suggestion, exclaimed, "Nonsense! How could there possibly be a zombie in my home? If there were, I certainly would not reside here." Lu Hao replied with a grin, "It is prudent that we conduct a thorough inspection." Qin Chuan was evidently enraged. "Step aside. I warn you. Should you dare to act recklessly, I shall ensure your demise. I am Qin Chuan. My father is Qin Yuanrong, and this community belongs to my family. He has already dispatched a mercenary group to rescue me. Anyone who dares to harm me shall meet a wretched fate." In his previous life, he had employed similar bravado to intimidate many, compelling them to curry favor and follow him out of that cursed place, wholeheartedly serving him as his subordinates. Yet, he found himself waiting in vain for the arrival of his father's mercenaries. Evidently, Qin Chuan's declaration of his lineage instilled hesitation in many. Sensing this, he felt a sense of satisfaction. Even in the apocalypse, his identity as a wealthy heir still wielded power. Thus, he grew even more arrogant. "Do not think I am unaware of your intentions. You seek to plunder supplies and women, do you not? Even if you had tenfold the audacity, would you dare to enter my home?" Just as a smug smile crept across his lips, a voice resonated, "Young Master Qin, you possess quite the audacity." Everyone turned to see Tang Ling. He calmly navigated through the crowd to stand beside Qin Chuan. Confused, Qin Chuan asked, "Who are you?" Tang Ling replied with a smile, "My name is Tang Ling, young Master Qin. Allow me to reiterate, I am merely here to ensure that your home is free of danger, after which we shall take our leave. As for supplies, I have an abundance. To be frank, even if your abode were filled with provisions and women, I would not be interested. Lu Hao was resolute in his intention to follow Tang Ling. He echoed from the side, indeed, my elder brother possesses abundant resources and has little regard for women. Even the renowned star, Mudi, has become my sister-in-law. Do you truly think my brother would be interested in your woman? Upon hearing this, Qin Chuan was rendered speechless. Mudi? Wasn't she the goddess of the entertainment world he had long admired? He had attempted several times to arrange a meeting with her, yet to no avail. How could she possibly be with this unremarkable man before him? Surely, this person must have lost his mind. Qin Chuan murmured, I don't care who you are. There are no zombies in my house, so leave quickly, or I won't hesitate to show you my displeasure. After speaking, Qin Chuan attempted once more to shut the door, but suddenly, he felt something press against his head. Slowly, he lifted his gaze to find Tang Ling holding a silver handgun, which had mysteriously appeared in his hand. However, how could Qin Chuan believe it was real? He scoffed derisively, Friend, are you trying to fool me with a toy gun? If you have the guts, go ahead and pull the trigger. How foolish Qin Chuan was. Had he not heard the gunfire from days prior? Or was he merely questioning the authenticity of the weapon in Tang Ling's possession? The corners of Tang Ling's mouth curved slightly. Is that so? With that, Tang Ling aimed the handgun at the ceiling and pulled the trigger. Bang! The sound startled everyone, and they all slowly looked up to see a black hole appearing in the ceiling, with smoke billowing out. Tang Ling then pressed the gun back to Qin Chuan's head. Do you still wish to test it? Qin Chuan, thoroughly frightened, stammered as he threatened Tang Ling, if you dare to lay a finger on me, my father won't let you go. Tang Ling laughed and replied, do you believe I could kill you right now and toss you downstairs to feed the zombies without anyone noticing? Qin Chuan cowered, frozen in place, unable to utter a single word. Tang Ling waved his hand. Search! Qin Chuan, no longer daring to impede, watched as the others entered the room, where they discovered two disheveled women, their faces stricken with terror. Clearly, even in the apocalyptic world, Qin Chuan had not been idle. While his room still contained some supplies, they were dwindling barely enough to sustain the three of them for a week. Lu Hao led the search through the room, and aside from the bed being cluttered with whips, handcuffs, and collars, no suspicious items were found. Lu Hao silently mused that even in the apocalypse, this wealthy second generation was quite the player. He approached the door and said to Tang Ling, Brother Tang Ling, the room is secure. Tang Ling not that? And only then did he lower the gun from Qin Chuan's head. All right, let us search elsewhere. As Qin Chuan watched the group depart, he finally exhaled a long sigh of relief, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Had he not been holding onto the doorframe, he would have collapsed to the ground. Usually, he was the one to bully others. He had never encountered such a situation before. Yet, seeing that the supplies in his room had not been plundered, Qin Chuan was once again left in a state of shock. Could it be that these individuals have merely entered to ascertain whether there are zombies in their rooms? If they disdain their own supplies, does that imply they possess an abundance of resources? A woman approached. Brother Chuan, who are these people? What is their purpose for coming in? Qin Chuan shook his head. They are residents of this building. As for their intentions, I cannot say. Another girl stepped forward. Brother Chuan, when will your father come to fetch you? I truly do not wish to remain in this dreadful place. Indeed, the provisions we have barely suffice for a week. If my father does not arrive by then, we shall be at a loss for sustenance. Qin Chuan smiled reassuringly at the two. Do not worry. My father promised to come for me, and he will surely keep his word. You know how much he cares for me. We shall depart from here long before a week has passed. Damn it, I have never endured such torment. I shall remember that fellow named Tang Ling. When my father brings the mercenaries, I will make him kneel before me and lick my shoes. A fierce glint flickered in Qin Chuan's eyes. To vent his pent-up fury, he dragged the two women into the bedroom, and soon, the sounds of their screams and the crack of a whip echoed from within. Before long, Tang Ling and his team had cleared the 8th floor. Lu Hao said to Tang Ling, Brother Tang, we have already cleared this floor, and everyone has been residing here. There's no need for further inspection, right? Tang Ling replied in a low voice, What I desire is to ensure that there is not a single threat. I must witness your thorough search once more. Naturally, no one dared to speak further, and they continued to clear each room. Most individuals congregated on this floor, and the number of occupants was substantial. When a door opened, many elderly and children were found within. However, upon reaching room 810, the door was firmly locked, and knocking yielded no response. Tang Ling inquit con Li, who resided in this room previously. Lu Hao racked his brain, but could not recall. It was then that Meng Jiwei stepped forward, stating, This room was initially vacant, Later, Tian Yujiao and Chen Jie moved in after coming downstairs. Upon hearing this, Tang Ling revealed a barely perceptible smile and commanded, "Break the door open." Chapter 074. The aroma of flesh within a room. The group began to pry open the door. While the lock had been forced, the door remained steadfastly closed, evidently barricaded by a heavy object from within. Under Tang Ling's direction, the group commenced to shoulder the door. Everyone exerted their utmost strength, and at last, the door yielded a narrow opening. Lu Hao leaned in to discern the situation inside, but as he did, a blinding white light suddenly pierced his eyes. Reacting swiftly, he withdrew his head. With a sharp sound, a deep gash appeared in the doorframe. What the hell? Lu Hao, startled, let out a cry and hurriedly felt his head. Relieved to find no harm had befallen him, he exclaimed, "Damn it, someone's after my life. Brothers, keep ramming." The group summoned every ounce of strength to continue their assault on the door, and at last, it burst open. Jiang Jigui and Guan Zhengqi quickly raised their shields to barricade the entrance, wary of a potential zombie ambush from within. However, instead of a zombie, they were met with a room cluttered with furniture, sofas and wardrobes piled high, making the challenge of breaking through all the more formidable. In the living room, Tian Yujiao brandished a kitchen knife from behind the furniture, shouting at the group, "Stay back. Anyone who dares approach will meet their end." Lu Hao, already irritated by Tian Yujiao's treatment of Tang Ling, was further incensed after narrowly escaping a blow to his head from her. His anger simmered within him as he advanced. "Damn it, you foul woman, you nearly had me. Today, I shall teach you a lesson." As he took a couple of steps forward and kicked the sofa blocking the door, an unseen force seemed to strike him, causing him to stagger back. He quickly covered his mouth and nose. "What is that smell? It's unbearable." The others, upon hearing his exclamation, inhaled deeply, including Tang Ling, and found themselves in agreement. "What on earth is that odor? So foul. Tian Yujiao, did you defecate in here?" "Good grief, I thought I was smelling the stench of decay from downstairs. But it turns out it emanates from this room." "Yes, I smell it too, it's horrendous. How can this woman endure it?" Tang Ling caught a whiff of something meaty, yet it was tainted with an overpowering rot, the two scents mingling into an intolerable assault on the senses. "Surely, there can't be zombies lurking in this room. We must investigate, for our safety depends on it." "Agreed, let us charge in together." Despite Tian Yujiao's threats with a knife, the group disregarded her completely and surged forward. Jiang Jigui and Guan Zhengqi led the charge, prompting Tian Yujiao to swing her knife, which harmlessly struck the shields. Lu Hao seized a moment, delivering a kick to Tian Yujiao's arm. Crying out in pain, she dropped the knife, and Lu Hao swiftly kicked it away, instructing two others to restrain her. Only then did the group cautiously begin to search the room. One individual ventured into the kitchen, exclaiming, "What the hell, this woman actually has meat. Where did she get it?" At this revelation, everyone rushed into the kitchen, regardless of Tian Yujiao's desperate protests. Sure enough, the pot contained chunks of meat, and the kitchen was filled with an enticing aroma. As Lu Hao approached the bedroom door, Tian Yujiao began to struggle violently. "Go away, do not disturb my room." "Tang Ling, quickly, make this group stop and leave here." Tang Ling feigned ignorance, and Lu Hao cautiously opened the door. Chapter 075. The roll call commences. As Lu Hao opened the door, Tian Yujiao suddenly knelt on the floor, ceasing her struggles. When everyone comprehended the scene within the room, they were all left in stunned silence. A corpse lay on the bed. It was Chen Jie. At this sweltering summer moment, Chen Jie's body had begun to decompose, with yellowish fluids oozing out, exuding a repugnant stench. One arm of the corpse was missing, seemingly severed, and a portion of the lower leg was also gone. Bai Huahua reacted. "Oh no, that meat in that woman's pot couldn't possibly be from Chen Jie, could it?" Upon uttering these words, many doubled over, expelling the contents of their stomachs in horror. The scene was utterly shocking. Lu Hao could no longer contain himself and rushed forward, delivering a slap across Tian Yujiao's face. "Damn it, you wretched woman!" He retched once more. Finally, as everyone regained their composure, a torrent of verbal abuse ensued. "You heartless wretch! How could you stoop so low? Even in the apocalypse, you have no humanity left. You vile creature! How could you do such a thing? I would rather starve than resort to cannibalism like you." At that moment, Tian Yujiao was already despondent, sitting on the ground, allowing others to insult and demean her. Tang Ling, however, regarded the crowd with disdain. Were it not for the supplies they had obtained from him to survive, they too would soon breach the moral threshold, just like Tian Yujiao. Lu Hao approached Chun Jie's side, his face contorted in anguish. Brother, how should we deal with this wretched woman? Tang Ling Sumai Gun Li. Let her be. Killing her or tossing her out to the zombies would not bring her more suffering than allowing her to live like this. Lu Hao nodded in understanding. Tang Ling continued. All right, we will secure the 8th floor. There's an iron door blocking the staircase to the upper floors. From 8th to the 22nd floor, this building is relatively safe. Remember, we must maintain vigilance daily to prevent anyone from taking advantage of us. Lu Hao eagerly nodded. Understood, brother. I trust you to lead us to survival. Tang Ling then retrieved his phone, locating the list previously sent to him by Meng Jiue, and also produced a handgun from his supplies. From now on, I will call out names one by one. Those whose names are called should leave voluntarily. Upon hearing this, everyone looked at him in bewilderment. Bai Huahua quickly inquired, Tang Ling, what do you mean by this? Tang Ling spoke coldly. It is quite simple. Since we have resolved to band together for warmth, the threat of zombies has been neutralized. However, the threat posed by humans remains unaddressed. What danger do we face? If you compel us to leave, where are we to go? My residence is on the 16th floor. I have no intention of departing. With a resounding gunshot, silence enveloped the room as everyone obediently closed their mouths. Terror etched on their faces as they gazed at Tang Ling. His voice was chilling, reminiscent of a malevolent spirit from the depths of hell. I am not soliciting your opinions. You may choose to remain, but your lives will be forfeit. An oppressive stillness fell over the gathering, and Tang Ling's gaze returned to the list before him. The tension was palpable, as everyone was bewildered by Tang Ling's intentions. Chapter 076. Unexpected Developments. Song Ming. Tang Ling uttered with icy resolve, and the crowd turned their attention to the corner where Song Ming stood. His expression one of sheer horror. He had infiltrated their ranks during the recent cleansing of zombies. Tang Ling, what do you mean? If you wish for me to leave, where am I to go? My home is on the 10th floor. I refuse to budge. What? Do you intend to usurp my residence? Let me make myself clear. A gunshot pierced the air, and a dark hole appeared at Song Ming's temple, blood oozing forth. His eyes widened in disbelief as he collapsed, lifeless. Tang Ling gets the... And Lu Hao promptly instructed 2 others to remove Song Ming's body. A heavy silence lingered, beads of sweat trickling down their faces. Next, Xia Gaoi. Instantly, the crowd turned their gaze once more. Xia Gaoi's mouth gaped open in fear. He dared not defy Tang Ling, yet his unwillingness to accept his fate was evident. Tang Ling, if you wish for me to leave, you must provide a reason. I refuse to die without understanding why. The rationale was straightforward. In a previous life, Xia Gaoi had invaded Tang Ling's home, being one of the perpetrators responsible for his dismemberment. Tang Ling would not permit such a threatening figure to linger by his side, for he could easily fall victim to Xia Gaoi's treachery. Yet, Tang Ling had no intention of revealing the justification rooted in their past. You seek a reason? What were you doing while we were eliminating zombies? Tang Ling's voice resonated once more. Xia Gaoi's face contorted with anxiety. I was assisting in the extermination of the zombies, of course. Zhu Fenghua interjected vehemently. You speak nonsense. I did not see you lift a finger from the outset. You merely observed. Whom do you think you are fooling? Others chimed in. Indeed, when the zombies charged, you were the first to retreat. And just now, when a zombie lunged at me, you shoved me from behind. I nearly met my demise at your hands. A despicable coward, indeed unworthy of mercy. Xia Gaoi stood frozen, unable to muster a defense as Tang Ling's voice echoed once more. So what will it be? Will you leave of your own accord, or shall I expedite your departure? Xia Gaoi, with a resolute heart, gazed fiercely at Tang Ling, his eyes ablaze with crimson fury, before turning to leave the scene and descending the stairs. Tang Ling continued with the roll call. Next, Zhu Fenghua. Zhu Fenghua, caught off guard by the swiftness of his summons, was overwhelmed with trepidation, recalling how he had been the first to speak in support of Tang Ling moments prior. The swift change of fate was striking. Yet, he understood all too well why Tang Ling had called upon him. In haste, he retrieved the supplies he had surreptitiously pilfered during the recent floor cleanup and fell to his knees before Tang Ling, pleading earnestly, Brother Tang, I recognize my wrongdoing. I should not have hoarded supplies. I implore you for another chance. I promise I will never dare to do so again. As Zhu Fenghua's desperate actions unfolded, a ripple of unease spread among the crowd, as several individuals realized they too had secretly stashed away supplies, believing they had escaped notice. However, it was evident that no one could elude Tang Ling's discerning gaze. Coldly, Tang Ling addressed Zhu Fenghua, stating, I have said it before, if we are to unite, We must consider the collective. Those who are self-serving cannot be permitted to remain. His words were met with immediate agreement from the others. Brother Tang is right. It has been declared that supplies will be confiscated and redistributed. How dare you hoard them? Be gone. You lot are likely to offend again in the future. Zhu Fenghua could only continue his pitiful pleas, but Tang Ling's gaze remained icy, and his weapon slowly ascended. In fear, Zhu Fenghua retreated repeatedly. Brother Tang, spare me. I shall leave at once. With that, he turned and fled, panic propelling him toward the staircase. Chapter 077, System Upgrade. Observing Zhu Fenghua's departure, those who had hoarded supplies no longer dared to hesitate. They rushed forward, kneeling before Tang Ling and producing the items from their pockets. Brother Tang, spare me. I understand my mistake. I only wish to keep some food for my children. One implored. I too. My mother is over 70, and the supplies I received are scarcely enough for us. Please, Brother Tang, grant me this one mercy. Another begged. I promise I shall not err again. Tang Ling surveyed the assembly, recognizing that none among them were truly malevolent. Many were simply trying to care for their families. Perhaps their actions stemmed not from selfishness, but from desperation. Thus, Tang Ling chose to extend his forgiveness. Very well, since you have come to your senses, I shall grant you another chance. However, should you falter again, do not expect my leniency. Subsequently, Tang Ling dealt with a few individuals from his past who had wronged him before announcing, now, we arrive at the final individual. At this declaration, tension escalated among the crowd. Some leaned against the walls, struggling to maintain their composure, for the atmosphere was stifling. Each one fearing that the last call might be their own. Tian Yujiao. Upon hearing the name, a collective sigh of relief echoed through the crowd. Some even collapsed weakly to the ground, their bodies succumbing to the weight of the moment. At this moment, amidst the crowd, Tian Yujiao, battered and unrecognizable, hurriedly crawled towards Tang Ling on her knees. Tang Ling, please don't drive me away. Can you bear to watch me perish at the hands of zombies? Even if you disregard our years of affection, consider the bond we share as university classmates. Please, treat me as an ordinary person and let me stay. I do not wish to die. Before Tang Ling could respond, the crowd erupted. You blood-sucking monster, if you don't leave, who will? Get lost. Your very presence disgusts me. You shameless wretch. How dare you beg Tang Ling for mercy? Did you ever consider his feelings when you were entwined with Chun Jie? Now you've even consumed Chun Jie. You truly are a perfect match, finally united as a family. Tang Ling couldn't be bothered to even glance her way. I want to say it twice. Instantly, Tian Yujiao felt a surge of weakness, her grip on Tang Ling's pant leg slackening. Tang Ling, just kill me. Tang Ling replied with a cold laugh. Kill you? I fear it would soil my hands. Besides, I've stated, I want to witness your struggle for survival. Helpless to escape death, despair consumed Tian Yujiao as fear filled her eyes. Tang Ling, you devil. Even if I become a ghost, I shall not spare you. With a wave of his hand, Lu Hao and Guan Zhengqi understood the cue, seizing her by the hair and dragging her away. Tian Yujiao continued to resist desperately. Tang Ling, may you meet a terrible end. Retribution will find you, and one day, I will kill you with my own hands. Tang Ling ignored her, turning to address the crowd. Everyone, from this day forth, let us prioritize the collective welfare. Should I discover any wrongdoing, the consequences will be clear to you all. Henceforth, men shall follow Lu Hao's leadership, while women will heed Meng Jiyue. I will devise a means for resources. As long as we stand united, I assure you will not starve. Following the fear, a wave of excitement surged through the crowd, who collectively cheered for Tang Ling. He produced a portion of supplies and handed it to Meng Jiyue. Today, everyone has contributed and is entitled to a day's worth of supplies, which you may collect from Meng Jiyue. In these perilous times, all regarded Tang Ling as their true savior, perceiving a glimmer of hope amidst the apocalypse. Just as Meng Jiyue began distributing the supplies, an unexpected voice resonated in Tang Ling's mind. Detection complete. 100 followers surrounding the host. The system has automatically upgraded to level 2. The rebate system is now enhanced to 1,000-fold. The system space has doubled, and the exchange shop has been unlocked. Chapter 078. What? Lucy and Tun Tun are moving in too? Tang Ling was momentarily stunned, his heart racing with excitement. He had never anticipated that the system could upgrade, let alone the existence of an exchange shop. After a brief exchange, Tang Ling hurried home, only to be met by Mu Di. Her expression was somewhat awkward as she addressed him. Tang Ling, I have something to discuss with you. However, Tang Ling had no time to engage. he dashed towards his bedroom, replying, "We can talk later." Before Mu Di could utter another word, he had already entered his room. Once inside, Tang Ling immediately closed his eyes, directing his consciousness into the system. "System? What do you mean by upgrade?" The system's voice resonated promptly. "The awakening of the system for the host serves two purposes: to ensure your survival in the apocalypse and to save more humanity. As more individuals follow you, the system will continue to upgrade." Tang Ling was taken aback. He had intended to survive the apocalypse in peace alongside a group of beautiful women, never contemplating the notion of saving humanity. Yet, he had not anticipated that rescuing others would lead to an upgrade of the system. And what of the exchange shop? With a chime, a blue screen materialized before him, suspended in midair. The four prominent white characters at the top read, "System Shop." Following this, a series of exchangeable items appeared. 1 pound of rice, exchange value, 50 contribution points. A machete, exchange value, 50 contribution points. A viral serum, exchange value, 300 contribution points. At the bottom of the screen, it displayed, "Host Tang Ling, total contribution value, 100. What is the viral serum? And how is this contribution value obtained?" The system explained, "The viral serum ensures that if someone is bitten or scratched by a zombie, provided that vital areas are unharmed, administering the serum within 15 minutes will prevent them from turning into a zombie." Contribution points can be earned in two ways: by helping others survive or by killing zombies, either personally or by organizing others to do so. As zombies continue to evolve, higher-level zombies yield greater contribution points. Tang Ling felt a surge of emotions. As time progressed, the zombies grew increasingly formidable. In his previous life, he had witnessed an evolved zombie annihilate a mercenary group of dozens. Now, with the system upgrade, perhaps he could indeed contend with those mutated zombies. He quickly browsed through the exchange shop, which contained hundreds of pages. Aside from food and clothing, there were building materials, firearms, and even tanks and aircraft available for exchange. However, a single tank required a staggering contribution value of 10 million. Such items were beyond his reach for the time being. What Tang Ling needed to focus on now was to continue gathering people to inhabit the building, thereby increasing his contribution points, and to fortify the entire structure into an impregnable fortress before the zombies underwent complete mutation. Certainly, even though he was in urgent need of contribution points, Tang Ling had no intention of allowing just anyone to take residence. A thorough selection was imperative. A 1,000-mile embankment can be brought down by an ant's nest. If the meticulously crafted utopia of the apocalypse were to be destroyed, not by the hands of the undead, but by humanity itself, Tang Ling would have no tears left to shed. What was he waiting for? He resolved to continue his streaming career without hesitation. With determination, Tang Ling stepped out of his bedroom, only to find Gao Liping and Yu Ni frolicking with the little divine Beastly E in the swimming pool, captivating his attention. How could he resist joining such a delightful scene? He hurriedly shed his shirt. "Ladies, it's your old Tang here." However, upon turning around, he noticed Mu Di seated on the sofa, and it dawned on him that she had something to discuss with him upon his arrival. "Superstar, didn't you have something to say to me?" "Please, go ahead," he prompted. Mu Di appeared hesitant, but eventually spoke up. "Tang Ling, I wish to discuss a matter with you." His spirits lifted. He smiled and replied, "What is on your mind?" After surveying the room, Mu Di continued, "You see, your house still has vacant bedrooms. Could you spare me 2 more? Tang Ling was perplexed. "What? You intend to occupy 3 rooms by yourself?" Mu Di hurriedly shook her head. No, it's not like that. I have a streamer and an artist under my company, both of whom are currently in Jiujing City. They contacted me this morning, desperate for help as they have nowhere to go. They're pleading for me to find them a way out." Sensing Tang Ling's concern about resource scarcity, she quickly added, "Rest assured, once they arrive, we can manage with 1 less meal each day. No, even 2 would suffice. Please, can we take them in?" Tang Ling, upon hearing this, smiled and inquired, "Who are they? Let me hear their names. Perhaps I know them." Mu Di replied, "The artist is Zhao Lucy, and the streamer is Tun Tun." Tang Ling was taken aback. Mu Di's arrival had already exceeded his expectations, but to think that his sanctuary in this apocalypse would host so many beautiful stars. Zhao Lucy had captured hearts across the nation with a single photograph in her childhood and had blossomed into a new generation star in the entertainment industry. As for Tun Tun, he had seen her streams. She was vivacious and stunning, both in appearance and physique, truly exceptional. How could any man refuse their presence? Noticing Tang Ling's silence, Mu Di assumed he disagreed and quickly interjected, "Tang Ling, I understand that you have so many people downstairs to care for. and your resources are depleting rapidly. However, having 2 more 1T make much difference. We can simply eat a little less each day. Tang Ling immediately rose to his feet. Why should we eat less? No, we need to eat more. What are we waiting for? Let us call them over at once. Di stood frozen, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Could it be that Tang Ling harbors ulterior motives? That seems unlikely. After all, she has been living here for several days, and despite her revealing attire, there's been no sign of any inappropriate thoughts from Tang Ling. However, upon receiving Tang Ling's consent, she felt a surge of joy. Very well, I shall summon them at once. Yet almost immediately, Moody's expression clouded with worry. Although they were not far from us, it appeared that it would not be an easy task for them to make their way here. Tang Ling patted her chest confidently, declaring, "It's simple. I won't go to fetch them." Di was momentarily taken aback. Although she had meekly requested Tang Ling's permission for the two to stay, she had not yet devised a plan for them to navigate through the horde of corpses to join them. To her surprise, Tang Ling not only readily agreed to let the two stay, but also offered to accompany her to retrieve them. Tang Ling, you cannot be serious. Tang Ling chuckled. What sort of joke is that? Rest assured, with Li Ping's vehicle, I guarantee their safe arrival. In truth, Tang Ling reflected that had this been before today, even with Gao Liping's apocalyptic vehicle, he would have been reluctant to venture even a few kilometers to fetch someone, let alone make a loop around the neighborhood. However, the circumstances had changed. He had unlocked the system shop, capable of exchanging for serum. Even if he were to be bitten or scratched by a zombie, he could remain safe within the vehicle. Moreover, killing zombies would convert into contribution points, which meant he would not be confined to the house every day. He would certainly seek encounters with the undead. During their time together, Di had come to realize that Tang Ling was both courageous and cunning, decisive in battle, and her perception of him had shifted dramatically. At that moment, Di was utterly captivated by Tang Ling. Joy radiated from her as she stood, her excitement evident on her face. Instinctively, she lunged toward Tang Ling, wrapping her arms around his neck and planting a kiss on his cheek. Thank you, Tang Ling. Both Tang Ling and Di were momentarily stunned, their cheeks flushed, gazing at each other in silence. After a considerable pause, Tang Ling finally regained his composure. Averting his gaze, tell them not to rush. Give us 3 days, and we will come to fetch them. Di, her cheeks still flushed, softly agreed. In an effort to ease the awkwardness, Tang Ling suggested, look how much fun they are having. Shall we join them? To his surprise, Di agreed and stood up, slowly shedding her clothing in front of Tang Ling. When she was left clad only in a knotted swimsuit, Tang Ling was utterly mesmerized. Her physique, her skin, combined with her exquisite features, were nothing short of divine. Let us go. At Di's invitation, it was Tang Ling who hesitated. You go ahead. I will join you shortly. In that moment, Tang Ling was too apprehensive to stand, for standing up would reveal more than he was ready to face. As Di leaped into the swimming pool, frolicking with UNI and Gao Liping, Tang Ling could not help but smile. It appeared that this superstar had thoroughly integrated into the environment. Chapter 080, Slaying Zombies to Increase Contribution Points. After a refreshing sleep, the next morning, Danline Vumtili Guntastet Liu Hao. Please find a few sturdy and courageous individuals to come up. I have something to discuss with you. Liu Hao, of course, agreed without hesitation. Shortly thereafter, he arrived upstairs with 4 others. Besides himself and Guan Jingqi, there were Jiang Jigui, Rong Sheng, and Meng Hui. Tang Ling recognized Rong Sheng and Meng Hui to some extent. They were not particularly talkative, yet their diligence was commendable. During yesterday's zombie clearing mission, both had been at the forefront. Upon seeing Tang Ling, Liu Hao immediately donned a sycophantic smile and said, Bro, I brought the people you requested. Just let us know what you need. Without further ado, Tang Ling retrieved 5 machetes and 2 shields from his spatial storage. Liu Hao, once again witnessing Tang Ling's astonishing abilities, could not help but inquire, Bro, where on earth do these items come from? Are you some sort of magical being? Ignoring his question, Tang Ling addressed the group in a lowered voice. All right, the purpose of bringing you all here today is to take you out for a little excursion. The words left everyone dumbfounded. An excursion? Guan Jingqi exclaimed in shock. Are you joking? The outside is teeming with zombies. Venturing out would only serve as a meal for them. Tang Ling retorted with a cold smile. The zombies downstairs must ultimately be cleared. Otherwise, our community will never be safe. Of course, if you are afraid, you may choose to stay behind. But for those brave enough to accompany me, I assure you that you will never go hungry in the future. With this proclamation, silence enveloped the group. Ultimately, it was Lu Hao who stepped forward first. Damn it, what is there to fear? They are merely zombies. Did we not encounter them while clearing the floors before? We dealt with them handily then, did we not? Bro, I'll go with you. With him taking the lead, although the others felt trepidation, the thought of future sustenance spurred them to agree as well. Thus, the six-member team, including Tang Ling, armed with machetes and shields, set off. Since slaying zombies would augment their contribution points, Tang Ling led the group to continue clearing the floors. Starting from the 7th floor, the zombie presence on the 7th floor was minimal, with only 2 wandering in the corridor. Tang Ling whispered to Jiang Jigui, "Lure the zombies over, just as we did yesterday." Jiang Jigui raised his machete and struck his shield, prompting the zombies to charge towards them with guttural growls. With all his strength, Jiang Jigui raised the shield to withstand the onslaught. A dull thud echoed as the 2 zombies howled in response, frantically clawing at the shield. Lu Hao and Meng Hui, quick on their feet, each delivered a decisive blow to the heads of the zombies, causing them to collapse lifelessly to the ground. Tang Ling instinctively entered the system space, discovering that his contribution points had increased by 200. His experiment was not yet concluded. He wished to ascertain how many contribution points he would earn by personally dispatching a zombie. While clearing a room, he stumbled upon a zombie. With a gun in his right hand and a katana in his left, he prepared to confront the creature. Just as Lu Hao attempted to approach and eliminate the zombie, he softly uttered, "Let me handle this." In a swift motion, Tang Ling darted forward, his katana slicing effortlessly through the zombie's neck, its head rolling to the ground. Upon re-entering the system space, he noted that his contribution points had risen by another 200. It became evident that personally eliminating zombies yielded double the contribution points compared to those acquired through organized attacks. Subsequently, nearly all the zombies in the building were dispatched by Tang Ling himself. During this process, they also discovered Song Ming, Zhu Fenghua, and others who had been driven away by Tang Ling, hiding on the 5th floor. This group had reassembled, forming a small collective. Upon seeing Tang Ling, they desperately pleaded to be allowed back, but he ignored their entreaties. Meanwhile, Tian Yujiao was hiding alone on the 4th floor. Upon spotting Tang Ling, she was overwhelmed with joy, grasping his pant leg tightly. "Tang Ling, I knew you wouldn't abandon me. You come to rescue me. Haven't you? You've always wanted me, and now I'm yours." As she spoke, she began to remove her clothing, leaving the onlookers in shock at her desperation for survival. Tang Ling shot her a disdainful glance and kicked her away. "Get away. Don't soil my clothes." Having starved for a long time, Tian Yujiao fainted from the force of his kick. Now that the entire building was cleared of zombies, even if these individuals did not remain on the 8th floor, they were safe. Tang Ling's decision not to expel them completely was a testament to his mercy. As he arrived at the stairwell on the 1st floor, he glanced at his contribution points, which had soared to over 7,000, far from sufficient. "Let us go," he commanded, gesturing broadly. However, the others still appeared apprehensive. "Are we really leaving?" one inquired. Tang Ling reassured them, "Of course, with me here, you need not fear." He had become their pillar of strength, his words serving as a calming balm. As they exited the building, it marked their first venture outside since the onset of the apocalypse. The air outside was indeed fresher, but a few zombies quickly detected their presence and charged towards them. Tang Ling immediately instructed Jiang Jigua and Rong Sheng, "Quickly, raise the shields." They did not hesitate, positioning themselves in front of the group to withstand the initial wave of the zombie assault. Suddenly, the 6 individuals began to wield their machetes, and before long, a dozen zombies lay at their feet. Initially, Lu Hao and his companions were quite frightened, but after effortlessly dispatching the zombies, their confidence surged. "Come on, if you have the guts, come and bite me. This is exhilarating. Slash these damned creatures." Zombies continued to surge towards them, yet they skillfully worked together to eliminate each one. At that moment, others in the building noticed Tang Ling and his companions vanquishing zombies below. "Who is that valiant commander? Such bravery. Brothers, well done. Slay them," shouted one. "Can I join you in the fight against the zombies? Do you have any food to spare?" People from every floor leaned out of their windows, cheering for Tang Ling and his crew, some shouting to join, while others whistled in encouragement. Even in hunger, they were unafraid of exhausting their last ounce of strength. After all, in this post-apocalyptic world, they had been stifled for far too long, and everyone's emotions craved release. What Tang Ling did not anticipate was that, amid their frenzied battle with the zombies, 4 or 5 young men suddenly burst forth from the adjacent building. Oblivious to their own safety and armed with nothing but rudimentary wooden sticks and steel pipes, they launched a brutal assault on the zombies before them. Remarkably, they carve a bloody path to Tang Ling's side. One of the young men, sporting bleached hair, exclaimed, "Brother, you are formidable. May we join you?" Before Tang Ling could respond, a zombie leapt high, lunging towards them from behind. Tang Ling swiftly raised his weapon and fired. A loud gunshot echoed as the zombie collapsed, leaving the young men momentarily stunned. Their courage in slaying zombies did not equate to a lack of fear of firearms. Tang Ling murmured, "If you wish to survive, step aside." The young man quickly complied, retreating behind shield. It must be said, these young men were quite adept. They immediately positioned themselves beside Jiang Jigua and Rong Sheng. "Brothers, we'll guard you. You just focus on eliminating the zombies." With their assistance, even when a dozen or 20 zombies charged at the shield, they did not falter. Observing his contribution points had soared to several thousand, Tang Ling deemed it a sufficient day and instructed everyone, "Let us return." However, just as he turned around, a loud clang echoed through the air. Looking up, Tang Ling saw an individual securing the door with an iron chain. That person was none other than the seemingly deranged old lady Mao. As she locked the door, she hurled curses at Tang Ling. "You little bastard, I let you lead my grandson to his doom, and today you shall find no resting place. I must see how many zombies you can slay." Chapter 082, The Bite. After an initial shock, Tang Ling was engulfed by a torrent of rage. He regretted not leaving someone to guard the entrance before venturing out, never anticipating that they would fall prey to that wretched old woman. Although the few of them were valiant, they had been swinging their machetes so vigorously that their arms were nearly spent. Had it not been for the recent addition of a few young men, they would likely have been overrun by the zombies and met their demise at their hands. Lu Hao shouted loudly, "What should we do?" "Brother, I can't swing my weapon anymore." The old woman continued to curse. "You filthy wretch. I'll make you pay for your arrogance. If you do not surrender your supplies today, I shall ensure you perish outside." Tang Ling ignored her, prioritizing the immediate threat of the zombies. He swiftly retrieved several shields from his space and handed them to the young men. "Take these." They dared not hesitate and grasped the shields to fend off the relentless assaults of the zombies. In that moment, Tang Ling produced a grenade from his supplies, pulled the pin, and hurled it into the horde. With a resounding boom, they were momentarily deafened, only able to hear a ringing in their ears. Smoke and debris filled the air, littered with the remnants of the zombies. Fortunately, the onslaught had abated, with only a few zombies remaining to threaten them. Tang Ling was acutely aware that the explosion would undoubtedly attract more zombies. Disregarding the dizziness clouding his mind, he approached the door. The old woman, startled by the blast, had collapsed onto the ground. Upon seeing Tang Ling rushing toward the door, she scrambled to her feet, bracing herself against it. "You bastard, you think you can come in?" "Not a chance." Tang Ling glanced at the door, which she had locked from the inside. Forcing it open was not beyond his capabilities, as he could easily shatter the tempered glass. However, such an act would compromise their first line of defense against the zombies. Surveying his surroundings, he noticed that a neighboring house had an open window. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed over and climbed through. The old woman lifted her head, failing to spot him, and began to search frantically. "Where has that little brat gone?" Suddenly, a voice echoed from behind her. "Old woman, who are you looking for?" Her eyes widened in shock as she turned to confront Tang Ling's grim visage. "You little brat." Tang Ling had no desire for idle chatter. He snatched the keys from her hand, intent on unlocking the door. The old woman still clung to the belief that, even in this apocalyptic world, her age would afford her some deference. She attempted to obstruct him. At that moment, a scream pierced the air from outside. Tang Ling's heart raced as he looked up to see Guan Zhengqi clutching his arm, blood streaming down, a clear indication that he had been bitten by a zombie. In a swift motion, Tang Ling raised his hand and struck the old woman across the face. Madame Mao spun around and fell to the ground. Tang Ling, quick-witted and agile, unlocked the chains and forcefully pulled open the door. "Hurry inside." Lu Hao and his companions squeezed into the building, and Tang Ling promptly shut the door behind them. As Guan Zhengqi stumbled in, he fell to the floor, clutching his arm in agony and wailing. The others braced themselves against the door. The young man with the yellow hair was still blissfully unaware of the gravity of the situation. "Damn, this is so exhilarating. These zombies are relentless. The apocalypse has arrived, and it's my first time out. I feel like I'm going to suffocate if I don't stretch my limbs." Indeed, this guy is truly courageous. I've decided to stick with him from now on. "Me too." Only Lu Hao remained silent. Before the apocalypse, He and Guan Zhengqi were neighbors, often visiting each other, and in this new world, they were the first to recognize Tang Ling's potential. Now, with Guan Zhengqi bitten by a zombie, Lu Hao felt the greatest worry and sorrow. He could not blame Tang Ling and instead unleashed his fury on Madame Mao. Grabbing the dazed old woman, he shouted, "Damn it, you old hag. You locked us out, causing my brother's injury. I'll make you pay." With tears streaming down his face, Lu Hao raised his machete, ready to strike. Just then, a voice halted him. Wait. Chapter 083, Madame Mao. The experience of a flying person. Lu Hao turned to Tang Ling and shouted hoarsely, "Brother, it's this damned old woman who caused Guan Zhengqi's fate. I want her to pay with her life." Amidst the commotion, everyone regained their senses. Guan Zhengqi had been bitten. The others instantly wore anxious expressions. And Jiang Jiguai quietly asked, "Brother Tang Ling, will Lao Guan turn into a zombie?" The young man with the yellow hair quickly chimed in, "Of course. If he has been bitten, he'll become a zombie. We must leave now. In less than half an hour, he'll mutate." Guan Zhengqi, looking weak, gazed at Tang Ling and said, "Brother Tang Ling, please kill me. I don't want to become a zombie." Unexpectedly, Tang Ling replied softly, "Don't worry. You won't become a zombie." A flicker of astonishment crossed Guan Zhengqi's pained face as he said, "Brother, don't try to comfort me. I know what happens after being bitten. Grant me a swift end. If I turn into a zombie, you'll have to eliminate me." Tang Ling ignored him and instructed Lu Hao, help him to the second floor and wait for me." After some consideration, Lu Hao chose to trust Tang Ling. He helped Guan Zhengqi and ascended the stairs. Meanwhile, a cold, murderous aura gradually surfaced on Tang Ling's indifferent face as he slowly approached Madame Mao. The old woman, intimidated by Tang Ling's formidable presence, began to retreat, yet she still believed he would not dare to harm her. In her mind, she was an elderly woman. Even if she was at fault, he could do nothing, lest she ruin him with a lawsuit. Tang Ling softly addressed her, "Old Lady Mao. Do you truly wish for my demise?" Old Lady Mao remained haughty, stating, "Indeed, you have procured an abundance of food. Why won't you share it with me? You are the one responsible for my grandson's death, and I wish for your demise 1,000-fold." Tang Ling nodded slightly, realizing that perhaps she had been too lenient with her. "Since you desire our destruction, I cannot allow you to continue living." Old Lady Mao, believing Tang Ling was merely trying to intimidate her, rose defiantly, ready for a confrontation. "What? Do you dare to lay a hand on me? I fear you not. You have yet to face the consequences for your previous actions." To her surprise, Tang Ling retorted with a chilling smile, "Old Lady Mao, have you ever experienced the sensation of flying?" Old Lady Mao thought she had misheard. "You little wretch, what did you say? I did not understand." Without affording her another moment, Tang Ling swiftly lifted Old Lady Mao, her recent training rendering the task effortless. Old Lady Mao struggled fiercely, clawing and slapping at Tang Ling. "You little wretch, what do you intend to do? Release me at once. My son is a powerful man. You dare not harm me, or he will exact vengeance upon you." Ignoring her protests, Tang Ling commanded Jiang Jigua, who was guarding the door, "Open it." Jiang Jigua, bewildered, replied, "What? Brother Tang, there are zombies outside. If we open the door..." Tang Ling's voice was icy. "I said open the door." Reluctantly, Jiang Jigua prepared the others and slowly drew open the door. It was then that Old Lady Mao realized Tang Ling intended to cast her outside, rather than merely frighten her. "Tang Ling, release me. I can overlook our past grievances. My grandson's fate is none of your concern. Please let me down." As the door swung open, Tang Ling unceremoniously tossed Old Lady Mao outside, her body crashing heavily into the throng of zombies that had been battering the door. "Ouch!" Old Lady Mao cried out in shock, the suddenness of her predicament leaving her momentarily dazed. "Tang Ling, you..." Before she could finish her curse, the zombies, having detected the living being behind them, surged towards her en masse. "Tang, save me! Ouch, this hurts!" Her cries echoed, but within mere seconds, she was engulfed by the ravenous horde, her voice silenced. With the zombies no longer battering the door, Jiang Jigua swiftly closed and locked it. Tang Ling quietly instructed him, "Take them to the 8th floor and wait for me." With that, she ascended the stairs, encountering Lu Hao, who was descending in haste. Upon seeing Tang Ling, Lu Hao exclaimed anxiously, "Brother, Guan Zhengqi, he is in dire condition." Chapter 084. He has come back to life. Tang Ling and Lu Hao entered the room where Guan Zhengqi was located. At that moment, Guan Zhengqi was trembling uncontrollably on the bed. His face and body were visibly marked by veins, as if insects were crawling through his blood. Even Tang Ling found the sight rather distressing. Guan Zhengqi mumbled, "Please, Grant me a swift end. The pain is unbearable. Lu Hao continued to weep. What should we do? Brother Tang, he is on the brink of mutation. Perhaps we should. Tang Ling remained silent, his consciousness drifting into the system space. System, I wish to exchange for a product. The system's voice responded, opening the system store. As the store materialized, without hesitation, Tang Ling exchanged for a vial of viral serum. Exchange successful. Welcome back, host. Upon opening his eyes, Tang Ling found a vial resembling a potion in his hand, yet the system did not specify whether it was to be ingested or injected. Just as he was about to inquire, the system interjected, host, both methods yield the same effect. Without further ado, Tang Ling administered the serum to Guan Jingqi. Though he could have chosen to ignore him, Guan Jingqi had shown loyalty to him, and he was curious to see if the serum would prove effective. Lu Hao hastily questioned Tang Ling, brother, what is this? Tang Ling remained silent, his gaze fixed on Guan Jingqi. As anticipated, after consuming the serum, Guan Jingqi ceased trembling within a minute, lying still on the bed, seemingly caught between life and death. Lu Hao was taken aback, fearing that Tang Ling had poisoned Guan Jingqi to grant him a merciful end, causing him to collapse to the ground. Jingqi, do not blame Brother Tang. He only wished to spare you from suffering, he pleaded. The true culprit behind your plight is that old witch, Granny Mao. Seek her out if you must. Tang Ling, feeling exhausted, found a place to sit and remarked, why are you crying? He is not dead yet. Lu Hao shot Tang Ling a shocked glance before hastily checking Guan Jingqi's condition. The veins that had been so prominent had receded, and his chest was rising and falling, his breathing becoming steady, though the wound on his arm still bled. Lu Hao was astounded. Suddenly, he turned to Tang Ling and exclaimed, brother, are you a deity? You must be a deity. Surely, heaven cannot bear to witness humanity's demise and has sent you to save us. Tang Ling, disinterested, chose to rest in silence. Moments later. After about 10 minutes, Guan Jingqi abruptly sat up in bed, startling Lu Hao, who stumbled backward and fell to the ground. Even Tang Ling was taken aback. Rising from his seat, Guan Jingqi, with a bewildered expression, murmured, what has happened to me? Am I dead? The fact that he could still speak indicated he was not a zombie, and Tang Ling let out a sigh of relief. The system had not deceived him. Lu Hao was the most elated of all. He suddenly rushed forward and embraced Guan Jingqi. Oh Guan, you're all right. How wonderful. It was Brother Tang Ling who saved you. Guan Jingqi appeared utterly astonished. Am I truly unharmed? How could this be? Was I not bitten? He glanced around and even slapped himself to confirm that this was not a dream, and in an instant his excitement surged. I'm really fine. I didn't turn into a zombie. This is fantastic, simply fantastic. Tang Ling softly replied, it's good that you're all right. Let us head upstairs. To his surprise, Guan Jingqi promptly got to his feet and knelt before Tang Ling. Although I'm unsure of how you saved me, I must express my deepest gratitude for your life-saving grace. From now on, regardless of the peril, whether it be through fire or water, I shall fear nothing as long as you command, brother. Tang Ling smiled slightly. Stand up. It was my negligence that led to your injury. I share the responsibility. They are still waiting for us upstairs. Let us go. The three then made their way up the stairs. Chapter 085. A subtle maneuver at this moment on the 8th floor. Jiang Jigue was pacing back and forth in the corridor with his companions. Those unruly youths were utterly oblivious. That brother is surely destined to become a zombie. Once bitten, not even a deity could save him. I share that belief. I witnessed my neighbor's entire family transform after being bitten. In my opinion, it would be merciful to end his suffering. Just then, Tang Ling arrived on the floor. As Jiang Jigue prepared to approach, he caught sight of Guan Jingqi behind Tang Ling, causing him to stumble back several steps. Old Guan, you're unharmed? Guan Jingqi chuckled. With Brother Tang Ling here, I doubt I could perish even if I wished to. In an instant, all eyes turned toward Tang Ling, their admiration palpable, having witnessed countless extraordinary feats from him. Except for those unruly youths, the leader remarked, wait a moment, how is it possible for someone to be bitten and remain unscathed? Is it an antibody? They were unaware that Tang Ling could conjure food and supplies with his bare hands, and even produce a firearm out of thin air. Tang Ling, uninterested in engaging with them further, addressed the crowd. The 5 individuals who accompanied me today, along with you 5 young fellows, come with me. 10 individuals followed Tang Ling to room 820. He first turned to the 5 youths, asking softly, why did you choose to accompany me? The leader of the youths quickly replied, brother, you are so valiant. Of course, we wish to follow you. The others chimed in enthusiastically, indeed, brother, despite our youth, We harbor no fear in confronting those zombies. Yes, brother, if you lead us in a battle, we won't even blink. Of course, if you happen to have any food, that would be splendid. We haven't eaten in days. Had it not been for our gathering for drinks before the apocalypse and stocking up on supplies, we might not have survived to this day. Tang Ling observed a few individuals expressing their innermost thoughts. Without saying much, he dialed Meng Jiue's number, requesting her to bring some food. Meng Jiue then brought over some provisions obtained from her scavenging the previous day. Tang Ling instructed her to distribute the food among the group, and upon seeing the sustenance, their eyes sparkled with anticipation. Almost simultaneously, they tore open the packaging and began to indulge. Tang Ling spoke softly, urging them, "After you have eaten, make sure to return promptly." The group was taken aback, and the leader hastily swallowed the food in his mouth, saying, "Big brother, we genuinely wish to follow you. There isn't anyone from our building as remarkable as you to lead us in our endeavors. Rest assured, since we have come to you, we will abide by your rules. If you instruct us to go east, we will not dare to venture west." The others nodded in agreement, pledging their loyalty. After contemplating the situation, Tang Ling recognized that he needed people to establish his own influence. Although these individuals appeared somewhat unrefined, he deemed it prudent to observe them for a while. If necessary, he could reassess later. "All right, since you have decided to band together with us, I shall not refuse. Let us hear your names." "Big brother, I am Songbo. I am Zhao Jingrong." "Big brother, I am Zhao Jingshan, we are brothers." "I am Sun Yuba. I am Long Dingli, big brother." Tang Ling murmured, "Very well, I will remember your names. For now, you may stay with us. However, if you do not adhere to the rules, do not blame us for being unkind." "Understood, big brother." To establish his authority, Tang Ling chose not to dismiss them. Instead, he addressed Lu Hao and the others in their presence, saying, "Thank you for your efforts today. Though there were surprises, fortunately, you returned safely. Of course, merit must be rewarded and transgressions punished. Since you have all contributed today, speak up if you desire anything." Lu Hao grinned, "Big brother, you are too polite. I have longed to stretch my legs a bit. If you must reward me, I would like this machete. In this post-apocalyptic world, one cannot function without a reliable weapon." Guan Jingxi added, "Indeed, big brother, I still have some food remaining from what you provided. I do not seek supplies, just this knife." Just as Jiang Jigue was about to speak, Tang Ling raised his hand to interrupt him. "You still have your mother to care for, so I shall provide you with some food instead." It was not out of kindness. Rather, he was genuinely concerned that if everyone opted for weapons, he would struggle to maintain control over these unruly youths. Given Tang Ling's insistence, Jiang Jigue naturally could not refuse. Chapter 086. Lu Si, Tun Tun. Old Tang has arrived. Tang Ling then retrieved additional food from his space and tossed it to Jiang Jigue. "Take this. As for weapons, you may keep them. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, you will be better equipped." Upon receiving the food, Jiang Jigue expressed overwhelming gratitude, nearly kneeling in thanks. Meanwhile, the five individuals watched in astonishment as Tang Ling seemingly conjured provisions out of thin air. "My dear brother, is this a handcrafted spiral pill? How astonishing. You have truly impressed me, and I have resolved that even if you were to expel me, I would remain steadfast by your side. This hardly resembles magic, dear brother. Could you perhaps impart your knowledge to me?" Earlier, when Lu Hao and the others opted for weapons over sustenance, several were taken aback. Could it be that they have no need for food? Now, witnessing Tang Ling's remarkable abilities, they were utterly captivated. Noticing their astonishment, Tang Ling felt no need for further displays. He turned to Rongsheng and Meng Hui. "What about you? What do you require?" Meng Hui pondered briefly before responding, "Brother, you have already provided abundantly. Let us simply keep the weapons." Rongsheng concurred, stating, "Indeed, if you truly wish to reward us, just remember to provide us with a bit more when we next receive supplies." Tang Ling nodded in satisfaction and rose to his feet. "Very well. Please arrange accommodations for these five brothers. I shall retire for now." Upon returning to his quarters, he was immediately surrounded by the three women, all of whom expressed their concern. You and I gazed at Tang Ling with worry. "Are you all right? What prompted you to confront those zombies?" "Indeed. What if you were to get hurt?" They echoed. Even the little divine beast tugged at Tang Ling's pant leg. "Big brother, the three older sisters were quite worried about you." Tang Ling chuckled. "See, I am perfectly fine. Worry not. I would never engage in a battle without assurance." "Are you truly concerned for me? Or is it that you fear I might perish, leaving you without provisions?" The three women blushed simultaneously at his inquiry. "Muy retorted. Of course we worry for your life. If you were to perish, we would starve here alongside you. Galley Ping added, yes, next time you venture out, you ought to leave a larger supply of provisions at home. Should anything happen to you, we would be doomed. Only you and I stood to the side, blushing and silent. However, Tang Ling had already discerned that the three genuinely cared for him, having experienced the vicissitudes of human affection in his past life. This sudden concern stirred something within him. All right, the next time I go out, I will leave you all 10 days' worth of food. If I were to meet my end, at least you would survive for a while. You and I quickly interjected, do not speak such ill-fated words. You'll be just fine. Returning to his bedroom, Tang Ling immediately entered the system space. To his astonishment, his contribution value had reached an impressive tally of 100,000. This indicated that the zombies they had recently cleared numbered at least 700 or 800. In the system store, items priced at 100,000 were primarily firearms and ammunition, items he had no need for. In 2 days, Tang Ling planned to accompany Mu Di to welcome Lu Si and Tun Tun, for which he required protective gear. Thus, he addressed the system, do you possess items that can prevent zombie bites? The system promptly responded, certainly, there exists an exquisite garment known as the celestial silk robe, which drapes upon the body as delicately as a cicada's wing. Not only is it impervious to the bites of zombies, but it also withstands the impact of bullets. Its sole shortcoming is the lack of facial protection. As Tang Ling gazed at the image that materialized on the grand screen, he couldn't help but admire its quality. However, upon noticing the exorbitant exchange price, he was left utterly speechless, requiring a staggering contribution value exceeding 1 million. Could you perhaps recommend something more affordable? He mused. Am I to be regarded as a tycoon merely for stepping outside? Very well, here's another option, came the reply. This particular item, constructed from the materials of standard bulletproof vest, offers effective protection from the neck to the soles of the feet. As long as one's head remains unbitten by a zombie, all else shall be well. Tang Ling noted the exchange price of 10,000 contribution points and, without a second thought, redeemed 4 units. When the 4 protective suits appeared at his bedside, he inspected them meticulously and donned one to test its efficacy. Remarkably lightweight, it allowed for unrestricted movement of his arms and legs. He felt his expenditure of 10,000 contribution points was indeed justified. Now, he awaited the arrival of 2 days hence, when he would embark on a retrieval mission. Chapter 087. Could you please have the goddess Mu Di sign for me? On the evening 2 days later, Mu Di had already coordinated with Lu Si and Tun Tun, planning to pick them up that night. Tang Ling also intended to bring along 2 assistants. Lu Hao and Guan Zhengqi were the ideal candidates. However, considering Guan's recent recovery and Jiang Jiguai's responsibilities towards his elderly mother, he pondered alternatives. After some contemplation, he recalled the remarkable bravery exhibited by the young Song Bo during their recent foray against zombies and decided to observe how he would perform on this outing. Should he prove himself worthy, there would be opportunities for future collaboration. Thus, Tang Ling promptly reached out to Lu Hao, instructing him to bring Song Bo upstairs. He handed a protective suit to Mu Di, advising, put this on, better to be prepared than caught unawares. Mu Di was genuinely curious about the origins of these items. Yet Tang Ling offered no explanation, and she refrained from inquiring further. Taking the protective suit, she retreated to her room. Shortly thereafter, the system promptly notified him. Detection of a beautiful host has initiated the provision of a protective suit with a rebate of 1,000 times the value now credited. Please check your account. Tang Ling mused to himself. Had he known that even protective suits could yield such rebates, he would never have spent lavishly. Moments later, Mu Di emerged from her room, and Tang Ling was momentarily taken aback. The protective suit, adorning Mu Di, appeared anything but bulky. Instead, it exuded a unique charm. What is this? He marveled. What's wrong? Is something amiss? Mu Di inquired. Regaining his composure, Tang Ling hastily replied, not at all. It fits you quite well. Mu Di observed, it is indeed fitting, but why are we wearing this? It seems no different than ordinary clothing. Tang Ling chose not to elucidate, and, at that moment, a knock resonated at the door, prompting him to beckon Mu Di to exit. This marked Song Bo's inaugural glimpse of Tang Ling's safe haven. Oh my brother, this entrance of yours is simply extraordinary. I dare say, not even a bomb could breach it, let alone a horde of zombies. Tang Ling paid him no heed and busily retrieved 2 sets of protective gear from his space, offering them to the 2 individuals. Today, we are to venture out to retrieve 2 people. Do you dare accompany me? What is there to fear? as long as you are with us. I have nothing to be afraid of. Brother, you're being too modest. Just tell me when we set off. Tang Ling was pleasantly surprised by their swift agreement, and his fondness for them grew. Indeed, these are teachable youths. Put this on. As long as your head remains unscathed from bites or scratches, you will be fine. The two took the protective suits, casting glances at one another, yet obediently donned them. Just then, Mudi emerged from the room, and Song Bo, upon raising his head, caught sight of her. His mouth slowly agape. He raised his hand in disbelief. Is it really you, the goddess Mudi? Mudi, is that truly you? Mudi was somewhat speechless, but greeted him warmly. Hello. Song Bo became even more animated. I cannot believe my eyes. You are indeed my goddess Mudi. I never expected to find you in our neighborhood. As he spoke, he frantically searched his person. What are you looking for? Lu Hao asked, puzzled. What else? A pen and paper, of course. It's not every day I meet my goddess. I must get her autograph. Lu Hao, exasperated, delivered a light slap to the back of his head. What are you thinking? She is our sister-in-law. Do not act foolishly. Upon hearing this, Mudi's lips moved slightly, yet she refrained from commenting, tacitly accepting the title of sister-in-law. Song Bo, astonished, turned his gaze to Tang Ling, admiration gleaming in his eyes like an unending river, akin to the Yellow River in flood. Brother, you are incredible. You've even won the favor of the goddess Mudi. I am in awe of you. Please impart to me your skills in wooing women. Tang Ling wished to cut the chatter short. Hurry and get dressed. Any romantic pursuits can wait until we return. Song Bo, suddenly invigorated, began to don his attire, seizing a machete and shield, marching boldly at the forefront. Hail to you, brother. With you, there is bound to be romance. Chapter 088, The Eve of Danger. The group descended the stairs in darkness, finding the vehicle that Gao Liping had driven parked beneath the residential complex. Prior to the apocalypse, Tang Ling had stockpiled some gasoline in his space. He retrieved a barrel and handed it to Mudi. Go fill the tank. We will provide cover for you. Mudi nodded slightly and carried the gasoline to refuel the car. As expected, the system immediately notified him of a 1,000-fold return, granting Tang Ling 1,000 barrels of gasoline. This meant that consumables like gasoline, as well as protective gear, were eligible for returns, whereas items of little use in the apocalypse, such as nurse outfits and stockings, would not yield any returns. Tang Ling resolved to investigate the possibility of receiving rebates on construction materials the following day. After refueling the vehicle, he turned to Mudi and said, You navigate while you drive, and we shall provide cover. The group swiftly boarded the car. As the engine roared to life, the sound, though not overwhelming, was sufficient to attract the attention of the surrounding horde of zombies, who immediately surged toward the vehicle. Mudi pressed down on the accelerator, and the car surged forward, crushing several zombies in its wake. Tang Ling's contribution points began to climb. Inside the vehicle, the most exhilarated was undoubtedly Song Bo. Oh wow, this is thrilling. Goddess. Crush them. The car sped out of the community, and as it descended the slope, nearly all the zombies in the path were mercilessly flattened. Although Mudi had encountered such a scene before, the sound of bones shattering beneath the wheels still sent a shiver of fear through her, causing beads of sweat to trickle down her forehead. On the highway, countless zombies, alerted by the commotion, charged toward them. Tang Ling rolled down the window, retrieved a grenade, and hurled it ahead. Moments later, a thunderous explosion erupted, sending flames soaring into the sky, and a horde of zombies was violently torn apart, creating a bloody path. Without hesitation, Mudi pressed the accelerator, and they escaped the first wave of zombies. Once Tang Ling returned to the car and exhaled a sigh of relief, Song Bo eagerly exclaimed, Brother, do you have any more of those? I want to try one. Tang Ling replied coldly, This is not the time for games. Stay alert and do not let the zombies catch us off guard. Song Bo fell silent, though refraining from talking was more difficult for him than facing death itself. So he redirected his attention to Mudi. Goddess, your driving skills are impressive. I thought stars like you never drive themselves. By the way, when filming kissing scenes, do you use your tongue? And when this apocalypse is over, could you perhaps arrange a small role for me in your next film? The two companions exchanged glances, exasperated at having brought along such a chatterbox. However, with Song Bo's bold spirit, Mudi surprisingly felt less anxious. With Tang Ling's grenade clearing the path, the experience was not as perilous as anticipated. After more than half an hour, they arrived at the building where Lu Si and Tun Tun resided. Finding a safe spot devoid of zombies, Mudi immediately contacted Lu Si. The two could not descend to meet them due to the zombies in the stairwell. Mu Di glanced at Tang Ling, who, without hesitation, waved his hand and declared, "We shall go up. You wait for us here." Just as Tang Ling prepared to exit the vehicle, Mu Di grasped her arm firmly. "I'm scared to go alone, and besides, you don't know where they are. Let me lead you upstairs." Tang Ling pondered for a moment before reluctantly agreeing. Fortunately, the floor where Lu Si and her companions resided was not excessively high. Merely the fourth floor. 3 individuals were sufficient to clear the corridor of zombies. However, Tang Ling never anticipated that this outing would nearly result in the annihilation of their small team. Chapter 089, Terrifying Shadow. Tang Ling quietly instructed Lu Hao and Song Bo. "I shall lead the way. Ensure the safety of Mu Di." Song Bo immediately replied, "Brother, do not worry, I will." Tang Ling, unwilling to endure his idle chatter, swiftly covered his mouth. They ascended the stairs. The 4 approached the stairway slowly. This area was affluent, densely populated before the apocalypse, and, consequently, teeming with zombies thereafter. Before Tang Ling and the others could ascend, 2 zombies charged towards them from the stairway. With swift reflexes, Tang Ling raised his Tang knife and effortlessly dispatched the 2 zombies. However, upon reaching the second-floor landing, the sight before them left the 4 utterly dumbfounded. The corridor was filled with zombies, numbering at least 20. Why were there so many zombies here? As Tang Ling observed the bloodstains on the ground, he surmised that someone must have attempted to escape via the stairs, only to be besieged and slaughtered by the zombies, who remained in this spot, unwilling to disperse. Even though Song Bo had a heart of courage, he could not help but feel a twinge of apprehension at the sight. "Big brother, what should we do? Should we retreat?" Tang Ling whispered, "Having come this far, why retreat now? Lu Hao, you protect Mu Di and watch our rear. Song Bo and I will advance." Though Song Bo felt uneasy, it did not deter him from charging forward, especially with his idol watching. Seeing Tang Ling rush towards the horde of zombies, he followed suit without hesitation, brandishing his knife. The 2 engaged the zombies in fierce combat. Fortunately, their valor proved sufficient, and they swiftly dispatched the 20 or so zombies. Song Bo instantly became exhilarated. "Brother, it's done." Yet, no sooner had he spoken than a shadow leaped out from an unknown direction, emitting a low growl as it lunged at Tang Ling, and Song Bo. Tang Ling reacted swiftly, sidestepping the attack. Unfortunately, Song Bo was not as fortunate, as he was knocked to the ground by the shadow. What the hell? Song Bo attempted to resist, but found himself pinned down by an immensely powerful force, unable to break free. "Brother, help me." The shadow opened its mouth and lunged at Song Bo's neck. Fortunately, he was clad in protective gear, despite several bites. The shadow could not penetrate the fabric. Realizing the urgency, Tang Ling hurriedly raised his Tang knife to strike at the shadow. However, sensing the imminent danger from behind, the shadow suddenly leaped away, vaulting off the wall to land above Tang Ling's head before emitting a growl and vanishing into the darkness. The group was left utterly stunned. This creature bore no resemblance to a zombie at all, whether in speed or strength, even in the perception of danger. It was as if a master of martial arts had emerged. Tang Ling snapped back to reality and hurriedly approached Song Bo. "Are you all right?" Song Bo, having narrowly escaped the clutches of death, lay on the ground, exhaling deeply. "Damn it, I'm fortunate to have your clothes, or that creature would have surely bitten me to death." Once he rose, Song Bo, puzzled, inquired, "Brother, what was that thing?" "It didn't seem like a zombie." Tang Ling found himself at a loss for an answer. "I don't know either. It appears this building harbors secrets. We must remain vigilant and not let our guard down." Song Bo, thoroughly intimidated, kept a watchful eye on their surroundings. Tang Ling drew his pistol, although firing it could attract a horde of zombies. He was prepared for any situation akin to what they had just encountered. The group cautiously ascended to the 4th floor when Tang Ling, seeking the whereabouts of Mu Dilu and Lu Hao, suddenly felt his pupils dilate in alarm. Song Bo, noticing his discomfort, followed his gaze. Their expressions mirrored each other as they spotted a shadow clinging to the top of the staircase. Could a zombie possess such an ability? Tang Ling slowly raised his gun, fearful of making a sound that might alert the creature. It was perilously close to Mu Dilu and Lu Hao. Should it be startled, their lives would be in jeopardy. However, before Tang Ling could take aim, the creature sensed danger once more, swiftly retreating upstairs and vanishing. Chapter 090. Rest. After exhaling a sigh of relief, Tang Ling whispered, "This place is unsafe. We must leave." Mu Dilu indicated the direction, and the group hurried to the front door. Mu Dilu gently knocked. "Momens late." A woman's voice came from inside. "Who is it?" Mu Dilu replied softly, "Lu Si, it's me. Open the door. The door swung open instantly. Mu Dilu rushed inside, followed closely by Lu Hao and Song Bo. Just as Tang Ling was about to enter, he suddenly noticed a shadow in the hallway, racing towards them at an alarming speed. Tang Ling was astounded. The speed rivaled that of a leopard. He quickly retreated into the room, slamming the door shut. Almost simultaneously, a thunderous crash echoed as the door was struck, causing Tang Ling to stumble back, colliding with something soft. Ouch! He turned to see a strikingly beautiful yet pale face, which belonged to the owner of the soft object he had just bumped into. Tun Tun? At that moment, Tun Tun, covering her ample bosom, glanced at Tang Ling with a hint of shyness. What was that noise? To avoid unnecessary panic, Tang Ling refrained from disclosing the truth. As he surveyed the room, he noticed Zhao Lucy standing beside Mu Dilu, her face etched with fear. To be frank, although Zhao Lucy's appearance may not be considered exquisite, she exudes a charming and playful beauty reminiscent of a neighborly young girl, a quality that the stunning beauties within Tang Ling's doomsday fortress lack. Once Zhao Lucy regained her composure, she turned her gaze towards Mu Di and, unable to contain herself any longer, leaped into his embrace. Mu Di, it is truly wonderful to see you again. I thought that I and Tun Tun would be trapped here forever. Mu Di hurriedly patted her back gently. All right, it's fine now. I'm here, aren't I? Fine? Tang Ling was acutely aware that a terrifying entity lurked outside, perhaps waiting for the very moment they opened the door to pounce and sink its fangs into their necks. Song Bo was once again left dumbstruck. Zhao Lucy? Tun Tun? Good heavens, have I stumbled into a den of celebrities? Brother, is this the kind of benefit that comes with hanging out with you? After Zhao Lucy calmed down, Moody finally addressed her. Okay, don't be afraid. Let me introduce you. This is Lu Hao. Lu Hao, blushing, merely nodded slightly at Zhao Lucy. Moody glanced at Song Bo, but before he could introduce her, Song Bo eagerly rushed over, extending his grimy hand. Hello, Lucy, I'm Song Bo. Zhao Lucy wanted to shake his hand, but upon seeing it smeared with blood and some unidentifiable liquid, she hesitated in fear. Noticing her discomfort, Song Bo quickly withdrew his hand and wiped it on his clothing, awkwardly chuckling. Sorry, I just dispatched a few zombies, my hands are a bit dirty. Finally, Moody approached Tang Ling. This is the person I mentioned to you, Tang Ling. We are currently residing together. Zhao Lucy and Tun Tun turned to look at Tang Ling, who simply smiled faintly without uttering a word. Moody turned to Tang Ling and asked, What should we do? Should we head back now? Tang Ling shook his head. No, it's too dangerous outside. We must wait a while. Moody nodded, and just then, a rumbling sound emerged. Tang Ling and Moody instinctively glanced at Tun Tun, who, clutching her stomach, awkwardly confessed, I'm sorry. Lucy and I haven't had enough to eat in many days. Realizing they could not leave for the time being and that everyone was hungry, Tang Ling suggested, Since we can't leave for now, let us have something to eat before we devise a plan to depart. He then promptly retrieved a pile of food from his storage and handed it to Moody. Moody and Lu Hao were already accustomed to such occurrences, but Zhao Lucy, Tun Tun, and even the previously acquainted Song Bo were taken aback. Is this some kind of magic trick? Go prepare the food. We'll take a moment to rest, Moody instructed. Zhao Lucy and Tun Tun quickly snapped back to reality and hurried to follow Moody into the kitchen. Chapter 91. The Request of a Wealthy Heir. Upon entering the kitchen, Zhao Lucy could no longer contain her curiosity and asked Moody, could it be that Tang Ling is performing some kind of trick? Where on earth did he summon all this food from? Moody shook his head. I truly remain oblivious to the multitude of enigmas surrounding him. Not only can he conjure food, but even firearms seem to materialize at his whim. As Moody spoke, her delicate visage flushed with a hint of crimson, adorned with an enchanting smile that left Zhao Lucy and Tunton in a state of stunned disbelief. Tunton inquired, Boss, could it be that you have taken a liking to Tang Ling? Moody, snapping back to reality, quickly concealed her smile. What are you saying? How could I possibly fancy him? Despite her words, her expression betrayed her true feelings, prompting a shared glance and a knowing smile between Tunton and Zhao Lucy. Meanwhile, Tang Ling sat alongside Lu Hao and Song Bo, with Lu Hao finally voicing his pressing question. Brother, was that creature we just encountered zombie? Although Tang Ling was aware of the evolution of zombies, he had never witnessed mutated ones in his past life, thus hesitating to make any definitive judgments. I am uncertain as well. After we have eaten, we must leave promptly. We need to be on high alert, he replied. The two nodded in agreement. Half an hour passed, and the meal was served. This was the finest spread seen by anyone other than Moody and Tang Ling since the onset of the apocalypse. They all instinctively swallowed, their appetites ravenous. Yet, Tang Ling quietly cautioned, do not indulge excessively. Merely replenish your energy. Overindulgence may render you sluggish for our next move. After some contemplation, they consented. Just as they were about to commence their meal, Zhao Lucy's phone rang. She picked it up and, after a brief glance, chose to answer. The room's tranquility allowed the voice on the other end to be faintly discernible, despite her not using speakerphone. Lucy, what are you doing? Has someone entered your home? It was a man's voice. Zhao Lucy glanced at her companions. Seeing no objections, she replied, yes. What is it? The caller grew agitated. Do they have food? Lucy, I beg you, grant me some sustenance. Zhao Lucy felt conflicted. After all, it was Tang Ling who had procured the food, and she felt powerless to decide. The caller resorted to emotional appeals. Lucy, considering I have pursued you for 3 years, have compassion for me. I have not eaten in many days, and if you disregard my plight, I may perish from hunger. Zhao Lucy, inherently kind-hearted, finally responded, let me consult with them. After hanging up, she turned to Tang Ling. Her demeanor awkward as she said, Mr. Tang, this is a friend of mine. Would it be possible for him to join us for a bite? Before Tang Ling could respond, Tunton interjected, Lucy, surely you jest. You feel pity for someone like Zhu Wei? He struts around like a wealthy heir, believing everyone should admire him. In the beginning, to pursue you, he insisted on purchasing the house across the street. When the owner refused, he resorted to threats. Such a person is unworthy of pity. Moody inquired of Tunton, is this Zhu Wei the second son of the Zhu group? Tunton, with a look of disdain, replied, who else could he possibly be? Zhao Lucy pondered for a moment before stating, very well, I shall respond to him. However, Tang Ling interjected, never mind. Since there is a survivor, let him come. One more person means additional strength. The group was taken aback. In their eyes, Tang Ling was a decisive individual. How could he suddenly exhibit such compassion? Yet, in truth, Tang Ling felt no sympathy for this wealthy heir. Chapter 092, The Arrogant Heir. Tunton quickly exclaimed, Mr. Tang, you truly need not feel sorry for him. Zhu Wei, even before the apocalypse, flaunted his status as a rich second generation, acting with impunity. In his pursuit of Sister Lucy, he resorted to every means possible. Such a person deserves no concern. Tang Ling replied softly, it's all right. Many individuals are different before and after the apocalypse. Who knows, perhaps he has turned over a new leaf. With Tang Ling saying this, Tunton found it difficult to argue further. She plopped down at the dining table, murmuring, if you all want to wait, so be it. I do not wish to wait for him. I shall eat first. Lu Hao and Song Bo were equally disinclined to wait and joined Tunton in dining. Tang Ling turned to Zhao Lucy and smiled. Lucy, since he hasn't eaten for many days, let us invite him to join us for a meal. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Lucy eventually dialed Zhu Wei's number. Upon learning that Tang Ling and the others had agreed, Zhu Wei was overwhelmed with excitement, declaring that he would arrive shortly. As Zhao Lucy prepared to open the door, Tang Ling produced a gun, stating, I shall handle this. Before long, there came a knock at the door, yet Tang Ling did not rush to open it. It was only after the third knock that he gently swung the door open. Immediately, Zhu Wei's eager face appeared in the gap. Lucy, upon seeing a man, Zhu Wei promptly altered his demeanor, frowning and asking, who are you? Ignoring him, Tang Ling ensured there was no danger behind Zhu Wei before fully opening the door. Second Master Zhu, please come in. Zhu Wei entered, and Tang Ling swiftly closed the door behind him. Upon spotting Zhao Lucy, Zhu Wei disregarded Tang Ling entirely and hurried over, attempting to grasp Zhao Lucy's hand, only to be deftly evaded by her. Not the least bit offended, he smiled and said, Lucy, it's good to see you are safe. I was genuinely worried about you. I offered to come and take care of you, to protect you, but you refused. Tunton scoffed, but remained silent. At that moment, Moody also stepped forward to greet him. Second Master Zhu, long time no see. Zhu Wei finally lifted his gaze to Moody, and upon seeing her, he was momentarily taken aback. His eyes filled with an intense longing. Recovering quickly, he exclaimed, Moody, long time no see. Meanwhile, Tang Ling had already seated himself at the dining table. Come quickly and eat. After we've finished, we shall depart from this place, as it is quite unsafe here. Zhu Wei, lacking discernment, mistook Tang Ling for a subordinate or employee of Mu Di upon seeing him open the door. Observing Tang Ling seated and dining, he immediately shouted, Hey friend, your boss has yet to take a seat, and you have already begun to eat. Is that not against the rules? Zhao Lucy, filled with anxiety, exclaimed, "Zhu Wei, how can you speak to Mr. Tang like that? Apologize to Mr. Tang at once." "Apologize?" Zhu Wei scoffed. "I merely state the facts. Mu Di has not yet taken his place at the table, yet this employee has begun to feast. How outrageous!" Mu Di was somewhat taken aback by his remarks. Just as he was preparing to clarify, unexpectedly, Lu Hao and Song Bo had already risen, ready to confront this wealthy heir should he dare to belittle Tang Ling further. Tang Ling gestured for the two to sit down, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Mu Di hastily addressed Zhu Wei, saying, "Young master, Mr. Tang is not my employee. All this food is, in fact, Mr. Tang's. Be cautious with your words, or you might find that there is nothing left to eat." Zhu Wei, glancing at the sumptuous spread before him, fell silent upon realizing it was brought by Tang Ling. After all, satisfying his hunger was of utmost priority. "Come quickly and eat. My two brothers have hearty appetites, and if you delay, there may be nothing left." Upon hearing this, Zhu Wei, who had previously insisted that Mu Di should take his place at the table first, rushed over and, once seated, began to fill his bowl with food. The glare from Tun Tun was fierce, her eyes nearly bulging with disdain for this affluent heir. Chapter 093. Encountering Danger Again. Mu Di and the others complied with Tang Ling's instructions, merely consuming enough to satiate their hunger and replenish their energy. However, Zhu Wei devoured more than half of the entire feast. After finishing, he reclined in his chair, a look of satisfaction on his face as he rubbed his belly. This is the first time since the apocalypse that I have tasted such delicious food. Before the apocalypse, I wouldn't have even glanced at such things." Unable to contain himself any longer, Song Bo rolled up his sleeves, ready to teach Zhu Wei a lesson, only to be stopped by Tang Ling enough. "It's time to act." Song Bo shot a disdainful glance at Zhu Wei and whispered to Tang Ling, "Brother, if we don't properly discipline this or a person, he truly does not understand the gravity of the situation." Tang Ling replied quietly, "There will be plenty of opportunities. Our primary concern now is to leave this place." He retrieved 3 sets of protective gear from his space, once again astonishing Zhao Lu Si and the others. Handing a suit to Zhao Lu Si, he instructed, "Put this on. It is protective gear that will ensure your safety." Zhao Lu Si and Tun Tun snapped back to reality, accepting the protective suits and heading towards the bedroom. Zhao Lu Si also handed Zhu Wei a set, saying, "This is Mr. Tang's protective suit. Hurry and put it on." Zhu Wei glanced at it and immediately turned his gaze away. "What a shabby outfit, utterly hideous. I refuse to wear it." Song Bo could no longer contain himself. He rushed forward and snatched the protective suit from Zhao Lucy's hands, exclaiming, "Well, that is splendid. Wear it if you wish. Had it not been for this protective gear, I would have been bitten by a zombie long ago." Upon hearing this, Zhu Wei immediately sprang into action and seized the suit from Song Bo. "This attire can actually fend off zombie bites? Very well, I shall reluctantly don it." As he prepared to put on the protective suit, Song Bo was infuriated. Had it not been for Tang Ling's intervention and the pressing need to act, he would have surely taught this oblivious, rich heir a lesson. Upon seeing Zhao Lucy and Tun Tun emerge, Zhu Wei also donned the protective gear, and with a decisive wave of his hand, Tang Ling declared, "Let us go. The outside is temporarily safe." Tang Ling's acquiescence to Zhu Wei's presence was not born out of benevolence or the belief that an extra pair of hands would bolster their strength. Rather, he intended for Zhu Wei to ascertain whether that creature still lurked in the corridor. Zhu Wei's safe passage indicated that the creature had at least vacated the hallway, and Tang Ling was using him as bait. The group opened the door, with Tang Ling and Song Bo leading the way, while Lu Hao brought up the rear. They cautiously traversed the corridor, having already cleared the staircase of zombies, thus encountering only a few. With swift precision, Tang Ling dispatched 1 or 2 that crossed their path. Just as they prepared to descend the stairs, a faint growl echoed through the air. Startled, Tang Ling turned to see the shadowy figure at the corridor's end reappear, resembling a panther prowling through the night, its limbs racing towards them. "Be careful," Tang Ling shouted, prompting Lu Hao to swiftly raise his shield in defense. Thud! Caught off guard, Lu Hao was hurled aside by the shadow's impact. The creature's nearest target was Mu Di, who nearly froze in fear. As it charged towards him, Tang Ling, with a flash of white light from his blade, struck at the shadow midair. With a sickening thud, Tang Ling's strike connected, causing the shadow to crash to the ground, where it momentarily writhed before rising to confront them. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Lu Hao grasped a shield and positioned himself alongside Tang Ling and Song Bo. In stark contrast, Zhu Wei had already cowered behind Zhao Lucy and Tun Tun, fearful for his own life. This monster had previously chosen flight when threatened, but now it was clear it intended to engage Tang Ling and the others in a fight to the death. Chapter 094. Is it true love for Lucy? Brother, what should we do now? Just relax, Tang Ling replied, taking the initiative as he charged at the shadow with his blade. However, despite several strikes, he found only empty air. Though wounded, the shadow remained agile, and on multiple occasions, its claws grazed Tang Ling's body. Had it not been for the protective suit, he would have likely succumbed to infection. Brother, I'll help you, Song Bo called out, rushing alongside Tang Ling to strike at the shadow from both sides. The shadow sensed a threat and once again leaped onto the ceiling, swiftly racing towards the group behind. Tang Ling instinctively called out, "Be careful." The echo reverberated through the desolate night as the shadow charged towards Mu Di and the others. Lu Hao, intending to assist, felt a sudden heaviness in his chest from the earlier impact, and before he knew it, he coughed up blood, revealing the tremendous force of the shadow's assault, which had severely injured him even through the shield. The shadow's target was Zhao Lucy. Having never encountered such a scene, Zhao Lucy was paralyzed with fear. However, as the shadow lunged at her, her body unexpectedly lurched forward, propelled by a firm shove from behind. Startled, Zhao Lucy turned to see, albeit dimly in the darkness. That was Zhu Wei who had pushed her. Yet, Zhu Wei was knocked down by the shadow and began to be savaged. Zhao Lucy was utterly astonished that, in this critical moment, it was Zhu Wei who saved her. At that moment, Zhu Wei had been rendered unconscious by the immense force of the shadow, collapsing without a sound as the shadow began to tear at his protective gear. Tang Ling had already reached the monster, swiftly delivering a decisive blow. The creature had no opportunity to evade this time. Tang Ling severed half of its head, and after a brief struggle on the ground, it fell silent. Without hesitation, Tang Ling urged everyone in a low voice, "Let's go." Song Bo helped Lu Hao to his feet, but no one attended to Zhu Wei, as all hurried down the stairs, leaving Zhao Lucy frozen in place. Mu Di sensed something was amiss and turned to see Zhao Lucy standing still. She rushed over to grasp Zhao Lucy's hand. "Come on, Lucy, what are you waiting for?" Zhao Lucy whispered, "Sister Mu Di, if it weren't for Zhu Wei, it would be me lying here. I can't just leave him." Tang Ling had witnessed everything clearly but chose to remain silent. With no other options, Mu Di reluctantly assisted Zhao Lucy in supporting Zhu Wei down the stairs. The sound Tang Ling had made had naturally attracted the attention of the zombies. Now, with Song Bo aiding the severely injured Lu Hao, the only remaining combat strength was Tang Ling. He wielded his weapon against the zombies pouring into the corridor. Had it not been for his recent training, he would have surely exhausted himself and been overwhelmed. Tang Ling relied solely on his willpower, carving a bloody path through the horde. Although the others were also grabbed by the zombies, the protective gear prevented them from suffering any injuries. Upon reaching the car, Mu Di immediately took the driver's seat, and everyone piled in, except for Tang Ling, who continued to fend off the encroaching zombies with his blade. He gradually began to feel the strain. Suddenly, a figure leaped down beside him. "Big brother, I'm here to help." This marked the third time Song Bo had uttered those words that day. With Song Bo's support, they slowly began to eliminate the surrounding zombies. "Get in the car." Song Bo swiftly withdrew to the car, while Tang Ling assisted you into the passenger seat. Mu Di started the engine and sped away. Once inside, Song Bo was overwhelmed with excitement. "Damn it, we finally escaped. I must have some fortune left after this ordeal," he exclaimed, preparing to embrace the person beside him, only to turn and find the stunning beauty, Tun Tun. Hesitant, he settled for hugging Lu Hao instead. "Brother Hao, we made it out." However, to their shock, Lu Hao suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood, his head tilting as he lost consciousness. Panic surged through Song Bo brother. "How good's not well? What should we do?" Chapter 095. Is gasoline not appealing? Although Tang Ling had stockpiled a considerable amount of medicine before the apocalypse, he was not a doctor and was uncertain about which medications to use. "Let's return first," he insisted. Zhao Lucy was also anxious. "Mr. Tang, Zhu Wei hasn't awakened. He won't be in danger, will he?" Tang Ling's tone grew somber. "I said, let us return first." The car fell into an uneasy silence. They all understood that now was not the time to worry about the two men. They needed to focus on how to safely return home. The grenades Tang Ling had purchased were nearly depleted, and he was unsure if they would receive a system rebate for them. Nevertheless, he decided to take a chance. With Mu Di driving and Zhao Lucy preoccupied with Zhu Wei's safety, After all, Zhu had risked himself to save her. Only Tun Tun remained capable of action. Turning to her, Tang Ling placed a grenade in Tun Tun's hands. Just throw and test it. Tun Tun nearly dropped the grenade in fright upon realizing what it was. Mr. Tang, you can't be serious. I can't. After guiding her through the usage, Tang Ling commanded urgently, hurry, there's zombies ahead. Throw it into the horde, or we're all doomed. With no other choice, Tun Tun suppressed her fear. Half her body leaning out of the sunroof. She pulled the pin and, using all her strength, hurled it towards the group of zombies. Moment laté, a deafening explosion échoued, causing Zhao Lucy and Tun Tun to cover their ears and scream. Tang Ling strained to listen for any system notifications, but, regrettably, none came. It was evident that grenades did not qualify for the System S material rebates. In the System S realm, grenades were considered luxuries, requiring a hefty contribution of over 100,000 points for purchase, exceedingly expensive. Though Tang Ling had accrued over 5 million contribution points during this outing, he could not afford to expend several grenades. He could only silently pray that their return journey would not be fraught with zombie hordes requiring a grenade to clear a path. Alas, fate had other plans. It appeared that their arrival had drawn most of the zombies onto the road, and now the highway swarmed with them. As the vehicle barreled into the throng, it was quickly encircled by thousands of zombies. Tang Ling muttered a curse under his breath. Damn it! After a moment of cursing, he prepared to hurl the grenade, only to be suddenly stopped by Moody. Tang Ling, it would be wiser to conserve the grenade and utilize gasoline instead. Tang Ling's eyes sparkled with clarity at the suggestion. He was overwhelmed with the urge to embrace Moody and shower him with kisses. Indeed, while the grenade was impractical, gasoline would yield rewards from the system. He had already received a 1,000-fold return upon leaving. Thus, Tang Ling leaned out of the window, retrieved a canister of gasoline, and hurled it directly into the throng of zombies. He then drew his handgun, taking aim at the gasoline canister. The gun fired, and, simultaneously, the canister exploded, creating a fiery spectacle amidst the zombies. Although the devastation was not as extensive as that of a grenade, the flames engulfed any zombie that came into contact with the gasoline, reducing them to mere charred remains. The vehicle surged through the inferno like a circus tiger leaping through rings of fire. At last, the group returned to the community. Upon witnessing the chaos from that fateful day, Tang Ling swiftly opened the trunk and poured out canisters of gasoline onto the road. Within moments, the entire path was drenched in gasoline, while the pursuing zombies continued their relentless chase. Tang Ling slowly drew his handgun. Here we go. With a precise shot fired at the ground, the spark ignited the gasoline, and in an instant, the entire road was ablaze, engulfing the zombies in a ferocious fire. The scene was nothing short of spectacular. Chapter 096. How about a doomsday livestream? Tun Tun. Upon entering the courtyard of the community, the remaining few zombies posed no challenge for Tang Ling and Songbo. He promptly instructed the others, quickly take them up to the 10th floor and wait for me. I will cover the rear. Tang Ling swiftly dispatched the approaching zombies, extending his hand to absorb Gao Liping's battle vehicle into his space. Meanwhile, Moody stood at the entrance, bracing the door, ready to shut it once Tang Ling entered the building, denying the zombies any chance of entry. She had just witnessed the astonishing scene of that massive entity vanishing before her eyes. With the prevailing belief that Tang Ling was a celestial being sent to save humanity, she found herself convinced. As Tang Ling slipped into the building, Moody regained her composure and hastily closed the door. After locking it securely, the two raced up the stairs. Upon reaching the 10th floor, Tang Ling instructed Songbo to rest, and he wisely complied. Tang Ling then opened the door and beckoned the three women to assist in bringing Lu Hao and Zhu Wei into the safety of the home. This marked the first time a man had entered Tang Ling's sanctuary. Reluctantly, Tang Ling accepted this necessity, as Lu Hao was gravely injured, and only UNI possessed medical expertise within the entire building. UNI and Gao Liping, still awake and anxious for Tang Ling's safety, rushed forward to help upon seeing the injured being supported inside. Tang Ling selected a nearby bedroom and assisted Lu Hao and Zhu Wei into it. She turned to UNI and briefly recounted the circumstances of their injuries, inquiring about the medications UNI required. Aware of the situation's severity, UNI stated her needs. And conveniently, Tang Ling had just the right supplies stored, promptly retrieving them from his space and handing them to her. Zhao Lucy busily assisted UNI in the bedroom, while Tun Tun gazed in awe at the expansive safe house, her eyes wide with astonishment. Sister Mu Di, this place is incredible. Not only is it safe, but staying here for a year and a half would hardly feel tedious. She paused, then asked, by the way, Sister Mu Di, where's Wei Wei? Is she asleep? As the mention of Wei Wei slipped from her lips, the smile on Mu Di's face gradually faded, replaced by a somber expression. Wei Wei, on the day we arrived. She sacrificed herself to protect us from the zombies. Mu Di's voice faltered, and Tun Tun fell silent, the room enveloped in a heavy stillness. After a considerable pause, you and I finally emerged from the bedroom. Tang Ling inquired about their injuries. You and I responded, Lu Hao is fine. He only sustained an abdominal injury. After taking some medication and resting for a while, he should recover. However, Zhu Wei's injuries are more severe, and it may take a long time for him to heal. As for any potential long-term effects, it's uncertain. Tang Ling felt relieved upon hearing Lu Hao was all right, but he held little concern for Zhu Wei. If it weren't for Zhao Lucy's sake, he might not have even gotten into the vehicle, let alone enter the safe house. Tun Tun, do you still wish to livestream? Tang Ling's seemingly out-of-context remark left Tun Tun momentarily speechless. After a while, she managed a wry smile and replied, Mr. Tang, please don't theist. We are in an apocalyptic world now. Even if I were to live stream and earn more money, what would be the use? Tang Ling chuckled. I'm not suggesting you earn money. Rather, I want you to promote our cause, to attract more people to join us in solidarity. Tun Tun was completely taken aback. While the idea of unity was appealing, after all, humans are inherently social creatures. If thousands were to join, the issue of resources loomed large. Would they all start together? Did Tang Ling possess absolute confidence in ensuring that everyone would be adequately fed? Live streaming could be feasible, she pondered, but if people genuinely come, what will we do without sufficient supplies? Tang Ling, undeterred, reassured her, rest easy, simply follow my instructions. Chapter 097 on the agenda. Tang Ling returned to the bedroom, his mind preoccupied with the day's events. The shadow he had encountered was likely a mutated zombie, exhibiting speed and strength far surpassing that of ordinary zombies. In his previous life, mutated zombies began appearing in their community only a year later. This indicated that the likelihood of mutated zombies emerging was greater in areas with higher population density before the apocalypse. If a mutated zombie were to breach their hard-won safe zone, their chances of survival would plummet. After much contemplation, Tang Ling resolved to begin rallying manpower the following day to fortify the building's defenses. The following day, Tang Ling arrived at the bedroom where Lu Hao and his companion were situated. At that moment, Lu Hao had already awakened. Upon catching sight of Tang Ling, he immediately attempted to rise. Big brother. Tang Ling halted his actions, saying, lie down, you must recuperate. After Lu Hao settled back down, he spoke in a low voice. If it weren't for the shield and the protective gear you provided, I might not have survived yesterday. That zombie was utterly monstrous. Tang Ling inquired. Were you able to discern what that creature looked like? Lu Hao pondered for a moment. It was certainly a zombie, but unlike any I have encountered before. It not only scaled walls with ease, but also moved with its limbs. Moreover, it had two sharp fangs, reminiscent of the zombies depicted in films. Receiving confirmation once more from Lu Hao, Tang Ling dared not hesitate any longer. His plans had to be expedited. At this time on the 8th floor, a group of individuals sat in a room, all eyes fixed on Song Bo, who stood by the bed, their expressions brimming with excitement. Let me recount yesterday's events. He began. We ventured into the building's basement, just as we were about to ascend to retrieve the renowned celebrity Lu Si and the popular streamer Tun Tun, when suddenly, two zombies sprang forth. Big brother Tang Ling charged forward, swiftly severing the heads of both zombies. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, you won't believe what we encountered. The seated crowd eagerly responded. What happened? The stairwell on the 2nd floor was teeming with countless zombies. At least 100 of them. Do we feel fear? Of course, but for Lu Si and Tun Tun, what do we have to fear? Together with big brother Tang Ling, we fought valiantly, carving out a bloody path amidst the horde. However, at that moment, an even more terrifying event unfolded. Song Bo narrated the harrowing events of last night, leaving the audience spellbound. Yet, just as he reached the most thrilling part, suddenly, Song Bo's phone rang. He gestured for everyone to hold on and retrieved his phone, glancing at the screen to discover it was Li Anjuan from the building they had previously occupied. Li Anjuan was a construction worker who had been overseeing renovations for clients when the apocalypse struck, leaving him trapped in the building. In the aftermath, he attempted to rally the residents of the entire building, much like Tang Ling, but few heeded his call. After a moment's contemplation, Song Bo decided to answer the call. Brother Song Bo, Have you all gone to the opposite building? Lian Juning kidat urgently. Yes, brotherly, what is the matter? Songbo replied. Brother Songbo, is there a powerful figure guiding you over there? I noticed they have firearms and modified vehicles. You must have a substantial supply of resources, correct? Songbo immediately grew wary. What are you planning? Lianjuan, sensing Songbo's misunderstanding, hastily sought to clarify. Brother, please don't misunderstand. We, who work at construction sites, possess ample strength. Could you kindly convey to the esteemed leader over there that we are unafraid of zombies and wish to join your ranks? We humbly seek an opportunity. After pondering for a moment, Songbo resolved to inquire about Tang Ling's thoughts. All right, I shall consult my elder brother and get back to you. Chapter 098. The livestream of Goddess Tun commences. On Tang Ling's side, just as he was preparing to ask in the group if anyone was knowledgeable about renovations or construction, Songbo had already sent a message. Elder brother, there are individuals from the opposite building who wish to align with us. What are your thoughts? Tang Ling replied. Who are they? A group of construction workers. They claim to be strong and unafraid of zombies, hoping for a chance. Tang Ling was taken aback. Was this not a fortuitous opportunity presenting itself? Without a second thought, he responded, let them come and wait for me on the 8th floor. Understood. Tang Ling, filled with excitement, stepped out of the room. In the living room, Tun sat on the sofa, with a mobile phone stand placed on a coffee table. Hello, dear family. This is Tun. It has been a while since my last live stream. Today marks my first broadcast in the post-apocalyptic world. As Tun began her stream, an overwhelming number of viewers flooded her channel, surpassing 1 million, with the count continually rising. Not a fan of cilantro. Wait, Tun, even in this apocalypse, you're still here to make money? The dream of 900 million girls. Goddess, as long as you are well, I too find hope in surviving. Dominant black brother, Tun, where are you right now? Is there food? Legends of the Jianghu. It's the apocalypse, so a little edge play doesn't matter, right? Goddess Tun, could you send me a pair of your stockings? I'll shower you with gifts. People seem to share the sentiment that in this apocalypse, money had become mere numbers and scraps of paper. Gifts in Tun's live stream soared, including airplanes, luxury cars, and carnival tokens. With a smile, Tun addressed the screen. Dear viewers, today's stream serves 2 purposes. First, to assure my loyal supporters that I am safe. Second, to announce that I have found a secure location. I am currently in the Shuahai community of Zhejiang City, where many survivors have gathered, uniting to weather this apocalypse together. If any of you are nearby, feel free to come join us. Together we shall endure. Dominant black brother, Zhejiang City? Goodness, that's a great distance away. Wherever I go, I might as well return with the truth. Life's laughter. Oh, I'm in Zhejiang City too, and not far from the happiness community. Tun, if we come over, where can we find food? Unyielding grace. I refuse to go. There's zombies outside. Wouldn't stepping out mean certain death? At that moment, Tang Ling gradually walked past Tun, intending to leave without interrupting her live stream. However, the viewers in Tun's channel instantly recognized him. A word. Is that not the great Tang Ling? It has been ages since I last saw him live stream. Song Jiaoan. Tun, have you been deceived by Tang Ling? My heart is shattered. Tun's little follower, Tang Ling, release my goddess. Let me take her place. Brother Yuan. Tang Ling, I live not far from Shuahai community. May I join you? Perhaps you could spare me a morsel to eat. Tun, unaware of Tang Ling's previous live broadcasts, noticed that all the viewers in her stream recognized him. It was all for the sake of promotion. She seized Tang Ling, causing him to plop down beside her. Tun wrapped her arm around Tang Ling, her ample bosom pressing against his arm. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce Tang Ling, the one who has gathered us here. Do not fret about food. Together we shall strive. Even in the apocalypse, I believe we shall not be defeated. At that moment, discussions erupted in the live stream. Those familiar with Tang Ling's eating broadcasts found Tun's words credible. People living near Shuahai community began to stir with anticipation. Old love, brothers, I'm in Danyang community. Is anyone willing to band together? I've decided to follow the great Tang Ling. If so, let us unite for mutual support. Invincible East, I'm in the eastern outskirts. There aren't many zombies here. Let us chat privately if anyone is interested. Not possible. My home is right next to Shuahai community. Last night, someone drove out and even used grenades to blow up numerous zombies. It must have been the great Tang Ling, right? Chapter 099. When drowsiness arrives, a pillow is readily available. The live stream's effect surged instantly, and soon Tun's broadcast reached millions of viewers. Tang Ling, seeing the positive outcome, greeted the audience. Family, I await you at Shuahai Community. I have matters to attend to, so I won't chat further. Farewell." With that, he rose, stepped out of the frame, and placed some snacks on the coffee table. Tunten, surprised yet understanding, began conversing with the audience, sharing and casually munching on the snacks, causing a stir in the live stream. Tang Ling then departed. He ascended to the 8th floor, where Songbo awaited him at the stairwell. Songbo hurried forward to greet him. "Big brother, you've arrived. Where is everyone?" Songbo said, "They're all waiting in room 820 for you. I'll go let them in." I must say, this group of construction workers is quite formidable. Those heavy crowbars swing like toys. Tang Ling pondered for a moment, deciding caution was prudent. What if they were not there to band together, but to seize supplies? If they turned hostile, he might not stand a chance. Gather a few people, arm yourselves, and accompany me. Songbo looked puzzled but complied. Before long, Songbo returned with several individuals he had brought that day, along with Jiang Jigue and Guan Jingqi. The group marched robustly to room 820. Tang Ling glanced inside, where 8 burly men clad in work attire awaited, each appearing quite formidable. The man at the forefront, wielding a crowbar and sporting a scruffy beard, was none other than Lian Juan. Upon spotting Tang Ling, he immediately rose with a beaming smile and approached. Songbo, fully aware of Tang Ling's intentions in summoning them, promptly stepped in front of him. "Brother Anjuan, since you are here to discuss collaboration, I kindly ask you to relinquish that weapon." Lian Juan, understanding the unspoken message, hastily discarded the crowbar and instructed his subordinates to do the same. With this gesture, Tang Ling felt a wave of relief wash over him as he entered the room and extended his hand to Lian Juan. "And how shall I address you?" "I am Tang Ling. I am Lian Juan. Brother, we have witnessed your courage and commendable spirit, my comrades, and I hold you in high esteem and wish to ally with you. Rest assured, we fear not the undead. Should you require assistance in scavenging for supplies, I shall lead the charge." Tang Ling responded, "Do you possess skills in renovation?" The group, including Tang Ling's companions, stood in stunned silence. After a prolonged moment, Lian Juan finally replied, "Brother, you jest. Before the apocalypse, this was our trade. How can we not be proficient?" Tang Ling continued, "Very well, if we are to unite, I must take responsibility for each individual here. Henceforth, you're not to venture into danger. Your task is to reinforce every door and window in this building. I must ensure that not even a mouse can intrude." Upon hearing this, Lian Juan's expression turned troubled. He awkwardly chuckled, "Brother, perhaps we should accompany you in battling the undead and gathering supplies instead. This task seems insurmountable." Tang Ling, perplexed, questioned their capabilities in this domain. "Why not?" Lian Juan sighed, "Brother, to fortify the doors and windows as you require, we will need materials such as rebar and welding equipment." But suddenly, a clatter echoed as 2 pieces of rebar and a welding machine materialized from the ground. The group stared in astonishment. Tang Ling spoke quietly, "Do not worry. I have an abundance of such items. Just let me know your needs. Of course, you must be well fed to have the energy for work." Once more, he retrieved a bounty of food from his space and offered it to Lian Juan. "This should be sufficient for you all, correct?" Lian Juan and his companions gathered around, their eyes filled with disbelief. The young man before them was nothing short of extraordinary. Not only could he conjure food from thin air, but he also produced rebar. A remarkable individual indeed. "Very well, brother. If that is the case, we shall work alongside you. Rest assured, we will ensure your complete satisfaction." Chapter 100, Gao Liping. "I want to be your first woman." Seeing their agreement, Tang Ling swiftly contacted Meng Jiue and Gao Liping, both of whom arrived at 820 almost simultaneously. Tang Ling first addressed Meng Jiue, instructing her to gather everyone, excluding the elderly and children, and to enlist the assistance of all individuals, regardless of age or gender, in reinforcing their building. All personnel were to heed Li Ping's directives. Li Ping, somewhat perplexed, inquired about the situation. After Tang Ling briefly explained, Li Ping was overwhelmed with joy. "This is simple. Rest assured, I will supervise it diligently." Since the onset of the apocalypse, she had remained in the safe house, spending her days merely eating and sleeping, and she had longed to stretch her limbs. Moreover, as this was her area of expertise, she was delighted to contribute to Tang Ling's efforts and showcase her value. Without hesitation, Tang Ling exchanged some relatively lightweight construction materials from a system store and handed them to Li Ping. "I leave this in your capable hands. Proceed with caution." Li Ping accepted the materials, albeit somewhat bewildered, and nodded. However, Tang Ling awaited the system notification to appear. After a prolonged wait, He was disheartened to realize that these construction materials would not yield the system's thousandfold return. Fortunately, these materials required only 300 contribution points for a substantial amount. Thus, reinforcing the entire building would necessitate relying on contribution points for material procurement. After leading everyone to the first floor, Tang Ling and Li Ping found an unfinished room. Immediately, Tang Ling spent 10,000 contribution points to exchange for building materials, and suddenly, the room was filled with a multitude of supplies, rendering Li Ping utterly astonished. Tang Ling, you are simply incredible. I am genuinely curious about where these materials originated. Tang Ling did not provide an explanation, but replied, "All right, we will discuss this later. For now, arrange for them to use these. If more is needed, just ask me." Once Li Ping regained her composure, she nodded. In her heart, she made a resolute decision. She could not let such a man slip away. Within the safe house, there were numerous stunning women, including celebrities and streamers, each of whom matched or even surpassed her in appearance and figure. If someone else were to seize the opportunity, it was likely that Tang Ling would expel those who were not his women from the safe house. Reinforcing the building was trivial. Becoming Tang Ling's true partner was of utmost importance, not solely for survival. Through their time spent together, not only Li Ping but also Mu Di and Yuan had sensed the uniqueness of Tang Ling. Initially, they felt compelled to accommodate him within the safe house, as he seemed to overshadow each of them. However, aside from his admiring gazes, Tang Ling had not acted inappropriately. On the contrary, he treated them with respect. Following a man of such caliber, they felt confident that they would not suffer any shortcomings. Watching Tang Ling's departing figure, Li Ping smiled to herself, silently asserting, "Tang Ling, I am determined to become your first woman." At this moment, Meng Jiu summoned everyone downstairs. "Speak up, what shall we do? For the sake of our safety, we must all contribute. Even if we cannot engage in strenuous labor, we can assist with minor tasks, such as cooking or passing materials." These individuals, driven not by material gain, but by the imperative of self-preservation, united their efforts. Chapter 101, A Painful Countenance. The fervor of Tang Ling and his group did not go unnoticed by those on other floors. The residents of Songbo's former building promptly reached out to Li Anjuan and Songbo, expressing their desire to join. Tang Ling assigned Meng Jiue the responsibility of filtering out those who merely sought to live off the efforts of others. Having navigated the marketplace for many years, Meng Jiue could discern, through conversation, the industrious from the opportunistic. Before long, hundreds had joined Tang Ling's ranks. Additionally, some outsiders, drawn by the knowledge of a safe zone via the Tunton live stream, braved peril to seek refuge. United in purpose, they cleared the zombies from the 3 buildings in the community. Truly, there was a burgeoning vitality to behold. Meanwhile, Lu Hao, despite the persistent pain in his chest, chose to leave Tang Ling's safe haven to recuperate downstairs. One must commend Lu Hao for his perceptiveness. Although Zhu Wei had awakened, he could hardly speak. Any attempt to utter words resulted in excruciating pain in his chest. For days, it was Zhao Lucy who tended to him. As for Qin Chuan, resources had dwindled to a critical point. He and his 2 lovers were left with nothing to eat, and despite waiting, his father had yet to arrive. In fact, for days, he couldn't even reach his parents by phone. Qin Chuan resorted to privately messaging Tang Ling in the group chat. "Brother Tang Ling, can we meet?" Upon receiving this message from a former adversary, a slight smile curved Tang Ling's lips as he thought, "Qin Chuan, you can no longer sit idly." Tang Ling replied, "Sure. Where shall we meet? Why don't you come to my place?" Tang Ling scoffed internally. It was absurd to expect someone to come seeking help without showing the courtesy of visiting. Sorry, unavailable." Qin Chuan quickly responded, No. I'll come downstairs to find you. Just tell me where to go." Tang Ling sent in the room number 1020, adding, "I only have 10 minutes. If you're late, I have matters to attend to." Upon reading Tang Ling's reply, Qin Chuan felt a surge of fury. As a privileged heir, he had never endured such indignities. Yet, with his need for Tang Ling's assistance, he had no choice but to acquiesce. 3 minutes later, Qin Chuan arrived at room 1020, accompanied by his 2 lovers. The moment he laid eyes on Tang Ling, a flicker of disdain crossed Qin Chuan's gaze, quickly replaced by a smile as he approached Tang Ling, extending his hand. "Mr. Tang, it's a pleasure to see you again." Tang Ling paid him no mind and did not extend a hand. "If there is something to discuss, then speak plainly." Qin Chuan felt awkward for quite some time before retracting his hand. "Mr. Tang, I genuinely have little to eat at home, and I believe you must have some provisions. Could you possibly spare a little for us?" Of course, I would not take your resources for free. I am willing to compensate you with money, any amount you desire. Just name your price, and I shall provide it. Tang Ling couldn't help but chuckle. Individuals like him, born into wealth, truly believed that money could procure anything. Yet, we are living in apocalyptic times. In a low voice, Tang Ling queried, "Young Master Qin, do you believe money holds any value now? Even if you offer me a fortune, who could I spend it on? Your father to purchase a couple more properties?" Qin Chuan was momentarily taken aback. "Then what is it that you desire? Women? If so, I can certainly provide you with these two." Upon hearing this, his two companions hastily interjected, "Brother Chuan, please don't. We wish to stay with you." "Indeed, Brother Chuan, you cannot treat us this way." Tang Ling scoffed. These two women truly fancied themselves as prize flowers. Even if they lay before him in the nude, he wouldn't spare them a glance. Surprisingly, Qin Chuan disregarded the two women entirely. "Women are all the same. Since Mr. Tang has an interest, I can readily yield them to you, hoping only for a bit of sustenance in return." Tang Ling smirked, just as he was about to respond. Gao Liping concluded her supervision, and Yu and I returned to change Lu Hao's bandages. The two ladies entered together. "Tang Ling, what are you doing here?" Tang Ling remained silent, his gaze fixed on Qin Chuan. Upon noticing Yu and I and Gao Liping, Qin Chuan's eyes gleamed with excitement. Regardless of their attire, Yu and I and Gao Liping's figures and appearances were enough to overshadow the two women beside him. Tang Ling leisurely approached Yu and I and Gao Liping. Taking their hands gently, the two ladies gazed at him, their faces flushing crimson, yet they did not resist. Tang Ling turned to Qin Chuan. "Young Master Qin, allow me to introduce these two. They are my confidants." Qin Chuan fell silent, the women beside him feeling a burning embarrassment. Just moments ago, they had looked down upon the others, yet any one of Tang Ling's confidants could easily surpass them. Chapter 102. Threatening me? Observing Qin Chuan's bewilderment, Tang Ling's lips curved slightly. "Young Master Qin, I do possess food, but it seems you have yet to determine what you are willing to exchange for it. So we shan't discuss this further. I take my leave." As Tang Ling turned to depart, Qin Chuan grew anxious and abruptly stood. "Tang Ling, please don't go." Turning back, Tang Ling wore a congenial smile. "Young Master Qin, is there anything else?" Qin Chuan spoke softly. "I have something to offer in exchange. My father has already hired a mercenary group to rescue me. If you provide me with food, I can arrange for you to accompany me when we leave. If you are unwilling to speak, do not blame me later." Tang Ling chuckled, a chilling smile gracing his lips. "Young Master Qin, are you threatening me?" Qin Chuan reciprocated with a grin. "Tang Ling, I am not threatening you, but if you fail to hand over the food today, I assure you, your demise will be quite unsightly in the future. Do not blame me for seizing everything you hold dear, including..." As he spoke, Qin Chuan's gaze brazenly roamed over Gao Liping and Yu and I. "Oh really?" Tang Ling slowly raised his hand, and a gleaming silver handgun materialized in his grip. The barrel aimed steadily at Qin Chuan's head. "Young Master Qin, it seems you have yet to grasp the current situation." Qin Chuan was momentarily stunned. How could he have forgotten that Tang Ling was armed? Nevertheless, he maintained his bravado. "Tang Ling, what do you intend to do? I warn you, if you dare to harm me, my father will not let you off easily." Bang! The shot rang out, and the room fell into a profound silence. After a long pause, a wretched scream escaped Qin Chuan's lips as he collapsed to the ground, clutching his leg in agony. "Tang Ling, how dare you shoot me? I will not let you get away with this. When my father arrives, I will ensure your death is without a grave." He howled. "Oh, it hurts so much." Tang Ling regarded the still defiant Qin Chuan, advancing slowly with the gun in hand. As Qin Chuan beheld the advancing figure of Tang Ling, he was gripped by an overwhelming fear, retreating and leaving a trail of blood in his wake. "What do you want? Please don't kill me. Tang Ling, spare me." Tang Ling crouched down, a cruel smile playing on his lips as he raised the gun once more, pressing it against Qin Chuan's forehead. Qin Chuan screamed, "No, don't kill me. Help! Murder! Spare me, Tang Ling, I beg you." Suddenly, Tang Ling detected a foul odor. Looking down, he noticed a warm stream mixed with blood emerging from between Qin Chuan's legs. Tang Ling swiftly holstered his weapon, whispering, "Rest assured, I shall not kill you. I need to keep you alive for now, as you must await your father's arrival with his mercenary team. Young Master Qin, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." After taking a few steps away, Tang Ling turned back to gaze at the pained expression on Qin Chuan's face. "Oh, and young Master Qin, I almost forgot to mention something important. These are no ordinary bullets. They are coated with poison. They were originally intended for dealing with zombies, but I did not anticipate hitting you instead. As for the antidote, I cannot recall its location at the moment. Once I remember, I shall provide it to you." Qin Chuan was rendered speechless, feeling the pain in his leg intensify as he comprehended the true nature of the devil he had provoked. Chapter 103, Despair. As Tang Ling departed, he slowly raised his eyes to regard Qin Chuan's two companions. In an instant, the two women screamed in fright, collapsing onto the ground. Tang Ling was quite pleased with this outcome and promptly took Yuan and Gao Liping home. On their way, Yuan could not help but whisper to Tang Ling, "Tang Ling, what poison did you put on the bullets? Is it lethal?" Tang Ling merely raised his eyebrows in jest, replying, "I was just fooling him. I don't have any poison." Gao Liping could not stifle her laughter, exclaiming, "You are utterly wicked. At this rate, he won't die from your blows, but from sheer terror." Nevertheless, a pampered, rich second generation like him deserves a lesson for harboring such intentions against us. The trio giggled as they walked away. Meanwhile, in room 1020, apart from Qin Chuan's labored breaths, there was an eerie silence. After a considerable amount of time, Qin Chuan finally shouted, "Damn it, are they all dead? Hurry up and help me." The two women, shaken from their fear, quickly stood and tremulously approached Qin Chuan, assisting him to rise. Yet the moment his feet touched the ground, excruciating pain shot through him, causing him to grimace. "Ouch, damn it. What kind of poison did that bastard Tang Ling use on me? It hurts like hell. Tang Ling, you better remember this. I will repay this grievance tenfold." Just then, a noise erupted from outside. The three were so startled that they all fell to the ground, with the two women clutching their heads, too frightened to look towards the door. Qin Chuan yelled, "Tang Ling, I was wrong. Please don't kill me. I spoke out of turn. I deserve to be punished." He began to slap himself furiously. Suddenly, a head appeared at the door, adorned with a safety helmet. Sorry, I just came to grab some tools." After a struggle, Qin Chuan managed to return to his room with the help of the two women. Several times he attempted to extract the bullet lodged in his calf. But being a wealthy second generation spoiled by luxury before the apocalypse, he was unaccustomed to such pain. After several futile attempts, he decisively chose to abandon the endeavor. Aside from the agony, he was consumed by rage. "Damn it, Tang Ling, just you wait. I will contact my father right now." With trembling hands, he retrieved his phone and dialed his father's number, beads of sweat trickling down onto the screen. The phone emitted a series of beeping sounds, not the mechanical tone of a dead line, which filled Qin Chuan with joy. "It's connected. My father's call is finally going through." The two women, hearing this, felt a flicker of color return to their pale faces and hurried closer. However, after a long silence on the other end, no one answered. Just as Qin Chuan was about to hang up and redial, the call was unexpectedly answered. "Hello." It was a woman's voice. Qin Chuan quickly responded, "Who are you? Where's my father?" The voice on the other end grew excited. "Is this Xiao Chuan? I'm your aunt." Qin Chuan was taken aback. "Aunt? How did my father's phone end up with you?" Qin Chuan's aunt fell silent for a long while upon hearing this. Unable to contain himself, Qin Chuan shouted, "Speak." At last, his aunt replied, "Xiao Chuan, your father and mother have met with tragedy. I found his phone in the hallway and brought it back. The screen is shattered." Qin Chuan felt as though all the strength had been drained from his body. How could this be? How did my parents meet their demise? Chapter 104, Madness. His aunt choked back tears as she spoke. "I do not know. That day, I heard screams from outside, and when I peered through the peephole, I saw your parents being torn apart by a horde of zombies. When I ventured outside, they were gone, but I found your father's phone. It is likely they have also succumbed to the fate of becoming zombies." Despair washed over Qin Chuan completely. His aunt's family lived directly across from them, thus solidifying the grim reality of his parents' fate. Yet, Qin Chuan could not bring himself to believe it. "You are lying. My father hired a mercenary group. He said they would come to rescue me. How could they be torn apart by zombies? You must be deceiving me." His aunt continued, "What mercenary group? That is all a lie. The mercenaries are too preoccupied with their own survival to rush across the country to save anyone. The leader of the mercenary group your father knew has already fallen victim to a zombie horde abroad." In that moment, Qin Chuan felt his mind go blank. The phone slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground, as if the pain from his gunshot wound had suddenly ceased. No matter how his aunt called out to him, he seemed to hear nothing. After a considerable time, he erupted into a frenzied scream, completely engulfed in madness. Grabbing his phone, he hurled it to the ground with all his might, shattering it into pieces. Other belongings also suffered the same fate. How could this be? No, my father cannot be dead. He promised he would come to rescue me. I did not want to die. The two women fared no better, sitting nearby with vacant expressions, their sole hope extinguished. After a long while, one of them slowly turned her head to the other. Should we not plead with that man we just saw? Perhaps he could provide us with some food. I do not wish to perish here. As soon as she finished speaking, before the other could respond, Qin Chuan lunged at her, hands tightly gripping her throat. You wretched woman, what did you say? Dare you betray me? I will see you dead. In a state of extreme rage, a person can unleash astonishing strength. No matter how the woman struggled, even kicking at Qin Chuan's wound, his grip did not waver. It only tightened. Wretched woman, perish. Thus, the woman gradually ceased her struggles, her eyes wide, breath escaping her. The other woman had long been paralyzed by fear, staring blankly at the scene unfolding before her. Qin Chuan, with bloodshot eyes, turned to her. She reacted quickly, hastily kneeling before him. Master, spare me. I never intended to betray you. I will not betray you. As she spoke, she hurriedly crawled beside Qin Chuan, desperately attempting to remove his trousers. Her master was in a furious state, and she sought to alleviate his suffering. Qin Chuan, consumed by his own turmoil, kicked the woman away, yet she crawled back, relentlessly trying to pull at his pants again and again. It was evident that the woman had lost her grip on reality. Her only instinct was to survive. At that moment, apart from the temporary sanctuary of the house, the only thing Qin Chuan possessed was this woman, and he had no intention of taking her life. Instead, he dragged his injured leg, enduring excruciating pain, and made his way to the kitchen, where he seized a kitchen knife before returning to the bedroom. The woman, once again terrified, cowered in the corner. Master, please don't kill me. I beg you, spare my life. Qin Chuan merely glanced at her before slowly crouching down, striking the lifeless woman's arm with the knife. A scream erupted, not from the deceased, but from the woman huddled in the corner, horrified by Qin Chuan's actions. He paid her no mind, resembling a soulless entity, as he repeatedly swung the knife. After a considerable time, Qin Chuan rose, his body drenched in blood. One hand gripped the knife, while the other held the severed arm he had taken from the deceased woman. He approached the trembling woman in the corner and unceremoniously tossed the arm before her, causing her to scream in terror. It's stewed, he uttered simply, yet those two words sent the woman recoiling in fear, unable to meet his gaze, her eyes filled with dread. If you wish to live, get up and start working. Trembling uncontrollably, the woman finally numbly picked up the bloodied arm from the ground, unsteadily making her way to the kitchen. Qin Chuan sat on the bed, oblivious to the thoughts swirling in his mind. After what felt like an eternity, he murmured, Tang Ling, I won't allow you to revel for long. Before long, the aroma of cooked meat wafted through the room. The frightened woman approached the doorway, her voice barely above a whisper. Master, the meat is ready. Unexpectedly, Qin Chuan barked. Come here. With each word he uttered, the woman trembled in fear. Yet, she dared not defy him, even if she wished to flee. Where could she escape within this vast building? Reluctantly, she advanced towards Qin Chuan. Upon reaching his side, he commanded, kneel and suck. The woman's eyes widened in shock, and after a prolonged moment, she hesitantly reached for Qin Chuan's belt, only to be met with a sharp slap across her face. Damn it, I meant for you to suck the poison from my wound. Terrified, she instinctively recoiled. No, master, please spare me. The bullet is poisoned. I'm afraid. I beg you. Grant me mercy. Qin Chuan raised the kitchen knife, aiming it at the woman. Do not compel me to repeat myself. My patience has its limits. Ultimately, he pressed the blade against the woman's throat, forcing her into submission as she reluctantly began to tend to the wound on Qin Chuan's leg. Whenever Qin Chuan felt an excruciating pain, he would not hesitate to strike her across the face. Damn it, be gentler. Do you wish to kill me? Little did he know that Tang Ling was merely deceiving him, intent on ensuring that this sworn enemy from a past life lived in perpetual fear. It was only after the woman expelled a pool of dark blood that Qin Chuan managed to endure the torment. What kind of poison has that Tang Ling administered? Am I truly to beg him for an antidote? With the woman's assistance, he made his way to the living room. Meanwhile, she ventured into the kitchen, returning with a pot of something repugnant. Indeed, Qin Chuan was a beast. Lifting the lid, he sliced off a piece of meat with a knife and shoved it into his mouth, chewing heartily. He then tore off another piece and tossed it to the woman, who hastily discarded it, shrieking in horror. Seeing this, Tang Ling tore off another piece and offered it to her. Either consume it and survive, or wait to starve. The choice is yours. The woman hesitated to accept, but with Qin Chuan brandishing the knife, she felt compelled to comply. Yet before the meat reached her hands, she could no longer suppress her nausea. "Master, I would rather starve than consume this. Please, spare me. I simply cannot bring myself to eat it." Qin Chuan said nothing further. He was curious to see how long this woman could endure. Chapter 106. The Provocation of a Harlot. A week passed. The number of survivors in the building had surged to 500 or 600. Each person could earn provisions through labor, instilling hope in everyone. However, with so many inhabitants, management became increasingly challenging. Tang Ling resolved to take some time to discuss this matter thoroughly with Meng Jiue. Unbeknownst to him, others were plotting against him. Aside from the newcomers, those who had been driven from the building by Tang Ling still remained within its walls. Only they knew how they had survived. Tian Yujiao had long since integrated herself with Zhu Fenghua and his group, while Song Ming, also expelled, had vanished without a trace. Observing the flourishing building, Tian Yujiao seethed with indignation. Everyone else could procure supplies from Tang Ling, except for her and these men. Why was that? This had once all belonged to her. "Tang Ling, how dare you treat me this way? You shall pay the price." In the bedroom, Tian Yujiao leaned against Zhu Fenghua, her fingers caressing his chest. "Brother Hua, what are your plans moving forward? Song Ming's supplies are nearly depleted. Before the apocalypse, Zhu Fenghua was merely a humble security guard. It was unimaginable that, prior to the cataclysm, Tian Yujiao would not even spare him a glance. Yet, in this new world, he found himself sharing a bed with a beauty like her. Zhu Fenghua was utterly captivated by Tian Yujiao. "My dear, just speak plainly. My mind is rather dull, and I am not adept at devising plans." In her struggle for survival, Tian Yujiao had no choice but to suppress her disgust and seek refuge in Zhu Fenghua, even to the extent of offering her body to this unattractive and unrefined older man. What other options did she have? Aside from obtaining supplies from Tang Ling, there was no alternative. Zhu Fenghua was taken aback and hastily replied, "No way. That scoundrel Tang Ling has a gun, and he is surrounded by numerous followers. He even possesses dark sorcery. If I were to make a move, I would likely be shot down before I could even approach him. Are you suggesting I seek my own demise?" Tian Yujiao retorted sharply, "You fool. I never asked you to confront Tang Ling directly. What I mean is, if you lack the courage to act against him, can you not target those around him? That woman of his, Li Ping, has been lingering downstairs all day. If you capture her, we can use her life as leverage against Tang Ling. I refuse to believe he would stand idly by while his woman perishes. Once we secure more supplies, we can coerce him into handing over that armored vehicle, and we can relocate to a safer haven with a few strong men like you. Are you truly afraid of not surviving?" After reflecting on Tian Yujiao's words, Zhu Fenghua's resolve began to waver. Previously, they had been driven downstairs by Tang Ling, and in their desperation to survive, they had secretly killed the severely injured Song Ming, who had become their sustenance. Their supplies were dwindling, and soon they would face starvation. The entire building was now filled with people, leaving them with no chance to secretly kill for food again. The only solution lay in Tian Yujiao's proposal. Rather than perish from hunger, it seemed wiser to take a risk. With this thought in mind, Zhu Fenghua sprang to his feet, greedily grabbing a handful of Tian Yujiao's behind before declaring, "All right, I will go persuade them to act together." As he departed, Tian Yujiao felt a tumultuous churn in her stomach. "Damn that man. 5 times a day, and I have become your outlet for release. I hope you succeed this time. If not, better that you perish at Tang Ling's hands." Chapter 107. Danger looms over sister-in-law. Zhu Fenghua sought out those who had been driven downstairs by Tang Ling. After his fervent exhortation, and considering that these individuals had not tasted proper food in days, surviving solely on the meager remnants of Song Ming, they ultimately resolved to place all their hopes on this desperate gamble. They could not believe that Tang Ling would dare act recklessly with a knife held to his woman's throat, and so they set their plan into motion. The fortification of doors and windows had now reached the 4th floor. With the influx of numerous personnel, Tang Ling's contribution surged significantly. However, he allocated it all towards purchasing building materials. At this moment, Gao Liping was diligently reinforcing the doors and windows alongside Li Anjuan and their crew of construction workers. Whenever she perceived any area to be insecure, she would promptly instruct Li Anjuan and the others to redo it. She was truly devoted to this project, relishing every moment. Yet, she remained oblivious to the danger encroaching upon her. Behind her, Zhu Fenghua, accompanied by several men, was drawing near. Guan Zhengqi and Song Bo were also assisting in delivering materials. When Guan Zhengqi casually turned around, he spotted Zhu Fenghua and his entourage. After glancing once more at Gao Liping, who was directing the work, he suddenly realized the gravity of the situation and prepared to rush forward. However, Zhu Fenghua was already upon Gao Liping, seizing the moment to draw a kitchen knife from his clothing, pressing it firmly against her neck. "Don't move a muscle. If anyone dares to make a move, I will end her right here." The others also brandished weapons. "Don't move. If you do, this woman will surely die." Guan Zhengqi stood frozen, at a loss for what to do. Gao Liping, startled by the sudden turn of events, stood motionless, feeling the cold blade against her neck. Paralyzed with fear and her legs trembling, Guan Zhengqi regained his composure. "Zhu Fenghua, what do you intend to do? Do you even know who she is? Are you not afraid for your own lives?" Since the deed was done, Zhu Fenghua dismissed any concern. "Damn it. Of course, I know she is Tang Ling's woman. We are here for that son of a dog today. Go and call Tang Ling down to see me." Guan Jingqi had no choice but to ask Songbo to contact Tang Ling while he attempted to keep the situation under control. "Zhu Fenghua, I advise you not to act recklessly. This will bring no benefit to you or anyone else. Release our sister-in-law, and perhaps there is still an opportunity for redemption." Gao Liping also came to the realization that these individuals clearly sought to leverage her life as a bargaining chip against Tang Ling. She whispered, "Your threats are futile. I am merely a temporary resident in Tang Ling's home. There are countless celebrities in his household. How could he possibly be interested in me?" Zhu Fenghua shouted furiously, "Shut your mouth, you wretched woman. Whether it is useful or not, we will find out when Tang Ling arrives." At that moment, Tang Ling was at home, languidly seated on the sofa beside Li Yi, watching animated cartoons. Tuan Tuan was still live streaming, continuously munching away, a sight that yielded conspicuous results. Yu and I and Mu Di were swimming in the pool, while Zhao Lucy was diligently caring for the recently awakened Zhu Wei, hardly emerging from his side. What apocalypse was this? It was nothing short of a lavish celebration of beauty. Just then, Tang Ling's phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was Song Bo. After answering, he lazily greeted, and immediately, Song Bo's voice came through. "Big brother, it's bad. A group of men is holding our other sister-in-law hostage with kitchen knives, demanding to see you." At this, Tang Ling sprang up from the sofa, as if electrified. "Where are they?" "On the 4th floor." Tang Ling abruptly hung up the phone and rushed towards the door, stumbling mid-stride, but rising almost instantaneously to wrench open the door and leave. The few individuals in the room were left in stunned silence. Chapter 108, Threat. Tang Ling dashed to the 4th floor, where a crowd had gathered. She approached from behind and spoke, her voice not loud, yet audible enough for all to hear. "Make way for me." The onlookers, upon hearing her words, hastily parted to create a path, allowing Tang Ling to witness the scene of Zhu Fenghua holding Gao Liping hostage. As she slowly stepped into the heart of the crowd, her gaze radiated a lethal intensity, and the surrounding atmosphere plummeted to a chilling degree, causing those nearby to involuntarily shudder. To them, Tang Ling appeared as an enraged lion, poised to unleash its fury at any moment. Upon reaching the center of the throng, Guan Zhengqi and Song Bo rushed forward. "Brother," they began, but Tang Ling raised her hand to silence them, fixing her gaze upon Zhu Fenghua. "Release her, or I shall ensure your demise." Zhu Fenghua, upon observing Tang Ling's fierce demeanor, felt an involuntary chill creep up from within. However, seeing his numbers and the fact that Tang Ling's woman was in his grasp, he dismissed any notion of her being able to threaten him effectively. With a mocking smile, he replied, "Tang Ling, you must understand. We have knives poised at your woman's throat. Do you truly think your threats hold any weight?" His audacity grew bolder with each word. "Tang Ling, be wise and surrender the supplies, along with that armored vehicle you took out. You disregarded our plight and forced us from our homes. And now I shall reclaim what is rightfully ours. Kneel and sing conquered for me." Gao Liping, alarmed, knew that relinquishing the supplies and vehicle mattered little. But if Tang Ling were to kneel publicly, how could she command respect in the future? She quickly interjected, "Tang Ling, no, do not listen to him. Do not concern yourself with me." With a swift motion, Zhu Fenghua struck Gao Liping across the face. "Shut your mouth, you insolent wench. This is not your place to speak." Tang Ling felt a pang in her heart, her fury boiling to its zenith. Yet she restrained her wrath for the sake of Gao Liping's safety. She surveyed the faces of those who had allied with Zhu Fenghua. "I have already offered you a chance at life, and you have squandered it. Do not blame me for my ruthlessness now." Worried that his comrades might waver, Zhu Fenghua quickly urged, "Brothers, do not fear him. Tang Ling is nothing but a tyrant. If we do not eliminate him today, you too shall perish by his hand in the future. If I can obtain supplies from him, I will take only a portion sufficient to secure a safe haven. The remainder I shall gladly share with you. Whether Tang Ling was indeed a tyrant was unclear to the newcomers, but the longtime residents recognized the truth. They began to voice their criticisms of Zhu Fenghua. Zhu Fenghua, you truly lack discernment. Tang Ling merely wishes to prevent you from following us in solidarity. He has not expelled you from the community. Indeed, with the building's reinforcements, what difference does it make to reside on the 5th floor rather than the 8th? You are utterly blind. If Tang Ling intended to harm you, would you still be alive today? Of course, there are also newcomers who are equally short-sighted. Before the apocalypse, they were either affluent or corporate leaders, now feeling disgruntled at being commanded by an inconspicuous youth. They are reluctant to depart, but equally unwilling to be ruled by Tang Ling. No. I believe this brother Zhu speaks wisely. Although Mr. Tang has welcomed us and provided us with sustenance, it bears no distinction from subjugation. I assert that since Mr. Tang possesses ample provisions, he should distribute them uniformly. A man spoke, and several others immediately expressed their agreement. I concur. Currently, to secure a meal, we must toil excessively, yet we remain unsatisfied. Indeed, I have never engaged in such arduous labor before. Are we not, in essence, employed by Mr. Tang to toil for him? Chapter 109. Once again displaying extraordinary skills. With the support of others, Zhu Fenghua became increasingly arrogant. Song Bo could no longer tolerate it. Among them was a man named Zhou Huai, who previously lived next door and was a company supervisor. Song Bo often enjoyed casual drinks with friends at home, only to be berated by Zhou Huai. Now, Zhou stood here maligning Tang Ling, causing Song Bo to seethe with indignation. Zhou Huai, do you still think you are a company supervisor? Here, you expect to eat without labor? Dream on. Zhou Huai was irate, ready to retort, but Tang Ling had no desire to engage with these imbeciles any longer. His gaze fell upon Zhu Fenghua. Zhu Fenghua, I shall repeat myself. Release my woman, and I shall spare your life. Zhu Fenghua had completely lost his composure. You dare to threaten me? You're the one begging now. Quickly hand over your supplies and vehicle, and kneel before me, striking your head 100 times, and I shall release your woman. Otherwise, those rebelling alongside him felt emboldened, growing increasingly arrogant. Tang Ling, be wise and surrender all your supplies. I guarantee your woman will remain unharmed. Should you refuse, this girl is exquisite. I have long desired to sample her. Indeed, he even has a celebrity in his room. They pressed closer to Gao Liping with their knives, 2 of which had already drawn blood from her skin, crimson trickling down the blade. Tang Ling's eyes blazed with fury. It appears you truly will not weep until you see a coffin. Very well, I shall see you on your way today. Tang Ling slowly raised his hand, and upon witnessing this, Zhu Fenghua's heart tightened with apprehension. Although he had never seen Tang Ling's ability to draw someone into another realm, it did not imply that others had not. A voice from the crowd suddenly called out, "Is Tang Ling about to unleash his divine skill?" Zhu Fenghua's fear intensified. "Tang Ling, are you truly unafraid that I might harm your woman?" A cruel smile curled at the corners of Tang Ling's mouth. "If you possess the courage, then by all means, attempt it." In a moment of desperation, Zhu Fenghua, genuinely concerned that Tang Ling might conjure some extraordinary trick, raised the kitchen knife in his hand and swung it towards Gao Liping's throat. "Damn it, if I must die, then let this beautiful girl accompany me to the grave. I shall not lose out." Just as Zhu Fenghua was about to unleash a curse, suddenly, he and the group, including Gao Liping, vanished into thin air right before everyone's eyes. The venue fell into an eerie silence, where even a pin drop could be heard. After quite some time, someone finally broke the stillness with a question. What just happened? Instantly, murmurs erupted throughout the crowd. Yet, an even more astonishing scene unfolded. Tang Ling raised his hand once more, and in the blink of an eye, another person appeared on the ground. It was Gao Liping, sitting on the floor, gasping for breath. Tang Ling hurriedly approached and assisted her to her feet. "Are you all right?" After catching her breath, Gao Liping looked at Tang Ling and shook her head. "Tang Ling, just now." Tang Ling whispered, "We shall discuss it later. You must return and have you and I tend to your wounds." With a wave of his hand, he summoned Song Bo. "Take your sister-in-law upstairs." Song Bo nodded vigorously, clearly still in shock from the earlier events. Upon hearing the term sister-in-law, Gao Liping felt a surge of happiness. "Hey, isn't someone going to assist your sister-in-law?" Once the two ascended the stairs, a fierce glint flickered in Tang Ling's eyes, it was time for reckoning. Chapter 110, Reckoning. Tang Ling opened his hands once more, releasing the rebellious individuals from the void. He too realized that within that vast space, time had stood still, and there was no air to breathe. Thus, what seemed to be merely a minute felt like an eternity, leaving them nearly suffocated. All were crouched on the ground, gasping for air. The atmosphere was thick with anticipation, as if everyone was waiting for them to speak. After some time, one of them finally broke the silence. What just transpired? Was I hallucinating? I felt as if I had glimpsed an abundance of food and supplies. I saw it too, along with Tang Ling's vehicle. Where do we just go? I felt as though I was suffocating. Only then did Tang Ling slowly approach them and softly utter, "Dear friends, how exhilarating was the sensation of traversing through space." It was at this moment that everyone regained their composure, hastily searching for Gao Liping in a bid to threaten Tang Ling once again, only to find that not a single strand of her hair was in sight. Where has she gone? Zhu Fenghua involuntarily blurted out a question. Dan Lan Juke. The person has already gone upstairs. Should I call them down for you? The expressions in the eyes of the group turned to one of sheer terror. Their seemingly foolproof plan was shattered unexpectedly after a haphazard trip to a place brimming with supplies. At that moment, Tang Ling brandished a silver-white handgun. The sight of it plunged the group into extreme fear, with some so terrified that they lost control and hurriedly crawled toward Tang Ling. Tang Ling, spare us. We were incited by Zhu Fenghua. We had no intention of crossing you. Please, grant us mercy this once. Tang Ling, it's all Zhu Fenghua's fault. If it weren't for his instigation, not even 100 of us would dare to confront you. Tang Ling ignored their pleas, not even glancing at them. He merely whispered, I have already spared you once. How can I let you off again? Am I a fool? His voice, though soft, resonated like a demonic echo from the depths of hell, leaving the group on the ground to feel the weight of despair. One among them, struggling against his fear, stood up. No, I don't want to die. With that, he turned and fled toward the staircase. However, a gunshot rang out behind him. In an instant, he felt his body weaken, as if his strength was being swiftly siphoned away. His legs buckled, and he fell to his knees, staring blankly at the ground. Where a gaping wound in his chest was spewing blood. He succumbed to the ground, breathless and defeated. Zhu Fenghua watched the scene before him with utmost terror. But he dared not plead for mercy, fearing he might be the next to perish. Tang Ling slowly shifted his gaze to the others. Now it's your turn. Hearing this, the group screamed and scattered in all directions. Yet, gunshots echoed behind them, and with each shot, another person fell. In less than a minute, all who had participated in the rebellion were reduced to Zhu Fenghua alone, who sat frozen in place, glancing between the corpses on the ground and the devilish Tang Ling. Ultimately, a warm stream flowed from his body, accompanied by a foul odor. Tang Ling, spare me. As he begged for mercy, many could no longer watch. Such a person cannot be left alive. Damn it, Tang Ling is our god. Without him, we cannot survive. To challenge Tang Ling is to challenge us. Yes, Tang Ling, act swiftly and eliminate him. Brother Tang Ling, you need not lift a finger. We shall deal with this scourge for you. Chapter 111, The Nightmare of the White Lotus. Zhu Fenghua was engulfed in despair. Though he felt that death was inevitable today, he still could not confront his fate. He crawled before Tang Ling, pleading desperately. Brother Tang Ling, no, Grandpa Tang Ling, I really know I was wrong. Just treat me like a fart and let me go. I'll leave. I'll leave right away. As long as you don't kill me, I swear I'll never appear in front of you again. As if remembering something, Zhu Fenghua hurriedly said, yes. It was that bitch Tian Yujiao who told me to do this. She told me to go after you. Sir, go find her. This is all that bitch's fault. Tang Ling laughed. He hadn't expected it to really be that White Lotus woman pulling the strings behind the scenes. It seemed that letting her live this long in the apocalypse had made her a little tired of living. Bang! A gunshot rang out. Zhu Fenghua hadn't even had time to react when a bloody hole appeared in his head. Tang Ling didn't even bother to look at him. He simply carried the gun and walked toward the room where Tian Yujiao was hiding. Many people immediately followed along to watch the spectacle. At the door, Tang Ling kicked it open with a single strike. At that moment, Tian Yujiao was lying half undressed in the bedroom, waiting for good news from Zhu Fenghua. Instead, the instant the bedroom door was kicked open, what she saw was Tang Ling's face, cold to the extreme. Tian Yujiao naturally understood that things had gone wrong, yet she remained calm and composed. Tang Ling, what are you here for? You're not welcome here. Tang Ling smiled. I'm here to send you on your way. Tian Yujiao misheard him. She thought Tang Ling said he was here to take her upstairs. Her face immediately bloomed with a bright smile. So you finally came to your senses, Tang Ling. I told you you're my lapdog. How could you really ignore me? I'll tell you this. I can go upstairs with you, but I want the biggest bedroom. To be honest, Tian Yujiao's words actually made Tang Ling laugh. Who on earth gave her such confidence? Did she really think she was some kind of celestial beauty? Tang Ling had no choice but to say it again. I said, I'm here to send you on your way. Word by word, spoken with absolute clarity. The smile on Tian Yujiao's face froze. On my way? What way? The road to the Yellow Springs. Tian Yujiao froze. Tang Ling, what do you mean by that? Tang Ling Lauget? Of course I mean it literally. But since you like sleeping with men so much, before you set off, I'll definitely let you be completely satisfied. That way, when you get to hell, you'll at least die full. Tian Yujiao's entire body trembled violently. Tang Ling, you're a devil. You're just trying to scare me, right? How could you possibly? Tang Ling ignored her and said to the crowd watching the excitement, whoever can satisfy this woman, I'll reward him with 1 day's worth of supplies. Tang Ling, you. At first, no one dared to move. The entire place was silent. But after quite a while, a grimy man stepped forward. He was a construction worker who used to work on renovations with Lian Juan. He said, fuck this apocalypse. Every day has got me tense as hell. I need to let off some steam, and I even get supplies for it. No reason not to do it. After saying that, he immediately rushed to the bed and began tearing at Tian Yujiao's clothes. Tian Yujiao was engulfed in an overwhelming terror, her body writhing and struggling. Get away from me. Don't touch me. Help! Help! You monster! She cried out. Tang Ling, you devil, may you suffer a miserable fate. I will haunt you even in death. With someone leading the charge, the men who had hesitated before were now resolute. Damn it. I wouldn't want such a foul woman even if she were offered for free, but for the sake of resources, I might as well indulge her once. One man declared, I'm not doing this for any other reason. It's purely for the supplies. As he spoke, 7 or 8 men joined the fray, tearing at Tian Yujiao's clothes. Satisfied with the unfolding scene, Tang Ling nodded approvingly and exited the room. The atmosphere brimmed with dread, particularly among those who had just supported Zhu Fenghua. Chapter 112. The subtle thoughts of several beautiful women. The room echoed with Tian Yujiao's anguished cries. Let me go. Get away. You beasts. I will report you. She lamented. Tang Ling, may you meet a terrible end. You devil. You will descend into hell. Please, Tang Ling, spare me. Make them leave me alone. But soon, her pleas devolved into a cacophony of screams intermingled with mortifying gasps. Tang Ling remained silent, choosing to depart unperturbed. He recognized that with so many people in the building, even if Meng Jiue filtered them thoroughly, potential threats were inevitable. Therefore, he resolved to divide everyone into smaller teams, appointing captains for unified management. However, the most pressing concern was Gao Liping's injuries. Upon returning to his quarters, Tang Ling hurried to Gao Liping's bedroom, where Yu and I had already bandaged her neck. A few women were engaged in lively conversation, recounting the recent events, and it was evident that Gao Liping was not gravely harmed, which relieved Tang Ling. Noticing Tang Ling's return, the women attempted to excuse themselves to leave, but he called them back. Wait, I have something to discuss with you. All eyes turned to Tang Ling as he pondered for a moment before continuing. Since we share the same roof, I must take responsibility for your safety. Therefore, if there is nothing pressing, it would be best for you to avoid going out. Should you need to venture outside, inform me, and I will arrange for your protection. Just to be clear, I do not harbor any affection for you. I simply wish to ensure that no one uses your lives as leverage against me. Tang Ling's words left him feeling somewhat uneasy, which did not go unnoticed by the women, who shared knowing smiles. We understand. You don't like us. You're just concerned for our safety. Yes. You're not fond of us. It's just that when you saw Sister Liping injured, you resembled a volatile gas canister. Of course, you don't have feelings for us. You merely want to prevent us from coming to harm. After the women left, Tang Ling finally turned his attention to Gao Liping. Are you all right? He inquired. Gao Liping, her cheeks flushed, replied, I'm fine. It's merely a superficial injury that hardly needed bandaging. Tang Ling sat at the edge of the bed, shifting the conversation. You have also seen that place filled with supplies, haven't you? Upon hearing this, Gao Liping's face lit up with excitement as she sat up straight in bed. Tang Ling, what exactly is that place? Why are there so many supplies? And even the vehicle I brought is inside? Tang Ling pondered for a moment before deciding to be candid with Gao Liping. All right, since you've seen it, I won't hide it from you. Before the apocalypse, I had no idea why I suddenly possessed such a mysterious space. That is why I accumulated a vast amount of supplies within it. What I have given to you and others comes from this enigmatic space. Gao Liping's worldview was utterly shattered. Tang Ling, you are truly the chosen one. Those supplies could sustain us for decades. No wonder you were so confident. Tang Ling smiled, but remained silent, choosing not to disclose that he had been reborn and awakened system. He simply informed her of his mysterious space. Tang Ling continued, this matter must remain confidential. If someone learns that I possess a considerable amount of supplies, those who cannot bear to see others prosper may act against me. I fear encountering those who would drag me down with them, even to their demise. Gao Liping quickly waved her hand. Rest assured, I will not speak of it. Not even to you and I and the others. Tang Ling nodded in satisfaction. You need to continue contributing to the renovations. Take good care of yourself. When you go out in the future, I will arrange for someone to protect you closely, so we won't face situations like today again. Yes, Tang Ling, thank you. Gao Liping sensed Tang Ling's concern, which warmed her heart. She contemplated hastening the process of becoming Tang Ling's true partner and the elder sister among their group. Tang Ling stood up. You should rest well. I have matters to attend to. Unexpectedly, Gao Liping called out to him. Tang Ling, wait. Tang Ling turned to look at her, and she casually grabbed his arm. He sat down beside her, and Gao Liping wrapped her arms around his neck, planting a kiss on his cheek. Then, she lay down, turning her back to Tang Ling, resembling a child who had done something wrong. Too shy to meet his gaze again. Chapter 113, The Banquet. Tang Ling, his face flushed, exited Gao Liping's bedroom, only to find Tun Tun, Mu Di, and Yu and I waiting at the door, their expressions scrutinizing him. Oh, Tang Ling, you're blushing. Did Sister Liping do something to you? Yes. They must have something going on. You two didn't tea, did you? Although the three women teased him, they harbored a hint of disappointment within. In truth, their thoughts mirrored Gao Liping's. Each of them, with their striking figures and appearances, had no apparent flaws. Thus, it was possible for any of them to become Tang Ling's partner. Should a genuine woman of Tang Ling emerge, the positions of others will undoubtedly become precarious. There is even a possibility that the newly appointed mistress of this abode might expel them. Each individual secretly began to contemplate their own strategies. Observing the three, Tang Ling hastily shifted the topic. Please assist me in preparing a feast. I intend to host a dinner. The others, naturally, had no objections. Tang Ling then retrieved an assortment of meats and vegetables from his space, even producing 2 bottles of exquisite red wine. After the 3 women busied themselves, it wasn't long before a delectable spread adorned the table, truly a feast of the highest caliber in this post-apocalyptic world. The banquet was set in room 1001, and once the dishes were laid out, Tang Ling promptly called out names in the group. Một nghìn không trăm linh ba Tang Ling, Shang Bo, Liu Zong, Guan Zhenqi, Meng Zaiyu, Jiang Ziguai, Lianjuan, Song Jia, come to room 1001 to see me. Upon seeing this, everyone quickly acknowledged. Song Bo was the first to arrive. Upon entering the room and witnessing the bountiful array of food, his jaw nearly dropped. He swallowed hard and turned to Tang Ling, saying, Brother, do you have any instructions? Tang Ling nodded, gesturing for him to take a seat. Song Bo hurriedly settled beside Tang Ling, his eyes brimming with excitement. Is this prepared for us? Tang Ling note that, prompting an exhilarated response from Song Bo. Thank you, brother. I shall not be polite. Unable to contain himself, he reached for the chopsticks to begin eating. However, Tang Ling swiftly smacked his hand away. Others have yet to arrive. What is the hurry? Song Bo then set down his chopsticks, grinning foolishly at Tang Ling. Tang Ling held a fondness for Song Bo. After all, he was not only bold and meticulous, but also loyal, displaying no signs of potential betrayal. What is the situation downstairs? Upon hearing this, Song Bo's interest peaked. Brother, you cannot imagine. The scene was simply spectacular. Those men seemed as if they hadn't touched a woman in years, mercilessly tormenting that wretch. Blood was everywhere, and they showed no intention of relenting. By the time I ascended, that woman lay unconscious on the bed. Even if she survives, she will surely be crippled. Brother, given how she treated you, should I send her on her way? Tang Ling shook his head, replying, There's no need. Even without your intervention, she will not survive. Song Bo, perplexed, did not grasp Tang Ling's meaning. At this moment, the others began to arrive sequentially. Upon witnessing the splendid feast before them, their expressions mirrored that of Song Bo upon his entrance, especially Song Jia and Li Anjuan, who, since the onset of the apocalypse, had not experienced a full meal. They were nearly overwhelmed by the sight of the sumptuous dishes, itching to rush forward and dig in with their hands. Once everyone was settled, Tang Ling addressed the group. Please, take your seats. After all were seated, he waved his hand. All right, we are all comrades here. There is no need for formality. Let's feast. Upon hearing these words, the crowd expressed their gratitude and began to devour the meal ravenously. My goodness, it has been ages since I savored such delectable dishes. Indeed, since the apocalypse, not a single day has passed when I felt fully satisfied. Ever since Meng Jiue joined Tang Ling, although she couldn't claim to be well-fed, at least she was no longer starving. After taking a few simple bites, she turned to Tang Ling and said, Tang Ling, you must have something to discuss, right? Please go ahead. Chapter 114, Group Management. Seeing everyone gaze at him, Tang Ling decided to dispense with any further suspense. Ladies and gentlemen, our current situation within this building is quite populated, and it is clear that we cannot manage without assistance. As the saying goes, without rules, there can be no order. My proposal is to disperse everyone into teams of around a dozen individuals, with each of you assuming the role of team leader to oversee your members. I will provide the necessary supplies for unified distribution. Upon hearing this, Song Bo eagerly interjected, This should have been done long ago, brother. Just tell us what to do, and we will follow your lead. Tang Ling began to issue instructions. All individuals with combat capabilities would be organized into combat units, as we would inevitably need to venture out to scavenge for supplies and confront zombies. These individuals will be divided into 8 small teams, each led by Liu Hao, Guan Jingqi, Song Bo, and Jiang Jigui. Each leader would oversee 2 teams, and, of course, you may select suitable team leaders to assist you. The 4 men nodded in agreement. I believe this plan is feasible, one remarked. Yes, this way, the personnel will remain organized. If any team encounters trouble, we can directly consult the team leader. Tang Ling then turned his attention to Lianjuan. As for those skilled in renovations, they will not be involved in combat. Fortifying the building's defenses is of utmost importance. Lianjuan, you may select individuals with renovation skills to join your team and lead them. Lianjuan nodded affirmatively. Rest assured, Brother Tang Ling, I will not disappoint you. Tang Ling then addressed Meng Jiue and Song Jia. Regarding the elderly, children, and women, I propose the following. The women will be managed by Meng Jiue, ensuring that all logistical matters such as laundry and cooking are handled efficiently, which will also qualify them for receiving supplies. The elderly and children will be entrusted to Song Jia. Firstly, I will periodically provide them with supplies, even if they are unable to contribute. Secondly, the growth of children must be safeguarded. In this apocalyptic world, only the flourishing of new life can rekindle hope for humanity. Thirdly, I support the notion of free love. There must be no coercion. If anyone develops affections for another, Song Jia will ensure proper reporting, and no one else shall interfere. Should any misconduct arise, I will not hesitate to take action. Finally, if any infants are born, I, Tang Ling, assure you that I will guarantee an ample supply of resources to ensure the child's survival. Upon the utterance of these words, a profound silence enveloped the room. All present were primarily focused on surviving in this dystopian world, with little thought given to matters of lineage or legacy. However, upon closer examination, it becomes evident that Tang Ling is not merely intent on establishing an underground kingdom. He is, in fact, assuming the role of a savior. Subsequently, Tang Ling devised a comprehensive set of regulations for managing the building, which Meng Jiue memorized diligently. Soon, she would disseminate these rules to the group, making it clear that any violations would result in consequences ranging from expulsion to merciless extermination. Meng Jiue nodded in agreement. At that moment, Tang Ling produced a bottle of red wine, causing the eyes of the assembled crowd to gleam with excitement, as they could scarcely fathom the luxury of indulging in such a delicacy amidst the apocalypse. Once each glass was filled, Tang Ling raised his cup, proclaiming, Since you have chosen to place your trust in me, I shall spare no effort to ensure that you all lead a secure life in this dire world. Here's to tomorrow. The crowd clinked their glasses, and after a whirlwind of consumption, little remained of the feast on the table. Tang Ling smiled and remarked, Now that we have eaten and drunk to our satisfaction, let each of you attend to your respective duties and compile a list of personnel allocations for me. Just as he finished speaking, a cacophony of shouts erupted from outside. Tang Ling, you beast! How could you treat me this way? May you suffer a terrible fate. A throng of people rushed out of the house in response to the commotion. There stood Tian Yujiao, disheveled and bearing the marks of torment, incessantly pounding on Tang Ling's door while hurling curses at him. Song Bo, witnessing this, exclaimed, This wretched woman dares to cause a scene at my brother's doorstep. Brother, You need not dirty your hands. I shall handle this. He stepped forward, only to be halted by Tang Ling. In a hushed tone, Tang Ling instructed the others. You all should continue with your tasks. This matter does not concern you. Only then did they withdraw. Tang Ling slowly approached the entrance of his home, where Tian Yujiao, upon noticing him, was engulfed in a surge of rage. Crawling toward him, she grasped his legs, striking and slapping. Yet her strength had been utterly drained by the man who had tormented her. Even her feeble attempts to strike him bore no harm. Tang Ling, how could you be so heartless? Why did you treat me this way? Did you not once hold affection for me? How could you allow those men to do such things to me? Did her heart not ache? You beast, may you suffer a terrible fate. Tang Ling crouched down, gazing at Tian Yujiao, and softly replied, Tian Yujiao, in my past life, I indeed held deep feelings for you, but how did you treat me? You exploited my love, deceived me into opening my door, and callously watched as a group of men dismembered me, even taking away a part of my leg. From that moment, I vowed that if I were to be reborn, I would ensure you pay back 100-fold for your treachery. Tian Yujiao stared at him in shock. Past life? Tang Ling's face twisted into a cruel smile. Indeed, and since that is the case, I shall ensure you understand the gravity of your actions. I am not afraid to reveal the truth to you. I have been reborn, a fortunate gift from the heavens after you dismembered us. It is this divine intervention that allowed me to construct a sanctuary and stockpile countless supplies before the apocalypse descended upon us. And you, do you truly believe I would exhibit such kindness as to purchase a home for you? I am fully aware of the impending doom. Even if the property is in your name, what of it? In the eyes of Tang Ling, Tian Yujiao is already as good as deceased, and he is unafraid to reveal the truth to her, granting her a chance for closure. Tian Yujiao, taken aback, stammered, You must be lying, spouting nonsense. Tang Ling replied with a laugh. Am I indeed fabricating tales? Huh, consider it whatever you wish. As Tian Yujiao's grip on Tang Ling's pant leg slackened, she pondered deeply. Apart from this explanation, she could fathom no rationale for how he could have known about the apocalypse in advance, constructed a safe haven, and amassed supplies. It could not simply be serendipity. In a hushed tone, Tian Yujiao murmured, Even if you truly have lived again, I have done nothing to you this time. Why must you treat me so? Tang Ling chuckled. You claim you have done nothing? It is merely my desire to avoid reliving the tragedies that befell me. If one day I were to open the door for you, and you and Chen Jia stormed into my home, do you think either of you would spare me? Tian Yujiao froze, recalling that fateful night when their intentions had indeed been to take Tang Ling's life. As Tang Ling finished speaking, he rose slowly, resembling the Grim Reaper as he gazed at Tian Yujiao. Now you should find peace in death, should you wish it. Fear not. I shall not be the one to end your life. You may choose to continue living in agony, but I assure you, it would be a fate worse than death. With that, Tang Ling opened the door, leaving Tian Yujiao staring blankly at his retreating figure, realizing too late that she had wagered on the wrong treasure from the beginning. Had she not dallied with Chen Jia, had she not considered Tang Ling merely a backup, had she offered the man who loved her for 4 years a fraction of her affection, and never contemplated taking his life, would the outcome have been different? The weight of her choices bore down upon her. Just as Tang Ling was about to enter his room, Tian Yujiao could no longer contain herself. Rising, she composed herself and called out, Tang Ling. He paused, silent, not turning back. I am sorry. With the last vestige of her strength, she dashed towards the window of Su Qian's room, leaping from the 10th floor to end her life. When Tang Ling heard the dull thud, it felt as though his heart had been struck. There was no joy in revenge. He numbly retreated to his room. Chapter 116. The Wealthy Heir Who Frightened Li Yi. Tang Ling remained in his room for several days, scarcely emerging. Meanwhile, outside, subtle changes were occurring. New individuals were joining, and the renovation team was expanding. Now, reaching the 10th floor, the materials Tang Ling had left were depleted, prompting Gao Liping to knock on his door. As Tang Ling opened the door, a fresh visage greeted the assembly. Seeing him in good spirits, Gao Liping seized the moment to speak. Tang Ling, we've run out of renovation materials. Could you please provide us with some more? Tang Ling responded softly, Please wait outside. I will be with you shortly. After Gao Liping nodded and departed, Tang Ling stepped out of the room and overheard a conversation between a man and a woman. Turning his gaze, he recognized Zhu Wei and Zhao Lucy. Zhu Wei had made significant progress in his recovery, now able to walk unaided, indicating that his injuries were nearly healed. Upon seeing Tang Ling, both of them acknowledged his presence. Zhao Lucy, displaying commendable politeness, hurried forward to express her gratitude. Mr. Tang, thank you for your care during this time. I have long wished to thank you in person, but never had the opportunity. Tang Ling smiled, replying, it's nothing, merely trifles, no need for thanks. However, Zhu Wei interjected, thank him? Lucy, had they not insisted on leaving, I wouldn't have been injured. He merely provided us with food. Isn't that expected? At these words, Tang Ling's brows furrowed in displeasure. Zhao Lucy quickly intervened. Zhu Wei, refrain from speaking so. If it weren't for Mr. Tang, you might not have survived. She then turned to Tang Ling. Please don't misunderstand. Zhu Wei often speaks without thinking. He harbors no ill intentions. Unable to tolerate the situation any longer, Tun exclaimed. Oh, we are living in apocalyptic times, relying on others for food and shelter. Yet you still act so arrogantly, as if nothing has changed. Zhu Wei, your entitled demeanor is quite inappropriate here. Zhu Wei, incensed by this remark, feigned a dramatic cough, as if on the verge of collapsing. Zhao Lucy rushed to his side. Zhu Wei, are you all right? She then directed her attention back to Tun. Tun, perhaps you should refrain from saying too much. Tun ignored their exchange, turning her head away. In truth, Zhao Lucy held no fondness for Zhu Wei. In her past life, he was notorious for his womanizing ways, having invested considerable effort to win her over, even resorting to coercive tactics. Yet, had it not been for his intervention that fateful night, she might well have faced dire consequences herself. Her attentiveness toward Zhu Wei was solely an act of repayment for his past assistance. Tang Ling remained silent and proceeded outside. He exchanged materials in a spacious room, enabling Li Anjuan and the others to commence their work. With several women from the household venturing out, Song Bo and his team were assigned to ensure their protection, leaving no room for negligence. The entire building radiated a sense of prosperity, while within Tang Ling's quarters, discordant elements lingered. On this day, after supervising the work with Gao Liping, Tang Ling returned to find Zhu Wei lounging on the sofa, resembling the master of the house, snacking while watching television, with Li Yi glaring at him in fury. Upon seeing Tang Ling enter, Li Yi, as if overwhelmed by a sense of injustice, rushed into his embrace. Uncle, that bad uncle snatched away my snacks and wouldn't let me move. He punished me by making me stand. Li Yi cría inconsolably. Tang Ling cast a cold glance at Zhu Wei before hurriedly comforting Li Yi. Be good, Yi. Uncle has more snacks for you. Here you go, don't cry. Upon receiving the snacks, Li Yi's tears turned to laughter as she made a silly face at Zhu Wei. However, Zhu Wei, unwilling to back down, suddenly leaned forward and bellowed at Li Yi. Not only did it startle Li Yi, but even Gao Liping was taken aback. Li Yi was frightened into tears once more, hiding behind Tang Ling, too afraid to show her face. In contrast, Zhu Wei was laughing heartily on the sofa, as if he had accomplished something truly remarkable. Chapter 117, 200 billion to buy your house. Gao Liping, feeling somewhat exasperated, approached Zhu Wei. Zhu Wei, how old are you? Snatching snacks from a child and scaring her. What is wrong with you? Zhu Wei, unfazed, waved his hand dismissively. Beautiful lady, haven't you heard that children should eat fewer snacks? Too many snacks are bad for their health. I'm doing this for her own good. His twisted reasoning left Gao Liping speechless. At that moment, upon hearing Li Yi's cries, the other women emerged from the room, particularly Mudi, who regarded Li Yi not just as a friend's child, but as someone whose life had been bought with sacrifice. She cherished Li Yi as if she were her own daughter. Mudi hurriedly approached to inquire about what had happened. Through her sobs, Li Yi recounted the recent events, and all eyes turned to Zhu Wei, filled with fury, especially Tun. Hey, Zhu Wei, are you seriously competing with a child? Do you still consider yourself a man? Even Zhao Lucy could no longer stand by. She moved closer to Zhu Wei. Zhu Wei apologized to Yi. You were in the wrong this time. Zhu Wei, upon hearing this, wore a look of incredulity. Lucy, you want me, the second son of the Zhu family, to apologize to a wild child? At these words, Mudi could no longer contain herself. Zhu Wei, I dare you to say that again. Zhu Wei chuckled. Oh, the goddess is angry. Come on, I was just joking. He turned to Li Yi. Little friend, uncle is sorry. Will you forgive him? Upon hearing this, Zhao Lucy felt somewhat relieved, but unexpectedly, Zhu Wei suddenly let out a loud shout, causing the previously comforted Li Yi to burst into tears again. Zhu Wei continued to laugh uncontrollably. The others were burning with rage. Zhu Wei, you're truly sick. You disgusting man. Just the sight of you makes me feel nauseous. Let's go inside and ignore this wretched man. It's unbearable to breathe the same air as you. I'm going in as well. Soon, only Tang Ling, the arrogant Zhu Wei, and the bewildered Zhao Lucy remained in the room. Tang Ling cast a glance at Zhao Lucy, but refrained from speaking, choosing instead to make his way toward his room. However, just as he was about to enter, Zhu Wei spoke up. Wait, Mr. Tang. I have a business proposition for you. Please come and sit. Come and sit? Tang Ling scoffed inwardly, wondering if Zhu Wei fancied himself the master of the house. Zhao Lucy, sensing the awkwardness in Zhu Wei's words, quickly interjected, Zhu Wei, are you out of your mind? Mr. Tang is the true owner of this residence. How dare you invite him to sit? Zhu Wei, undeterred, replied, while it may indeed belong to him now, who knows whose it will be in the near future. Tang Ling turned around, intrigued by what business Zhu Wei might wish to discuss. After taking a seat on the sofa, he regarded Zhu Wei with a bemused expression. It is an honor to negotiate with young Master Zhu. Pray, tell me what business you have in mind. Zhu Wei, immediately adopting a pose of superiority with his legs crossed, surveyed the room before fixing his gaze on Tang Ling. Mr. Tang, I must say, I quite like this place. Name your price. As long as you dare to state it, I shall meet it. Tang Ling silenti segop. Perceiving Zhu Wei as yet another privileged heir living in a pre-apocalyptic fantasy, believing that money could procure anything. When Tang Ling remained silent, Zhu Wei pressed on. Since you're not inclined to speak, allow me to make an offer. How does 2 billion sound? Tang Ling merely raised an eyebrow in disbelief. Zhu Wei, oblivious to Tang Ling's reaction, continued, Mr. Tang, 2 billion is no trifling sum. I'm not afraid to divulge my background. My father has considerable connections, and he is already aware that the government will soon commence a purge of the zombies. Order will be restored swiftly, and in that event, 2 billion will be a fortune, affording you any desire you may have. Of course, after you sell me the house, I won't force you to leave. You may stay if you wish. I can provide you with a room, and you need not worry about your safety. Tang Ling inwardly lamented Zhu Wei's naivete. In his previous life, the government had indeed undertaken small-scale zombie purges, but the result had been an emergence of evolved zombies that could decimate fully armed teams. Ultimately, those operations were abandoned. Standing up, Tang Ling simply uttered 2 words, not for sale. Zhu Wei was taken aback, unable to comprehend why 2 billion had failed to sway Tang Ling. As Tang Ling turned to leave, Zhu Wei grew anxious. Mr. Tang, I advise you to be sensible. Or do you believe 2 billion is insufficient? Just state your price. Turning back, Tang Ling replied coolly, Young Master Zhu, it seems your injuries have healed sufficiently. Perhaps it is time for you to leave my home? Zhu Wei was momentarily stunned. You wish to expel me? I am Lucy's savior. Tang Ling spoke softly. You may be her savior, but you are not mine. Why should I allow you to remain in my home? Zhu Wei was utterly taken aback, never anticipating that the owner of the house would not finalize the transaction and would instead be forced to leave. Tang Ling, you truly lack appreciation, he exclaimed. I advise you not to provoke me. Once the apocalypse concludes, I possess myriad ways to dispose of you. Zhao Lucy was completely bewildered. She understood that Zhu Wei was able to reside in Tang Ling's home solely because of her. Now that Zhu Wei had antagonized Tang Ling, she felt it was her fault. In a fit of anger, she retorted, Zhu Wei, are you out of your mind? What are you saying? Apologize to Mr. Tang at once. Zhao Lucy intended to speak favorably of Tang Ling, but Zhu Wei interjected, apologize? A person like him would not even warrant my glance before the apocalypse. I considered buying his house out of respect. To be connected to someone like me is a dream for many, yet he fails to recognize that. Tang Ling was now thoroughly enraged, his hand reaching into his space to grasp his firearm. Zhao Lucy, after scolding Zhu Wei, rushed towards Tang Ling. Mr. Tang, I sincerely apologize. May I have a word with Zhu Wei? I implore you. Upon seeing Zhao Lucy's pleading expression, Tang Ling slowly lowered his hand, remaining silent as he turned and walked towards his bedroom. Zhao Lucy shot an angry glance at Zhu Wei. Zhu Wei, why do you provoke Mr. Tang? He took us in out of kindness and even tended to your injuries. Without him, would you still be alive today? Zhu Wei scoffed. He took us in? Lucy, you are too naive. Every action is tethered to self-interest, especially in this apocalypse. His so-called kindness in sheltering us and healing my wounds is merely a facade. He is undoubtedly interested in you and sees my affluent background as an advantage. Zhao Lucy was rendered speechless. Eventually, she quietly said to Zhu Wei, enough, Zhu Wei. Since you have recovered, please leave promptly. Consider my care over these days as a form of gratitude. Chapter 119, Lucy's Humility. Hearing this, Zhu Wei immediately adopted a sorrowful demeanor. Lucy, how can you cast me aside? Had it not been for you, I would never have been injured. It was because of you that I sought to purchase this house. Look at that kid Tang Ling. He has never welcomed us. The moment he feels the slightest discontent, he will drive us away. If this continues, we will inevitably become his sacrifices. Zhao Lucy whispered, Zhu Wei, do not speak like that. Mr. Tang has shown us kindness, providing food and healing your wounds, and yet you treat him this way. Do you not think that is wrong? Zhu Wei stepped closer, attempting to take Zhao Lucy's hand. But she recoiled. Surprised, he continued, Lucy, we are in the apocalypse. Human hearts are complex. Your treatment of us may hide unspoken secrets. Only I truly love you. Believe me, everything I do is for you. Zhao Lucy remained silent, as Zhu Wei began to seek her sympathy once more. Lucy, if you allow me to leave now, where can I possibly go? I have followed you here, and you cannot possibly wish for me to return, can you? If I have managed to come this far, can I truly survive the journey back? Upon hearing this, Zhao Lucy ultimately conceded. Indeed, if Zhu Wei were to depart, he would undoubtedly meet his demise. She could not bear to watch her savior walk into danger. Very well, I shall plead with Mr. Tang to allow you to stay. But you must promise me not to mention purchasing a house again, and you must cease to intimidate Yi. We must coexist peacefully. Zhu Wei eagerly nodded in agreement. Understood. Understood. Thank you, Lucy. As Zhao Lucy turned towards Tang Ling's bedroom, a wicked smile crept upon Zhu Wei's lips. He mused to himself that as long as he could remain, eliminating Tang Ling would grant him access to all the exquisite beauties in the house. Zhao Lucy knocked on Tang Ling's door. Moments later, he opened it, and she awkwardly said, Mr. Tang, I have a few words I wish to share with you. May I come in? Tang Ling glanced at Zhao Lucy and then at Zhu Wei outside before stepping aside. Once inside, Tang Ling quietly inquired, Is this about Zhu Wei? Lucy nodded. Mr. Tang, while Zhu Wei has acted somewhat excessively, I assure you I will guide him towards change. I apologize on his behalf. With a deep bow, she continued, Mr. Tang, Zhu Wei has recognized his mistakes and will not cause further trouble. If he is sent away now, he truly has nowhere to go. Please, I implore you, grant him another chance to stay. Tang Ling chuckled at her words. Lucy, why do you humble yourself for him so? With a sigh, Zhao Lucy replied, He saved my life. In this apocalyptic world, few are willing to risk their lives for another. Although I harbor no fondness for him, I cannot stand idly by while my savior faces death. Tang Ling's smile deepened, imbued with meaning. Very well, I shall permit him to remain for a while longer, until he has healed. Zhao Lucy swiftly bowed to him. Thank you, Mr. Tang. Rest assured, I will ensure he does not err again. Tang Ling nodded slightly, and Zhao Lucy departed. She hurried to inform Zhu Wei that he could stay, and while his face lit up with excitement, he secretly thought, Tang Ling, do not be so smug. This house and all its lovely inhabitants will soon be mine. Chapter 120. A fruit knife amputation. On this day, Tang Ling ventured out to inspect the building. Below the 11th floor, all doors and windows had been reinforced. Every household's windows were secured with rebar, making it impossible for even the strongest of zombies to break through. The main entrance had also been fortified with an iron door and tempered glass, providing double protection, ensuring that safety was adequately addressed. It must be said that Gao Liping is indeed a professional. Even when confronted with more advanced zombies, she remains unscathed. At this moment, the engineering team had reinforced up to the 12th floor, yet they encountered yet another dilemma. In a room where Qin Chuan resided, much like before, no matter how vehemently they knocked, he remained unresponsive. Upon discovering this, Tang Ling commanded the team to break down the door, initially believing that Qin Chuan, having sustained a gunshot wound during the last incident and lacking medical attention, had perished. However, upon breaching the door, the scene that unfolded before them left everyone in utter shock. On the floor lay a body, reduced to only its upper half, with all limbs missing, while beside it sat a woman, numbly stuffing chunks of flesh into her mouth. Qin Chuan lay on the bed, his complexion ashen. The moment the engineering team forced open the bedroom door, he began to regain some semblance of consciousness. What do you want? The room was suffused with a foul stench, causing some to double over and retch. Damn it, this is revolting. That woman has been devoured by those two wretched souls. It was yet another devastating blow. Previously it had been Tian Yujiao, and now it was these two. He had once mentioned that his father would send mercenaries to rescue him, yet here he was, witnessing the consumption of human flesh. Tang Ling observed Qin Chuan before him. The gunshot wound on his leg had begun to fester, and despite being wrapped in cloth, The yellowish-brown pus continued to ooze forth. Little did he expect that this young man possessed such tenacity. Despite his grievous injuries, he refrained from seeking his assistance. Tang Ling stepped forward, a smirk on his face. Young Master Qin, my apologies for intruding upon your slumber. Our reinforcement of the building is, after all, to ensure your safety. When I knocked earlier without a response, I presumed there was no one inside. I now kindly request that you relocate, allowing our construction team to proceed. Of course, should you prefer to remain, you may do so, although the process may be somewhat noisy. Qin Chuan, however, did not register a word of Tang Ling's remarks. His eyes, now bloodshot, were fixed upon him. Tang Ling, you despicable scoundrel. It is your actions that have led to my current plight. I will have your life in return. He attempted to rise from the bed, only to collapse at Tang Ling's feet due to the severity of his leg injury. Tang Ling gazed down at him, resembling a lifeless creature. Oh dear, young Master Qin, what has befallen you? Are you so starved that you lack strength? Qin Chuan clenched his teeth, fully aware of his predicament. Notions of perseverance and dignity were rendered meaningless in the face of survival. He began to plead with Tang Ling, please grant me the antidote. My leg is beyond repair. If you are willing to provide it, I shall comply with any demands you have, even if it means becoming your servant. Tang Ling Zhuge, amused by the young man's belief that the bullet was poisoned. I'm afraid, young Master Qin, had you come to me sooner, we could have resolved this matter. Unfortunately, your leg has surpassed the optimal window for detoxification. The only recourse now is amputation. What? Upon hearing the words, Qin Chuan let out a piercing scream, his expression contorting in agony. Tang Ling, are you truly toying with me? Tang Ling appeared helpless, responding, young Master Qin, your accusation is unfounded. My assertion that the poison would not take effect so swiftly does not imply that it is harmless. For now, you have merely lost a leg. In a few days, when the toxin spreads throughout your body, that will be the true point of no return. Should you consider amputation, the choice lies solely with you. Chapter 121. Truly ruthless to oneself. As Tang Ling spoke, he retrieved a fruit knife from his spatial pouch and tossed it onto the ground. And, young Master Qin, please refrain from using that kitchen knife for amputation. It has been stained with the blood of others, which will only hasten your demise. Even alcohol disinfection would prove futile. This fruit knife, however, has never tasted human blood. You may use it confidently. The onlookers, who had just been doubled over in nausea, erupted in laughter. The notion of amputating with a fruit knife was a concept only Tang Ling could conceive. At that moment, Qin Chuan's complexion was one of utter despair, akin to having ingested something vile, as he gazed helplessly at the fruit knife, rendered speechless. Tang Ling turned to the construction team and said, all right, everyone, please proceed with the work promptly and do your utmost not to disturb young Master Qin while he recuperates. As Tang Ling prepared to leave, unexpectedly, Qin Chuan clung to his calf, pleading desperately, Tang Ling, no, Brother Tang, I implore you, grant me a sharper cleaver. This fruit knife is inadequate. Tang Ling regarded Qin Chuan with a cold stare. I'm afraid I do not possess one. Before Qin Chuan could respond, Song Bo chimed in with a laugh. Oh, what is wrong with a fruit knife? Young Master Qin, if you find it cumbersome, I could lend you my cleaver. It's quite sharp, and a single stroke could alleviate your suffering. Qin Chuan turned to examine Song Bo's cleaver, noticing what appeared to be a trace of blood on the blade, evidence it had seen its share of violence. He dared not accept it. Ultimately, he could only watch in silence as Tang Ling and his companions departed. Merely 5 minutes later, as the construction team was transporting materials to Qin Chuan's residence, a harrowing scream echoed from the bedroom, soon followed by a chorus of anguished cries. Lianjuan shook his head. Using a fruit knife for amputation? At this rate, the leg may remain intact while the person succumbs first. This fellow is truly merciless to himself. As anticipated, after only a few attempts, an excruciating pain engulfed Qin Chuan's body, rendering him unable to continue. He then tossed the fruit knife to the woman. Hurry, you take action. The woman, already in a state of delirium, was beyond recognition. Over the past few days, she had initially managed to resist consuming the chunks of meat in the pot, but ultimately, her hunger had driven her to the brink of desperation. Now, her spirit had been thoroughly battered. Grasping the fruit knife, she mechanically approached the bedside and plunged it toward Qin Chuan's calf. Ouch! The pain is unbearable. You wretched woman, do you wish for my demise? Were you stabbing? Oh, it hurts, it hurts. Help! The woman paid no heed to Qin Chuan's words, relentlessly stabbing at his calf with a blade. The pain overwhelmed him, causing him to faint repeatedly. only to be roused again by the agony. Blood mingled with the sweat on his body, saturating the sheets beneath him. Time slipped away in an indistinguishable haze. The room fell silent, while the work crew outside shook their heads. Lianjuan remarked, "Alas, it seems this lad can no longer endure." However, they were unprepared for the revelation that Qin Chuan had withstood the torment. His injured leg had been entirely severed below the knee, leaving nothing but a bloody stump. Qin Chuan had succumbed to unconsciousness, with blood pooling on the floor. When he finally regained a flicker of awareness, he implored the woman to bandage him once more. Another round of anguished screams echoed, startling the crew outside. Is this fellow truly so resilient? He hasn't perished yet, Lianjuan whispered. Just mind your own business. Do not concern yourself with others. This lad has evidently crossed paths with brother Tang Ling, and he must bear the consequences. Chapter 122, Confronting the Beauties. Upon completing his inspection of the building, Tang Ling returned home, only to be taken aback by the sight of Zhu Wei lounging on a deck chair by the pool, sipping red wine with an air of utmost leisure. This affluent second-generation heir truly seemed to believe he was at home. Upon noticing Tang Ling's entrance, he rose and cast a provocative glance in his direction before plunging into the pool, nonchalantly switching between strokes. How dare he act so brazenly in this space? I cannot abide his arrogance, thought Tong Tong, while Mudi added, ever since he arrived, the harmony of our home has vanished. It is truly disconcerting. Zhao Lucy, standing nearby, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Upon seeing Tang Ling, she hastily stood and explained, "Mr. Tang, I apologize. Zhu Wei mentioned he wanted to stretch his legs, so..." Tang Ling replied with a calm smile, "It's nothing. He is merely swimming. It matters not." Tong Tong interjected, "Lucy, I must say, there is no need for you to be so accommodating to this man. Are you not aware of his true nature? Furthermore, regarding that night," before she could finish, Zhu Wei's voice rang out from the pool. "Help. My leg is cramping." Except for Zhao Lucy, the others remained unfazed. "Zhu Wei, what are you pretending for? Is this your attempt to gain sympathy? How absurd," someone remarked. Yet, the desperation in his struggle seemed genuine. Zhao Lucy, unable to stand idly by, removed her top and leaped into the pool to assist him. To her shock, Zhu Wei seized her, his hands beginning to roam uninvited across her body. "Lucy, I knew you cared about me," he said, realizing the implications of his actions. Zhao Lucy felt a surge of indignation and slapped Zhu Wei across the face. "Leave me alone, Zhu Wei. This joke is not amusing at all." Zhu Wei stared blankly at Zhao Lucy as she freed herself from his grasp and swam towards the shore. Mudi and Tunten followed closely behind. Tunten shot an angry glance at Zhu Wei before turning to Zhao Lucy. "What did I tell you, Lucy? He is nothing but a scoundrel." Mudi chimed in, "Indeed. He has been taking advantage of you, exploiting your compassion. Can't you see that?" Zhao Lucy was equally furious, refusing to glance at Zhu Wei. Once on shore, she retreated to her room. Tunten and Mudi cast Zhu Wei a disdainful look before turning away. As Zhu Wei watched the trio's retreating figures, a fierce desire ignited within him. "Damn it, those insufferable women, just wait. Tonight, I shall make you submit beneath me. And as for Tang Ling, I will relish in watching how I conquer your woman. I'll tie that bastard up and make him witness my exploits with his lady. The thought is exhilarating." Night fell. At this moment, Zhao Lucy was in the kitchen preparing a meal when Zhu Wei hurried over. "Lucy, are you cooking?" Zhao Lucy glanced at him, but remained silent. Zhu Wei edged closer. "Oh, come on, Lucy, I was only joking. I just wanted to see if you would care about me. I apologize for today's events. I was wrong, please forgive me." To demonstrate his sincerity, he offered to cook alongside her and promised to apologize properly at the dining table later. Seeing his earnestness, Zhao Lucy felt reluctant to say more. "Zhu Wei, it seems you've finally come to your senses. We are currently under Mr. Tang's assistance, and we should." Zhao Lucy's sentence was cut short as Zhu Wei interrupted her. "I understand, I know what to do. Don't worry. I will surely change everyone's perception of me tonight." Zhao Lucy merely nodded slightly without further comment. However, just as Zhao Lucy was setting the dishes on the table, Zhu Wei noticed the kitchen was empty. A sly smile crept across his face as he opened his ring, revealing a hidden compartment containing a white powder. He promptly poured the powder into the soup. After completing this act, he chuckled in satisfaction. "Tonight, Zhao Lucy, Mudi, Tunten, and the other two beauties shall become my playthings." Chapter 123. "Come, let me offer you a bowl of soup." The substance Zhu Wei added to the soup was, of course, a drug, a staple for his escapades in various entertainment venues. Many unfamiliar women had fallen under his spell. With this, he intended to leave them utterly unable to resist. At that moment, Zhao Lucy walked back into the kitchen. What are you mumbling about? Zhu Wei quickly concealed the ring, turning to Zhao Lucy with a smile. Oh, nothing. I was just praising how delicious your cooking smells. Let me help you carry it out. Observing Zhu Wei's overly attentive demeanor, Zhao Lucy felt an inexplicable sense of unease that she could not articulate. Ultimately, she dismissed her apprehensions, believing Zhu Wei had genuinely repented. Once the dishes were served, Zhu Wei hurriedly urged Zhao Lucy, Lucy, please call them to the table for dinner. Nodding, Zhao Lucy rose and went a knock on each door. As each person emerged and beheld Zhu Wei seated at the dining table, the first to retreat was Tun Tun. Seeing him makes it impossible for me to eat. My appetite is quite poor today, so I shall refrain, she declared. Mu Di echoed her sentiments. Never mind, a single piece of bread suffices for me. I'm not hungry either. Watching the two retreat to their rooms, Zhao Lucy felt awkward and at a loss, while Zhu Wei grew increasingly anxious. If Tun Tun and Mu Di remained unaffected, his scheme was likely to unravel. Although Yunai and Gao Liping harbored no fondness for Zhu Wei, they were unwilling to go against their appetites and took their seats. At that moment, Tang Ling also emerged from his room and, upon sitting down, Zhu Wei immediately greeted him with a smile. Brother Tang, I sincerely apologize for the past mistakes of my subordinates. If you do not mind, I would be honored to remain by your side, serving you tea and water, whatever you desire. Tang Ling smiled mildly, taking a bowl for himself and beginning to ladle soup. Zhu Wei felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. After consuming the substance he had taken, he would feel weak yet mentally alert. As long as Tang Ling drank the soup, everything would be well. Unexpectedly, as Tang Ling ladled the soup, he remarked, Young Master Zhu, had you expressed such sentiments earlier, we could have avoided much strife. In this apocalyptic era, we all seek stability. Anyone who dares to harm me shall not escape unscathed. It appears young Master Zhu is quite astute. Just as Zhu Wei was about to respond, Tang Ling abruptly presented the filled bowl to him. Young Master Zhu, since you have come to your senses, let us put our grievances aside. Though we lack wine, allow me to toast you with this bowl of soup. Zhu Wei was momentarily taken aback. The scenario was not unfolding as he had anticipated. As Tang Ling seemed to be playing his own game, he awkwardly accepted the bowl of soup, casting a bewildered glance at the others. Tang Ling merely smiled in silence, his gaze fixed upon Zhu Wei, who failed to notice the underlying threat lurking in Tang Ling's eyes. Zhao Lucy, witnessing the reconciliation between the two, felt immense joy. How wonderful! Mr. Tang, I knew you were not a petty person. As long as Zhu Wei sincerely repents, you would surely forgive him. She then turned to Zhu Wei, urging, Zhu Wei, what are you waiting for? Mr. Tang is toasting you. You should reciprocate. Zhu Wei, albeit quick to react, suddenly lifted the entire bowl of soup and dashed towards the kitchen. This soup is not to my liking. Let's forego it today. He returned shortly thereafter, resuming his seat. Come, let us begin with the dishes. The others, somewhat perplexed yet unbothered, commenced their meal, while Zhu Wei appeared to engage in jovial conversation. His heart simmered with rage. It is all due to that scoundrel Tang Ling, who has ruined my good fortune. Just wait, the best is yet to come. I refuse to believe that you will always be this fortunate. Chapter 124. The Danger of Mu Di. In the dead of night, Zhu Wei felt an urgent need and arose to visit the restroom. Without a second thought, he flicked on the light as he opened the door, only to be met with a woman's piercing scream. There he beheld Mu Di, clad in a flimsy nightgown, sitting on the toilet. Her black lace underwear had slipped down to her ankles, and she gazed at him in sheer terror. Zhu Wei was utterly taken aback by the scene before him. Despite having shared intimate moments with countless women, he had never encountered a starlet of Mu Di's caliber. A surge of desire ignited within him, one that he could no longer contain. Mu Di, noticing his eyes roving over her body, wore an expression of disgust. Zhu Wei, what are you doing? Get out. At that moment, Zhu Wei was consumed by desire, fixated solely on conquering the woman before him. Ignoring her pleas, he donned a lecherous grin and closed the bathroom door. Mu Di was momentarily stunned. Zhu Wei, what do you intend to do? Leave me alone. Zhu Wei advanced towards her with deliberate steps. Mu Di, isn't this a form of seduction on your part? You cannot blame me for this. Submit to me, and I promise that once the apocalypse has passed, I will bestow upon you a fortune of 100 billion, and you shall be celebrated as my bride. Fearful, Mu Di sprang to her feet and retreated hastily. Zhu Wei, I advise you not to act recklessly. I am already Tang Ling's woman. If you dare lay a finger on me, he will not spare you. At the mention of Tang Ling's name, Zhu Wei scoffed. Ha, what is Tang Ling? Once the world ends, I could crush him like an insect. Mudi, I am your true protector. Only by being with me can you enjoy a life of luxury and splendor. Come, let me cherish you, he declared, then seized her in his arms, ravenously kissing her neck. Mudi struggled and beat against him in vain, for the soundproofing of the door was remarkably effective. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she cried for help, but Zhu Wei, consumed by madness, had no fear of being overheard. At that moment, despair enveloped Mudi, and she cursed inwardly. Tang Ling, where the hell are you? Your woman is about to be violated by this beast. You must come quickly. Suddenly, the sound of a door slamming echoed from outside, followed by a faint voice. Sister Mudi, are you in there? I need to use the bathroom. Knocking followed. Zhu Wei's actions faltered for a brief 2 seconds, but he soon resumed his predatory intentions towards Mudi, undeterred by the persistent knocking at the door. Regaining his composure, Zhu Wei realized that if Li Yi's knocking roused others, his plans would be thwarted. In the end, Zhu Wei released Mudi and whispered into her ear, Mudi, I advise you to be sensible. If you dare to speak of today's events, once I am driven away by Tang Ling, Zhao Lucy will undoubtedly follow suit. You and I want to see Zhao Lucy in danger, would you? Tears streamed down Mudi's face. She gritted her teeth in hatred, wishing to flay Zhu Wei alive. Yet, she could not dismiss his words lightly. Over the past few days, Zhao Lucy had been unwavering in her support for Zhu Wei, and Mudi understood her character well. She was the kind who repays even the smallest kindness with immense gratitude. When her company faced oppression from a rival, nearly teetering on the brink of bankruptcy, most of the artists had left, but Zhao Lucy, a top-tier talent, remained, solely because Mudi had given her a chance when she first debuted. Even after being dismissed multiple times, Zhao Lucy refused to part ways, determined to weather the storm alongside Mudi. If Zhu Wei were indeed expelled, it was conceivable that Zhao Lucy, wishing to repay her debt of gratitude, might choose to leave with him. Having already lost Wei, Mudi could not bear to lose Zhao Lucy and Tun Tun as well. Ultimately, Mudi stood up, wiped her tears, straightened her attire, and called out to Li Yi outside. Yi, dear, I will be ready shortly. Please wait a moment. Chapter 125, A Second Dose. At that moment, you and I heard Li Yi's knocking and got out of bed. She approached the door and asked, Yi, do you need to use the restroom? Inside the restroom, Mudi and Zhu Wei also heard Yunyi's voice. Zhu Wei, wary of overstepping, shot a fierce glare at Mudi and whispered, remember my words. He then concealed himself behind the curtain in front of the fish tank. Still shaken, Mudi hurriedly composed herself before opening the restroom door. Yi, come. I will take you to the restroom. You and I noticed something amiss with Mudi and inquired, Sister Mudi, are you all right? Your face is quite flushed. Do you have a cold? Would you like me to check on you? Mudi quickly replied, I'm fine, really. I was just startled when he suddenly knocked. Fearing that you and I might sense something unusual, she swiftly ushered Li Yi into the restroom. After resolving the matter, Mudi frantically led Li Yi out of the restroom and back to the bedroom. Once she heard complete silence outside, Zhu Wei finally emerged from the restroom, thinking to himself, I must act swiftly. If that wretched Mudi exposes what happened, I will be the one to suffer. Mudi lay in bed throughout the night, unable to find sleep. The mere recollection of the earlier scene in the restroom sent shivers through her, a mix of anxiety and anger overwhelming her. She was deeply conflicted. If she chose not to reveal the incident to others, Zhu Wei's audacity to treat her in such a manner might embolden him to commit similar heinous acts against others in the future. If it were to be revealed that he had indeed been expelled, Zhao Lucy would undoubtedly follow him into a life of turmoil. She did not wish to harm others, yet she also could not bear the thought of Zhao Lucy being swept away by such a brute. Ultimately, Mudi resolved to seize a moment to inform Zhao Lucy of the beast's true nature, hoping that she would see through the facade of the creature she regarded as her savior. Only then would Zhao Lucy turn her back on him. In the days that followed, tranquility reigned. Zhu Wei did not resort to violence. Instead, he wore a cheerful demeanor towards everyone, and Zhao Lucy's perception of him shifted significantly, believing he had undergone a transformation. Even Tun Tun was convinced that Zhu Wei would not dare to misbehave again, fearing expulsion. One evening, it was Zhao Lucy's turn to cook. She busied herself in the kitchen alone, prompting Mudi to offer his assistance. Noticing this, Zhu Wei hurried to the kitchen as well. Lucy, what delectable dish are you preparing? I shall help you. Zhao Lucy politely declined, yet Zhu Wei persisted in his presence. causing Mu Di to withdraw in dismay. Zhu Wei, however, had ulterior motives. As soon as Zhao Lucy stepped away, he swiftly produced a sedative from his ring, ensuring he sprinkled it into every dish. Once the meal was ready, Zhao Lucy eagerly called everyone to the table. Zhu Wei, anxious that Mu Di and Tun Tun might refuse to eat upon seeing him, declared, "You all enjoy your meal. I'm not hungry today, so I shall pass." At that moment, Tang Ling emerged from her room. Upon seeing Zhu Wei approaching, they exchanged knowing smiles. Tang Ling quietly inquired, "Mr. Zhu, are you not joining us for dinner? Lost your appetite?" Zhu Wei replied with a smile, "I'm feeling a bit unwell today, so I'll skip it. You all go ahead." With that, he turned toward his bedroom, but as he did, his expression shifted to one of cold malice. "Tang Ling, just wait. Tonight, I shall make you regret ever crossing me." Chapter 126. The plan falls apart. In his bedroom, Zhu Wei lingered by the door, eavesdropping on the sounds outside. Initially, he could hear the lively chatter of the group, but gradually, their voices faded into silence. "What is happening? My head feels so dizzy." "Me too. Can one get drunk from soup?" Eventually, the external sounds ceased altogether. Zhu Wei was elated, nearly bursting with joy. He refrained from rushing out, waiting patiently until he was certain that the others had fallen silent. Only then did he crack the bedroom door open. Before him, aside from Li Yi, who was playing on the sofa, everyone else lay slumped over the dining table, including Tang Ling. Zhu Wei was taken aback. "This is not right. My drug was supposed to leave them powerless while igniting overwhelming desires. How could they have fainted? Did I perhaps miscalculate the dosage?" He cautiously approached the table, tentatively nudging Zhao Lucy. "Lucy, wake up. What is wrong with you?" She did not respond in the slightest. He approached Mudi once more. "Mudi, are you all right? Wake up quickly." He tried each person in turn, but there was no sign of anyone stirring. At that moment, Zhu Wei began to laugh. "Ha ha ha. I genuinely thought you all were fortunate. Tang Ling, weren't you rather arrogant? Did you wish to chase me away? I could easily dismember you before you even realize your fate. However, I shan't let you meet your end just yet. I want you to witness how your woman begs for mercy beneath me, consumed by desire." Zhu Wei's mind was solely occupied with how to conquer the beautiful women before him. He could hardly contain himself as he approached Mudi. "Damn it. From the first moment I saw you on television, I longed to engage in a battle of 300 rounds. Let's begin with you." As Zhu Wei spoke, he prepared to tear off Mudi's clothing. At that moment, Li Yi noticed and rushed to Mudi's side, forcefully pushing Zhu Wei away. "Bad uncle, get away. Don't touch my sister Mudi." Seeing this, Zhu Wei grabbed Li Yi's clothing and lifted her effortlessly. She struck and kicked at him. "Let go of me, you wicked uncle. Let me go." Zhu Wei chuckled. "Little girl, be a bit more obedient and don't disturb your uncle's important business. Rest assured, you are dear to Mudi's heart. I won't harm you." Thus, Zhu Wei carried Li Yi to the bedroom and locked the door behind him. Li Yi pounded on the door from within, while Zhu Wei returned to Mudi, intent on continuing his previous intentions. However, he reconsidered. "No, I must first bind you. It would be disastrous if you awaken. Where are the ropes?" Zhu Wei pondered, searching for the ropes. The house was quite large, and after much searching, he finally found a bundle of ropes in a cluttered room. Excited, he returned to the living room, only to be met with 6 pairs of eyes staring back at him. Zhu Wei was taken aback, unable to believe his eyes. He rubbed them vigorously and looked again at the dining table. There was Tun Tun, playfully holding a straw in her mouth, observing him with amusement. Zhao Lucy's eyes were filled with disappointment, while Mudi wore a look of disgust. Yuan and Gao Liping merely regarded him with disdain. Slowly, Zhu Wei turned to Tang Ling, who wore a smile, but his eyes betrayed an unmistakable murderous intent. Zhu Wei stood there, dumbfounded, staring at the now awake group, his body feeling as though it no longer belonged to him. Hadn't they been incapacitated by the drug? How could they have awakened? Chapter 127. The humble rich second generation pleads to stay. Tang Ling spoke first. "Oh, young Master Zhu, what do you intend to do with those ropes? Surely, you don't mean to bind us?" Upon hearing this, Zhu Wei snapped back to reality, hurriedly concealing the ropes behind him, his face adorned with a forced smile. "Brother Tang Ling, how could I ever bind you? I am not that kind of person." With a look of disdain, Tun Tun inquired, "Then pray tell, what do you intend to do with this rope? Surely, you do not mean to hang yourself?" Zhu Wei's anxiety resurfaced. "I was merely preparing." "Enough, Zhu Wei." He continued to seek excuses to justify his actions, but Zhao Lucy could no longer bear it. Suddenly rising, she approached Zhu Wei and, with a sharp slap, struck his face. He stood there, bewildered, clutching his cheek and staring at her in shock. Tears glimmered in Zhao Lucy's eyes. Zhu Wei, I genuinely believed you had changed. Yet, here you are, unchanged, still capable of such despicable acts. Zhu Wei's plans crumbled, and he realized the gravity of his predicament. Panic enveloped him. Lucy, you misunderstand. Misunderstand? Zhao Lucy retorted, her voice filled with fury. The evidence is right before us. What more can you say? Did you truly think we had lost consciousness? We never even touched those dishes. Tang Ling rose slowly, moving to Zhu Wei's side, revealing his phone. Mr. Zhu, you didn't expect this, did you? I installed surveillance cameras in the kitchen before the renovations. Zhu Wei glanced at Tang Ling's phone, which displayed the very moment he had poisoned the food. His eyes reflected his resentment. That last time, Tang Ling smiled. Indeed, I was aware of your actions in the soup. Zhu Wei was utterly distraught. Tang Ling, you despicable scoundrel. Tang Ling appeared unimpressed. Mr. Zhu, in matters of treachery, you are but a novice. No one dares to claim the title of the true master. Moody stepped forward, addressing Zhu Wei. Since you entered this house, Tang Ling has tended to your wounds and provided for you. How have you repaid us? If it weren't for needing the restroom that night, and you and I coming out, you would have inflicted your malice upon me long ago. Upon hearing this, everyone hurriedly inquired about the incident. Moody recounted the events of that night in brief. Tun Tun seethed with anger. Sister Moody, how could this beast do such a thing to you? Why didn't you speak up? Let Tang Ling take vengeance for you. Moody remained silent, only glancing at Zhao Lucy, who understood her cue. Sister Moody, are you concerned that if the truth were revealed, Tang Ling would expel this beast, and Lucy would follow him? Moody still said nothing. Unable to contain herself any longer, Zhao Lucy addressed Zhu Wei. Zhu Wei, you have suffered because of me, and I have cared for you for a long time. Now that you are healed, there is no need for you to remain here. Please leave at once. Observing Zhu Wei's desperate demeanor, he faltered and fell to his knees, weeping. Lucy, I am truly sorry. I realize my mistakes. Please, do not cast me out. I am indeed your savior. Were it not for you, I would not have arrived at this place. I would still be in my villa, living in fear every day. I swear, I shall strive to be a better person from now on. Gao Liping could no longer bear to watch. Hey, young Master Zhu. It seems you are kneeling before the wrong person. Tang Ling is the true owner of this residence. Zhu Wei gazed at Tang Ling, biting his lip in trepidation. Brother Tang Ling, I beg your forgiveness. I should not have harbored such unwarranted thoughts about you. Please, considering I once saved Lucy's life, grant me another chance. Tang Ling looked at Zhu Wei and chuckled. You saved Lucy's life? Zhu Wei, you may deceive others, but you cannot fool me. Chapter 128. The atmosphere in the house had turned harmonious. Everyone stood frozen in place, struck by the revelation. Zhu Wei's face was etched with anxiety. Tang Ling, what do you mean? Tang Ling replied with a smile. That night, when we were besieged by the mutated zombies, I witnessed everything. As the zombie lunged at you, I was right there. Zhao Lucy grew anxious. What did you see? Zhu Wei, feeling guilty, averted his gaze, silently pleading with Tang Ling not to divulge the truth. Nevertheless, Tang Ling recounted the events to everyone. It turned out that on that fateful night, it was not Zhu Wei who saved Zhao Lucy from the mutated zombie, but rather a mere coincidence. In his fear, Zhu Wei had scrambled up the stairs, only to misstep and tumble down. As he fell, his legs inadvertently struck Zhao Lucy's back, saving her life by accident. While he himself was injured by the mutated zombie, he had never intended to rescue her. Upon hearing this, Zhu Wei became infuriated. Tang Ling, you despicable wretch, you slander me. How could I bear to see Lucy harmed when my love for her is so profound? Before Tang Ling could respond, Tun Tun interjected. Tang Ling speaks the truth. I witnessed it as well that night. The crowd turned their attention to Tun Tun. Just as Tang Ling stated, this scoundrel was only concerned with saving himself. I saw him falling down the stairs. He never thought to save Sister Lucy. I have long wished to reveal the truth to Sister Lucy, but I feared it would hurt her. Many times I nearly spoke out, but this scoundrel interrupted me, fearing I would expose the truth. Zhao Lucy turned to Zhu Wei. Is this true? Zhu Wei continued to defend himself. Lucy, do not listen to their lies. I was truly saving you that day. You know my love for you. How could I stand by and watch you suffer? Gao Liping chuckled. Young Master Zhu, I happen to have the surveillance footage from that area. Shall we review it together? Zhu Wei was thoroughly agitated. You. He remained silent for a prolonged period, failing to utter a single coherent sentence, and it was evident to any astute observer that he was lying. However, in truth, Gao Liping had no surveillance at all, She was merely deceiving Zhu Wei, and to her surprise, her ruse revealed his true nature. Zhao Lucy also discerned this, feeling utterly disillusioned with this beastly man. Zhu Wei, regardless of everything, you have saved me. I have taken care of you for so many days. So we are even now. You may leave. Zhu Wei collapsed onto the ground, his eyes filled with fury as he surveyed the cold gazes of those around him. Just you wait. One day, I will make you regret this. Tang Ling slowly opened the door. Young Master Zhu, no need for farewells. Zhu Wei trudged toward the door, uttering threats, yet every fiber of his being resisted leaving. He glanced back at Zhao Lucy many times, hoping she would ask him to stay. However, Zhao Lucy merely turned her head away, remaining silent. The moment Zhu Wei stepped outside, panic surged within him. He desperately wanted to turn back and plead with everyone for another chance, but the door slammed shut behind him. Tun. Witnessing Zhu Wei's departure, remarked, the air in this room has finally become fresh, and the atmosphere seems to have harmonized. Mu Di approached Zhao Lucy, softly comforting her. Lucy, do not be saddened. A man like that is not worth your tears. Zhao Lucy managed a forced smile. I'm not heartbroken. I merely feel deceived, and that saddens me a bit. Mu Di turned to Tang Ling. Tang Ling, look, we haven't eaten yet, and this table of food is wasted. Could you possibly provide us with something to eat? We can prepare another feast. After all, it is to celebrate our reunion. We Haven Tea had a joyful meal since our last gathering. Tang Ling smiled, of course. He then summoned a sumptuous banquet from his space, reminiscent of the meal he had once shared with Tian Yujiao and Su Qian. Before them appeared an array of delectable dishes, and although they had seen it before, they were still astonished. How many more extraordinary abilities did Tang Ling possess that they had yet to witness? The group gathered around the table, chatting happily. Meanwhile, Tang Ling quietly took out his phone and sent a message to Lu Hao. I want Zhu Wei to leave and never appear before us again. Expel him from the community. Lu Hao promptly replied with an acknowledgement. Chapter 129, The Release of Desire. Lu Hao and his team immediately ascended the stairs in search of Zhu Wei. Yet after a thorough search, they could not locate him. He quickly reported back to Tang Ling. Tang Ling mused that Zhu Wei was undoubtedly hiding in some room within the building. He would eventually emerge. So it was best to leave it be. He simply instructed Lu Hao to expel Zhu Wei on sight. What Tang Ling did not anticipate was that, just after Zhu Wei left his abode, he would encounter Qin Chuan, who had lost a leg at the stairwell. To their surprise, they recognized each other. However, it is not surprising that the two of them, both scions of affluent families from Zhejiang City, often find themselves in each other's company. Upon seeing Qin Chuan's haggard appearance, with a leg injured, Zhu Wei approached him with concern. Brother Qin, what has happened to you? What brings you here? In this apocalyptic world, encountering a familiar face is truly a delightful surprise, and a hint of color returned to Qin Chuan's pallid countenance. Enough of that. It's all that scoundrel Tang Ling's fault. Come, let us converse at my home. Without hesitation, Zhu Wei followed Qin Chuan as they departed. However, upon entering Qin Chuan's dwelling, Zhu Wei was immediately taken aback by the foul odor. Goodness, brother, why does your home reek so? Qin Chuan managed a faint, resigned smile. To survive, one must make sacrifices. They retreated to another bedroom, where Qin Chuan's woman lay asleep on the bed. Upon seeing her, Zhu Wei chuckled. Brother, you are fortunate. Even in these dire times, you have a woman by your side. Qin Chuan spoke softly. What good does it do? Damn it. I am battered and bruised because of that scoundrel Tang Ling. Even if Mudi were lying before me, I would lack the desire. He added, Wei Ge, if you find her appealing, go ahead. Consider it a parting gift for our reunion. Zhu Wei was not like Qin Chuan. He had been well fed and energized at Tang Ling's residence. Moreover, having been surrounded by several beautiful women there, he had long been pinned up with desire. Hearing Qin Chuan's words only intensified the hunger within him. Brother Qin, are you serious? Qin Chuan laughed. Of course, if you wish to proceed, do so quickly. I shall wait outside. With that, he turned and left for the living room. Zhu Wei, no longer hesitating, swiftly shed his clothing and lunged toward the woman on the bed. She awoke, still groggy, mistaking him for Qin Chuan, and murmured, Master, your wounds are not yet healed. Are you certain you want to proceed? Zhu Wei, now even more exhilarated, began to caress her, swiftly stripping her of her garments. It was only then that the woman fully awakened and realized that the man before her was not Qin Chuan. She pushed Zhu Wei away in terror, asking, Who are you? Before Zhu Wei could respond, Qin Chuan appeared at the doorway. This is my good brother Zhu Wei. Tonight, you will keep him company. The woman looked sorrowful. Master, Zhu Wei interjected with a grin. Damn it, these past few days have nearly driven me mad. Come, let me cherish you. With that, he became rough, and the woman offered no resistance. The room was soon filled with the sounds of their passionate encounter. Half an hour later, Zhu Wei emerged from the bedroom, a look of satisfaction on his face as he sat beside Qin Chuan. Thank you, Brother Qin. Were it not for you, I would have been at a loss for how to release the pent-up frustration of these past few days. Qin Chuan shook his head and asked, now, tell me how you came to be here. Zhu Wei recounted the general situation to Qin Chuan. After exchanging words, both were filled with immense anger. Damn it, it's that Tang Ling again. This scoundrel relies on his firearms and a doomsday fortress to act tyrannically. My leg was poisoned by him, leaving me with no choice but to amputate. Brother, what are your plans? Zhu Wei murmured. What plans could there be? My father mentioned that higher authorities are preparing to dispatch personnel to eliminate the zombies, and eventually I will rendezvous with him. Qin Chuan chuckled helplessly. Brother, don't be foolish. The outside world is teeming with zombies. If they intend to clear them, they will certainly start from the first-tier cities. It may be ages before they reach Zhejiang. For now, we must find a safe location with supplies to wait it out when the time comes. Leaving will not be too late. Zhu Wei inquired eagerly. Brother, do you have a good place in mind? Qin Chuan nodded. Indeed, I have a friend, a doomsday enthusiast, who purchased a villa in a luxury area of Zhejiang and transformed it into a stronghold. It is quite secure, though it lacks women and food. I have already contacted him, informing him that Tang Ling's place has both supplies and women. He won't take long to gather his people and come over. Once we pry open that rascal's door, we will have access to both supplies and women. Given our relationship, he will undoubtedly take me along. Zhu Wei, upon hearing this, became excited. Really? Brother, don't forget to bring me along. Qin Chuan grinned. We are brothers. Of course, I will bring you. The two envisioned a bright future, while at the same time, the villa Qin Chuan mentioned stood out among the surrounding houses. This villa was surrounded by towering walls several meters high, topped with barbed wire. The heavy iron gate was forged from steel weighing 1,000 pounds, and the three-story villa was reinforced with steel plates on doors and windows, demonstrating formidable defensive capabilities. At that moment, in the villa's grand hall, a man sat on the sofa, his long hair obscuring one eye, his handsome features tinged with a hint of ruthlessness as he pondered deeply. He was Hu Jiawei, the friend Qin Chuan referred to, whose father was a trader and a wealthy man in Zhejiang. On the surface, he appeared to be a doomsday enthusiast, having constructed a fortress. In reality, this villa was built for illicit activities, and unexpectedly, with the apocalypse's arrival, it became his sanctuary. Surrounding him stood 8 men, each possessing a robust physique, clearly not to be trifled with. One man stepped forward and whispered, Young master, are we truly going to Shuai community? Hu Jiawei slowly lifted his head. What else can we do? Our supplies here are dwindling. We have scavenged everything in the vicinity. If this continues, we will only be left waiting for death. The man spoke again, Young master, regarding that Tang Ling and Tun Tun. Their live streams appear to showcase an abundance of food, but what if this is merely a ruse? A ploy to lure people in, perhaps with ulterior motives? Hu Jiawei shook his head. No, a friend of mine resides in their building. He confirmed that Tang Ling indeed possesses a wealth of resources. Many people are currently living in their building, all of which he supplies. Moreover, his abode is filled with beautiful women. It is said that even the renowned stars Mu Di, Zhao Lucy, and the very Tun Tun from the livestream are present in his home. If we can pry open his door, we shall claim both the women and the supplies. Upon hearing this, the crowd became electrified. Young master, can we keep the stars for you and the others for ourselves? Since the apocalypse began, I have not encountered a woman. These days, witnessing those women transformed into zombies, I find them still possessing a certain allure. You pervert, Hu Jiawei commanded. Enough, prepare yourselves. We shall set off within the next 2 days, bringing all our weapons and gunpowder. Chapter 131, The Willing Sacrifice of Gao Liping. Meanwhile, the fortification of Tang Ling's entire building was nearing completion, with over 1,000 residents. Meng Jiwe managed the personnel with remarkable efficiency. One day, she approached Tang Ling. Tang Ling, the building is nearly full. What are your plans moving forward? Tang Ling replied with a smile. Just because this building is full does not mean others are. As long as we continue to increase our numbers, we must fortify the building across from us as well. Meng Jiwe was taken aback. Tang Ling, do you truly have enough resources to support so many people? Tang Ling merely smiled in response. At that moment, Gao Liping approached Tang Ling with a beaming smile. Tang Ling, the building has been successfully fortified. I can assure you, not a single zombie could breach our defenses. This house is practically a metal fortress. Tang Ling nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, I did not expect your capabilities to manifest in this apocalypse. Gao Liping chuckled. What do you mean indeed? Is there no reward for my efforts? Tang Ling was surprised. This was the first time Gao Liping had explicitly requested a reward from him. Speak, what do you desire? Gao Liping's cheeks flushed slightly as she glanced at Meng Jiue before whispering in Tang Ling's ear, let's discuss it when we return home tonight. Tang Ling, still unsure of Gao Liping's intentions, simply nodded. That evening, as they gathered for dinner, Gao Liping did not bring up her request for a reward. After a brief conversation following the meal, noticing the late hour, everyone retired to their respective rooms. Tang Ling felt a weight lift from his heart and fell into a deep, peaceful sleep. However, in the middle of the night, he faintly sensed someone knocking at his door. Tang Ling awoke, initially believing he was merely experiencing auditory hallucinations, preparing to turn over and return to slumber. Yet, another gentle knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. Startled, he swiftly sat up and approached the door, whispering, "Who is it?" A voice from outside responded, "It's me, Gao Liping." Upon realizing it was her, Tang Ling opened the door without a second thought. However, the sight before him left him utterly astounded. Bathed in the moonlight streaming through the window, he beheld Gao Liping clad in a sheer veil, utterly devoid of any garments beneath. The delicate contours of her body were illuminated, exuding an ethereal beauty. With her cheeks flushed, Gao Liping instinctively covered her modesty, her gaze cast downward. In that fleeting moment, Tang Ling was completely captivated, feeling an overwhelming heat enveloping him, as if fire coursed through his veins. His throat became parched, almost igniting with fervor. "Liping, what is this?" he stammered. Her voice was barely a whisper. "I came for my reward." Even Tang Ling, despite his usual naivety, grasped the implication of her words. The reward she sought was nothing less than to completely become his woman. Gao Liping continued softly, "Tang Ling, we've spent considerable time together, and I have developed feelings for you. I know others also admire you, but I wish to be your first woman. I only desire a place in your heart." Tang Ling was momentarily speechless. Before he could fully comprehend her words, she dashed towards him, enveloping him in her embrace, her arms tightly wrapped around his waist. "Promise me, will you?" she implored. "Rest assured, I will never betray or harm you. I will only love you more." Feeling the warmth of her flawless body, Tang Ling found it impossible to maintain his composure. Trembling, he embraced Gao Liping. In that instant, feeling his response, she clung to him even more tightly. She lifted her head, her luscious lips inching closer to his, and when their mouths met, Tang Ling's mind went blank. Little did Gao Liping know that in his previous life, Tang Ling had been entirely devoted to Tian Yujiao, showing little interest in other women. Tian Yujiao had always kept him at bay, asserting that she was a conservative, insisting that their first encounter must await their wedding night. Consequently, Tang Ling remained a virgin to this day. Under the intense allure of a beauty like Gao Liping, Tang Ling found himself with little room to resist. It was largely Gao Liping who guided their movements as they approached the bedside. "Darling, promise me you'll love me well just this once. I will never allow you to regret it." Chapter 132. A moment of passion is worth 1,000 gold. Gao Liping was astute. She recognized the turmoil Tang Ling had endured at the hands of Tian Yujiao. Her words shattered the last remnants of his defenses. Tang Ling sopti zipli, then swiftly shifted from a passive to an assertive stance, initiating his advance towards Gao Liping. After feeling Tang Ling's fervor, Gao Liping found herself completely engulfed in the abyss of desire. She frantically tore at Tang Ling's garments, caressing his well-defined abdominal muscles. Bathed in the silvery moonlight, Tang Ling gazed into Gao Liping's enchanting eyes. "Liping, have you truly made up your mind?" Gao Liping whispered, "At this hour, what is there left to contemplate? Gulme, my dear, allow me to be your first woman." With that, Tang Ling hesitated no longer and took the plunge. As the two became one, Gao Liping furrowed her brow slightly, and crimson spots appeared upon the sheets. It was her first time as well. Initially, she managed to stifle her sounds. But under Tang Ling's relentless advances, she abandoned all restraint, letting out her unbridled passion. At that moment, as Li Yi needed to use the restroom, Mu Di led her out of the bedroom. Upon hearing some noises, Li Yi urgently said to Mu Di, "Sister Mu Di, listen, someone is calling." Still in a daze, Mu Di replied, "Yi dear, you must have misheard. Quickly go to the restroom. We shall return to sleep afterward." Understanding, Li Yi went to the bathroom while Mu Di waited by the door. However, a series of suppressed feminine sounds reached her ears, instantly rousing Mu Di from her slumber. Listening intently, she realized the sounds were emanating from Tang Ling's room. Unconsciously, she edged closer, the sounds growing ever clearer. Mu Di stood frozen, her face flushing to her neck, her heart racing. She glanced around the other bedrooms, noticing that Gao Liping's door was ajar. Could it be that Tang Ling was with Liping? A vivid image flashed in Mu Di's mind, causing her heart to race faster. Yet a wave of disappointment also surged within her. Just then, Li Yi emerged from the restroom. Sister Mu Di. Before she could finish, Mu Di hurriedly took her hand and dashed toward her own bedroom, aware that the sounds from Tang Ling's room were unsuitable for young ears. Once back in her room, Mu Di found herself unable to sleep at all. As soon as she closed her eyes, her mind was flooded with chaotic images. Dam Tang Ling, always fixated on sordid matters, making it impossible for me to sleep, she cursed silently. Meanwhile, in Tang Ling's room, the fervor continued unabated, with the sounds of their passionate encounter filling the air throughout the night. Only as dawn approached did the two finally succumb to a deep slumber. The following morning, when Tang Ling awoke, Gao Liping had already departed, clearly anxious about being seen leaving his room by the others. The remnants of their night together lingered in the room. Tang Ling made his way to the bathroom for a quick shower. At that moment, Tun Tun, Uni, and Gao Liping were seated at the dining table, sipping porridge. Tun Tun kept glancing at Gao Liping, who appeared somewhat apprehensive. Tun Tun, why do you keep staring at me? Duan wore an expression of utter confusion. Sister Li Ping, why do I feel that you are different today? Gao Liping, feeling increasingly anxious, blushed deeply. Different? What are you talking about? I'm just the same as always. Duan shook her head. No, you look more radiant today, more enchanting than usual. Gao Liping wished she could shove a spoonful of porridge into Duan's mouth. You are perceptive. Your eyes are sharp. Just then, Mu Di and Zhao Lucy happened to emerge from the room, and the group exchanged greetings. When Duan turned to Mu Di, she continued, Hey Mu Di, what's going on? Didn't sleep well? Mu Di cast a furtive glance at Gao Liping and replied with a smile, No, I slept quite well. What's the matter? Duan chuckled. You're lying. Just look at those dark circles under your eyes. At that moment, Tang Ling also emerged from the room, dressed in fresh clothes. Everyone turned to look at him, except for Gao Liping, who buried her head in her porridge, as if she had committed some shameful act and dared not meet Tang Ling's gaze. Chapter 133, Friendship Among Classmates. Tang Ling, come over and have some porridge. Tang Ling nodded and walked over to sit beside Gao Liping, who, as if jolted by electricity, hurriedly distanced herself from him by 3 meters. Tang Ling found himself at a loss for words. What on earth did this girl mean? Did she want to pull up her pants and deny it? Mu Di observed their antics closely. It was evident that the two had been quite wild the previous night. Though she recognized the reality of her situation, with her celebrity status rendered insignificant in this apocalypse, she could not throw herself at Tang Ling like Gao Liping did. Unless Tang Ling took the initiative, she had her own thoughts brewing. After the meal, Tang Ling received a message from Meng Jiyue, informing him that a group of young people was risking their lives to seek refuge with them, yet they were reluctant to surrender their weapons. Tang Ling decided to personally go downstairs to assess the situation. Upon arriving at the entrance of the building, he looked up and suddenly felt a sense of familiarity with the group before him. He pushed through the crowd, and before he could speak, the leader of the group immediately recognized him. Oh my, isn't this the infamous sycophant Tang Ling from our school? You've come to seek refuge too? Indeed. The one who had always trailed behind the campus bell, Tian Yujiao, like a devoted puppy, was Tang Ling. Hey, Tang Ling, where's your goddess? Isn't she with you? Laughter and ridicule echoed around him. Tang Ling recognized them as his university classmates, led by a fellow named Li Siyuan, followed by Wang Xiao, Long Tingjin, Gao De, and others. Among them was a girl named Mao Jingjing. These individuals had previously mocked and bullied him for his infatuation with Tian Yujiao during their college days. Mao Jingjing stepped forward. Wow, it really is you, you pathetic sycophant. I never expected you would survive to see today. Song Bo regained his composure and stepped forward. Damn it, if you have the guts, say that again. This is me. Tang Ling intervened, stepping ahead and addressing the assembly. Ladies and gentlemen, since we are all classmates, now that we are here, let us adhere to the rules of this place and surrender our weapons. This will facilitate your accommodation. As soon as Tang Ling finished speaking, Li Siyuan retorted, What are you? Call the person in charge to speak with me. I did not come here for nothing. I brought supplies. With that, Li Siyuan commanded everyone to produce the food from their pockets, canned goods, snacks, and the like. They stood in a predatory stance, as though fearing that Tang Ling and his group would attempt to seize their provisions. However, to Li Siyuan's surprise, the individuals before him merely cast a fleeting glance at the offerings, barely acknowledging them further, which diminished his confidence significantly. Mao Jingjing, lacking discretion, directed her ire at Tang Ling. "You sycophant, are you deaf? Hurry and summon your superior." Songbo leaned in and whispered to Tang Ling, "Brother, they're so arrogant. Insulting you. We should drive them away." Before Tang Ling could respond, from behind the group emerged a man in his 50s whom Tang Ling recognized. It was their university instructor, Zhou Jianhua. During their college days, due to his status as an orphan, Tang Ling had endured considerable bullying at Zhou's hands. Once, when Li Siyuan and his friends had dragged Tang Ling into the restroom for a beating, Zhou had witnessed the incident, but instead of intervening, he allowed Tang Ling to receive a severe reprimand. Tang Ling had not noticed him among the crowd until now. Zhou Jianhua made his way through the throng and approached Tang Ling, smiling. "Ah, little Tang, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to see you here. Please call your superior over. They insist we lay down our weapons, but these are for our protection. We can barter food instead." Tang Ling replied with a cold laugh. "Mr. Zhou, I apologize, but these are the rules here. Since you have come, you must abide by them. If you refuse to comply, you are free to leave." Li Siyuan immediately erupted in anger. "Tang Ling, who do you think you are? Do you have any right to speak here?" Mao Jingjing chimed in, "Right? Acting all high and mighty? We are here to see your superior, not to listen to your nonsense." Tang Ling exchanged a glance with Song Bo, who understood the cue and stepped forward, drawing his machete. "Dare to utter another word, and I shall toss the two of you to the zombies." Li Siyuan and Mao Jingjing were instantly subdued, frozen in place, unable to utter a sound. Song Bo continued, "Open your eyes and see clearly. This is our superior." Tang Ling. Everyone, including Zhou Jianhua, was left astounded, jaws agape. Li Siyuan gazed at Song Bo in disbelief. "Brother, have you made a mistake? This pathetic sycophant is merely an orphan. How could he possibly be your leader?" Upon hearing this, Song Bo immediately gestured, and the combat team, following him, surged forward, swiftly bringing Li Siyuan down to the ground and unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks. "How dare he insult my brother? I'll show you the consequences of seeking death. Beat this scoundrel to a pulp. Let him witness why the flowers bloom so vividly today." Li Siyuan's screams echoed throughout the entire complex, even attracting a horde of zombies that began battering against the gates. Zhou Jianhua hurriedly stepped forward, his face etched with fury. "Tang Ling, we are all classmates, and I am your teacher. For the sake of our past, please command them to cease." Tang Ling did not spare him a glance, but instead waved his hand at Song Bo, who then called off the assault. At this moment, Li Siyuan was utterly battered, not a single inch of unscathed skin visible. He looked at Tang Ling, his eyes filled with rage, yet he dared not utter a word. The classmates who had accompanied him were petrified. Although they had faced zombies before, this group wielding machetes clearly had no regard for their lives, making them hesitant to act recklessly. Tang Ling spoke again, his voice low. "You worthless trash, I have no interest in you. If you wish to stay, surrender your weapons, and I shall arrange accommodation for you. If not, you are free to leave immediately." Zhou Jianhua maintained his authoritative demeanor. "Tang Ling, how can you speak to a teacher in such a manner? After all, I have taught you for 4 years. Have you not heard the saying, once a teacher, always a father?" Tang Ling turned to Zhou Jianhua, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Teacher Zhou, I have taken your position into account and agreed to allow you to stay. However, if we revisit past grievances, you stood by as I was bullied, saying nothing, and still gave me a demerit. The scholarship that rightfully belonged to me was awarded to Li Siyuan, who was at the bottom of the class, simply because I did not bribe you." Tang Ling was about to continue when Zhou Jianhua's face turned beet red, and he hastily interrupted. "Enough, Tang Ling. Indeed, there were missteps on the part of the teachers in the past, but in this apocalyptic world, you cannot simply watch us perish outside. Tang Ling, I only asked you to surrender your weapons. I did not impose any harsh conditions, did I?" Zhou Jianhua's face flushed again, realizing that Tang Ling had not truly overstepped. After a moment of contemplation, he ordered everyone to hand over their weapons. Tang Ling then turned to Meng Jiyue, arranged their accommodation. After Meng Jiyue nodded, Tang Ling departed without casting another glance at the group. Chapter 135. Envy, Jealousy, Hatred. The group was assigned to the 8th floor room where Tian Yujiao had once cooked. The stench of decay still lingered in the air. Upon entering, Mao Jingjing wore a look of disgust. What is that smell? It's unbearable. Tang Ling, this wretched sycophant, must have done this on purpose. Gauda vispided. I never expected Tang Ling to become the head here. He must possess an abundance of resources. Li Siyuan was still seething over the recent incident where he was struck. Damn it, that scoundrel dared to have someone hit me. One day, I will make him kneel and apologize. Zhou Jianhua shook his head. Enough of this anger. Now that Tang Ling has assumed responsibility here, it is evident that his supplies are ample. Our hidden resources are nearly depleted. We must engage him in conversation to see if he can spare us some. Furthermore, with so many of us residing in this room, and considering that Mao Jingjing is a girl, we must request an additional room from him. Mao Jingjing quickly added, Indeed, we are his classmates and teachers. How could he possibly treat us poorly? However, Long Tingjin interjected, but given how we treated him earlier, will he truly provide us with supplies? Mao Jingjing replied, Why wouldn't he? Back in school, despite the bullying, he still approached you all with a smile. And what about how Tian Yujiao treated him? He still sought her company eagerly. Tang Ling is simply a foolish simpleton. As long as we ask, I cannot believe he would refuse. Zhou Jianhua murmured, Very well. Let's seek him out tonight. As night fell, Tang Ling was at home, surrounded by a bevy of beautiful women, enjoying a sumptuous dinner. Gao Liping had spent the entire day avoiding eye contact with Tang Ling, focusing solely on her meal. Only Mu Di understood the events that had transpired between the two. At that moment, Song Bo sent a message to Tang Ling, brother. Your teacher wishes to see you. What do you think? Tang Ling understood that they must have something to ask of him, so he instructed Song Bo to bring them in. After Song Bo led Zhou Jianhua and the others to Tang Ling's door, he departed. Upon seeing the enormous iron gate of Tang Ling's residence, the group was taken aback. Wow, is this door specifically designed to fend off zombies? How could Tang Ling afford such luxurious accommodations? Zhou Jianhua felt a mix of envy and disbelief. He motioned for silence before knocking on the door. Shortly thereafter, the door swung open to reveal a stunning beauty clad in a form-fitting white dress, her legs adorned with black stockings. All the men, including Zhou Jianhua, stood in stunned silence, unable to fathom that Tang Ling lived with such a captivating woman. Zhou Jianhua awkwardly chuckled. My apologies, young lady. We must have taken a wrong turn. The door was opened by UNI, who smiled at them and said, You must be here to see Tang Ling. He.S. at home. Please come in. The group was once again rendered speechless, but slowly stepped into the house. However, upon seeing the interior decor, their expressions unified in astonishment, mouths agape, unable to utter a single word. The television, the refrigerator, the grand chandelier in the living room, and even the swimming pool. All these luxuries surrounded Tang Ling as he finally broke the silence. Is there something you wish to discuss with me? Upon hearing his voice, the crowd turned their gaze towards him. To their astonishment, they were once again left speechless. The sheer magnitude of surprises had been overwhelming. Not only was there a banquet of delectable dishes laid out, but also a gathering of stunning beauties encircling Tang Ling. Li Siyuan, almost instinctively, remarked, Is that the famous star, Mu Di, sitting next to Tang Ling? Gauda could not resist stepping forward a couple of paces. Not just her, but Zhao Lucy and Tun Tun were also present. Could it be that he was hallucinating? How could such renowned stars and beauties be residing with Tang Ling? No, this must be a dream. Someone wake me up. Long Tingjin, attempting to rouse himself from disbelief, gave himself a firm pinch, only to wince in pain. Chapter 136. Who gave you all this confidence? Noticing the silence, as everyone continued to gawk at the beauties surrounding him, Tang Ling had to raise his voice once more. Ms. Zhou Jianhua, pulled from his reverie, finally responded, Tang Ling, we have matters to discuss with you. Upon hearing this, Tang Ling set down his chopsticks and seated himself beside the sofa. Zhou Jianhua, stripped of his earlier bravado, sat down hesitantly, his eyes fixed on the table laden with food and the radiant stars. Tang Ling, who would have thought that even in these apocalyptic times, you could live so extravagantly? It's truly enviable. Tang Ling smiled faintly, internally reflecting, You cannot comprehend my joy. Ms. Zhou, what is it that you wish to discuss? Before Zhou Jianhua could respond, Mao Jingjing, her eyes gleaming with excitement, leaned closer. Tang Ling, is this your home? It's absolutely magnificent. Just look at how spacious it is. Why not let us stay here with you? Even if we moved in, it wouldn't feel crowded at all. Gao had quickly chimed in exactly. Tang Ling, we're all classmates. You wouldn't want to see us living below, would you? despite feeling a twinge of resentment. Li Siyuan thought of the prospect of residing in such a place, surrounded by so many beautiful companions, and shamelessly added, Tang Ling, since we're all classmates. If you let us stay, I'll give you Tian Yujiao's phone number. You probably don't have it, right? She was in touch with us not long ago. Tang Ling disregarded the foolish banter from his peers and turned his attention back to Zhou Jianhua. Ms. Zhou, let us get to the matter at hand. Zhou Jianhua forced a sheepish smile and continued, Tang Ling, we did indeed come here for a reason. As you can see, our supplies are dwindling, and with such a lavish spread before us, we were hoping you might spare some provisions. As for accommodations, the room below is rather cramped. If you would allow us to stay with you, that would be most agreeable. Tang Ling sighed, reflecting the notion that the character of students often mirrors that of their teachers. With a sardonic tone, he addressed teacher Zhou, asking, do you truly believe your demands are excessive? Mao Jingjing hastily interjected, oh, Tang Ling, how can we be considered unreasonable? We're classmates after all. You have no family, and we are your family. Thus, what justification is there for leaving us, your peers, downstairs? After speaking, Mao Jingjing began to remove her top. It has been ages since I enjoyed a proper bath. This swimming pool is magnificent. I must take a swim. Unexpectedly, Tang Ling rose to his feet. If you dare to act recklessly in my home, I assure you, you shall not leave this room alive. Mao Jingjing was taken aback, turning to stare blankly at Tang Ling. What do you mean, Tang Ling? We are all your classmates. Do you wish to take my life? The others echoed her sentiments. Indeed, Tang Ling, Mao Jingjing is a girl. How can you intimidate her like this? Please, arrange our rooms. Surely sleeping in such a house will feel secure. Mu Di and her companions could no longer tolerate the scene. Mu Di approached Tang Ling and sat beside him, addressing the group, pray tell, who instilled in you such misplaced confidence? When you bullied Tang Ling before, did you ever consider yourself as family? The crowd fell silent. Li Siyuan attempted to retort. We were immature in the past. Now we recognize our mistakes. We can simply apologize. Mu Di scoffed. If apologies were sufficient, what need would there be for the police? Moreover, you mentioned Tian Yujiao as a bargaining chip. Look around. Who here does not surpass her in beauty by a considerable margin? Do you truly believe Tang Ling would take notice of her? It is already a great mercy for Tang Ling to offer you shelter. If you seek to take advantage further, you may find yourselves without even a place to stay. As she spoke, Mu Di raised her hand, pointing at Mao Jingjing. That young lady, this swimming pool belongs to us sisters. If you do not meet the required standard of beauty, you are not permitted to use it. Regrettably, your appearance falls short. Mu Di's words left all present looking as though they had consumed something distasteful, especially Mao Jingjing. Many of her classmates admired her, believing her to be a fairy, yet now she felt utterly diminished and unable to refute the remarks. After all, Mu Di was a renowned star, a beauty celebrated worldwide. How could she compare? Chapter 137, A Fiery Retort. Tang Ling turned his gaze toward Zhou Jianhua. Teacher Zhou, as you can see, this building is filled with numerous individuals, and the rooms are limited. Therefore, you must make do. As for supplies, I cannot extend special treatment to you simply because you are my classmates and teachers. One must earn provisions through labor. Zhou Jianhua, upon hearing this, was infuriated. Not only had they been denied accommodation in this luxurious residence, but they had also secured no spacious quarters, not even a morsel of food. He abruptly stood, exclaiming, Tang Ling, do you not regard us teachers and classmates at all? Tang Ling smiled and said, I shall reiterate, this is the rule here. If you are unwilling to comply, you may freely depart. I have no intention of retaining you. Zhou Jianhua's chest heaved with indignation. However, the prospect of leaving was not feasible for him. They had painstakingly escaped to a relatively safe haven, even at the cost of 2 classmates' lives. Then, what conditions must we meet for you to allow us to stay here? Please, state them, Zhou Jianhua implored. Tang Ling's gaze gradually darkened. Teacher Zhou, what do you possess to bargain with me? A meager portion of food that you have purchased with your lives? Zhou Jianhua was left speechless. Li Siyuan stepped forward, his face aflame with fury. Tang Ling, do not take such pride. If it were not for our bond as classmates, what would it matter if this house were yours? There are many of us, and only you. Your subordinates are all downstairs, even if we were to seize your house. What could you possibly do to us? I advise you to be sensible. Bang! The sharp retort of a gunshot echoed, freezing everyone in place. Moments later, Li Siyuan collapsed to the ground, and the group turned in shock to see him lifeless, a gaping wound in his head, blood oozing forth. Ah! Mao Jingjing gasped. stumbling backward and falling to the ground, her eyes wide with terror as she beheld the scene. Tang Ling's voice, cold and menacing, pierced the silence. I do not take kindly to threats. If you wish to seize my residence, then come and try. No one dared utter another word. Was this truly the same Tang Ling they had once bullied, who had followed the school beauty around like a shadow? Zhou Jianhua looked at Tang Ling in sheer horror. Tang Ling, he was your classmate. How could you? Tang Ling replied icily, classmate? If you still regard me as a peer, then heed my words. What are you all to do now? Those students dared not defy him any longer, rushing out of Tang Ling's room in a frenzy. Zhou Jianhua, witnessing this, could only shake his head and resign himself to leaving. Back in their own room, each person found a place to sit, enveloped in silence, haunted by the memory of Li Siyuan's gruesome demise. After a long while, Gauda unexpectedly began to weep. Tang Ling has a gun. We bullied him so mercilessly. He will surely seek revenge upon us. Li Siyuan is but a testament to that. Tang Ling is more terrifying than a zombie. Wang Xiao retorted angrily. Why are you crying? If he truly intended for us to perish, would we still be alive now? Li Siyuan deserved his fate. He was the one who incited us to torment Tang Ling. Had it not been for him, would Tang Ling treat us this way? Zhou Jianhua felt his face flush with shame at the words. Enough, Wang Xiao, do refrain from speaking so much. Unexpectedly, Wang Xiao directed his ire towards Zhou Jianhua. Teacher Zhou, I must say, if I were Tang Ling, today, it wouldn't be only Li Siyuan who perished. Zhou Jianhua, upon hearing this, was incensed. Wang Xiao, what do you mean by that? Wang Xiao replied with a cold smirk. Do you still not comprehend? If it weren't for your negligence and your constant antagonism towards Tang Ling, would we be so brazen? Had you been a tad fairer and shown a modicum of concern for Tang Ling, perhaps today you would be enjoying a more prosperous life. Zhou Jianhua was left speechless. Wang Xiao continued, I can't help but envy Tang Ling. Not only does he indulge in fine food and drink, but he is also surrounded by so many beautiful women. I should never have allied with you fools to bully him. Chapter 138. The onslaught of the zombie horde. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, Tang Ling returned to his room, but found himself unable to sleep. Was it the newfound experience with women that troubled him? Should he summon Gao Liping? Just as Tang Ling contemplated this, a sudden knock on the door startled him. Overjoyed, he leapt from his bed, thinking his wish had been granted, and hurried to the door. However, instead of Gao Liping, he found the anxious face of Yuan. Upon seeing Tang Ling, Yuan exclaimed, It's bad, Tang Ling. Zombies are coming. Tang Ling's face betrayed a hint of anxiety as he quickly inquired about the situation. Yuan urged him to look out onto the balcony. The two rushed to the balcony, and the sight before them rendered Tang Ling momentarily speechless. On the road outside the community, thousands of zombies had assembled into a massive horde, slowly advancing towards their residence, a dense mass stretching beyond sight. Leading the throng was a colossal figure, a zombie towering at least 3 meters high. Tang Ling's heart sank. This had to be a mutated zombie. To his astonishment, mutated zombies had already emerged just a month before the apocalypse officially began. Meanwhile, others in the building had also witnessed the unfolding scene. Good heavens, so many zombies! What on earth is that leading the pack? They wondered if these zombies were indeed headed for their community. Had it not been for Tang Ling's prior orders to fortify the building, they would surely be doomed. Those on other floors trembled in fear. Their unfortified units will be the first to suffer if the horde breached the community. Brothers in the opposite building, can we come over? Tang Ling, please take me in. I truly do not wish to die. I have supplies. I can offer them all. Just let me in. Most of these individuals were former residents with some supplies, unwilling to band together, while others were remnants of those previously expelled by Meng Jiue. At this moment, the zombie horde approached the building, instilling a palpable sense of dread akin to an impending army siege. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, the colossal mutated zombie commenced its assault on the community gate. Although the gate was forged from steel, it trembled perilously under the force of the zombie's onslaught. At this moment, Tang Ling began to worry whether the gate could withstand several more impacts from the mutated creature. The women in the bedroom, awakened by the commotion, rushed to the balcony, their gasps echoing in unison as they beheld the scene before them. Each one huddled close to Tang Ling, clutching the hem of his garment tightly. After several violent collisions, the mutated zombie momentarily paused, while the horde of zombies surged forward relentlessly towards the gate. Under the relentless assault, the gate began to warp and bend, prompting further cries of alarm from the onlookers. What should we do? If this continues, the gate will surely succumb. If we are breached by so many zombies, we are doomed. Tang Ling, what are you doing? Please save us. Tang Ling snapped back to reality, hastily retrieving his phone to contact Lu Hao. Lock the gate. All combat-capable individuals must remain on the first floor and defend it. Lu Hao's voice trembled slightly. Understood, brother. Chapter 139, Fire on the Zombie Horde. At that moment, Lu Hao and several team leaders, including Song Bo, scrambled to assemble personnel. However, when Song Bo approached Zhou Jianhua and his group, requesting their assistance in descending to defend, they flatly refused. Why should we? I am Tang Ling's mentor. You expect me to risk my life? Another protested. Yes, we are Tang Ling's classmates. We came here for safety, and you want us to venture into danger? No way. Move aside. We want to go unless Tang Ling himself comes. Frustrated by their obstinance, Song Bo had no choice but to leave them behind as the zombies continued to assault the gate. Those who were willing gathered on the first floor, armed with an array of weapons, listening to the relentless battering outside, each thud echoing like a heartbeat against their chests, causing their bodies to tremble slightly. Every room, every window, and the entrance to the building were guarded. Tang Ling stood on the balcony, his gaze fixed upon the massive, mutated zombie. Realizing with astonishment that the horde was acting in a remarkably organized and disciplined manner, indicative of the mutated creature controlling them. It seemed the zombies communicated through some form of behavior. With this thought, Tang Ling swiftly retrieved a Barrett rifle from his space. Everyone stay inside, he commanded. Yet, a few remained motionless, clearly stunned by the spectacle before them. Tang Ling raised his voice again, and only then did Mu Di and the others snap back to reality. Upon seeing the Barrett in Tang Ling's hands, they hurried back to the bedroom. Tang Ling quickly aimed the rifle. With a resounding bang, the shot rang out, and in an instant, a gaping wound appeared in the head of the mutated zombie, causing it to collapse. The horde fell silent, no longer battering the gate. Tang Ling was overjoyed, for his conjectures had proven correct. Yet, before he could fully relish his happiness, the zombies suddenly began to batter against the door with renewed fervor. Tang Ling was utterly astonished. These zombies appear to be acting with a disturbing sense of organization. Could it be that among them lurked a more advanced mutated zombie? If that were the case, should this horde breach the community, everyone would be in grave danger. Although the building's doors and windows had been reinforced, a single lapse could result in catastrophic failure. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Ling resolutely stepped out of his room and descended the stairs. Upon his arrival, the others seemed to find a newfound sense of hope. Brother, what should we do? Brother, give us your orders. As long as we follow you, I fear nothing. Yes, whatever you instruct us to do, we shall comply. Without hesitation, Tang Ling made his way to the room where construction materials had been stored during the fortification of the building, retrieving several hundred barrels of gasoline. He then approached the doorway and addressed everyone. I have gasoline here. Quickly, everyone, get moving and throw the barrels outside. The crowd hurried into the room, grabbing the gasoline barrels and rushing back out. They gathered at the entrance, their hearts pounding with trepidation, yet they hurled the barrels toward the throng of zombies outside. As they caught sight of the living, the zombies redoubled their efforts against the door, which now seemed on the verge of collapse. At that moment, Tang Ling had returned to his balcony and extracted his Barrett rifle once more. After a painstaking search, he finally spotted a barrel among the horde and unhesitatingly pulled the trigger. Boom! The gasoline barrel erupted amidst the zombies. Chapter 140. The Frenzied Hoarding of Beauties. Though the explosion ignited dozens of nearby zombies, it failed to trigger the other barrels. Cursing under his breath, Tang Ling gazed at the warped door and continued his search for more barrels. Spotting another, he fired once again. This time, the explosion was significant, resulting in a chain reaction that detonated several more barrels. Those that had not exploded were soon engulfed in flames as the gasoline burned, ultimately leading to their own detonation. Outside the community, a cacophony of explosions echoed, with bursts of flames illuminating the night, accompanied by the muffled growls of countless zombies. It was a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. The zombies ceased their assault on the door. Many were consumed by the flames, while those that remained retreated in an organized manner. At that moment, the occupants of the building erupted in jubilant cries of "Long live Tang Ling," celebrating their narrow escape from death. However, amidst the revelry, only Tang Ling remained troubled. It was evident that the horde had been manipulated by a mutated zombie. And now that such beings had emerged, even if they survived this encounter, what would the next, or the one after, hold? Who could predict what kind of mutated zombies might come next? Reinforcing the walls proves to be utterly futile. Even a wall towering 100 meters would serve no purpose when confronted by zombies capable of scaling walls and leaping across rooftops. Tang Ling returned to his bedroom, preoccupied with this dilemma. Simultaneously, a voice resonated from the system. Ding! The host's total contribution value has reached 100 million. The system level has ascended to level 3, unlocking the beauty effect program for the host. Startled, Tang Ling hastily delved into the system. What is the beauty effect program? It is a scheme whereby, in areas previously cleansed of zombies by the host, the program activates automatically. The more beautiful women present in the vicinity, the greater the area's defensive capabilities. The host can also monitor the defensive strength of the area at any time. Although Tang Ling did not fully comprehend the details, he swiftly ventured outside. How does one check? The host merely needs to command the system to display the area as defense. Following this instruction, upon reopening his eyes, he beheld a figure of 100% on the door before him. Turning to the window, it revealed a figure of 80%. Tang Ling pondered deeply. Was the defense of his room inherently high, or was it a result of the beauty effect? He approached the balcony once more, gazing downwards. The community's entrance appeared to be on the verge of collapse, displaying a defensive strength of 30%, while the rooftop of the building across still retained a value of 10%. The figures for the windows and doors fluctuated between 10 and 20%, indicating that should zombies breach the community, the opposing building would undoubtedly fall within moments. Tang Ling was engulfed in confusion. If the windows across did not require reinforcement, could it be that simply having beautiful women reside within would bolster the building's defenses, making it arduous for zombies to invade? The system promptly replied, not quite. Reinforcing doors and windows is crucial. While having beautiful women in the building does enhance its defensive strength, without fortified doors and windows, even a building full of beauties would struggle to achieve 100% defense. Tang Ling lifted his gaze, assessing the defensive strength of his own building. The defense of the doors and windows exceeded 80%, with the main entrance at 70%, yet the overall defense of the entire building barely reached 60%. To his dismay, despite his diligent efforts, the building's defense was only marginally acceptable. Faced with more formidable mutated zombies, this 60% defense would be utterly inadequate. Tang Ling inquired further. How can the beauty effect's defensive strength be extended to encompass the entire community, including the entrance and perimeter walls? The system replied, naturally, the more beautiful women there are, the broader the coverage. A realization dawned upon Tang Ling. It seemed that in this apocalyptic world, while others frantically stockpiled supplies, he must ardently gather beauties. Chapter 141. What have you done? We need supplies. The following day, the entire building buzzed with discussions about the events of the previous night. Had it not been for Brother Tang Ling's gasoline last night, we would have undoubtedly faced dire consequences. Fear not, our building has been reinforced, rendering it impervious to the onslaught of zombies. Indeed, yesterday's horde was no less than 10,000, perhaps even exceeding 100,000. Amidst the ongoing discussions, Tang Ling had already instructed Songbo and Lu how to gather their people and bring down a plethora of supplies. Upon seeing the large bags of provisions, admiration sparkled in everyone's eyes. Our brother is truly formidable. Tang Ling approached the crowd with a smile, addressing them. Dear friends, we have survived a zombie crisis together, demonstrating remarkable unity in overcoming this ordeal. Naturally, I cannot allow your bravery to go unrewarded. Those who participated in defending the building last night may collect supplies from your group leaders today. Among the crowd were Zhou Jianhua and his companions. Upon sighting the substantial bags of goods, felt a surge of excitement and rushed to the front. Tang Ling, we are on the brink of starvation. Could you possibly spare us a bit more? One exclaimed. I crave meat. It has been ages since I last had any. Mao Jingjing squeezed through the throng, her eyes gleaming with desire for the supplies. Where did you acquire all this food, Tang Ling? This is fantastic. At last, I won't have to starve. As she prepared to stuff her arms with provisions, Tang Ling halted her. Mao Jingjing looked up, bewildered. Tang Ling, what are you doing? Tang Ling replied with a calm smile. I'm afraid everyone else has supplies, except for you. Mao Jingjing was taken aback, while Zhou Jianhua quickly interjected. Tang Ling, stop joking. Why do others have provisions while we do not? We're your classmates and teachers. Tang Ling maintained his smile. Mr. Zhou, do you think your status as my teacher and classmate entitles you to my resources indefinitely? Let me clarify. Here, only through labor can one acquire supplies. Were you during the defense of the building last night? Zhou Jianhua felt a flush of embarrassment, but shamelessly retorted. Tang Ling, We are distinct from others. You are in charge here, and we are your teachers and classmates. Should you not take care of us? Long Tingjin added, Indeed, Tang Ling. You cannot hold a grudge over past events. We acknowledge our mistakes. Zhou Jianhua continued, All right, Tang Ling, if you're still upset about what happened before, I apologize on behalf of everyone. We are truly sorry. However, our teacher-student relationship cannot be erased. Regarding the supplies, Tang Ling raised his hand to interrupt Zhou Jianhua's plea. Mr. Zhou, I will reiterate, only through effort can one reap rewards here. My provisions did not come from thin air, and I cannot betray the trust of those who chose to believe in me. If you wish for food, you must participate in labor. Otherwise, even the most powerful will not sway me. Zhou Jianhua found himself at a loss for words when confronted by Tang Ling. Yet Mao Jingjing stepped forward, her face a mask of indignation as she exclaimed, Tang Ling, how dare you utter such words? What have the women in your house done to deserve the finest food and drink? Suddenly, without warning, Song Bo, standing beside her, delivered a resounding slap, causing Mao Jingjing to lose her footing and tumble to the ground, clutching her face as she glared at him. Chapter 142. Quickly summon the beauties around you. You dare strike me? I'm a classmate of Tang Ling. How could you lay a hand on me? Song Bo retorted furiously, Shut your mouth. What do you have to compare with us, esteemed ladies? They are stars, while you are just you. They are beautiful, but what about you? They can bear my elder brother's children. Can you? No, you cannot. Just look at yourself, thinking too highly of your appearance. I wouldn't even consider you, and neither would my brother. It's impossible for him to father children with you. Mao Jingjing rubbed her face, feeling the sting on the untouched side as well. Tang Ling paid no heed to Zhou Jianhua and the others, directing the group leaders to commence the distribution of supplies. Just as he prepared to turn away, Lianjun called out to him, Tang Ling, wait a moment. Tang Ling turned back to face him. Is there something you need? Lianjun astili raplia, Tang Ling. Take a look at the community gate. It was nearly breached by zombies last night. If we don't reinforce it, we could be in grave danger next time. I want to take advantage of the lack of zombies outside to gather a team and fortify the gate. We need some building materials. Could you assist? Tang Ling smiled. Well done. You have a good sense of urgency. Once you complete the task, I will prepare an additional supply for you. I have plenty of building materials. With that, he headed straight to the room containing the gasoline barrels from the previous night, exchanging materials from the system store to hand over to Lianjun. With a smile, Tang Ling left, pondering that it was time to expedite his plan to gather beauties. Upon returning to the house, several stunning women were seated, engaged in conversation, seemingly discussing the events of the previous night. As Tang Ling plopped down, all eyes turned to him. What are you ladies chatting about? He asked with a grin. Mu Di, perceptive as ever, recognized that Tang Ling, except for when at the pool, had never approached them without a purpose. Tang Ling, we are not strangers here. If you have something to say, just say it. She encouraged. Tang Ling paused for a moment, then replied with a smile. Since you insist, I shall speak. Are there any more beauties or stars like you in your circle? I would love for them to come over. Before he could finish, Moody adopted a stern demeanor. Tang Ling, must you be so greedy? Isn't it enough that we few are here with you? You still wish for more beauties? No, I'm it. Tun interjected. What do you mean no? There are so many beauties here. Can you even handle a few more living under the same roof? Gao Liping is now the foremost woman in Tang Ling's life, and Tang Ling's desire for other beauties in her presence is nothing short of a slap in the face. Hey, Tang Ling, do you intend to reign like a local emperor in this apocalyptic world, establishing a harem? What nonsensical thoughts occupy your mind all day? Tang Ling was momentarily at a loss for words, standing up to bellow, Please allow me to speak. The women fell silent, obediently regarding him. Once he resumed his seat, he articulated, The reason I want beautiful women to reside in this building is not for my own sake. Consider this. Our building is currently overcrowded, and expansion is essential for the future. If we are merely a gaggle of burly men toiling away without even a chance to appreciate beauty, we might as well be working ourselves to death. However, if beautiful women live here, it will certainly motivate everyone to work harder. Wouldn't you agree? Although Tang Ling's justification seemed somewhat tenuous, it resonated with the women in some way. Chapter 143, Bailu Come to the Bowl. The prospect of beautiful women was not entirely out of reach, yet the distance was prohibitive. After hearing Mu Di's words, Tang Ling hurriedly inquired, Where exactly? Mu Di shot him a glance, replying, We have a live streaming base in the Guanshan Financial District. At the outset of our company, we rented a repurposed underground warehouse. There are over 20 beautiful streamers living there. They rarely venture out since they have stockpiled food in anticipation of this apocalypse. They have managed to survive thus far. But the journey from there to here spans half the city, making it nearly impossible to retrieve them. Tang Ling felt a pang of disappointment upon hearing this. However, Tun Tun suddenly interjected, not necessarily, Mudin's talk. Everyone turned their attention to her. Tun Tun continued, Mudi, while they definitely cannot traverse the city, we could consider a water route. A water route? Everyone echoed in unison. Tun Tun nodded. I also made my way out from that live streaming base. On one occasion, while we were out for fun, we happened upon a river and chose to sail downstream. That river is the same one adjacent to this neighborhood. We almost took a boat to this very place. So, if they can safely exit and find a boat, they can float downstream and arrive here. Upon hearing this, Mudi promptly grabbed her phone. I'll contact them right away. Tang Ling turned to the others. Quickly, do any of you have more beautiful sisters or friends? Hurry and call them over. The boat is very safe. Gao Liping remarked, if they can indeed travel by boat. A few of the young ladies from my company could come as well, though I'm uncertain how far they are from the river. They reached out to me a few days ago, but upon learning I was here, they decided against it. I can contact them to see. Moreover, should they come over, they might indeed lend a hand, as they are all in the same profession. Tang Ling nodded in satisfaction, turning his gaze towards Uni. Uni's cheeks flushed slightly as she spoke. I apologize, Tang Ling. I am merely a small doctor, and I truly do not have any beauties around me. However, if the waterway is accessible, may I invite a cousin from my mother's side to come? They had initially given up due to the distance. But I can discuss the waterway situation with them and see if they could devise a plan. Tang Ling nodded and then looked at Zhao Lucy. Zhao Lucy pondered for a moment before suddenly slapping her forehead. If the host from our company can come, then surely she can as well. She lives not far from that live streaming base. However, I've been unable to reach her these past few days. Tang Ling inquired, who is it? You know her. The superstar by Lu, Zhao Lucy replied. Tang Ling was momentarily taken aback, and an image of a beautiful star who never managed her expressions flashed in his mind. One who grinned broadly, revealing all her teeth. She resides in Zhejiang too? Though Zhejiang cannot be deemed a luxurious metropolis, its picturesque scenery and temperate climate, never exceeding 30 degrees, make it a favored choice for many stars and entrepreneurs. All right, let's promptly attempt to get in touch with her. After Zhao Lucy nodded slightly, Tang Ling turned his attention to Tun Tun. Tun Tun quietly remarked, why are you looking at me? Mudi is my boss, and Lucy is my good friend. All the beauties I know are acquainted with them. Tang Ling did not respond, but continued to contemplate inwardly. It wasn't enough. Even if all these beauties could successfully arrive, it would still fall short of expectations. Recruitment must continue. Chapter 144, Seeking Trouble. After a while, the girls returned from their phone calls, their expressions far from pleasant. Tang Ling, one of them began, my hosts have expressed their desire to come, but they cannot operate a boat and are afraid to take the risk. My colleagues feel similarly, yet they mentioned they would think of a solution. Bai Lu stated that coming over would not pose an issue, but it hinges on our ability to meet them downstream, as she has many people on her side as well. Before Tang Ling could respond, Meng Jiue called him. Upon answering, she stated, Tang Ling, the building leaders from the other floors wish to meet you. They are on the first floor. Shall we proceed? Tang Ling smiled slightly. Yes, of course. Let them come up to 1001. Meng Jiue then led 5 men and 1 woman upstairs. Upon seeing the exquisite decor of the building, they were filled with envy. Regret flooded their hearts. They had not overlooked the group invitation from Tang Ling, but at the time, they assumed he was merely seeking supplies and chose to stubbornly survive with a group of obstinate individuals. As a result, while Tang Ling thrived, they had exhausted all their resources and were beginning to witness a dire struggle for survival. With no alternatives, they conferred and decided to seek out Tang Ling, hoping to find a solution. As they arrived at room 1001, the guests observed the remnants of a meal on the dining table, seemingly left untouched for only a short while. A glimmer of excitement sparkled in their eyes. Was the second building truly this extravagant? After Meng Jiue had ushered them to their seats, she departed, leaving them to wait. However, as time passed, their anticipation for Tang Ling's arrival turned into impatience. One man, unable to contain his frustration, exclaimed, Damn it, Tang Ling is utterly disregarding us. It has been far too long. Another man cautioned softly, Let us be patient. Perhaps he is preoccupied with pressing matters. At that moment, a burly man with a thick beard abruptly stood up, retorting, What else with your politeness? Are you so dazzled by the second building's fortress-like security that you are considering aligning with Tang Ling? Remember, we agreed to this rendezvous to demand supplies. If he refuses, we will seize them. Don't falter now. Before Tang Ling had even arrived, tensions began to escalate around the table. After nearly half an hour of waiting, just as impatience reached its peak, a knock echoed through the room. All eyes turned toward the door, revealing Tang Ling, wearing a foolish grin, flanked by two companions, Songbo and Lu Hao. The gathering did not rise to greet him. The bearded man scoffed. Well, if it isn't Brother Tang Ling, gracing us with his presence after making us wait. Tang Ling quickly responded with an apologetic smile. My sincerest apologies, everyone. I was delayed by unforeseen circumstances. Taking his seat with a beaming countenance, he inquired, Pray tell, what brings you all here today? The bearded man stood to speak, but Tang Ling raised his hand to pause him. Before we discuss matters, could we commence with introductions and a brief overview of your respective buildings? Though taken aback, the bearded man complied and settled back down. I am Feng Wan from Building 7, where we currently number over 60 individuals. I am Wu Goen from Building 5, and we only have about 20 left. My name is Wang Xiaoyu from Building 3, where the majority are women, but few possess combat capabilities. The final man introduced himself. I am Qian Zhongxin from Building 1, directly across from you, Tang Ling. All of our combat personnel have been absorbed into your ranks. We now have only the weak and infirm left. Cannibalism has begun to emerge within our building. What do you propose we do about this? Upon hearing this, the others expressed their discontent. Indeed, Tang Ling, you have consolidated all our forces into one. Now, our building is devoid of combat strength. We lack resources. And aside from resorting to cannibalism, we face starvation. Tang Ling surveyed the group slowly. What solutions do you all envision? At this, Feng Wan abruptly rose to his feet. It is simple. Just surrender your supplies so that we may survive. Otherwise, if you sever our means of existence, we shall ensure your demise as well. As he spoke, he brandished a butterfly knife, his gaze menacingly fixed on Tang Ling. However, Tang Ling remained unfazed, while Songbo swiftly drew the machete concealed behind him and swung it toward Feng Wan. In a flash of steel, Feng Wan's fingers, along with the butterfly knife, fell onto the table. A scream escaped his lips, and everyone was momentarily paralyzed with shock, while the other two drew their concealed weapons. Tang Ling, you bastard! Before he could finish his curse, Songbo and Lu Hao struck simultaneously, their steel blades piercing the hearts of the two men, blood splattering across the table and onto the faces of the onlookers. Lu Hao coldly declared, Ladies and gentlemen, if you seek to negotiate with my brother, adopt a more humble stance. Otherwise, do not blame us for our ruthlessness. The others stood frozen in fear. At that moment, Feng Wan clutched his hand, writhing in agony on the floor. Tang Ling, you son of a bitch, may you meet a wretched end. Oh, it hurts like hell. Tang Ling rose, his gaze icy as he regarded Feng Wan, and casually retrieved a pistol from his belongings. A gunshot rang out, and Feng Wan was silenced, his suffering abruptly ended. Tang Ling surveyed the stunned crowd before slowly taking his seat. Now, we may continue our discussion. The individuals present, utterly petrified, dared not utter a word. Eventually, Wang Xiaoyu could no longer restrain herself and stood up. Tang Ling, your actions are utterly excessive. While they may have intended to harm you, there was no need to resort to murder. Having one more person on your side adds strength. Does your indiscriminate killing not sever your own retreat? Tang Ling regarded the brave young woman with a smirk. I apologize, but I shall not permit any threats to linger by my side. As you mentioned, they sought to do me harm, and my people acted accordingly. I bear no blame for their fate. Wang Xiaoyu fell silent. She had initially attempted to dissuade the others from their reckless course of action, but they had chosen to ignore her, bringing about their own demise. Observing her quietude, Tang Ling once more cast his gaze over the assembly. Since you are all silent, I shall speak. The crowd turned their attention to him as he continued in a hushed tone. I possess supplies, and I am willing to share them with you. However, you are currently too scattered. Even if you survive, once the zombies breach the community, your days will be numbered. I suggest that you gather all remaining individuals in this community into one building. I can provide materials and supplies to help you fortify your floors, and I can even send assistance your way. But the condition is that each of you must take action. I will not tolerate those who merely wait to perish. All eyes were fixed on Tang Ling, filled with astonishment. They had never anticipated that he would be so accommodating. Had the three men lost their lives in vain? Are you serious? Qian Zhongxin asked, uncertainty lacing his voice. Tang Ling nodded affirmatively. In the current dire circumstances, survival hinges upon unity. Without it, one is destined for demise. Naturally, one must adhere to my commands henceforth. Disobedience will lead to inevitable demise. Chapter 146. Are there many beauties in your vicinity? Wu Goen promptly responded. Since Brother Tang Ling has spoken, we are in full agreement. We never intended to act as accomplices to the three. They resolved to return immediately, rally their forces, clear the zombies from Building 1, and convene together for mutual support. Tang Ling smiled faintly and nodded. The group rose to depart, with Wang Xiaoyu trailing behind. Wang Xiaoyu, wait a moment, I have a question for you. Wang Xiaoyu halted, and once everyone had left, Tang Ling inquired, is it true that your building is predominantly female? Wang Xiaoyu nodded. Our building is a duplex. Many residents are single women or young couples. Tang Ling, slightly embarrassed, asked, are there many beauties? Tang Ling had discreetly observed the defensive capabilities of the other buildings, noting that Building 3, lacking fortification, still boasted a 40% defense rate. Initially, he speculated it was due to covert construction efforts by the residents. However, it seemed otherwise. Upon hearing Tang Ling's question, Wang Xiaoyu's demeanor shifted to one of caution. Why do you ask? Tang Ling hastily replied, please don't misunderstand. As you know, we are in an apocalyptic scenario devoid of law. Thus, women are particularly vulnerable in such an environment. I wish to prevent chaos before the zombies even arrive. He continued, therefore, I believe we should ensure the protection of any beauties. Wang Xiaoyu pondered, recalling recent unsettling incidents within the building, and ultimately nodded. You certainly consider all angles, Mr. Tang. I believe there are quite a few beauties in our building, but I'm unsure of your standards for beauty. However, I can call them over for you to see. Tang Ling nodded in satisfaction. Go ahead. As Wang Xiaoyu left, Song Bo quickly approached. Wow, brother, with so many beautiful ladies around you, aren't you satisfied? You still want to hold a beauty contest? That's quite bold. Tang Ling kicked him lightly. What are you talking about? My intentions are not for personal gain, but for everyone. Song Bo misunderstood. Oh, brother, you're always thinking of the brothers. Brother, I'm in good shape. Can I pick two later? Lu Hao chimed in with enthusiasm. Brother, I prefer to be devoted. I only need one. Before long, except for those from Building 2, personnel from the other 6 buildings had gathered at the foot of Buildings 1 and 2. At first glance, every individual appeared gaunt, disoriented, and filthy, resembling a group of refugees. Song Bo and Lu Hao worked to maintain order, with Lu Hao loudly instructing the crowd. Men and women, young and old, stand apart. Once we have cleared the zombies from the building, we will arrange accommodations for you. The team began to mobilize. At that moment, a group emerged from the crowd, led by Zhou Jianhua and Wang Xiao. They had been starving for several days and could no longer endure it. Brothers, if we help you clear the zombies, will we receive food? Song Bo replied, in theory, that is how it works. Wang Xiao eagerly interjected, then take us along. We will certainly lead the charge. We hope, brothers, that you will speak favorably of us to Tang Ling and provide us with more supplies. Song Bo chuckled, all right, go ahead. As he observed the eagerness of the newcomers to join the zombie clearing team, he addressed those who had just joined. Is there anyone else who wishes to participate? Food will be available once we finish clearing the floors. Upon hearing this, others expressed their desire to join as well. Chapter 147. The Beautiful Flight Attendant. Before long, the team dedicated to clearing the zombies had swelled in numbers, although some hesitated, merely seeking to scavenge supplies. Lu Hao called out, you who do not wish to participate. Miss Ming, please take note of their names. There will be no supplies for you later. Of course, if I see anyone slacking off, they will not receive any supplies either. This proclamation stirred the crowd, and those who had been standing idly began to raise their hands, eager to join the zombie clearing effort. Subsequently, Song Bo, Lu Hao, Guan Jingqi, and the others led the group, armed with various weapons, into the building to commence the eradication of the zombies. Meanwhile, downstairs in the community, only women, the elderly, and children remained. Indeed, there were quite a number of women, at least 100. Meng Jiu stepped forward and announced, elders and children, those with family, can wait until the zombies have been cleared to reunite with them. As for the young women, please line up and come with me. Our leader, Tang Ling, will personally arrange your accommodations. Upon hearing this, the women grew anxious, realizing that Tang Ling was quite the lecher. Yet, being noticed by Tang Ling might not be entirely disadvantageous. At the very least, they would not starve. In one of the rooms on the first floor, Tang Ling sat regally in a chair, with Song Jia beside him, pen and paper in hand. Meng Jue, entered the room and stood at the doorway. Please come in. Soon after, a young woman timidly stepped into the room. The moment she saw Tang Ling, her anxiety intensified. Mr. Tang, hello, my name is Wu Zhuan. Song Jia quickly began to document her information. Tang Ling observed Wu Zhuan. Although her face bore some dirt, once cleaned, she would certainly qualify as a beauty. He inquired, hello, Wu Zhuan, do you have a boyfriend? Wu Zhuan nervously lifted her gaze to meet his, then shook her head. Yes, but I haven't been able to contact him since the apocalypse. I fear the worst. Tang Ling chose not to dwell on her response, and instead instructed Song Jia. Arrange for her to stay in Building 2. Song Jia nodded, and Tang Ling waved his hand dismissively. Please wait outside for a moment. The next person can come in. Upon hearing this, Wu Zhuan felt a sense of discomfort. When Tang Ling inquired about her relationship status, she couldn't help but wonder if he harbored some interest in her. Just then, a woman entered the room, standing at a mere 5 feet tall and weighing at least 180 pounds. Hello, Mr. Tang. My name is Meng Yu, and my hobbies include... Tang Ling swiftly interrupted her. Meng Yu, is it? Once they finish clearing out the zombies, please proceed to Building 2. Next, Meng Yu left reluctantly, and soon after, a tall and graceful woman walked into the room. Tang Ling raised his gaze and was immediately captivated. Although the woman appeared somewhat haggard, her physique and appearance were exceptional, rivaling that of Yu Ni and Mu Di. Hello, Mr. Tang. I am Hu Xiao, a flight attendant. Tang Ling was pleasantly surprised to discover such a stunning flight attendant residing in their community. Do you have a boyfriend? Hu Xiao's cheeks flushed a delicate shade of pink as she quietly replied, no. Tang Ling then instructed Song Jia, arrange for her to stay in Building 2. He lifted his gaze and said to Hu Xiao, all right, you may step out now. The next person can come in. Hu Xiao's expression mirrored that of Wu Zhuan's moments prior, confused and unsure whether Tang Ling was interested in her or not. Chapter 148. The Atmosphere Crew deserves no more than this. Thus, through Tang Ling's selection process, all the beautiful women were assigned to Building 2, while those with boyfriends or family were instructed to reside with their significant others. Those without boyfriends, or whose boyfriends were oblivious to their circumstances, were grouped into shared accommodations of 4 or 5. As for those who did not meet the beauty standard, they were assigned to Building 1, resulting in over 100 women evenly split between the 2 buildings. As this group prepared to move in, Building 2 was nearly full. Tang Ling eagerly descended to the community's ground floor to assess the building's defenses, which currently displayed an impressive 80% strength. This indicated that the presence of 50 beautiful women had contributed an additional 20% to the building's defensive capabilities. Tang Ling nodded in satisfaction. If Bai Lu and her companions could join, the building's defenses would ascend to another level. With Building 1 constructed, the defensive perimeter could eventually encompass the entire community and gradually expand outward. What a grand vision! At that moment, Song Bo and his team emerged after clearing the zombies. Upon spotting Tang Ling, Song Bo quickly approached to report, brother, we've finished clearing the building. Many individuals are hiding in their homes, reluctant to contribute, while others are trying to take advantage of the situation. We have noted their names. Tang Ling nodded and called for Meng Jiyue, producing a substantial amount of supplies to hand over to her. Distribute these and arrange for the residents to move in. This is Zhou Jianhua hurriedly stepped forward. Tang Ling, since we participated in the zombie clearing, could we be allocated a bit more supplies? Long Tingjin hastily remarked, indeed, Tang Ling, we have all exerted our utmost effort. Just now, it was Wang Xiao and I who charged at the forefront. Tang Ling replied softly, the distribution of resources, including who receives them and how much, is not determined by me, but by your team leader. After uttering these words, Tang Ling turned and departed. At the entrance of the community, Lianjuan and his team were busy reinforcing the gate. Tang Ling glanced over, noting that the gate was even taller than before, with its defensive capabilities having risen from an initial 30 to 70%. As the construction progressed, this figure continued to climb. As supplies were distributed, reactions varied. Some rejoiced while others were dismayed. Wang Xiao and Long Tingjin naturally received a larger share of resources, having indeed fought bravely at the forefront, and they cheered exuberantly for Tang Ling. In stark contrast, Zhou Jianhua received only a single meal's worth of supplies. His frustration boiled over as he confronted Song Bo. Hey, little brother, why does my student receive so much more than I do? Song Bo shot him a scornful glance. When we were clearing out the zombies, You merely stood at the back waving flags. You did not engage in the fight, did you? This meal's worth is merely a token of encouragement for your role as morale support. Understand? Zhou Jianhua was instantly incensed. I did not rob them. Next time, I will be at the forefront. Little brother, I am Tang Ling's teacher and have participated as well. Should I not receive a bit more? Wang Xiao interjected, Teacher Zhou, do you truly think so highly of yourself? If Tang Ling is willing to overlook past grievances and grant you a meal, you should consider yourself fortunate. To expect more is merely a fanciful dream. Since his arrival, Zhou Jianhua's reputation had plummeted, leaving him feeling utterly frustrated, ultimately resigning himself to the reality that at least he would not go hungry. Others, who had been slacking off, did not even receive any supplies. They contemplated arguing their case, but upon hearing Song Bo's words, they chose silence, realizing that in this environment, one could not simply coast by. To have food, one must contribute. Chapter 149. Why should resources earned by my life be given to you? Tang Ling found Wu Goen and Qian Zhongxin, instructing them to gather all personnel from a building. If you wish to survive, you must fortify your doors and windows like us. I can provide materials. Wu Goen and Qian Zhongxin readily agreed. Once Li Anjuan finished reinforcing the gate, he joined the efforts to strengthen another building. Everything appeared to be progressing in a positive direction. Upon returning home with their supplies, Wang Xiao and Long Tingjin were met with the eager gaze of Mao Jingjing. Wow, Wang Xiao, Long Tingjin, you have acquired such a wealth of supplies. This is splendid. We shall no longer face starvation. As she spoke, she reached out to grasp the resources of Wang Xiao and Long Tingjin. However, the two skillfully evaded her grasp. After grasping at nothing, Mao Jingjing looked at them in bewilderment. What do you mean? Shouldn't these supplies be contributed for all of us to use together? Zhou Jianhua remarked, Indeed. I propose that we consolidate our supplies and then distribute them uniformly. This would be the most prudent course of action. Wang Xiao retorted with a sneer. How brazen you are. These supplies were earned at the cost of my life. Why should I share them with you? Am I a benevolent deity? Long Tingjin concurred, exactly. Wang Xiao is right. By what right do we owe you our supplies? We fought for them with our lives. Apart from Zhou Jianhua and Mao Jingjing, the others had secured at least a day's worth of provisions, and they were equally unwilling to part with them. Mao Jingjing, growing increasingly anxious, exclaimed, You all agreed to share both fortune and adversity. How can you renege on that now? We all live under the same roof. Do you truly intend to abandon me? Wang Xiao scoffed, Care for you? Are you my father or mother? What reason do I have to look after you? While I was battling zombies, what were you doing? With urgency etched on her face, Mao Jingjing implored, I am genuinely worried about you. How can you not spare a little of your supplies for someone who cares? Wang Xiao coldly replied, I appreciate your concern, but from today onward, do not fret over me. My supplies were not simply blown in by the wind. Mao Jingjing was left speechless, and Zhou Jianhua's anger flared. You ungrateful wretches! Have you forgotten how our teachers always thought of you during our school days? Now you exhibit such ingratitude. Gao chuckled, Teacher Zhou, had we not gifted you back then, our fates would likely have been no better than Tang Ling's. Zhou Jianhua was rendered momentarily speechless. The group paid little attention to their exchange, instead devouring whatever provisions they could immediately consume. Mao Jingjing, famished, rushed forward to seize the supplies from the others. You vile men, hand over the provisions, or I swear I'll make your lives miserable. Unexpectedly, Wang Xiao delivered a swift kick to Mao Jingjing's abdomen, causing her to fly backward, dazed and feeling stars before her eyes. A warm rush escaped her as she realized she had involuntarily lost control. Get away from me. Do you really think of yourself as a fairy? Have you looked in a mirror? Your mouth is as wide as a toad's. Perhaps you've overindulged in chicken. Mao Jingjing felt her head spinning. She struggled to regain her footing several times without success. After their meal, the group safeguarded their hard-won provisions and settled into a secure corner for sleep. Meanwhile, a new threat loomed ominously closer. Chapter 150. The Infiltration. That evening, driven by hunger, Mao Jingjing ventured out in search of food. After scouring the entire building to no avail, she recalled that Tang Ling had been distributing supplies downstairs that day, so she made her way to the first floor. As she arrived, it coincided with the shift change. On the first floor, she encountered Song Bo's associates ascending the stairs and was asked where she was headed. Mao Jingjing merely informed them that she was unable to sleep and wished to take a stroll. The others did not ponder much over her words. Upon descending to the ground floor, she searched the vicinity but found no food. Just as despair began to settle in, An unexpected figure vaulted over the wall into the courtyard. Seeing this, Mao Jingjing nearly screamed, mistaking the figure for a zombie. However, the figure was swift, reaching her side and swiftly covering her mouth. "Don't move, or my knife shall taste blood." Fear rendered Mao Jingjing speechless, and she numbly nodded in response. "Is there someone named Tang Ling in this building?" The figure slowly released her, and she gazed at the knife pressed against her abdomen, too frightened to act out, and nodded again. "Which floor and room does he occupy? Speak." "Room 3 on the 10th floor." Before the man could respond, several burly figures climbed over the wall and entered. Trembling, Mao Jingjing whispered, "Big brother, what do you seek Tang Ling for?" The leader was none other than Hu Jiarui. Hu Jiarui replied, "That's not for you to know. Come, lead us into the building. If you dare to cause trouble, I will not hesitate to end you." Mao Jingjing quickly pledged her loyalty. "Rest assured, big brother, I will not act recklessly." Hu Jiarui kept his dagger pressed against her back, compelling her to walk ahead. Upon reaching the entrance on the first floor, the shift change personnel had already arrived. Spotting Mao Jingjing and the group, they promptly intercepted them. "Mao Jingjing, what are you doing out so late?" She quickly smiled and explained, "Today, during the distribution of supplies by Tang Ling, we received very little, so I ventured out to see if I could find some food. After much searching, it seems I found nothing. I'm sorry, big brother, please let us in." Since Mao Jingjing and her companions were still unfamiliar faces, and they entered and exited together, the guards assumed the imposing figures behind her were her classmates and did not dwell on it, allowing them passage. "Go in, but refrain from venturing out at night again." Mao Jingjing nodded eagerly. "Yes, yes, thank you, big brother." The group swiftly ascended to the second-floor stairwell, where Mao Jingjing turned and pleaded, "Brothers, I have brought you in. Can you not spare me?" Hu Jiarui, however, was not inclined to let her go, whispering, "Dream on. Let you go to inform Tang Ling? No, come, follow us upstairs. Once we break down Tang Ling's door, we can consider releasing you." Still famished, Mao Jingjing quickly inquired, "Big brother, are you here to seize Tang Ling's supplies?" "I assure you, he possesses a great deal. Everyone in this building is supported by him. I can lead you to him, but if you capture that sycophant Tang Ling, could you share some supplies with me?" Hu Jiarui cast a glance over Mao Jingjing from head to toe. Although he felt no spark of interest in her, he deemed it acceptable to extend some leniency towards his subordinate. "Very well, lead us upstairs, and I shall ensure you receive a modest share of supplies in return." Mao Jingjing was filled with delight at this prospect.